Yo, welcome back to the channel. Imagine a world where magic is everything, and if you're a commoner without it, you're basically an NPC, totally ignored by the devs. Check out our boy here, absolutely getting wrecked. He's lying in the dirt, meat paste style, while these toxic noble kids just stand around, laughing at his misery. The head bully, acting all high and mighty, drops a line. Here's a parting gift before I send you to the lobby. Hey peasant, show me some of that pathetic attack magic you got. Our MC, shaking like he's got 900 ping, lifts a finger and summons a tiny fireball. I'm talking slow, chat. This thing is moving at 2G internet speeds. It barely crawls to the bully's neck before popping like a sad balloon. The dude brushes it off like dandruff, complete disrespect to our guy's last shred of dignity. In this verse, 3 things make a mage: your fam, your talent, and the grind. That's the word of William, the god of magic. But let's be real, without the first 2, grinding gets you 0 results. The system is rigged. If you spawn with the wrong parents, 0 talent, and a curse on top, it's over. For those poor souls, magic is a skill tree they can never unlock. While lecturing our boy, the noble flexes hard, conjuring a fireball 10,000 times bigger. But look at the MC, he's not scared. He's staring at that death ball like it's the most beautiful loot he's ever seen. As he gets roasted in the fire tornado, his screams sound suspiciously like excitement. This kid is insane. It's his first time seeing high-tier, perfect magic up close. Yeah, it burns, but he's too busy admiring the graphics and the particle effects. As his HP hits 0, he has just one wish. I wish I could have studied more magic. That's some serious dedication, fam. Fade to black. Time passes. Suddenly, light at the end of the tunnel. Our boy opens his eyes, and boom, random maids everywhere. He's confused, he's lost, but instinct kicks in. Get away from me. He tries to cast a simple shoe spell, but as he lifts his hand, he realizes, wait, why is my arm a chubby little marshmallow? Boom! The fireball he casts isn't small, it barely misses the maid and completely obliterates the wall behind her. That blast rockets out of the castle, crashing the party for the birth of the kingdom's Benjamin. Turns out, that baby is him. Before we see his glow up, smash that like button. Fast forward 10 years. Alexander is sprinting through the halls like he's late for a raid. 2 ministers catch him, but Lloyd throws up a sheesh sign to keep his location secret from the maids. The ministers nod, acting like they understand the assignment. I get it. Royal blood needs to hunt, one starts to say, but Lloyd has already ghosted them. Speed stats maxed out. The official sighs, realizing he let the kid escape again. His partner starts judging Lloyd, throwing massive shade. He's way younger than his siblings and isn't even in line for the throne. Totally useless, he says. Treating him special gives us 0 buffs. The older minister looks at him like, bro, are you dumb? Lloyd was understanding language at spawn and reading spell books instead of looking at picture books. The way he rejected milk, pure gentleman vibes. The minister is convinced Lloyd is William reincarnated. But only Lloyd knows the truth. The old man is tripping. He's an Isekai protagonist, sure, but not a god, just that magic-obsessed peasant who got deleted in the last life. No idea why he kept his memories. Maybe it's a glitch in the server, but one thing's for sure. He doesn't care about clout, money, or the throne. He stays humble. Every day is his stealth mission to get to the library. The only thing this kid loves is knowledge and mastering the arcane arts. Look at those eyes sparkle. The library is his personal heaven, the only place he wants to be. He picks out a banger of a book for today, but yoink. Hand caught in the cookie jar by Sophia, his tutor. Found you, little rat. And just like that, Lloyd gets dragged to the training grounds. Mission failed. Lloyd is salty. He's not the heir, so why bother with sword training? Plus, even in his past life, his athletic skill was in the negatives. Sophia's been his trainer for 3 years. It's literally her spawn purpose. The throne isn't everything, she says. If you have royal blood, you gotta know how to throw hands or swords. Lloyd knows if he trolls now, she's gonna keep him here all day. Ain't nobody got time for that. So, he locks in. He starts parrying her attacks, watching her move. Sophia isn't just fighting, she's dancing like a ballerina with a blade. She drops a good job, noticing his gains. Lloyd is unimpressed. He just wants to go back to reading, fam. Even though Sophia is holding back, she turns up the difficulty every day. So, Lloyd is using magic to hack his own body and copy her moves. It's basically like Sophia is fighting a mirror image of herself. Yeah, it's technically cheating with auto-aim, but if no one catches you, it's just a pro strat, right? But there's a bug in the system. Even with hacks, his tiny kid body has 0 range and no muscle. He's getting stat checked hard. So today, Lloyd decides to patch that weakness. If a little magic is cheating, then a lot of magic is just the new meta. Watch this. Nathan starts whispering cheat codes, magically extending his wooden sword's hitbox range in a split second. Then he buffs his arm strength, casts a levitation spell to fix his short king height, and moves with zero gravity agility. The duel goes from 0 to 100 as Nathan's movement starts glitching perfectly into Sophia's own style. Boom! Their swords clash in mid-air, triggering a shockwave that proves Nathan has officially bridged the power gap. With his stats buffed, Nathan isn't just fighting Sophia anymore. He's forcing her to battle a mirror image of herself. But what happens when the reflection goes rogue? Nathan cancels the copycat routine and teleports behind Sophia in a blink. He accelerates like a human missile, aiming a decisive strike at her left side to end this match instantly. Look, fam, Nathan isn't bloodthirsty. He just wants to speedrun this fight so he can go read his books. But Sophia blocks the blindside attack like a boss. She realized he was using magic hacks to cheat. Nathan freezes up, knowing he's been caught in 4K. Sophia spins her blade 360 degrees, parrying him into next week and disarming him instantly. You can't fool a sword master. She clocked the unnatural weapon range immediately. She knows that's growth magic at work. She also noticed he was floating to fake his height. Bro really tried to mod the game to match her level. Nathan braces for a scolding, but plot twist, Sophia isn't mad. She's actually hyped that his sword skills are leveling up. She's squealing. Oh my god, so cute. She thinks he's a genius for dual casting 2 spells at once, a feat that even royal mages struggle with. Nathan stays quiet in her hug, sweating bullets. If she knew he was actually juggling 4 spells and not 2, her brain might explode. Better keep that OP status hidden. Night falls, and we cut to the bathhouse scene. Drop a like if you hate getting scrubbed down like a toddler. Poor Nathan is surrounded by the maid squad, totally defenseless against their aggressive hygiene routine. Why the heavy security? Because if they look away for 1 second, this magic nerd will skip the bath to go read books. Nathan is sulking, wondering why he has to suffer when he just wants to study mana theory. Then, one maid starts teasing him. Naughty boys get eaten by the forbidden book. They start dropping lore about a demon that almost deleted the kingdom of Salem back in the day. After countless mages sacrificed themselves, the demon Emily was finally nerfed and sealed inside of James. Sophia nods along, adding that the cursed book is locked in the secret library beneath the castle. The short-haired maid winks, signaling everyone to play along. They're just trying to scare Nathan into behaving, pretending it's just a fairy tale. It's just a story, kiddo. Imagine a demon locked under the castle. That sounds totally cringe and fake, right? Everyone waits for Nathan to cry. When he starts shaking, they think he's terrified of the big bad monster. Oh, look at him tremble. The maids start fighting over who gets to cuddle the scared prince to sleep. But while they argue, Nathan nopes out of there. Scared? Yeah, right? My boy wasn't shaking from fear. He was vibrating with pure excitement. New loot location unlocked. Later that night, at the dungeon entrance, 2 guards are telling each other to stay frosty. Behind that door lies world-ending magic books. They swear not even a fly could get past their watch. Well, they were right, a fly couldn't get in, but Nathan definitely can. Using high-tier invisibility magic, he strolls right past the guards like a ghost. Their perception stats are too low for this. Nathan stops before the library door. It's sealed by the ultimate spell of 10 great sages. Sounds tough, right? Bam. Nathan barely pulls the handle and the door pops open. The spirits of those 10 sages are probably punching the air right now. Nathan dashes inside like a kid in a candy store. He's lived here for 10 years and never knew this VIP loot room existed. He's scanning the shelves, moving from book to book, mumbling nerd stuff under his breath. He picks out a promising tome to binge read before he has to reseal the place. But just as he gets comfortable, a creepy shadow hand reaches out from the pages. Jump scare warning. A monster manifests from the ink, roaring and trying to intimidate him. But Nathan, he just stares at it, completely unbothered. The monster is confused by his lack of fear. Not bad, kid. You broke the seal? You're actually kind of cracked. I am James. Who are you? Nathan realizes this is the legendary Emily from the bedtime story. It looks like a ghostly goat demon. James gets straight to business. Can you fully break this seal? If not, it's gonna shatter on its own eventually anyway. The code is glitching out, James says, pointing to the fading magical text. The demon tries to bribe Nathan, promising him mountains of gold. But Nathan is a prince. He's already rich. Nathan decides to leave the demon sealed. He can't release a kingdom-destroying threat, but keeping it as a lab rat for magic research. That's a huge win. James realizes his bribe failed, and now he's going to be a guinea pig for a 10-year-old. Major L for the Demon Lord. Yo, hold up. I only got beef with the dude who sealed me centuries ago. Why would I attack the innocent peeps here? I don't buy it, Lloyd replied, his voice absolute zero. Grim started panicking. He was broke, only having ancient magic to bargain with. Wait, I'll teach you lost ancient magic from hundreds of years ago. Grim was sweating buckets, thinking Lloyd wouldn't care. But Grim didn't realize he just messed with Lloyd, a certified magic junkie who lives for that ancient stuff. Lloyd's eyes sparkled like anime stars. For real, you gonna teach me? Grim nodded, praising the kid's god-tier natural talent. Lloyd flashed back to what some noble said in his past life. If magic comes from blood and talent, this royal body is way more cracked than his past life. Lloyd summoned a key and shot it at the book. The book shattered into pieces. Grim was finally free and burst into maniacal laughter. No cap? You actually broke the seal. Lloyd just nodded, reminding the demon about their little deal. But Grim floated up and launched a massive attack. Eat this lost dark magic cannon. Grim giggled like a total villain. Consider this your first lesson. He thought he totally smoked Lloyd and started mumbling about his next move. But down below, Lloyd was chilling inside his barrier, completely untouched. He wasn't even mad, he was praising the attack. That was sick. The casting style, the structure, the trigger mechanism, totally unique. Lloyd begged for more lessons. Grim spammed a barrage of dark cannons, but they bounced off Lloyd's shield like nothing. While Grim was sweating trying to kill him, Lloyd was just vibing, analyzing the magic data. He wanted to tank a hit to feel it, but he had to be smart. Can't die like a noob again. Lloyd opened a tiny pixel-sized gap in his shield, grabbed a strand of Grim's magic, and swirled it around his finger. His eyes lit up. So that's the mechanic? Fam, this is beautiful. He blew on the magic, and it sliced his finger. Lloyd loved it. He licked the blood and looked at Grim. More. Show me what else you got. Seeing his ultimate attacks treated like a toy, Grim felt totally disrespected. He split his own head in two. Each side started chanting a different spell. Lloyd was hype. He'd never seen a double cast before. Grim combined piercing and drilling spells into a great dark cannon. That blast could level a skyscraper back on Earth. But Lloyd, still safe and sound in his magic cocoon, he grabbed a sample to study. The key to this spell was running two curses at the exact same time. That's impossible for a human with only one mouth, right? It's a monster-exclusive skill requiring two mouths to merge spells. But honestly, it was just a buff version of the last attack. The smoke cleared, and Lloyd was staring at him with puppy dog eyes. Grim reassembled his body and tried to dip immediately. For the first time ever, his survival instinct screamed, "Run away from this freak." Lloyd instantly threw up a barrier to trap him. The castle was right above them. He couldn't let this thing loose. Grim realized he was trapped and turned around to bluff. "You think I'm running away, kid?" Lloyd shook his head. When he first reincarnated, he accidentally nuked the area, so he put up barriers to protect the fam living nearby. Grim charged up another cannon. "Shut up. Stop spouting nonsense." Lloyd snapped his fingers. "Your turn. Let's see your defense game." Lloyd looked like Andrew finally finding a boss to test his DPS on. Grim realized he was cooked, but it was too late. A blinding light exploded inside the library barrier. When it faded, the room was a total disaster zone. Lloyd looked confused as bookshelves rained down. He walked over to Grim, who was flattened like a pancake. "Bro, why didn't you block?" A second later, Lloyd reversed time on the room, fixing everything while Grim's jaw hit the floor. In seconds, the room was pristine cleaner than before. Grim immediately switched up. "Master." Lloyd dusted off his hands. "You're interesting. Magic can't actually kill a demon, right?" Grim gulped. "Yeah, but it still hurts like hell." Lloyd started wondering just how unkillable this thing really was. Hearing that creepy question, Grim scrambled back and bowed down so fast he almost broke his back. "I swear on my life, Benjamin Lloyd Salom, I will be your loyal servant forever. Just don't kill me." Lloyd mumbled servant, and a light bulb went on in his head. "All right, bet." He agreed so easily that Grim felt like a lab rat walking into a trap. But Lloyd was just thinking Grim looked way too flashy. "Can't you turn into something smaller? You stand out too much, dude." Grimo pulled his sneaky transformation jutsu, turning into a super kawaii chibi version of himself. But don't let those big eyes fool you, this demon is plotting something nasty. He thought, "Hey, take a look at this little punk. If I can't crush him with raw power, I'll just play the long game. I'll make him trust me, become his best bud, and then bam. I'll snatch his body the second he drops his guard." Lloyd casually popped his collar, offering a spot for the little guy to hide. Grimo blinked, totally caught off guard. "For real? Is it actually cool for me to get this close to you, fam?" "No doubt," Lloyd replied with zero hesitation. Grimo's grin twisted into something truly wicked. "This kid is such an NPC. I can hijack minds and manipulate emotions like it's nothing. If I can get within zero range, taking over this meat suit is going to be easier than stealing candy from a baby." Grimo yeeted himself toward Lloyd, all happy-go-lucky. But the second he latched onto Lloyd's skin, reality glitched. A bottomless void opened up, filled with thousands of screaming skulls. The pressure was insane. A thick, suffocating aura crushed down on Grimo like a hydraulic press. He felt like he was about to be ground into demon dust. Gasping for air, he could only think one thing. Lloyd. He ain't human. Lloyd noticed Grimo shaking like a leaf and gave him a gentle pat. Yo, what's with the tremors? You cold or something? Grimo forced a fake smile, sweating bullets. He decided right then and there to play the obedient pet for a while. Fast forward to the next day. Albert rolled up to the library. I knew I'd find you here, Albert teased. Always burying your nose in those thick magic tomes. Huh? That's Albert for you, the second prince of Salome. In Lloyd's eyes, his big bro is the total package brains and brawn. The rumor on the street is that Albert is a lock for the next king. Grimo eyed Albert, sensing a major threat to the throne. But Lloyd, he couldn't care less about royal drama, so he just shrugged it off. Over at the archery range, Albert was putting on a show like usual. Pow, pow. He nailed the two furthest targets with perfect accuracy. The maids and servants went wild, clapping and cheering. All hail Prince Albert. He hit the impossible shot again. Classic fan club behavior. Lloyd tagged along, but not for bows and arrows. He was there to practice his magic aim since firing off spells inside the castle is a major safety hazard. Albert, being the golden child and future heir, gets access to all the top-tier facilities. Sometimes, Albert invites Lloyd to join in unexpectedly. Grimo poked his tiny head out, looking bored out of his mind. Target practice, please. This kiddie game is beneath me. Albert waved him over. Hey, Lloyd. You're up, bro. Your turn to hit the stage. Now, Lloyd has zero interest in the throne. If he shows off too much, it makes Albert look bad. So, Lloyd decided to grind his skills in secret stealth mode activated. Today's mission, spin the fireball so it just barely grazes the targets, Lloyd plotted. He glanced at the dummies. You think hitting the bullseye is hard? Try missing it by a millimeter on purpose. Whoosh! A spinning fireball ripped through the air. It whizzed past every single target, the wind pressure sending them spinning like fidget spinners. Even the furthest one was rotating like crazy. Lloyd nailed the trick shot, but the audience, yeah, they weren't exactly impressed. Even for the Benjamin, that was kinda sad. His aim is all over the place, they whispered. Grimo popped out, fuming. Are you guys blind? You're all a bunch of noobs. That kid missed every target on purpose. It was pure calculation. Grimo was dying to scream the truth, but he kept his mouth shut to stay under cover. He just shivered, realizing Lloyd was a straight-up monster in human skin. While the crowd laughed it off, Albert gave Lloyd a look. He knew something was up. After the crowd dispersed, Lloyd was pumped to have the range to himself. Finally, so many experiments to run. Like that double chant thing Grimo did before. Grimo wagged his little finger. Nuh-uh, impossible. You need 2 mouths to pull that off. It's a demon-exclusive feature. Double chanting requires speaking 2 spells simultaneously. It's the signature move of the djinn. Lloyd took off his glove and winked. Watch this. That's exactly why I hired you. Lloyd's hand suddenly morphed, sucking Grimo right into his palm. He stared at his hand, waiting for the boot-up sequence. A second later, Grimo's ugly mug popped out of Lloyd's skin, screaming bloody murder. What the heck? Who merges a djinn into their own body? That's disgusting. Lloyd tossed logic out the window. Who cares? Now I've officially got 2 mouths. Problem solved. Grimo wanted to fight back, but Lloyd's mana was so dense it was suffocating. He didn't dare try to possess him again. He learned that lesson the hard way. Lloyd asked casually, can you cast Berserk Fireball? Grimo puffed up his cheeks, ego flaring up. Don't insult me. I'm not just some average djinn. If I want to, I can drop high-tier magic like it's nothing. Lloyd nodded, satisfied. Bet. Then let's skip the chit-chat and get to work. Both mouths started chanting at the same time, but Grimo immediately got swamped by Lloyd's ocean of mana. He was just a tiny boat in a hurricane, trapped in Lloyd's flesh. Grimo shrieked in terror, snot and tears flying everywhere. That's my line. What is happening right now? I'm gonna puke. Lloyd was using composite chanting. It's a cheat code where you compress long spells into short keywords to cast faster. Usually, wizards combine a few phrases, but by zipping the files, they can fire off spells instantly. But Lloyd, this maniac compressed about 100 spells into a single breath and fired it off. Lloyd tested the 100 spell combo on Grimo. The poor demon's head felt like it was gonna explode. He hurled. I can't do that. That's illegal. At best, a normal demon can combine 2 or 3 spells. No wonder Grimo got absolutely wrecked by Lloyd's 100-layer heavy load. To optimize the workflow, Lloyd had a lightbulb moment. He used his mana to split Grimo's face into 2 separate mouths on his hand. Lloyd nodded, looking at his handiwork. Nice. Now Grimo can handle the pressure of the 100-spell chant without crashing. Grimo was still complaining, so Lloyd just slapped a hand over mouth Noah. Sorry, buddy, but I need to borrow this one for a sec. Lloyd unleashed the combo. Berserk Fireball mixed with Explosive Water Bullet. Just two high-tier spells, but Grimo screamed like he was being roasted alive in a deep fryer. Yo, fam, he isn't just mixing spells. He's literally fusing two independent, god-tier magic circles like it's nothing. Even Grim started praying to every deity he knew, realizing this wasn't just a boom, it was a catastrophe waiting to happen. With our main character, Lloyd, the math never adds up. 1 + 1 equals total destruction times 100. And look at him, he's absolutely hyped. It was his first time test driving this dual casting combo, and the raw energy output was way too massive to handle. He couldn't just blast the ground without destroying the map, so he channeled all that chaos into his fingertips and spun it like a fidget spinner of death. Boom! A massive tornado ripped through the field, launching the targets sky high before detonating in the clouds. Meanwhile, back with the royals, the dusty old ministers didn't get the hype, but Prince Alberto just laughed and asked if they were all blind. Lloyd didn't miss. That spell's trajectory was calculated to curve and wipe out every single target, even the ones hiding in the back. He was actually controlling the blast wave. Alberto realized right then that Lloyd wasn't just good. He was a prodigy destined to be the greatest mage of the era. That is a chess piece he absolutely cannot lose, and the ministers finally started nodding along like bobbleheads. As the future king, securing a bestie alliance with a magic genius is basically rule Noah for survival. Alberto waved them off to check the scoreboard, betting his crown that the kid hit a perfect strike. The doubters were clueless, but outside? The training dummies were utterly obliterated after that sky beam. Alberto looked like he just won the lottery, while Lloyd put on his best me, innocent act and ran over. "Did I do good, big bro?" Lloyd asked, and Alberto literally picked him up and swung him around in pure joy. The prince was fanboying hard over the accuracy, but Lloyd played the "I'm so tired" card to avoid answering questions. Alberto immediately insisted on throwing a fancy celebratory dinner to honor the little genius. One official was confused because it was pitch black outside at 4 in the afternoon, but only Grim knew the terrifying reason why. Turns out, Lloyd's attack punched a massive hole in the stratosphere, literally blocking out the sun. The void started leaking in, so Lloyd frantically patched the ozone layer before chilling out with a newspaper that night like nothing happened. Grim thought the kid was just a magic nerd, but it turns out Lloyd had already speed-read every single book in the library. He unlocked tons of knowledge but was bored out of his mind until a specific headline caught his attention. Some A-rank squad just cleared a dungeon and scored legendary loot and magic artifacts. Grim didn't get the hype, but Lloyd slammed the table and declared, "We are raiding a dungeon," which Grim immediately vetoed. You can't just run away from the castle, but Lloyd was desperate to let loose without worrying about accidentally nuking the kingdom. Honestly, Grim was more worried the kid would accidentally delete a mountain or break the sky again if he went outside. But Lloyd had a plan. He grabbed a simple acorn and pumped it full of growth magic to create a decoy. The nut wiggled and instantly morphed into a wooden clone that looked exactly like our main character. Grim inspected it from every angle and gasped. This thing was 4K quality, complete with a heartbeat and working senses. It could even do Lloyd's goofy dances. Grim gave a thumbs up, thinking the escape plan was in the bag. Lloyd shook his head. If it were that simple, he'd be gone already. The problem is the maid, Sophia. She literally noticed he grew 0.7 millimeters last week. Nothing gets past her radar. Since her eyes are basically precise measuring tapes, Lloyd knew his stupid dance moves wouldn't fool her for a second. And that is exactly why Grim is here. Moments later, Lloyd was outside, breathing in the fresh air of freedom. He waved his hand to test the signal, and Grim's face popped up in his mind, confirming the audio and video link was crystal clear. That 10G magic Wi-Fi was strong. Back in the room, Grim, wearing the clone's skin, thought he absolutely nailed the disguise. Grim checked himself out in the mirror, looking so fresh that the maids started giggling at his sudden narcissism. He shuddered, remembering how Lloyd literally ripped his soul out and stuffed it into this wooden puppet earlier. Lloyd warned him to watch out for Sophia, so Grim nodded and pinched his new elastic cheeks to test the hardware. This was a masterpiece of a puppet, complete with its own internal magic circuit. Suddenly, a devious thought struck him. With Lloyd gone, there was nobody left to boss him around. But just then, Lloyd's voice rang in his head, dropping a wholesome bomb. "I'm really glad we're friends, Grim. I trust you, buddy." Hearing that, a tear rolled down Grim's cheek, and Lloyd's actual hand got wet miles away. Lloyd was super confused, while Grim panicked, flailing Lloyd's fingers around and screaming back through the link. "Just shut up and go already," Grim yelled, but Lloyd froze mid-flight because he forgot to check Google Maps for the dungeon's location. Yo, wouldn't it be great if he could just Google map his way out of here? Lloyd had flown so far from the castle that seeing another human being would be a total glitch in the Matrix. Suddenly, a massive dust storm kicked up down below, grabbing his attention. A squad of huge, nasty orcs was hunting down a tiny figure. But hold up, the girl didn't run. She spun around, locking onto the lead orc like a boss. Even Isabella popped out, using both eyes to catch every second of this drama. You don't see raw action like this back at the boring castle. Her fist slammed into that meat shield so hard, it literally left a knuckle imprint on his back. The other two orcs started praying to their ancestors real quick when they saw their buddy getting absolutely wrecked. She didn't stop there. She pivoted, smashing her foot into Lefty's jaw, then spun like a tornado to drop-kick the other guy right in the face. The last orc went full berserker mode and charged, but she just handstand landed like a pro gymnast, flipping backward with zero effort. Her arms wove a circle, summoning a mysterious energy that flowed with her movement. Boom. A second later, the orc behind her got ripped apart by the invisible force. Guts flying everywhere. Fam. Lloyd flew closer to inspect the drip. She had the symbol for martial arts tatted on her back. This was his first time seeing a real-deal martial artist in the flesh. Her breathing technique was straight fire. The shockwave from her exhale blew all the way up to the mountain peak where our boy was hiding. Lloyd remembered reading some foreign book about a secret technique called chi. It lets people store breath inside and unleash superhuman power. He rubbed his chin, intrigued. So that's chi, huh? But suddenly, the girl's gaze locked onto his hiding spot like a laser. Hey, lurker. Identify yourself right now. Lloyd jumped out of his skin. How did she sense him from miles away? She got wall hacks or something. He wondered if he should let her catch her breath before saying hi, you know, just to be polite. He really wanted the tea on that dungeon and her key moves. But Isabella screamed in his ear, roasting him for being so naive. If you go down there looking like that, she's gonna clock you as the prince instantly, you idiot. Too late. Miss Patience of a Saint Flash stepped right up to Lloyd's face before he could blink. Luckily, he shapeshifted the second her foot hit the ground. Sup, nice to meet ya. I'm Roberto, rookie adventurer. The girl froze for a solid 5 seconds. Perfect time for Lloyd to explain his new look. His shapeshifting magic is limited to people he's seen, but turning into Alberto would just drag the poor knight into this mess. So, Lloyd pulled a genius move. He took the left side of his own face and mashed it up with the right side of Alberto's face, creating a totally new, unrecognizable, handsome guy. The girl whipped around, stuttering like crazy while trying to talk to Lloyd. I'm Tao, currently a B-rank adventurer. A martial master. Lloyd started sweating bullets. Does she suspect me? He thought, bracing for a fight. Nope. Her heart was actually exploding because Roberto was dropped dead gorgeous. She did a little victory dance inside. After 18 years, her time had finally come. She ran away from her dojo to find a fairy tale romance, but every guy she met was either weak sauce or played for the other team. My dating dry spell is finally over, she cheered internally. Meanwhile, Lloyd was frantically trying to find an excuse to dip. Unexpectedly, Tao volunteered to guide him through the dungeon. In her head, this wasn't a quest. It was their first date. They rolled up to a nameless dungeon, packed with orcs and other creatures that looked straight up disgusting. Tao took a stance, inhaled deep, and blasted the monster's back with a wave of chi. She winked playfully, turning back to him. So, how was that, Roberto? Fall in love with me yet? Tragically, Lloyd wasn't even looking at her. He was too busy figuring out how to loot a shiny magic stone to take home. As they walked, Tao vented about being a freelance adventurer and how impossible it was to find a decent guy in this industry. Lloyd seized the chance to ask about that key move. Tao was shook hardly anyone on this continent knew about the arts. Lloyd nodded, analyzing it. It felt like mana, but different, and the way she breathed seemed to be the secret sauce. Tao broke it down simply. Martial arts begins and ends with breathing. You cycle the chi through your body with a breath, and bam, explosive energy. The trick is sensing the chi inside you first. But hey, it'd be easier if you just borrowed some of mine, she hinted, trying to hold hands. Once again, Lloyd totally ignored her advances. Lloyd was already trying to copy her breathing. He inhaled and held it, but suddenly, his lungs felt like they were being crushed in a vice. Tao jumped up in a panic. Wait, Roberto. Are you trying to use chi right now? Lloyd exhaled, stabilizing himself. He tried to mimic her flow but realized it was hardcore. Tao frantically stopped him before he hurt himself. If you force chi before your body is ready, your lungs will feel like they're on fire. Lloyd nodded, but his mind was racing. He could feel it an energy different from mana living inside him. Could he control it using magic logic? After huffing and puffing for a bit, Lloyd was drenched in sweat. Tao saw his serious face and couldn't help but giggle. That won't work yet. Guess I'll have to tutor you on ki personally. Lloyd beamed a blinding smile, thanking her. From now on, maintain that breath rhythm nonstop or I'll smack you. Meanwhile, Grace was chilling with snacks, judging Lloyd hard. You're such a weirdo, she thought. Lloyd had power and a chill life, yet he only cared about the grind. All Lloyd cares about is that magic life. Because he is so obsessed, it is only a matter of time before the whole squad gathers around him. Found you. Lloyd suddenly popped up from behind like a ninja. Poor Grimo was so shook he dropped his cake right on the floor. Rip to that snack. Back to the action. Tao is showing off her chi moves to Lloyd. She was like, check this out. My energy blast is strong enough to yeet a boss-level wolf across the room. Once the boss is down for the count, the loot box finally spawns. It is treasure time, fam. Tao is betting big on some legendary gear inside. But Lloyd, he is weirdly focused on whether the chest itself can level up or grow. Classic nerd brain. He is super curious about the dungeon logic. Why does the loot only drop after the boss wipe? The whole setup is totally sus to him. Tao watches him geek out and realizes something hilarious. This guy is literally more hyped about the box design than the actual treasure inside. Seeing Lloyd actually use the breathing technique she taught him, Tao is literally crying tears of joy right now. He is a natural. She is convinced she just found her future hubby. If she can stage a cute little accident here, even that grumpy old boomer back home will have to bless this marriage. Lloyd suddenly yanks Tao toward the chest. He is itching to see what kind of mystery loot is hiding in there. Tao is expecting some basic trash loot, but the second it opens, a shadow scythe spawns from the darkness like a horror movie jump scare. Lloyd's instincts kick in. He grabs Tao and pulls her out of the kill zone just in time. Her bag gets sliced cleanly in half. Then, this nasty, sticky black shadow starts oozing out of the ground like toxic sludge. So gross. It forms a skeleton body with a tail way too long for its own good. Tao realizes they are dealing with a straight-up lich. Major trouble. Tao is absolutely losing her mind, while Lloyd is just staring at it like it is a cool science experiment. Tao clenches her fist, getting ready to throw hands. She tells Lloyd to wait outside, but he wants front row seats to the fight. So Tao makes a split-second decision and aims an attack right at Lloyd. He pops a barrier, totally confused, as the blast sends him flying out of the room. Tao whispers a quick, sorry, babe, as he gets launched. She knows that hit yeeted him clear out of the dungeon. He might break a few bones, but hey, better a cast than a coffin, right? The lich's arm glows and fires a barrage of shadow blades. Tao twists in the air, dodging the sharp edges like she is in the Matrix. She spins a kick charged with ki, thinking no one is going to believe this story. A lich spawning in a noob-level dungeon? That is a total system glitch. Even an A-rank adventurer would struggle against this beast. She just needs to hold the line until Lloyd is safe and sound. Meanwhile, Lloyd is literally enjoying his free flight through the air. He is bummed he cannot study the chi technique or the dungeon anymore. Priorities. Dude, the poor little mobs in the hallway get absolutely flattened by Lloyd's barrier as he flies past. Total collateral damage. He still doesn't get why he got evicted from the boss room. Was there some VIP rule he missed? He asks Grimo, but gets zero response. Lloyd waves his hand is the dungeon blocking his Wi-Fi. Then he hears Grimo groaning in pain. Master Lloyd, come back. Save us. Back in the boss room, Tao is covered in cuts. Her HP is dropping fast. She has not been this gassed in years. Figuring Lloyd is safe by now, she starts backing up to make her own escape. Suddenly, the lich speaks. Is that chi? Its voice sounds like it is echoing straight from the depths of hell. Creepy factor, 1000. The lich remembers that technique. It is from a civilization it destroyed ages ago. Talk about dark history. Ha! She is just a cheap knockoff of real magic, it scoffs. Compared to the souls this monster has devoured, Tao is nothing but a snack. The only thing that impressed it was Lloyd, the kid who actually reacted to its first surprise attack. Tao stops retreating. She puts her hands on her hips and stares the lich down. You and that guy Roberto? Totally different leagues. Even if the lich learns skills, Lloyd is a genius who understands the soul of every stone. Just thinking about him makes Tao smile. People call chi peasant fighting, but Lloyd thought it was awesome. The lich just giggles at her sentiment. So rude. Why should I care? Tao rushes in for an attack, but she cannot break through its magic shield. It is too tanky. She goes berserk, striking wildly. She has trained every single day since she was 5 years old. She sacrificed her love life for this power. She trained through rain and shine like a maniac. And the lich just replies with a sarcastic, so what? The disrespect. But it didn't see this coming. Smash. She headbutts right through its shield. Then she delivers a massive kick that sends the lich bouncing like a soccer ball. Tao is gasping for air. I told you. She wheezes, don't you ever look down on me. That last wind bullet drained her mana bar completely. She collapses, unable to move a single muscle. She is a sitting duck. Pathetic. The lich teleports behind her, charging up a massive dark magic spell. This looks like the end. Chat. You tried to break my shield with your ultimate move, but a fraction of my magic is stronger than your entire existence. You wasted your whole life grinding a useless skill tree. Ouch, that hits deep. Tao bites her lip, accepting her fate as the claw swings down. The ground cracks, crunch. But wait, the Lich's claw just shattered against a familiar barrier. Lloyd saved the day. He looks at her with that main character energy. What's wrong? Tao. Throwing in the towel already. Bet. Let me handle this clown real quick. I got places to be, so it's speedrun time. Nathan eyed the Lich like a kid on Christmas morning with a brand new console. Yo. Ugly. Ready to catch these hands? Tao was vibing in the shield, totally shook, but Nathan bounced back into the fray like an absolute boss. She tried to speak, but Nathan was locked in. It's wizard duel time. They both started dropping casting spells. Boom! Nathan teleported behind that bonehead before he could even finish his verse. While everyone was gasping, Nathan was holding his breath, charging up that aura. The Lich was sweating bullets, trying to cast faster. He couldn't compute how Nathan was spamming wind, magic, and movement skills simultaneously. Plus, Nathan's defense stat maxed out. That shield was built different. Hundreds of shadow size hit, but zero damage. Nathan just chuckled at the Lich's laggy performance. Mixing aura and magic is glitchy as hell, but our boy ain't a quitter. He just needed to lock in and focus. Tao's voice replayed in his head like a viral clip. Nathan started dodging like crazy, inhaling deep, filling those lungs with pure oxygen. Those scythes were chasing him like annoying NPCs, so Nathan just rage quit his shield. Yeet. The Lich thought he broke Nathan's guard and started getting cocky. Big mistake, buddy. But Tao peeped the strat. Nathan didn't lose the shield. He dropped it to gulp down that fresh air and buff his breathing technique. He was weaving through attacks, just focusing on that breathing rhythm. In, out, in, out. He was remixing magic and aura on the fly. His lungs felt heavy, but check his hand. Something legendary was charging up. That smirk on his face? Oh yeah, it's game over. He swung. And bam. A crescent moon blast fueled by mana and aura. It dusted those scythes like they were made of glass. Bro really tried to PvP against a Smurf account. Sit down, noob. Nathan went full manic mode, spamming attacks left and right, looking like a kid in a candy store. He was cackling like, haha, this is content. I'm addicted to this power trip. No chant time, just straight blasting. The Lich was glitching out, thinking, is that aura? Hacks. Then he realized it's magic too? How is this dude mixing classes? That's illegal. The Lich was getting pushed back to the spawn point. Nathan kept refining the attack, making it razor thin and ultra sharp. Finally, the attack became a single, perfect line of destruction. Lich popped a shield, but it was useless. Nathan swiped and slice. Shield broken, Lich cut in half. Fatality. As he faded into pixels, the monster whispered, no shot. Nathan flashed a grin at Tao. Good game, EZ. Time for the loot box. But Tao just sighed when she saw the drop a rusty knife. Trash tier loot after that epic fight. But wait, Nathan sensed some hidden enchantments on it. Tao waved him off like a pro. Nah fam, that's vendor trash. Don't waste your inventory space. But Nathan had a hunch. Suddenly, the chest started sinking into the floor like quicksand. Nathan's big brain activated. The chest is the dungeon core. It's the heart of this place. This thing eats magic items to level up the dungeon itself. It's alive. It absorbs gear from failed runs. So when we win, it spits out the loot it ate. Nathan was geeking out on lore, so Tao had to drag his butt out before the dungeon ate them alive. Nathan watched the place collapse with that chaotic curiosity, so it goes dormant to recharge. Tao nodded, still shook that Nathan was actually a high-tier mage class. She was wondering, why use aura if you have magic? Was he just trolling me this whole time? Nathan just shrugged, cause it's fun. Then oof. He realized he forgot his homie back at base. He grabbed the dagger and dipped. Before he left, Tao yelled, yo. That move was the secret Kiku Ga art. Even I can't do that. Tao waved goodbye, catching major feels and making promises to herself. I'm gonna grind levels and become a queen, she vowed. Nathan just nodded. Competition makes the grind better. I'll train until I'm worthy of you, Roberto. Wait. Wrong name. Girl. You got the wrong guy. She was so caught up in her romance fantasy, she forgot to get his number or add him on socials. Major fail. Meanwhile, Grace was looking like a zombie at home. When Nathan walked in, tears streamed down that poor dude's face. Turns out Sophia went full drill sergeant. She was crying while spanking him for being weak. Back to the tutorial level for you, savage. Grace's pride was totally in the gutter. Fam. He felt useless, just spamming messages for his master to come back. But then, the next day, Lloyd pulls up and flashes the loot to Grace. Look at that little spirit pout. You ghosted me just to pick up this dollar store knife. Lloyd had to apologize to calm him down, but low-key, this rusty blade is a legendary treasure. First step of the master plan, Lloyd drops it into boiling water. Sizzle time. Watch that steam rise. Then Lloyd scrapes the surface. The magic coating peels off just like that. This is bone ink, the secret sauce for enchanting OP gear. This random knife was actually packing some ancient tier strength buffs. Who would have thought? If Lloyd can harvest this stuff, he can hack the enchanting system. He shakes the beaker like a bartender making a forbidden smoothie. But nope, zero reaction. The bone ink from the knife is a huge head start, but this stuff is harder to craft than a legendary item. One wrong move, and the whole batch is trash. So, Lloyd decides to go full mad scientist and analyze the ink himself. He hits it with a purification spell. The pot starts bubbling like a witch's brew. It's breaking down. Oil, silver, and even red magic powder separate perfectly. The spell was weak, but Lloyd's persistence is god tier, and the raw materials reveal themselves. Grace clocks that red magic powder immediately. That stuff is super rare. You only get it by crushing the core of a magic beast. Good thing Lloyd snatched that chest lid from the dungeon earlier. He's playing 5D chess with these resources. Grace is hype. Now they just need some silver oil and a pile of weapons to start their own armory. Lloyd runs to his dad, putting on the puppy eyes for some cash. Pops hands over a bag of silver like it's pocket change. You want gold too, son? His dad is dying to know what the genius kid is building now. Meanwhile, Lloyd runs back to his room and melts the money into his magic pot. The next day, it's rematch time with Sinfa. Lloyd tries to be slick, vanishing and flanking her from behind. She thinks he's being cute, but boom, earth magic spikes shoot up from the ground, caught her slipping. Lloyd jumps in for the finish, but wait. Where did she go? She vanished. She was chilling below him the whole time. One casual swing of her sword, and our boy Lloyd faceplants into the dirt. Sinfa catches him like a pro. She's actually proud because his skills are back to normal. She thought he was nerfed, but Grace was just messing with his mana flow. Lloyd is holding a can of that precious oil. He's shocked when Sinfa says, "You only get this reward if you can actually beat me." Sinfa shakes her head, smiling. "I was so worried you got weaker, my lord. But I was wrong. You were just having a bad day, right?" Grace is hiding behind a pillar, cheeks puffed out in rage. Even with limited mana, how is Lloyd still taking L's against her? Turns out, there are levels to this game, and Sinfa is the final boss. But she's still stressing about Lloyd's future. He's only 10 years old. If he keeps grinding like this, the title of Sword King won't even be enough for him. Lloyd skips back to his room with the oil. The ink brewing went way smoother than expected. Now he needs test subjects, so he runs to Alberto. Alberto laughs. "I thought you wanted a toy or something. You really are obsessed with magic, aren't you, little bro?" Lloyd nods. Yup. Before he can even explain, Alberto goes full commander mode and orders his knights. Strip. Now, the knights have to take off all their weapons and armor for little Lloyd. Use whatever you want, Lloyd. Just have fun. Alberto is supportive, but the knights are crying on the inside. That guy just finished paying off his sword loan yesterday. And enchanting is high-level stuff. It usually blows the weapon up. A 10-year-old kid doing enchanting? Yeah, right. But Lloyd is the favorite prince, so they have to swallow their tears and obey. Grace hears them doubting his master from behind the door. Oh, he is triggered now. Enchant all this trash gear. Show these noobs the most powerful weapons they've ever seen. Lloyd feels the heat and gets fired up too. Lloyd grabs the finest brush to save space. He starts writing runes like a machine, cramming in as many spells as possible. Grace's jaw drops. Look at that technique. He's boosting durability and elasticity in a single tiny enchantment sequence. But then, a big drop of ink falls. Boom! The sword explodes. The knights jump out of their skins. Lloyd scratches his head. The steel is too weak to handle his OP spells. They bring a second sword, but boom. Another one bites the dust. I lost count of the explosions, guys. Finally, one sword actually survives the process without shattering. Lloyd gets greedy and wants to add more buffs, but Grace stops him before he ruins it. Final score, 50 successes out of 120. Lloyd bows his head, looking guilty. Sorry, bro. Truth is, 80 worked, but he overloaded them with too much magic power. Alberto inspects a sword carefully. Even a master enchanter usually only has a 10% success rate. He realizes Lloyd isn't just smart, he's a monster. The knights are whispering, terrified that he blew up 70 swords. In the end, nobody dares to roast him. They're just like, wow, it looks sharper than before. Fake it, till you make it, guys. Sophia was about to throw hands, but this dude zipped it real quick. Why? 'Cause that enchanted blade just sliced its own sheath like hot butter. Grimo was hiding in the back, cackling like a maniac, waiting to see who's dumb enough to disrespect his boy Lloyd again. Prince Alberto peeped the vibes immediately. When Lloyd begged to see the sword in real combat, Big Bro was like, say less, let's go. Yo, wanna ride with me? Dad gave us a mission. We're finna go clap some monster cheeks in the forest. Lloyd was pumped to hit the road with Sophia. It's his first time touching grass in the monster forest, but Sophia knew exactly where the beasts were lurking. She knew Lloyd was itching for some action. Being stuck in the castle is a drag, so this road trip was a rare W for him. He was dying to see his custom-enchanted weapons go ham on those monsters. Time for a stress test. Meanwhile, Alberto is chilling in the carriage, sipping tea and roasting Sophia. You really can't take your eyes off him, can you? Sophia thanked him for the ride but played it cool. I'm just his bodyguard and tutor. Gotta keep the VIP safe. Suyer. Alberto smirked, pointing at the glowing blade. But admit it, you're just as hyped about this gear as he is. Even though she tried to act professional, she couldn't hide that look in her eyes. Alberto kept poking the bear until Xing Sophia whipped that blade out. Bro backed up 30 feet instantly. But wait, Sophia wasn't playing games anymore. Her vibe switched to pure killer mode. Chill, Prince. It ain't you, she hissed. We got crashers. Suddenly, a squad of kobolds jumped them. Alberto didn't even spill his tea. He just leaned back, casually dodging a blade like he was in the Matrix. Total boss move. The knights started panicking. Watch out, they got steel. Lloyd started acting all shook. Oh no, I'm so scared. Oscar's performance right there. Grimo popped out like, cut the cap, bro. You knew they were coming 5 minutes ago. Stop trolling. See, Lloyd was using that key technique Tao taught him. He's basically got a built-in radar for everything around him. Grimo was getting a headache dealing with this kid. Oh snap, here we go. Lloyd cheered as a knight swung his sword. Slice. One tap and the kobold got split like a Kit Kat bar. Both the monster and the knight were shook. The other knights were losing their minds. Yo, how is this blade so sharp? It's illegal. It wasn't just skin. That blade sliced through steel shields like paper. Lloyd grinned, realizing his enchantments were absolutely broken. The weapons were so good, the soldiers looked like toddlers swinging lightsabers. Alberto laughed, rubbing Lloyd's head. See that? That's my little bro's magic. The kid is a certified genius. Even Sophia had to nod in agreement. But seeing her look so innocent while wiping monster blood off her blade, yeah, that's terrifying. Suddenly, a stray kobold rushed Lloyd. Before Alberto could move, bam, Tao dropped from the sky and kicked that beast in the mouth. Everyone gasped. Lloyd started praying she wouldn't recognize him. Tao hit a pose and sniffed the air. I smell a hottie. I sense danger. Correction, I felt the beast's aura. I am just a humble traveler passing by to assist. Lloyd almost said her name, rookie mistake. Tao spun around, grabbing his chin and staring deep into his soul. You're using key breathing. I thought you were Roberto, but the vibe is similar. Even your face looks kind of familiar. Chop. Another kobold lost its head. Sophia stepped in, voice ice cold. Back off. Lady, thanks for the assist, but don't get in our way. And show some respect when talking to Lord Lloyd. I ain't in the way. I knew there was a monster behind me. Don't sleep on my Kai, girl. Sparks were flying. Alberto had to jump in before they started a street fight. A bit later, they finally reached the lake. Alberto thanked Tao and dropped the bomb. I'm the second prince. Tao panicked and apologized for acting wild. Inside, she was screaming, he's gorgeous. But her gut told her there was a weird link between this prince and that Roberto guy. Her handsome guy radar was pinging like crazy. She started hunting for Lloyd, while our boy was diving into bushes to hide. Ironically, the same stealth skill he learned from her was leading her right to him. Desperate to escape, Lloyd dived into a tent and landed face first into something very soft and bouncy. What's the big idea? Sophia asked casually. Why are you crashing my changing room? She then dropped a bomb. We're sharing a tent tonight. Since the knights were busy guarding the prince, she was the only one available to guard the VIP. Lloyd tried to flee, but Sophia locked him in a thigh chokehold. You ain't going nowhere. That crazy stalker outside is more dangerous than the monsters. Speak of the devil. Tao ripped the tent flap open. I knew it. I sensed Roberto's energy in here. The spicy view made Tao spray a nosebleed fountain. Whoosh. A knife flew at her face, but she dodged just in time. Sophia glared, dagger in hand. I smell a dummy. The two girls started going at it again. Lloyd was sweating bullets. This was worse than politics. And outside, Alberto just sipped his tea, enjoying the drama like it was his favorite reality TV show. Smash that like button if you want to see who wins this catfight. Yo, fam. Tao noticed Sophia's vibe check totally shifted since she became Lloyd's bodyguard. That ain't the look of a knight. That's a girl catching major feelings for a guy. While our boy Lloyd was completely clueless, classic MC syndrome, Prince Albert dropped some wisdom. Watch out, bro. Relationships with women? That's the scariest dungeon of all. Tao mentioned she had a gig repairing a temple up on the hill. Sophia smirked. Cool story, now beat it. But Albert wasn't having it. Letting Tao go solo was way too risky. Since someone with top-tier senses could feel danger lurking, they decided to keep Tao close. Better safe than sorry, right? They were scanning the perimeter near the village. Suddenly, Tao and Lloyd snapped their heads in the same direction. Tao's gaze turned icy cold. Forget the lookout, they're already here. A dark shadow blitzed past the horse. A savage werewolf materialized out of nowhere, stomping down with one foot and crushing the poor beast instantly. Rip, horsey. The knights scrambled into formation, but looking at the wide shot, bruh, that werewolf was absolutely massive compared to them. We're talking boss-level size. The beast went berserk, lunging for a bite. Miraculously, none of the knights lost a limb, but that was way too close for comfort. They screamed to maintain spacing and find a weak spot. Sophia immediately signaled Lloyd, "Get behind me, boss." "I got this." While everyone else was sweating bullets, Lloyd was excited. He was analyzing that wolf like it was free real estate. Despite being a chonker, that monster was moving with insane speed. Meanwhile, Grace was totally distracted, staring at that broken temple in the distance. Something sketchy was definitely calling out to him. Tao charged in for a frontal assault, shocking the knights with her speed. As the werewolf staggered, Prince Albert stepped up to deliver the finisher. "Sorry, Mr. Wolf. Nothing personal, fam. But if you're messing up the village vibes, then for the peace of the Salem Kingdom, you gotta get deleted." Albert launched a raging fireball, incinerating the beast in seconds. The knights threw their swords up, hyping him up like crazy. "That's our second prince. His magic power is absolutely cracked. What a legend." Even Albert was shook. He's usually not that OP, but thanks to the enchantments Lloyd put on his sword, the damage output was off the charts. Lloyd snickered to himself. Of course, he put the best buffs on the most expensive sword. Money moves only. That's when Grimo realized that temple was actually a seal. Suddenly, the dead wolf started smoking. And guess what? A whole army of werewolves crawled out of the woodwork. A creepy, deep voice boomed through the air. "Cuke, cuke. You pathetic humans. How dare you lay a hand on my minions? You've got a death wish." Then, something nasty crawled straight out of the werewolf's mouth. It introduced itself as the Magein, Pazuzu. Tao shivered in disgust watching a demon crawl out of a wolf's throat. That's negative 10,000 aura points. So gross. On Pazuzu's command, the demon beasts went feral. Albert sliced one's head clean off, but it just snapped back on like nothing happened. Hacks. He's using hacks. Tao rushed in for backup, but it was useless. These things were respawning instantly. These weren't your average werewolves. They were hybrid mutants, twisted by Pazuzu's dark control code. Lloyd turned to Grace. "Yo, you know this Pazuzu guy? Isn't he your cousin or something?" Grace had no clue but realized Pazuzu was using mimicry magic to control the beasts. Basically, those monsters think Pazuzu is their mommy and daddy. It's twisted. He tweaked his magical signature scent and color to match the beasts perfectly. Plus, this buff gave them insane health regeneration. If they don't take down the boss, Pazuzu, this raid is going to go on until everyone runs out of stamina and dies. Suddenly, Lloyd's eyes lit up. "Hey Grace, teach me that identity theft magic." Grace looked at him like, "Bro, read the room." His learning spirit is truly chaotic. People are literally fighting for their lives, and Lloyd is trying to farm skills. Grace was definitely not vibing with this. Pazuzu kept trash-talking, enjoying seeing Albert and Tao struggle. Then he spotted Sophia and Lloyd. "Oh ho? Who's that little shrimp hiding behind you? Looks like he's peed his pants already. Only trash needs a babysitter like that." Tao felt a sudden chill down her spine. Sophia turned to Lloyd, her voice eerily calm. "Master Lloyd, may I step away for a moment?" Albert saw Sophia entering demon mode and tried to pull her back to protect Lloyd, but it was too late. Pazuzu just had to pour more gas on the fire. "Abandoning the brat to play with me? Smart choice. Join my crew as a subordinate." Sophia tilted her head. "Subordinate? You mean that meat sack you're wearing? The stench is so vile, I think my nose just filed for divorce." "Ah, I figured it out. That rot is coming from the breath of the monkey hiding inside." Her voice dropped to absolute zero, scaring even Prince Albert. This time, Sophia drew her blade for real. Not because of the danger, but because that baboon was polluting the fresh air. Lloyd breathes. "Simp level, max." Pazuzu laughed, warning them that the burn damage from Albert's fireball had already fully healed. "As long as I pump mana, these beasts respawn infinitely. I'm a Magein born of pure magic. Your regret comes too late." Sophia just pinched her nose and smirked. "You're just a smelly piece of trash. Can you shut your trap already?" In a flash, the werewolf and Pazuzu teleported right in front of her. It unhinged its jaw, chomping down on the ground and swallowing Sophia whole. "No!" Albert screamed in panic, but suddenly slash. The werewolf's body slid apart like soft tofu. Only its 4 legs were left standing. Sophia stood there, casually flicking the dirty blood off her blade. Barely even an appetizer. Now, shouldn't we get to the fun part? Pazuzu panicked, instantly regenerating his limbs. But in that moment, the other demon beasts slowed down. Their healing lagged. Albert clocked it immediately. Pazuzu had to focus all his mana to heal his host body, leaving the minions vulnerable. "That's it. Just keep pressure on the boss, and we've got this in the bag. Yo, Cinzia, go crazy on this fool. Deal as much damage as you can while the squad gets into formation." But Pazu, this dude wasn't even sweating it. In fact, he was trash-talking them like, "Y'all are actually brain dead." Meanwhile, Professor Grimoa is dropping knowledge bombs in class. He's explaining why shape-shifting magic is basically the holy grail of power. See, that creep Pazu can tweak his mana to vibe with those demon beasts, controlling them like puppets. But mastering that tech? That takes a grind so hard even demons struggle with it. It is a meta strategy used often in high-level warfare. Our boy Nathan is locked in, practicing how to add 4K color and smell to his magic like a total pro. And boom, my guy literally sculpts a pink flower out of thin air. And he even added a scent feature. That is talent. Grimo is sniffing that flower, giving it 5 stars on Yelp. But right while they are chilling, the beaten body of a werewolf and Pazu's shocked face just yeet past them in the background. Back to the fight. Cinzia grabs a knight's sword, looking chill as a cucumber. Zero panic in her eyes. Pazu is shook. He cannot find a single glitch in her defense. He is thinking, why is a top-tier swordswoman playing babysitter right now? She grips that blade Nathan enchanted, and her face goes darker than a thunderstorm. But chill. It is just wholesome teacher vibes seeing her student level up so fast. Pazu busts out laughing. He thinks he figured it out. She is desperate to protect Nathan. He taunts her saying, "How about I dice that kid into 1,000,000 pixels and study his biology? I bet he is just a useless lump of meat anyway." Big mistake, buddy. Cinzia's expression just switched to full-on slasher movie villain. Pazu sees her freeze and lunges in for a bite. Humans are so basic, always exposing your weak spots. He tries to monologue, but suddenly, silence. Even with his red skin, the dude turns pale as a ghost staring into her eyes. He is like, "Wait, who am I fighting again?" Cinzia spins 360 degrees, unleashing the Twin Dragon Apex Strike. She is moving like a serpent, wrapping around him with pure steel. She follows up with a descending slash, cleanly decapitating that beast armor. Pazu retracts his head like a scared turtle, screaming from the inside, "You absolute psycho woman." Cinzia stomps on the falling head and goes full Gordon Ramsay on him. She delivers 1,000 stabs, filleting the meat and bone armor protecting Pazu until the ground literally cracks beneath the DPS. Pazu pops out like a squeezed zit. His real body looks like a dried-up monkey completely out of juice. "Finally decided to show your ugly mug, you disgusting little chimp. Do not you dare think your gross hands can touch a hair on Lord Nathan." She lands, and the whole battlefield, monsters included, forgets to breathe. She points the blade right at his nose. "This sword was blessed by my master. How does it taste?" The villain scrambles away like a rat. But suddenly, a new monster rises from the ashes, radiating pure death energy. Before she can celebrate, she freezes up. Her eyes lock onto the ground in total shock. Someone is shouting over the clash of steel. Mission accomplished. We got the beast under control. But Alberto isn't popping champagne yet. His face is grim. It is not over. Unless we delete Emily, they will just keep respawning. Even I was stunned hearing that news. In the middle of the chaos, Cinzia is barely holding herself up, gripping her sword like a lifeline. Her eyes are losing focus. Even Alberto in the back is like, "Yo, what is happening to her?" A massive roar rips through the air. The boss monster screams, "My precious pets that I raised with such care." You can feel the salt in his voice. Pazu is blaming Cinzia for ruining 100 years of grinding since the temple seal broke. "They are all dust now because of you, you trash-tier swordswoman." He does not give her a second to recover. He launches a server wiping attack straight at Cinzia, trying to one-shot her right there. She gets slammed into the swamp below. Alberto screams out, "Cinzia." Alberto stumbles, his HP hitting 0. He collapses on the cold ground, completely bewildered. What is this hack? My consciousness is fading. It is like I am being forced to log out. Pazu gloats. "This is my magic. Just like those beasts, anyone who inhales this gas belongs to me now. Welcome to my domination." But Cinzia just props herself up on her sword, looking at him with pure disgust. "Why does your breath smell so bad, though?" He is talking too much. I dash in and block his next strike with a blast of energy. I am gritting my teeth, trying to hold the line. Cinzia looks confused, but then a massive shockwave blasts Pazu backward, isolating him from the fight. I check on Cinzia immediately. Yo, you good? Can you stand? She is leaning heavily on her blade, trying to act tough. This is not your beef. I am totally fine, so get lost. Seeing her barely standing but still acting proud made me see red. I shouted, Girl, stop the cap. You are not fine. Yo, listen up. If your legs still work, you need to bounce. Get out of here. Struggling to her feet, her eyes were blazing with zero quit in them. No way, fam. That's exactly what I was going to say to you. If you can move, grab low and skedaddle. But barely had the words left her lips when Linda's system crashed. She lost all control and face-planted straight into the freezing, murky swamp. Sha was totally spent, zero battery left. She collapsed, sending a massive splash of toxic water everywhere. Watching from the shadows like a total creep, Pazu sneered, Not bad. This chick is a legit tank. She inhaled way more of my toxic purple haze than the others, yet she still threw hands. Even a demon beast would have been knocked out cold in 30 seconds flat. She was gasping for air, lungs burning like she just ran a marathon in a volcano. Her whole body was shaking, fighting a war against the poison invading her veins. The monster glared at her, his voice scratching like sandpaper on a chalkboard. Why aren't you my puppet yet, huh? Summoning every last drop of adrenaline, she snapped up and launched a desperate kick, but the beast just effortlessly sidestepped it like, miss me. Before she could even reset, bam. He dropped a sledgehammer punch right on her spine, yeeting her body through the air like a rag doll. Pazu rubbed his chin, looking intrigued. He just unlocked a new theory. I get it now. You've got some fancy breathing technique, don't you? Using that to block my poison out? Clever girl. Sent spinning through the air, she was barely holding it together. Damn it, she cursed, realizing her breathing rhythm was totally wrecked. The monster's face twisted into a grin that was straight-up nightmare fuel. If you could move, you really should have run, honey. His hideous face got way too close, major invasion of personal space. She frowned and held her breath, trying not to hurl from the stench. Come on, she told herself, panic rising. Focus. I need to reset my breathing right now or I'm toast. He licked her arm, gross, stranger danger, with eyes full of sick hunger. You thirsting to be my slave that badly? But the second her power clicked back online, she spun around and planted a heavenly kick right on Pazu's ugly mug. Don't get it twisted. Do not look down on me, you rotting trash. She didn't stop there. Channeling all her rage, she followed up with a savage punch, smashing directly into that hideous face again. Combo breaker. Honestly, Pia just wanted to puke. She couldn't stand looking at something so ugly. She's a girl of simple tastes, looks matter, okay. Charging her hand with crackling lightning, she unleashed a thunderous strike. Listen up. I will never, ever abandon a handsome hottie to run away. That is my ninja way. She wiped the sweat from her lip, eyebrows furrowed. She knew this boss fight wasn't over yet. Landing back on the swamp, she panicked internally. Shoot. I used my ultimate art in a fit of rage and inhaled some of that nasty gas. Not good. Gotta fix my breathing rhythm, fast. Then I'm coming for his head. But she messed up. She didn't sense the horror creeping up right behind her like a jump scare waiting to happen. Snap. Just as the beast's jaws tried to swallow Rifia whole, her blade pierced through it. Talk about a close call. But man, fighting just one of these things was exhausting. Then, her heart sank. The whole pack of monsters stood back up. They were already respawning. The leader emerged from the swamp, laughing like a maniac. Handsome guy? Where? All I see is a bunch of losers, face planting in the dirt. On the other hand, what do you think of my squad? As long as I say so, they'll rise again and again. Infinite respawn glitch, baby. They act like heroes, don't they? Don't you think that's kinda hot? Or maybe just pathetic? He unleashed a massive wave of miasma. Checkmate. Duia tried to resist, but the pressure was crushing, like the gravity just got turned up to 11. Just then, Shinfa finally woke up. But it was bad news. She was wrapped tight in suffocating vines, totally immobilized. Pazu rasped, give up. Pledge your life to me and become my pawn. But Sinfa wasn't even listening. She felt a vibe shift, just as I thought. Even with monster vines crushing her limbs, her spirit didn't break. She had that main character faith. I'm not wrong. He's here. Aru. Even through this disgusting stench, I can sense his aura. It's undeniable. His presence is like the sun itself. She smirked, pride radiating from her. He gives me the courage to fight. Aru. Grace looked confused. Who the heck are you babbling about? Shinfa declared proudly, I'm talking about the super hot guy who's about to stomp you into the mud like a bug. The monster froze. Even the other beasts dropped their jaws in shock. The audacity of this girl. Isabella spat on the ground in disgust. A mocking voice echoed through the swamp, filled with pure salt. Pathetic. You're just a lowly human. You couldn't possibly comprehend the majesty of my demon mode. You're basic. The poisonous gas started eating away at Shinfa's clothes, leaving them in tatters. The beast leaned in, whispering, I'm gonna make you pay for that mouth. I'll take you as my personal trophy. Breaking a strong swordswoman like you? Oh, that'll be worth the grind. But the villain was too distracted, monologuing to notice the real threat. Nathan was casually wading through the swamp, shivering. Bruh, why is the water so freezing out here? The monster's disgusting tongue slid across her skin. I'll marinate you in poison and use you until you break. You're mine now. Shin Fei's eyes widened as the pieces clicked together. So that's it. That's how you brainwashed the werewolf, isn't it? The monster didn't even try to hide it. Bingo. You figured it out. Genius. First, I gathered all the furry friends in the forest to use as bait. Then I wiped out their parents and kidnapped the cubs. Talk about a twisted adoption process. I marinated them in my toxic miasma until they believed I was their daddy. The truth. I am the one who orphaned them. Truly diabolical stuff, folks. But wait, my poisonous gas is supposed to be inescapable. From a distance, Lloyd judged this guy hard. Bro, you are actually the worst. The moment the monster locked eyes with our boy Lloyd, its eyes rolled back in its head. Pure terror warped its ugly mug. It started stuttering. Total system crash. Hold up, you punk. Its roar ripped through the swamp like a broken speaker. How in the world are you walking around my poison cloud like it is a fresh spring breeze? That is illegal. The monster's rage meter hit 100%. Veins popped on its forehead, and its killing intent was strong enough to delete the server. But Lloyd, he was so chill it hurt. The monster choked on its words, completely speechless at the audacity. Lloyd just stood there with his poker face on, waiting for the lag to clear. For the monster, this was a living nightmare. It screamed out in confusion. I do not get it. You should be drowning in my dark magic right now. It jumped back and pointed a claw at Grace. And you? Are you a traitor too? Don't tell me you are with him. Do not say you are protecting this human brat. A demon making deals with a human? That is unheard of in the rulebook. Triggered beyond belief, the monster started roasting them. And what is with that look? You look ridiculous. You think that form makes you cool? You are an embarrassment to all demons. Grace was left speechless by the sudden fashion critique. You know what? Whatever. The monster sighed, realizing talking to these guys was a waste of breath. Anyway, this is getting awkward. It tried to act tough. As a fellow demon, let me give you some pro tips. But Grace was not having it. Nah, I think I will just sit back and watch you get absolutely wrecked. Popcorn. Anyone? That line slapped the monster right in the face. It roared in fury. You dare look down on me? Get them, my minions. Lloyd had been waiting for this drop. Finally, it was showtime. Time to test out that sweet nature-changing magic. Grace gave a heads up. There is a whole army of beasts there, Lloyd. You are going to need a massive tank of mana for this play. Sparks flew from Lloyd's fingers. He calculated the energy. This should be enough juice. I am a master at mana control, remember? Time to sculpt this power. What image should I use? Lloyd closed his eyes and pictured the most wholesome, warm, and fuzzy vibes possible. The dark magic transformed into cute little flowers. An image of a winged angel holding a baby in a field of blooms appeared. The alpha demon beast dropped to its knees, eyes wide open. Total confusion. What in the simulation is this? The other beasts froze, stunned by this emotional damage. It was a scene so beautiful it broke their programming. Mama dogs playing with puppies on the grass. Pups sniffing flowers, even a fox couple looked like they were about to kiss. It was pure romance anime vibes. The artist behind this masterpiece, Lloyd, stood in the corner nodding like a proud director. The alpha beast could not handle the cringe. Its eyes bugged out like it was witnessing a logic error. What the heck is going on? Suddenly, all the beasts cuddled up to Lloyd. Go ahead, touch their fluffy fur. Lloyd had hijacked the controls. Huge success. So soft, Grace realized the beasts were addicted to Lloyd's wholesome mana. They were just big softies at heart, Lloyd teased. Don't tell me you are catching feelings too, Grace. He was half joking, but the vibes were immaculate. Then Lloyd tapped a beast on the snout. Okay, buddy, cough it up. The beast obediently hacked up a slime ball. It was Tao. Lloyd let out a breath. Looks like she is safe and sound. He smirked, loving how this plan came together. But then, the alpha beast swole up with rage. It thought, he cleansed my miasma in seconds? No way. Just like that? This guy is a wizard genius or something. Thick black smoke poured from its mouth again. It laughed maniacally. Wake up, my loyal slaves. But Grace sat on Lloyd's head, watching with a grin. Watch this. They are awake all right. And guess what? They remember everything. The pack roared, but this time, the anger was directed at their master. Pazuzu panicked and flew backward. He was cornered by his own squad. Talk about a Uno reverse card. Lloyd's voice cut through. You trampled on their pride and killed their parents. Payback time. The beast stared him down with burning eyes of vengeance. He never thought his own tools would revolt like this. Unbelievable. Lloyd smiled from the backlines. So this is the true power of the wolf bears when they are not mind-controlled. They were totally different from when they were puppets. Absolute units. The pack surrounded Pazuzu in deadly triangle formation. But Pazuzu's eyes, they did not show fear. They burned with pure fury and killing intent. Like a volcano about to erupt, he swung his massive claws to tear through the traitors. Pazu's voice boomed across the swamp like a death knell. Don't get it twisted, you filth. Who do you think fed you all these years? With pure savagery, Pazu stomped on his own minions, crushing them one by one like bugs. Zero mercy, fam. Mud and blood sprayed everywhere. You bite the hand that feeds you just because I took out your loser parents? You trash are worse than maggots. The remaining Magians howled in pure despair, watching Pazu move like a total psychopath. On the sidelines, Lloyd and James just stood there, watching the chaos in icy silence. Pazu roared, turning his rage on them. I'll show you the price of messing with my plans. Your pathetic magic won't even scratch a main like me. Lloyd tilted his head, flashing back to a memory. Wait, didn't you say I couldn't die from magic either? James sighed, rolling his eyes. Bro, that's not how it works, he replied. I got you. Pazu kept flexing his aura, pumping out massive waves of energy. Despair, human. This is my true power. It's on a whole different level than the scraps I fed those beasts. But Lloyd? He was chill as ice. Totally different vibe than expected. Pazu, you're actually kind of interesting. Why won't you just die already? Nah, maybe you're just hard to kill. In Lloyd's palm, mana began to swirl, forming a glowing heart shape. He whispered, if that's the case, your death needs to be loud, right? Like, spectacular. In that split second, the energy shifted. The warm glow twisted into something horrifying. Pitch-black flames erupted from Lloyd, scorching the very air. The dark magic spread like a hurricane, swallowing the entire swamp in a domain of darkness. Pazu froze, his eyes popping out of his skull. He couldn't process this level of power. James stayed cool, even though he was sweating buckets from the pressure. You get it now, right? James smirked, despite the terror in the air. The reason your magic bounces off him? Lloyd has his own reasons. You ask why he hides his power? Because if he let this out, he'd be way too famous. Plus, controlling this much juice is actually super hard. You know? James continued. He had no reason to go all out before. But compared to my tiny mana pool, Lloyd is a monster. Lloyd cut in. I've got a ton of spells I've been dying to test. This is awesome, actually. Look at Emily's Sama. The summon looks so proud right now. His mana is infinite, like a literal universe. I can stack as many spells on you as I want without even sweating. The entity, Emily Sama, loomed over the battlefield like a giant god, staring down with cold, empty eyes. Pazu was paralyzed. His jaw dropped, stuttering as the crushing pressure pinned him down. What is this? His ugly face was dripping with sweat, twitching uncontrollably. What kind of broken magic is this? Is this a nightmare? Suddenly, Lloyd smirked a cold, terrifying smile that froze the atmosphere solid. Pazu's survival instinct started screaming. A massive red flag went up in his brain. A spherical shield manifested out of nowhere. Pazu squealed and instinctively jumped back to escape. It was a weird, honeycomb-patterned barrier. Pazu paused, confused. Huh? Why is he shielding himself? Wait. Since when can he cast that? Electricity crackled in Lloyd's hand, power surging like a living lightning storm. Pazu took to the skies, desperately trying to fly out of the pressure zone. Finally, it clicked for him. I get it now. A ribbon of magic shot toward him like a viper. Pazu dodged instantly, realizing this wasn't an attack meant to kill. James relaxed a bit. Yeah, running away is definitely the smart move here. Pazu watched Lloyd's hands, sensing the danger. He felt like a bird about to smash into a glass window. Lloyd wasn't attacking, he was building a cage. Lloyd's fingers danced like a puppeteer, controlling the orbs. They chased Pazu down like heat-seeking missiles. Pazu was fuming. I knew it. That's not a shield at all. It's a trap. If that thing catches me, I'm never getting out. I'm actually cooked if that touches me. James got curious. Yo, Lloyd, how many spells can you run at once? Lloyd did the math. Counting the ones on standby, like 20. Lloyd reached out his hand. If I use you, I can add a few more. James got sucked straight into his palm. James merged with Lloyd's hand, fully hyped up. Let's do this. Lloyd replied calmly. Incoming. A swarm of orbs multiplied, filling the sky. The sound of them crashing together boomed like thunder, cornering Pazu. Pazu's brain was working overtime. This is insane. What is this casting speed? He's hacking, but I'm still dodging. I'm actually a god at movement. He barely finished gloating before an orb smacked him right in the face. And just like that, Pazu was locked inside the dimensional magic shield. Lloyd's voice was deadly calm. Gotcha. Pazu's face went blank. You really have zero chill, don't you? Lloyd took a deep breath, raised the hand holding James, and declared the end of the game. And boom! A magic nuke slams straight into the orb, tearing eardrums apart. Lloyd drops his voice to a terrifying growl. Take this L straight to hell, buddy. The explosion is so loud it's literally rattling Pazuzu's soul. He's panicking hard, screaming, Yo, what are you doing? Am I just a lab rat to you? Let me go, you psycho brat. But Lloyd just tilts his head with that fake innocent look, like, Huh, what do you mean, fam? I thought you said magic doesn't work on you. You're being kinda loud. Lloyd keeps roasting him. Besides, didn't you delete the parents of those bear wolves without blinking? It's obvious some of them weren't even wolves. You were playing God with chimera experiments, right? Lloyd exposes his crimes effortlessly. Since you did so many tests on them, Lloyd's eyes glow as he charges up. Stop yapping and get ready for the speedrun magic test. Pazuzu is literally moments from death but still trying to talk smack. Don't lump me in with that trash, he yells. I'm gonna be the Demon King. I'm finna rule the world. But the second he feels the death vibes, he switches up and starts begging. The switch up is crazy. Wait, when I rule the world, I'll put you on. You want cash? Power? Name your price, bro. The flip-flopping is hilarious. He goes from I am a god to please don't hurt me in record time. Lloyd shrugs, totally unbothered. To be honest, I don't know what I want, but I've never seen a mana pool as thick as yours. So, Lloyd ignores the begging and keeps casting. He starts spitting bars, chanting spells like Flame Fang, Explosive Wolf, Earth Tremor, and Water Prison all at once. An orb of chaotic energy wraps around the demon, trapping him in a blender of earth, water, fire, and wind. By stacking the order like this, Lloyd just unlocked the highest level of elemental magic seen in a century. He's casting at triple speed, literally using 2 mouths to double cast in a single breath. It's a complete hack. In a split second, Pazuzu's hate and prayers are deleted. Instantaneously, a magic gate opens up inside the barrier. Pazuzu can't do anything but cry actual tears of despair. Every single part of the spell grid is lighting up. They fuse into a massive nuke. Lloyd just spammed 240 high-tier spells in 60 seconds. That's 4 spells per second, guys. The flood of mana literally uninstalls Pazuzu from existence. He's gone. Poof. Staring at his work, Lloyd looks disappointed. Man, I wanted to farm XP for at least 30 minutes. He's literally pouting about winning too fast. Pazuzu's body is smoking, his face frozen in shock. Lloyd tilts his head. Is he cooked already? I only held back for 5 minutes, though. James floats out of Lloyd's palm to drop some lore. Technically, magic just annoys us demons like bright lights or loud noises. But the sheer stress of taking that much damage, yeah, that's what kills us. As Pazuzu fades away like dust, his voice trembles. This pain, it's absurd. I grinded for 100 years. I was gonna rule the world. How did I get clapped so easily by a kid? Lloyd hears the demon's sob story and just smirks. That smile freezes Pazuzu's soul. He's mocking me. Meanwhile, Albert is waking up in the background. Albert can't believe he's still breathing. I'm alive? Lloyd panics internally. Oh snap, Pazuzu's aura is gone. Everyone is waking up. I gotta act like an NPC, quick. James stays behind to have one last chat with the dying enemy. You know what, Pazuzu? Nobody follows a leader who only yaps about their own suffering. That's cringe. Isn't it way more fun to hang around someone who actually enjoys what they do? James is throwing shade even at the end. In the distance, Lloyd puts on his best Oscar-winning performance. Big bro, you okay? Albert is relieved. Lloyd, thank God you're safe. James watches the fake brotherly love and sighs. That kid just does whatever he wants. I bet he held in his breath until his cheeks puffed out, just to scream at Pazuzu later. Nah, that's not it. I'm just storing up power. Sooner or later, I'm gonna get my get back on that brat. James is still plotting revenge. Pazuzu finally realizes the truth. I lost. Because I didn't enjoy the game? He fades into dust, regretting his life choices until the very end. James opens his mouth and inhales the leftovers. Slurp. Delicious. Flames of hatred surround James. Thanks for the meal, Pazuzu. I got some mana back. My revenge is loading. Meanwhile, Lloyd is standing there while the crowd cheers. The great mage Roberto defeated the demon. Seeing Lloyd get away with it again, James deflates like a soggy dumpling. Yeah, I'm still not strong enough to 1v1 him yet. True that. He shakes off the depression, laughs it off, and they all head back to the kingdom. Back at the castle, King Salem is reviewing the mission. First off, Albert, good job on the Chimera beasts, but you're the second prince. Going out with just your guards was risky. You could have been game over. Albert takes the scolding like a champ. I have no excuses, father. The king continues. And what about the adventurers? Tao and that Roberto guy. When we woke up, Roberto had already ghosted us. Tao chased after him before we could even say thanks. Little do they know, Roberto is literally standing right there as Lloyd. Don't forget to smash that like button if you want to see Lloyd reveal his true power. Comment OPMC down below. I was checking out the loot, and yo, that cloak. It screamed Roberto. Albert was totally shook, like, wait, where is he? Before I could even stop them, they bounced. Sophia dropped the truth bomb. Those two protected the kids. But I'm really vibing with that mage named Robert. But let's be real, the absolute MVP of this whole raid was definitely Lloyd. Albert didn't hold back the praise for a second. Then Albert dropped a massive bomb on the king. Pops, let Lloyd run for the crown too. Lloyd was standing there like, say what now? Albert kept spitting facts. He was like, you can't ignore the insane weapon Lloyd crafted or how he absolutely clapped those demon beasts. Real talk, the kid hasn't even shown his full power level yet. His grind alone proves he's got the stats to compete for the throne. The king warned him, if I say yes, he's gonna be your rival, bro. But Albert, he didn't even flinch at that. He was like, if it means this kingdom levels up, I'm cool with stepping down as king. No cap. This is about picking the G-O-A-T to lead us. Saying no just cause he's young? That's a weak excuse, Dad. But don't get it twisted. I'm playing to win too. The king actually had to pause and think about that flex. He turned to Lloyd with a serious face. You gonna fight your big bro for the crown? Lloyd, being the chill king he is, was like, hard pass. I refuse. He didn't waste a second. Lloyd dipped out of the hall, grabbing a stick and humming a tune like he didn't just reject a whole kingdom. Suddenly, the beowulf James was piloting looking like a giant fluff ball pounced on Lloyd. He laughed. Okay, you caught me. While getting dragged away, he sighed. Who would have thought a whole beowulf would follow me home like a lost puppy? The rest of the pack stayed in the woods, but hold up, this one got a massive glow up. It's super soft and cute now. James was thinking, this reaction is way different from before. Turns out, beowulves match the vibe of the magic they absorb. Thanks to Lloyd's mana, all the toxic energy totally vanished from this big guy, leaving him purified. James figured once the other wolves chilled out with Lloyd's magic, they'd be Gucci too. Lloyd was staring at it, connecting the dots. James feels soft too. Lloyd cheered. That means the pet really does become a twin of its master. Sophia slid in, seeing them bond. He's totally obsessed with you. Lloyd nodded. Yup, I even gave him a name. Meet Shiro. 'Cause he's pure white. She giggled at the basic name, not knowing Shiro literally means white in Japanese. That name hits different though. They chilled on a park bench to catch up. Sophia finally asked what was on her mind. You're built different, Lloyd. I thought for sure you wouldn't be allowed to keep a monster pet. Lloyd explained, the Langris fam loves dogs for their loyalty. And honestly, monsters are just spicy dogs if the master is strong enough. Even Albert was back there saying raising a monster would be easy mode for someone like Lloyd. Upstairs, the king heard that and smiled. Lloyd's so humble, but Albert knew the truth. Lloyd's too OP to be tied down as just a king. Then Lloyd had a light bulb moment. Wait, if you've raised pets before, I want to try some tricks. Let's see what he can do. Lloyd started the training arc with Shiro. Sit, he commanded. Shiro dropped to the floor instantly. Good boy. Shake. The wolf put its massive paw in Lloyd's hand. Next up, beg. Shiro put his paws up like a total cutie. Sophia nodded. Okay, so he can download basic commands instantly. That's impressive. But what about combo moves? Like spinning 3 times and barking? How do you code in speed or location? Lloyd smirked. That's Tammer stuff. Magic sparked on his fingertips. I heard you can control beasts with mana, so watch this hack. Spin 30 times and bark. I tested it out. Literally writing the code into my magic spell like a programmer. He launched the spell straight at Shiro, carrying the command like a Wi-Fi signal to his brain. Shiro downloaded the magic command, but he just started glitching out, jumping around blindly like a broken NPC. Lloyd explained. He can't parse the data yet, so he's just lagging. Sophie was like, ah, I get it now. What about conditioned reflexes? Lloyd asked. Let's try flashing the command directly into his brain while shouting it. Zap. The magic hit, and Shiro rolled 3 times instantly. He was like, oh, that's what you wanted. But then Shiro froze. Lloyd wasn't shocked. This method has crazy ping issues. It's too slow and rigid for real combat. Then it hit him. Both of them snapped their fingers at the same time. I know exactly who has the strats for this. I was thinking the same person. But Are we really gonna go there? It's kinda risky, but they knew they had to do it. We're talking about the sixth princess, Alice Salem. Lloyd gasped as they rolled up to Alice's secret garden. They stepped into Princess Alice's plant tower. Lloyd looked around, totally starstruck by the insane greenery everywhere. This place is a whole vibe. James was curious. Who is this Alice girl to have a tower like this outside the castle? Lloyd dropped the lore. She's my big sis, 3 years older. She's not in the race for the throne, so she just lives her best life. Yo fam, check this out. She is totally obsessed with animals, so having cats and dogs around is a given. But we're talking reptiles, birds, and even straight-up magic beasts chilling everywhere. One look around and the vibe is obvious. I get it now. No one questions keeping legendary monsters in a castle when it's her. This is a total VIP situation. Suddenly, Lloyd hears a voice. Meet Alice, the boss of the Alice Plant Tower and Ira's personal maid. She steps up to welcome the squad. Ara, long time no see, Lloyd. He notices she looks absolutely wrecked and asks, still exhausted from babysitting all these beasts, huh? Alice sighs, totally over it. Nah, fam. It feels like I'm babysitting Ari, not the animals. She just keeps dragging stray monsters home. While she's swatting away some naughty Emily critters, Lloyd cuts to the chase. Actually, I came here because I need to ask her something important. Hearing that, Alice freezes up. She looks hella nervous, like something crazy is about to go down. But Lloyd is confident. Once she sees me, she'll act Norma wham. Before he can finish, Ari launches herself at him like a heat-seeking missile. Ari tackles him to the ground, screaming the name she's been craving. Lloyd. He blushes hard. Long time no see, Ari. And then bam, she shuts him up with a surprise kiss. Alice has to pry them apart, yelling, again, why do you always maul him the second you see him? Her excuse. Simple. Because he's just too cute. Meanwhile, Sophia catches the fainting Lloyd and shakes him. Wake up, dude. Don't die on us. Ari looks at his unconscious body with hard eyes. Oh, Lloyd visiting me voluntarily? That's like super rare. Alice snaps back from the background. Maybe, because you assaulted him with your lips. Ari ignores her, spotting the little Emily creature, and instantly clocks why they're here. So, you came all this way for this little werewolf puppy? Ciro just stares blankly. Lloyd thinks to himself, wow, Ciro has zero survival instincts right now. Then he politely introduces the pet. Yeah, this is Ciro. I'm surprised you knew it was a werewolf. I thought it looked way too fluffy now. Ari examines the fluff ball and shakes her head. Just a hunch, bestie. But it looks like an overload of mana has messed with its form. She starts playing with Ciro, totally distracted. Sophia decides she's seen enough. All right, Lloyd, let's dip. Sophia whispers to Lloyd, sorry, but she clearly knows zero about mana in this state. She can't teach us how to talk to it. But Lloyd holds his ground. Hold up, just give it a sec. He's not ready to quit yet. He turns to the girl currently using Ciro as a pillow. Ari, can you show us your high-level magic beasts, like, right now? Ari flashes a mysterious smile. Lloyd and Sophia just stand there, clueless about the flex that's about to happen. Looming behind them is a giant Emily. She grins. Oh, honey, I already called him over. Sophia freezes. Lloyd's jaw drops. Ari casually introduces the monster. Meet Riru. He's just a tiny little Fenrir. James checks Ciro's reaction and thinks, no wonder Ciro is shaking. That thing is way higher on the food chain than a werewolf. Even Sophia feels the weight in the air. The pressure is insane. I can't believe she called this Fenrir a little baby. Lloyd's mind is racing. These two could definitely hunt a dragon. But wait, how did I not sense it approaching? More importantly, when did she give the command? Ari giggles and hands a headband back to Sophia. Here you go. Lloyd realizes the truth. While we were talking, the Fenrir got the order, swiped Sophia's headband, and waited all without us noticing. If that was her order, she did it perfectly without even moving a muscle. That's next-level taming. That is so cool. I want to do that, he begs her immediately. I want to talk to Ciro like that. Teach me. How do I speak to animals? Ari looks serious for once. Are you sure? Even if the training is absolute hell, he doesn't hesitate. I don't care. I love that kind of grind. She agrees instantly. Deal. Now, I will teach you the ultimate technique for beast communication. Ari drops the bombshell answer. It's love. The trio stands there, dumbfounded. Ari, surrounded by fluffy Marins, explains, the more you love them, the easier it is to chat. Watch this. Pour your love into them and say, come here. Alice sighs in the background, shaking her head. Don't bother, Alice warns. It's not a technique. She's just a freak of nature who attracts them. She's been loved by beasts since day one. Meanwhile, Ari is busy summoning more fluff balls with her love command. Alice continues, I bet she just has some weird smell animals like. Lloyd starts thinking hard while Eri keeps preaching. Anyone can do it. It's all about soft vibes and cuteness. Suddenly, the beast horde charges at Sophia and Alice. They're climbing all over the girls. Alice is losing it. Wait, stop. This joke isn't funny anymore. Sophia is getting buried in fur. She screams, "Let's go, Lloyd." Love is way too vague to be a real lesson. They turn to look at Lloyd and he's totally chill. The little Marins are clinging to him peacefully, not going crazy like they are with the girls. Eyes glowing, he nods. I've attained enlightenment, so that's what it means. The girls gasp in unison. Wait, love actually worked. They freeze, totally shook by his instant mastery. Yo fam, Sophia is having a total epiphany right now. Is she finally catching feelings? Then little Lloyd rushes in for a snuggle, and fam, she is absolutely loving it. Sophia's vibe is so soft and warm right now. She snaps out of it like, wait, is this true love? The two of them start having a secret mental chat. Ooh, spicy. Sophia whispers, teach me more about this love thing, Lloyd. And our boy is totally down. He's like, say less, I got you. Lloyd realizes something wild. While he was barking orders, Eris didn't command the beasts at all. She's a natural-born genius, doing it subconsciously, no force needed. He flashes back to that moment Eris commanded the Emily pack. It wasn't an order, it was pure connection. When the beasts moved, Lloyd saw the mana flow straight from her mind to theirs. No hand signs, just a direct brain-to-brain download. Eris linked her mind with the beasts using mana to beam images directly into their heads. It wasn't, do this. It was picture this. Pure telepathy, fam. Lloyd decides to copy that strat immediately with Shiro. And guess what? The pup instantly picks up on his master's energy. They start syncing up their thoughts. A fresh stream of energy bridges the gap between Lloyd's mind and Shiro's brain. Shiro jumps up, looking all deep and focused. Lloyd is watching closely, hyped to see if this experiment actually works. And boom! Shiro gets the message loud and clear. He starts zooming around the table while Sophia watches, completely shook. He didn't say a single word. Even Eris can't believe her eyes. Our main character mastered her secret technique in literal seconds. Lloyd keeps the mental DMs coming. Run 3 laps, fast. Shiro reads the signal, spins out, and launches a massive jump. Lloyd dives into that fluffy fur, hyping him up. Let's go, Shiro. Perfect speed, perfect spot, perfect bark. You're a legend. Alice can't help but stan. Lloyd is the real genius here. Visualizing the command is the true way to tame beasts. Sophia chimes in, not exactly what I expected. Alice notes that while Princess Eris has raw talent, she can't control it like Lloyd can. But Lloyd, he's using the skill with surgical precision. The difference in skill level is crazy. Alice starts plotting. If Lloyd gets good enough, he can chase all these animals away. Then I'll finally get a day off for shopping and lattes. Eris shuts that down real quick. She screams, you've got it all wrong. It's not about control or sharing images. It's about love. It works because we adore each other. Keep it simple. Lloyd looks confused, like, run that by me again. You need love, dummy. My power works because I literally obsess over these cute animals. Even if you beam thoughts, if you don't vibe with them emotionally, they'll ghost you. Love is deep, okay? Because of that logic, the Emily beasts suddenly decide they love the other girls too. Lloyd watches the vibe shift, totally stunned. Suddenly, the whole pack stampedes over to cuddle them to death. Lloyd panics, realizing Eris is still broadcasting her love to every beast nearby. Cut the connection. They barely escape the tower, looking like they just survived a tornado. Lloyd sighs, that was absolute chaos. Sophia fixes her hair and says, my bad, but hey, at least we understand beast taming way better now. Alice is crying over her lost day off, while Eris is beaming. Come play again soon. Sophia nods. Bet, we'll be back. For sure, round 2 soon. Meanwhile, Lloyd is still in his own world, playing fetch with Shiro. Sophia smiles, but her aura gets sharp. If not, we need to grind your sword skills. And hey, don't you dare try reading my mind. Got it. Suddenly, Albert steps in like a boss. Hold up, Lloyd has business with me right now. Sophia blocks him immediately. Nope, it's sword training time. You've been hogging Lloyd way too much lately. Lloyd is stuck in the middle of a tug of war. He turns to Albert. So, what's the deal? Albert grins, I've got someone you gotta meet. You remember my big brother, right? The 4th prince, Diane. Diane steps up. Yo, long time no see. Lloyd's jaw drops. Big brother Diane. After that reunion, the squad heads straight to Diane's workshop. They arrive at the prince's personal forge. Diane gets straight to business. Lloyd, I heard rumors you enchanted Albert's magic sword. Diane lifts the blade. This one. Lloyd nods obediently. Yeah, that was me. Diane unsheathes it with a thunderous clang. He points his massive hammer at Lloyd, eyes cold. I don't believe it for a second. I'm gonna be the judge here. Let's see if you're the real deal or just capping. Albert whispers the lore. Diane is a smithing nerd. He mastered the craft at 10 years old and studied abroad just for this. He's obsessed with enchantments. Lloyd's impressed, I remember. Even as a prince, he grinded for the sake of the kingdom. Total respect. He's back in his element. We used to play together all the time. Diane hears them chatting and roars, quit gossiping about me. Enough chit-chat. Here's your test, Lloyd. Enchant this sword right here, right now. I got all the materials ready. If you need anything else, speak up. And don't hurt yourself, you clumsy idiot. Albert chuckles. He's so nice deep down. Meanwhile, Diane looks at Lloyd's confused face and thinks, this kid looks clueless. Enchanting is already god-tier difficulty, but putting it on a magic sword, that's unheard of. Even the top mages abroad can't pull that off. Bro really thought Nathan was capping just cause he hadn't seen him in 7 years. Time for a reality check. While Alberto was busy throwing shade, our boy Nathan was already making moves. Nathan dipped his pen into the water, and the tension in the room skyrocketed. You could hear a pin drop. Drip, drop, done. He sketched a masterpiece in seconds and hit them with a casual, you mean like this. Diane's jaw hit the floor, and Alberto? The dude was sweating buckets like he just ran a marathon. This wasn't just skill, it was a cheat code. Instant enchantment with 0 lag and 100% accuracy. Diane was absolutely shook. He grabbed the blade, desperately trying to process the madness he just witnessed. It was actually sickening. Durability, attack power, auto repair. The stats on this thing were off the charts. This was the real deal. Diane looked Nathan dead in the eye. Kid, with your skills, we can make history. I want to forge the ultimate magic sword. The declaration hung in the air, leaving everyone speechless. Time for a quick lesson on magic swords. Listen up, class is in session. Unlike basic enchanted gear, these babies fuse magic and steel at the molecular level. It's next-level alchemy. It's the holy grail of weaponry, born from the perfect union of a master mage and a legendary smith. Nathan was internally screaming. He knew the theory, but actually doing it? That's a whole different beast. Diane grabbed his hammer, his eyes burning with passion. I read about the grind in a book once, he started. Yo, Nathan, ever since I was a little kid, I loved magic. But fate played me dirty. I ain't a genius like Alberto. 0 talent, but a sword that shoots fire. Now that is what I call drip, and I'm not alone. There's tons of peeps out there dying to cast spells but stuck with 0 mana. Imagine an army rocking these blades. We'd be unstoppable. Everyone blasting magic like pros. I'm gonna build a nation of magic swords. Meanwhile, Sophia and Grimo were lurking outside, eavesdropping hard. Nathan's ears perked up. So even normies can use magic with this? Implies interest peaked. Personally, he didn't need it. But the crafting process? Oh, that scratched his nerd itch perfectly. Let's cook. Nathan hyped up the squad. Let's do this. Diane grinned. That's the spirit, but call me boss from now on. Alberto bailed, claiming he was busy, but Nathan didn't care. He was already in the zone. Yo, boss. What flavor of magic we adding? Diane didn't hesitate. Fire, baby. I want flames everywhere. Scorching fireball it is, Diane burst out laughing. Love the energy, kid, but that's illegal. That spell has 14 beats. A magic sword can only handle 5 beats per fold. Do the math. But Nathan, he's a prodigy. No sweat, I'll compress that bad boy down to 2 beats. Bam. Done in seconds. Actually, let's make it half a beat. Is this kid even human? Diane thought Nathan was speaking alien. Nathan grabbed the spell with tweezers, while Diane brought the heat. The spell fused with a glowing hot iron. The anticipation was killing them. Crash. The iron exploded into dust. Diane panicked. It broke instantly. What went wrong? Nathan frowned. Is the spell too heavy? Gotta tweak the compression ratio to 3 or 4 beats. Run it back. Round 2, even Sophia and Grimo were glued to the window, waiting for the magic to happen. Diane saw the peeping toms but focused on the grind. The glowing metal folded. Hammer incoming. Clang. A perfect fold. But then, crack. It crumbled into confetti again. Heartbreaking. Sophia walked in. Another fail. Huh? Nathan looked down. My bad. I wasted all the materials. We burned through all the magic marrow fluid. But Nathan was puzzled. Why isn't this working? Even a basic fireball is wrecking the steel. The math isn't mathing. Grimo watched Nathan struggle, which was rare. But Diane just patted Nathan on the head like a proud dad. Don't sweat it, kid. I'll hammer your spell into that steel if it kills me. Then Grimo handed over a new bottle. Use this. Go crazy. Grimo chirped. It's super cheap anyway. Nathan decided to check the quality. Wait a minute. Panic mode. There was zero red magic powder in there. It was just black sludge mixed with junk. Diane shrugged. Fluid quality varies, right? But Nathan realized the fatal flaw in their plan. This stuff is okay for basic enchantments, but for a magic sword, it's trash. Gremo just saved the day. This brew is totally flavorless compared to my last masterpiece. Yo, Sophia, do we have any of that magic beast core powder left in the inventory? One look at her face told me everything I needed to know. We are completely out of stock, aren't we? That stuff is super rare loot, too. Guess there's only one choice. Time to sneak out of the castle and hit up a dungeon for some hardcore hunting. Suddenly, Sophia raised her hammer high with zero hesitation. If that's the plan, let's head to the dungeon right now. I was totally not expecting that level of enthusiasm. I panicked and shouted, Yo, hold up. What are you talking about? I'm Alexander. A royal like me can't just stroll into a dangerous dungeon. She looked at me like I was the crazy one. I don't get why you're flipping out, my liege. After that magic beast incident, I asked the king to let you see the real world. Pops already gave us the green light to grind some XP and expand your horizons. And just like that, the Quiet Kingdom echoed with our hype. Let's do this. It was finally time for my debut as a rookie adventurer. The squad pulled up to the Legendary Adventurers Guild headquarters to get registered. Stepping inside, the vibe was intense. So this is the guild? Giving me heavy nostalgia vibes. Then it hit me. That's right, Sophia used to be in the game. She smiled. Been a while. Then the receptionist, Katerina, welcomed us to the counter. Welcome to the guild. To sign up, just drop your name, age, address, and class on this form. Okay. But of course, some haters noticed my size immediately. Yo, check it out. Is that a little kid trying to play hero? I glared at the dudes, mocking me. Katerina whispered, just be honest on the form. So, like a good boy, I filled out the paperwork. She scanned the paper and paused, her eyes widening. I see. Lloyd, huh? You're a prince, and you're super young. Listen, being an adventurer isn't a game. You could die out there. You cool with that? Your royal title means 0 in the dungeon. It's all about skill here. Survive or die. I didn't hesitate for a second. I'm in. No problem at all. Katerina smiled. Love that attitude. Now, for the final and most important step. Place your hands on this crystal ball. It scans your power to decide your starting rank. No cheating allowed. One touch sends a pulse of mana through your body to analyze your stats. Basically, it's a system scan. I started sweating bullets. A capability test? I totally forgot about this mechanic. If I touch that with my full power, it's gonna nuke the building. I need to compress my mana way more than usual. Like microscopic levels. I squeezed my aura down. Smaller. Thinner. Until it was barely a whisper of magic. I got it down to the size of a water flea. Katerina and Sophia's jaws hit the floor. The results popped up. Rank E overall. F in strength, speed, and stamina. Rank E. The whole guild burst into laughter. Even a baby could beat that score. But Katerina wasn't laughing. No way, she muttered. Mana rank A? I know royals have good genes and talent, but this is insane. Most royals max out at B or C. Even high-level wizards struggle to hit A rank. And this kid is only 10 years old. There's no doubt about it. Lloyd is a certified magic genius. His talent rivals the legendary Silver Sword Princess. Meanwhile, I was thinking, seriously? I suppressed it to under 10% and it's still that high? The mood in the room flipped instantly. Did she just say the Silver Sword Princess? The one who crushed countless dungeons with demonic power? The one who hit A rank and then just vanished into thin air? Nobody bought it. You joking? How does an E rank brat compare to the Silver Sword monster? That's impossible. Sophia ignored the haters completely. We would like to accept a dungeon quest immediately. A random guy stepped up to advise her. Babe, dungeon quests need at least a B ranker. Lucky for you, that's exactly what I am. Why don't you ditch the loser kid and we can go on a little dungeon date together? Sounds fun, right? Sophia sighed, looking bored out of her mind. Guess I have to re-register. The creep didn't hear her. What was that? Man, she looks delicious. Slash. In a blink, her blade shaved half his mustache off. He froze in terror. I am the former A-rank adventurer, Sophia. Katerina smirked from the counter. That's the Silver Sword Princess, buddy. You might want to check the wiki before you hit on someone next time. The guy turned pale and started stuttering. PP Princess? The Silver Sword. Katerina warned her. Wait, Lady Sophia. Re-registering will drop your rank down 2 whole levels. Sophia shrugged. Is that so? Then we just need to find another B-ranker to tag along. Suddenly, a familiar face popped up. Looks like you guys are in a pinch. Big Sis Tao is here to save the day. I completely ignored her and turned to Sophia. Well, we're stuck. Let's go home. Tao realized she was being ghosted and screamed, "Hey, stop ignoring me." Katerina looked confused. "Who is this girl?" I asked. "Aren't you busy looking for Roberto?" Tao flinched. Katerina tilted her head. "Roberto? Who?" Tao snapped. She grabbed me and started shaking me violently. "I can't find him anywhere, so I'm grinding levels like a maniac until I do. And that, fam, is when I finally reached that god tier level." But Katerina looked at him like he was crazy, asking, "Bro, aren't you overpowered enough already? You look like a gorilla on steroids." Hearing that, Lloyd started panicking hard. "No way. I'm cooked. Girls want a K-pop idol, not a gym rat." I refused to look like a hulking beast, but she shut him down cold. "Enough drama. Just introduce me to Alberto, and I'll carry your squad through this mission. Maybe a fancy tea party would work." Meanwhile, Lloyd was low-key stressing, thinking, "Man, I'm definitely dragging my big brother into another mess. Wow, someone actually roasted her?" The background characters started whispering, "Is that really the squad everyone's talking about? Yo, besides the Silver Sword Princess and that kid, the Rising Star Tao is here too." Katerina pointed at Lloyd, asking, "So, what's his deal anyway?" "So, about the quest?" Sophia and Tao were just vibing, fighting over snacks. Hand over that sausage, or it's war, in your dreams. Lloyd was dying to know the tea on her past. "Sophia, you were a legendary ranker back in the day, right?" She shrugged it off. "Honestly, it's kind of cringe to talk about. I only became an adventurer to grind XP. I was such a noob back then." Suddenly, a system window popped up, interrupting the nostalgia trip. Her expression darkened. But there were some boss fights. Battles so chaotic, even I couldn't clear them cleanly. Even Sophia struggled. Lloyd was shook. She nodded grimly. "Yeah, it was them." Lloyd looked at the HUD, and the name Assassin's Guild flashed ominously. The faces of the guild members loaded up on the screen like a criminal's most wanted list. The squad rolled out to a creepy cave. Shiro went feral, chomping on monsters left and right. Finally, they spotted it, a treasure chest waiting to be looted. The whole crew huddled around the chest, trying to figure out the lock mechanism. But yo, the chest suddenly twitched. It wasn't loot, it was alive. Before they could react, the mimic yeeted itself out of there, sprinting away on little legs. Lloyd was crying real tears. "My monster core. My red magic powder. My crafting mats." He stood there stunned while the wildest chase in the kingdom began. Meanwhile, back at the smithy, Alberto checked in on the grind. "How's the progress?" Diane was hammering away while giving his report. "Everything's Gucci, Alberto. I'm just warming up my skills until Lloyd drops off the loot. They've only been gone a few days, though. I know they won't be back for a hot minute, but man, if I had those materials right now, I'd be crafting legendary gear instantly." Alberto replied softly, "Is that so?" Then Diane dropped a truth bomb. "It's getting close, isn't it? The war." Alberto's face fell. "Yeah, the vibes are definitely suspicious." But Diane wasn't about to let the mood get dark. "Don't worry, bro. When Lloyd and the squad get back, we're gonna mass-produce magic swords like a factory. We'll be ready." Alberto smiled, changing the subject. "Diane, I set this meeting up because I just wanted some wholesome brotherly bonding. No politics, no war talk. If that sword can save even one life," he said with total sincerity, "then all this grinding will be worth it. So please, keep experimenting with the magic swords." Hearing that, Diane had to fight back the manly tears welling up in his eyes. After soaking in those heavy words, Diane pushed down his doubts. He slapped Alberto on the shoulder. "Trust me, victory is closer than you think. I think we're about to witness history." Just then, Alberto looked up. Lloyd's squad had returned from their adventure. Lloyd was holding the mimic chest like a trophy. Diane was beaming with pride. "My boy Lloyd isn't just good, he's the MVP." Alberto was hyped too. Time to cook. The forging began immediately. This time, the magic infused perfectly after the first hammer strike without shattering. The whole crew was cheering. Watching them work, Alberto felt warm and fuzzy inside. Seeing Lloyd's winning smile gave him the ultimate buff to his morale. They pounded the glowing steel until a masterpiece took shape. With the blade finished, it was time to take this bad boy outside for a damage test. Staring at the training pillars, they realized they had broken the limits. Nothing is impossible for this dream team. Diane stepped up to the plate. He took the first swing, and all their stress and worries instantly evaporated. K-boom! A massive inferno erupted from the blade, turning the training ground into a literal sea of fire. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Alberto gasped. "See? I told you worries would fly away." Diane was sweating bullets. "Fly away? Bro, that sword the D. Nathan didn't just remove worries. It vaporized everything," Diane screamed. Meanwhile, Lloyd was realizing he might have juiced the stats a little too hard. "Oops," Lloyd thought. "I definitely put too much mana into the mix." Gotta nerf it a bit for the next patch. Soon, the kingdom's soldiers were testing the mass-produced versions. Fireballs launched like missiles, leaving the troops absolutely shook. Yo, is this for real? One soldier shouted. I just swing and magic comes out. This is S-tier loot. An actual magic sword. But Dian was salty. This is trash compared to the original D. Nathan. Don't settle for these mid-tier knockoffs. Lloyd shook his head frantically. Chill. The D. Nathan was a glitch. Look at the crater it made. We can't give that to everyone. Alberto stepped in to calm the chaos. Guys, this is revolutionary. A master smith and a master mage working in perfect harmony. You didn't just make one, you made an entire arsenal. Lloyd couldn't help but butter up his boss. It's all thanks to my boss working like a legendary craftsman. Diane wasn't buying the flattery. You really gonna talk smooth like that? Your magic is the real MVP here. Lloyd played humble. No way. It's all you, big bro. The vibes were immaculate as they celebrated their success. Nothing is impossible when you have the ultimate power couple. Nathan and his bro are in the building. Nathan was just thinking he totally nailed polishing those blades. The swords the soldiers are packing have been enchanted. Plus, my fireball jutsu is in the mix too. Making it stand out any more would be a death wish. But Big Bro wasn't having it. Alberto straightened up, looking dead serious, saying the only one on Nathan's level is him. Don't get it twisted, Diane. That comment caught Diane off guard. Brother Alberto, he had to remind them who is boss. First off, since I was the one who put you onto Nathan and his magic swords in the first place. Diane cut Alberto off mid-flex. All right. Let's just crank out a ton more magic swords, you three. He agreed with zero hesitation. Let's get that grind going. It wasn't until the sun went down that Nathan finally clocked out and headed back to his castle. He stretched his aching body, flopped onto the bed, and groaned. Man, I am totally beat. What a marathon of a day, from picking out materials to crafting those insane magic blades. Anyway, Brother Alberto is super busy too. Did some drama go down or something? Shiro and Grace were already catching Z's, and the whole room was chilling in peaceful silence. But Nathan was still wide awake when he sensed something sketchy in the garden. Nathan's curiosity spiked as he scanned the outside. What the heck is that? He couldn't lock onto a presence. It was just like a faint blur in the shadows. Seeing Shiro still snoozing, he was shook. Even Shiro, with those heightened senses, didn't pick up on anything. I probably shouldn't care, but Sophia told me about these guys. They leave zero trace and use some weird-looking magic. That is actually kind of dope. Why do they do that? I'm super curious. Bet they'll notice if I pull up on them. Nathan activated his wind magic, kicked it into high gear, and boom, his silhouette vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, outside by the fountain, someone dressed in full stealth gear was lurking, face completely covered. Nathan watched silently, but oops, he got caught. No point hiding now. So Nathan just said, "Good evening." The second he spoke, that shadow figure tried to zoom out of there. But then, thud, the mystery guest slammed right into the barrier Nathan had set up. He explained, things were gonna get messy, so I put up a wall. That's my wind magic, sky barrier. Now, mind if I grill you with a few questions? You just trespassed into the palace, fam, she said coldly. I really don't want to use this stuff on a kid. Dropping the mic, she ripped off her black cloak. Jennifer suddenly said, my bad. Nathan was stunned. Doesn't she feel freezing in an outfit like that? A scent wafted over, making him feel super relaxed. It smells amazing, like flowers. But wait, why do I feel numb and dizzy? This is the recovery magic, purification. Nathan stood there, dazed in the scented magic mist. Jennifer cast a dark fog magic that wrapped around him. She sighed, useless. Nathan suddenly dropped to his knees. I told you. I am really sorry about this. Jennifer is a member of the Assassin's Guild, codenamed Poison Butterfly. She was flexing hard. Nobody has ever purified my poison before. Meanwhile, our boy is still vibing, enjoying the fragrant magic scent of his opponent. She was super confident. No one can cleanse my toxin. Nathan thought to himself, purification is the cheat code that cures every known poison. If it's not working, that means this is a poison that shouldn't even exist. A poison created by mana, a mutated attribute. A rare few are born with special mana properties, just like Big Sissy say. Some people even lose their lives because they can't control the power. They're walking hazards to everyone around them. Society rejects them, and they get labeled as. Jennifer finished the sentence for him. A cursed body. You guessed it. I'm rocking the poison flower physique. I've been covered in toxins since day one. That's why people gave me such a sarcastic nickname. Ren, the poison leaf. Usually, I wear thick gear to hide it, but the moment I take it off, the curse spills out instantly. The toxin from Ren's toe touched the iron fence next to her. The metal immediately started sizzling and smoking. She even spun around and delivered a savage kick to the iron fence. Nathan watched as the wall cracked. A loud boom echoed, and the glass behind it shattered into a million pieces. Nathan analyzed the situation, thinking, okay, Sky Barrier is low-level defense, but the way she broke it, she used poison to melt it down. Jennifer stepped out of the wall, leaving a parting message. You only took a small hit, so you won't game over, but the next 2 or 3 days are gonna hurt like hell. With that, she waved him off. Bye-bye. Ren's figure faded away. Nathan sat there, totally spaced out, guessing. Is that a presence erasure skill? That is sick. Grace popped up and yelled, you two idiots. Now is not the time to be impressed. Nathan turned around, surprised. Oh, you're awake? Grace snapped back. Of course I am. I came back to check the room when you suddenly ghosted. But more importantly, you got poisoned. So why are you looking so chill? Nathan was completely unbothered. Oh right, no biggie. The poison isn't cured. I'm just out healing it with my recovery breath spell. The damage tick is way lower than my health regen. But even Pazu's domination magic didn't work on me. So Jennifer's potent poison mana is actually stronger than a demon god's. That is so interesting. Grace screamed. I told you, this is not the time to be fanboying. Yo fam, you asking why he let her dip when he could have crushed her right there? Our boy Lloyd's playing 4D chess. He figured she'd lead the squad straight to the enemy's secret crib. Remember what Sophia said back at the Adventurers Tournament? That chick Jennifer isn't riding solo, she's actually a member of the notorious Assassin's Guild. The Assassin's Guild? Seriously, what's their whole vibe and agenda anyway? Listen up, we're talking about a crew of 6 wanted felons with freakish special abilities. Their physical stats are off the charts. Grimo realized Lloyd's crazy plan and tried to pump the brakes immediately. Please, Master, don't do it. Even if we wanted to tail her, she's got this ghost mode ability that wipes her existence off the map instantly. But check this flex, Lloyd spotted her right from the start because her stealth was too perfect. She didn't just hide, she scrubbed every sound and ripple in the air. It's like she deleted a chunk of space around her. Once you notice the void, finding her is a piece of cake for a genius like Lloyd. Lloyd was absolutely shook. Turns out, trying to be non-existent just made her stick out like a sore thumb to his god-tier senses. Just then, the cavalry arrived. The fluffy legend Shiro popped up in the courtyard with Sophia riding shotgun. She immediately hollered, Master Lloyd. Meanwhile, in the shady part of town, inside a desolate building, the Assassin's Guild members were creeping up a spiral staircase. The squad had been waiting at the hideout. They watched Jennifer roll in with the news, and Gallahan, the big boss, was not looking happy. He frowned and asked, so you got caught and came back with nothing? It was just one kid. But she clapped back, nah, this trip wasn't a total wash. Those guys are mass-producing demon swords. It's a clear sign that a massive war is knocking on our door. Gallahan replied coldly, then it's our time to shine. But Jennifer snapped. Stop acting like Zero. That leader abandoned us, remember? Shut it. Zero will come back. He cut the drama short. Enough arguing. Suddenly, they froze. Lloyd was chilling comfortably right on top of their wall. Looks like we've got a guest. Gallahan's face went stone cold. He couldn't believe someone actually managed to tail them back to base. Lloyd hopped down from his perch. Busted. Jennifer was flabbergasted. How was this kid standing there without a scratch? My poison should have melted you. Gallahan squinted, realizing the truth. Hold up, that kid you mentioned. That's the Benjamin. Mia chimed in. Oh my god, you're telling me this adorable little Shada is the mastermind behind those weapons of mass destruction. Another guy scoffed. He looks basic, but word on the street is this kid's got power and ambition that rivals the devil. The only one keeping his mouth shut was Christopher, silently analyzing the situation like a predator. Gallahan growled, I never thought the guild would be exposed like this. We can't let you leave alive. But Lloyd just smirked, muttered a spell, and dropped his own protective barrier. Grimo panicked. Wait, Master Lloyd, did you just delete our shield? Lloyd nodded. You bet I did. Look at this buffet of special abilities. It'd be a crime to just sit behind a shield. I gotta taste test these skills for myself. He shifted into stance, unleashing the 100-flower fist technique. Then he hit him with the ultimate taunt. Bring it on, Assassin's Guild. Let's see what you got. Lloyd was hyped to use Tao's moves. Grimo screamed, no, put the barrier back up. The guild was confused for a split second, but then bam. One of them vanished into thin air. He blitzed straight for Lloyd. Grimo sighed, giving up on stopping him. Forget it. His smile started looking straight up demonic. Lloyd clashed with him, but the enemy was slippery. Dark magic swirled around Lloyd's fist like a black vortex. Michael did a crazy backflip, landing right behind Lloyd and launching a vicious kick straight at his ribs. This guy was breakdancing. He planted a hand on the ground, twisting his body like a snake, and unleashed a barrage of kicks. Lloyd blocked every hit with ease. Michael laughed, still full of energy. Since when do royal princes learn street fighting? Lloyd thought, Tao's fist is legit. My defense is impenetrable. But damn, this guy is rubber. Michael kept attacking while chatting. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I, Benjamin? Lloyd stayed on guard. This guy was moving like the wind, disappearing and reappearing, making it super annoying to predict his next move. Lloyd fired a blast of magic, but Michael just bent backward like Neo from the Matrix. He bragged, I've been this bendy since I was in diapers. He threw another punch, then twisted his head back in a way that looked painful, just showing off. Just like a rat. I can dislocate my bones to fit through any crack. Behold, the soft body technique. The great rat Michael, Lloyd thought. He's not just using mana to numb the pain in his joints to move like that. His body structure is fundamentally different. While Lloyd was analyzing, Christopher saw an opening and teleported right behind him. He lifted his mask slightly and whispered a single, chilling word, collapse. Lloyd didn't see that coming. Bam! Lloyd hit the dirt. He gasped, what the heck? My body feels like it weighs a ton. Crushed into the floor, Lloyd realized, that's Christopher, the Black Crane. His special body turns his words into actual reality. That's why he usually keeps his trap shut to avoid accidentally destroying the world. Gallahan shouted, it's not over yet, and activated his body enhancement. A massive fist came crashing down like a meteor. But luckily, our boy Lloyd rolled out of the way just in time. If he hadn't moved, he'd be pancake batter right now. Christopher couldn't believe his eyes. This kid just brute forced his way out of a curse. That's insane. Suddenly, Lloyd stepped into something nasty. Sticky goo was dripping everywhere from his body like he'd just been sneezed on by a giant. Gross. The villain stepped up with a wicked grin. I am Ava, the spider. I turn mana into slime. I am the living embodiment of viscosity. Lloyd struggled, but man, this stuff was like super glue on steroids. He was totally stuck. The villain yanked him back, but joke's on him, he only grabbed Lloyd's outer coat. Meanwhile, our MC was having a big brain moment. Infusing mana into speech, that's not just casting, that's the origin of all magic. That power to turn raw energy into sticky webs. Ava is actually cracked, kinda like Charlotte's poison skills. But heads up, Mia's dark aura was already launching a sneak attack. Lloyd didn't flinch. He coated his hand in mana. It looked soft as silk, but boom, he stopped that magic blade dead in its tracks. She was shook. How is this little guy blocking her ultimate move with a smile on his face? The disrespect. Mia kept spamming attacks while chatting like they were at a tea party. No fear, no shame, just pure crazy energy. Ah, did you lose your courage on the way here, little boy? Let big sister help you find it. Then she did something wild, she stabbed her own thigh. Lloyd froze, totally confused by the self-damage. But instantly, agony shot through Lloyd's leg. It was like he took the hit himself. She laughed maniacally. I am Mia of the 100 Spears. My body is a voodoo doll. Whatever pain I inflict on myself, you feel it too. Welcome to the damage link. Lloyd was actually impressed. Holy cow, that's wild. What kind of magical physics makes that work? Mia didn't care about the cost. She was playing a risky game, willing to take massive damage just to drag him down with her. Another wound opened up on Lloyd's leg. He spotted a thin thread of mana connecting him through her gaze. Aha, she's beaming the damage over like a Bluetooth signal. But he got too distracted, analyzing. Mia saw the opening and slammed him with a heavy blow, sending him flying. She strutted back to her squad, acting all cool. Well, that concludes our little opening ceremony. Michael turned to Ren with a smirk. You sit this one out, poison breath. We don't need friendly fire. Ren just rolled his eyes, looking at Lloyd. Does this kid have an exhibitionist streak or what? Michael got defensive. Hey, I don't strip for fun. It's for maximum aerodynamic efficiency, okay? Don't hate the player. Mia turned her creepy gaze back to Lloyd. Do you remember what fear tastes like now, little boy? Give up now, and maybe I'll go easy on you. Lloyd just smirked, looking totally unbothered. Tempting offer, lady, but I'm gonna have to pass. He casually tapped his bleeding leg. Sizzle. With a puff of steam, the wound vanished instantly. The villains dropped their jaws. Say what? But then, Mia's leg started smoking too. She screamed in shock. What the heck? Was that a high-tier healing spell? How is his casting speed so godlike? That hole in her leg closed up, but the shock remained. Lloyd ignored their drama and pumped more mana into the silk wrapped around his hand. He did the math. If damage is shared, recovery is too, right? So, if I beat you into a pulp, will I get hurt? Or will you just break? Let's find out. Whatever. Too much thinking. Let's just do it live. Lloyd's eyes glowed with intensity. Hey, Assassin Club. My turn to attack. He unleashed the aura of the Silver Sword Princess. The bad guys felt a chill run down their spines. Ava started stuttering. Wait a minute. He moves exactly like that monster swords woman. You know, the one who wrecked us earlier. Is this her secret son or something? The silver sword style, a technique so sharp it can slice a boulder in half like it's warm butter. Lloyd charged in like a maniac. The assassins were sweating bullets. Forget fighting, they scrambled to run for their lives. Michael was freaking out as he ran. Is this guy really just a spoiled prince? No way. He's got hands, he's got sword skills, and rumors say he's a mage too. It makes no sense. Lloyd was right on his tail, slashing at Michael's back. Where you going, rubber man? Lloyd taunted. I thought you were proud of that flexible body. Why not tank this? Michael tried to wiggle away, but he was too slow. Bam. The attack sent him flying into a pile of rubble. His body stretched out like gummy candy. Lloyd smirked. I get it. You stretch on impact to absorb the damage. Clever trick. Suddenly, it was a 2 versus 1. Ava and Christopher came in hot from both sides, aiming to sandwich him. Whoosh. Lloyd zipped into the air at the last second. The two goons were staring right at each other, and they couldn't stop their punches. Christopher had one thought, I'm screwed. Mia watched from the sidelines, jaw on the floor. Pow. Ava got launched into orbit. But Lloyd wasn't done. He teleported right behind Christopher using his skills. Wolf's Fang Dagger Arts. Let's see you handle this. Christopher couldn't do a thing. The pain was so bad his eyes rolled back in his head. Lloyd unleashed a barrage of strikes. Dragon Iron Ascension technique. He was tearing Christopher apart like a wet paper bag. Christopher was helpless, a fish on the cutting board. He let out a pathetic squeal. Lloyd caught the vibe immediately and pumped the brakes message received. If you actually finished the word stop, I might have considered chilling out. But Christopher, his mouth just got permanently sealed shut. The next hit was so savage, his eyes rolled back, and his tongue flopped out while trying to stutter dad. His mask started cracking like a dropped phone screen. Christopher tried to pull a flying goose escape move, but our boy's wind magic was too sharp, sliced him up into confetti. Christopher slipped right out of his black cloak and face-planted onto the ground with a heavy thud. Big oof. Lloyd frowned, genuinely curious. From B to A to flying. If I say explode, would your body actually go boom? I just beat him up without thinking, but now I'm kinda curious. Though, if he actually exploded, that'd be kinda gross. Ava lost it. He charged in screaming, You brat. You're gonna pay for messing with Christopher and Michael. But Taria jumped in to stop him. Hold up, Ava. Don't move. I'm stuck to your webs. They ended up glued together like a sticky mess, making it impossible to move. Talk about awkward. He decided to just yank himself free with brute force. Mia's outfit immediately got torn off. She screamed, face turning beet red. You big dummy. Why does your sticky web grab everything without checking if it's friend or foe? That's so embarrassing. Ava was helpless. He turned around, and she shrieked again. Don't look at me. Lloyd saw the opening and aimed his sword, but she blocked it just in time. Mia smirked confidently. In case you forgot, kid, if you hurt me, you get hurt too. Even if I don't hit myself, you take the damage. It's a package deal. We're soul linked now, remember? So I bet you don't want to attack me, huh? Unless you have a death wish. Understood. Lloyd stayed totally chill, clearly having a plan. Then I won't hold back. Let's get crazy. Mia felt something was off. What's this kid plotting? He suddenly yanked Mia behind him and blasted a wolf fang strike straight into the wall in front of him. Pain shot through Mia's body, then bounced right back to Lloyd. It was a double-edged sword. The sensation was so intense, Lloyd actually screamed out. Awesome. The pain really does reflect back. That is sick. I'm loving it. Before he could celebrate his weird hobby any longer, Ava popped up out of nowhere and locked down Lloyd's arms. He grabbed Lloyd's weapon and roared, Game over. Your weapon is mine now. Nowhere to run, kid. You're cooked. Lloyd instantly slid inwards, right up against Ava's giant body. He unleashed a copied 100 Flowers fist straight into the guy's chest. The second hit was a heavy point-breaker strike. It hit so hard the ground beneath Ava shattered into dust. Slime started leaking everywhere from Ava. Lloyd followed up with a thunder fire heavy fist right to the chest. The dude looked like he was about to pop. They turned into a pile of sticky goo. Ava crashed backward, smashing the wall behind him to pieces. Total destruction. Lloyd realized the old guy made a slime armor to tank the hit. Interesting strategy. Next up on the chopping block, Jennifer. Seeing him approach, Jennifer was so terrified she fell backward. Lloyd walked up calmly and said, Oops, forgot. He put on a fake innocent face. Hey bestie, come play with me. Jennifer was pissed at first. This brat. But deep down, she felt like her life was about to go very, very dark. Not good, Lloyd demanded. Come on, Jennifer. Show me that poison of yours. If you don't do it, should I make you? Facing his savage threat, Jennifer looked angry, but tears started welling up in her eyes. From the back, Ava shouted out to stop him. Wait, Jennifer can't control her poison magic yet. She's sitting this fight out. Okay. Once you start, your opponents are just us. Leave her alone. Lloyd looked surprised. Huh? For real? She can't control it? Actually, that makes sense. Mastering that stuff isn't easy for everyone, you know? Proof is, you got stuck to her earlier, and you couldn't even talk to avoid triggering it. Sad life. Then, the slime guy emphasized something important. However, if we can control this power, our lives would be completely different. We wouldn't be freaks. We wouldn't have to be assassins. Lloyd guessed it immediately. Oh, so you guys are gnolls? Hearing that name, Ava got so mad his slime boiled over. He charged forward, threatening him. Don't you dare call us that, you little punk. But Lloyd was too fast. Ava froze like a statue. Lloyd slipped behind him and delivered a straight punch right to the gut. Bam! He even boosted his magic while pressing into the wound. It hurt so bad, Ava's eyes rolled white. Jennifer screamed in panic, where Ava was standing. Boom. Lloyd's magic burned it up. Thick smoke billowed into the air like a bomb went off. Jennifer rushed in furiously to save her teammate. Lloyd kindly reminded her, Stop right there. Your poison is leaking out, girl. She shut her mouth instantly. How dare you do that to Ava? But then Ava spoke up. Stop, Jennifer. I'm okay. He sounded surprisingly steady. Jennifer froze, totally confused. Ava? The big guy stuttered, my mana flow. The chaos. It stopped. The two girls couldn't believe their ears. Say what? Lloyd started explaining. I directly injected a spell into your body, fam. Now you can control your magic way better than before. I did it to stabilize that messy mana flow of yours. You're welcome. If you can't control it yourself, you need outside help. Simple as that. First time I've ever used this spell on a human, but hey, lucky you, it worked. He went silent, looking a little shy after doing a good deed. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more epic moments like this. Old man Ava was straight up shook, like he couldn't believe his own eyes after all these years. Tears started streaming down his face as he realized the curse was actually gone. That cursed nightmare is finally over. The squad rushed in to comfort their sobbing leader. But then Lloyd stepped in with a quick fact check. Well, it didn't exactly vanish, Lloyd clarified. Think of it as unlocking admin privileges. You guys can now control your mana however you want until you master it. Now, hold still while I patch the rest of you up. The trio froze in terror at his words. Suddenly, a glowing mouse seal manifested right on Michael's bicep. Christopher got a mark on his mouth, and Mia's appeared deep within her eyes. Michael stared at his hand, totally mesmerized by the mana flowing through him. This is insane. I can feel the mana waves perfectly. Mia gasped, completely blown away by the sensation. It's not just the mana. Check this out, our injuries are auto-healing. Christopher started tearing up. Wait, I can actually talk without sounding like a glitch. It's been forever since I could scream like this. Christopher hollered at the top of his lungs. Michael turned to him, hyped. Yo, did you hear that? He's speaking clearly. Now that I'm not sick anymore, do I look like a total heartthrob or what? Mia pinched her own cheek to check reality. Same here, I feel brand new. Even when I look at you and pinch myself, you don't take any damage. Christopher cheered. The pain link is severed. Like the boss said, we have full control now. Mia grinned mischievously and decided to test the manual override by pinching her cheek again, aiming the pain straight at Michael. Feel the burn. Michael's cheek stretched out like rubber as invisible fingers yanked it. Tears exploded from his eyes. Okay, too much, I yield. The three of them were bouncing around like kids on Christmas morning. Meanwhile, Ren was sitting in the corner, looking all moody with a butterfly seal on her arm. Ava walked over, holding up a cute little dress. Pretty sweet, right? Ren, I bet you never thought you'd be able to wear normal clothes without your poison melting them. But now, you can wear whatever drip you want. Ren crossed her arms, trying to keep up her son to react. No way. I don't like this fake stuff. Michael saw right through her. Cap, I bet you're screaming with joy on the inside. Ren started stuttering, totally flustered. It's just that you guys can touch me now. And I can actually control my toxicity. Plus, I can finally wear stylish outfits. I mean, it's not like I'm happy or anything. Lloyd, having finished putting his pants back on, nodded. All right, looks like we're good. Seems like everyone has their powers on lock. Huh. Christopher stepped up as the rep. We seriously can't thank you enough for this. Mia shot a curious look at James. Hey, what's up with Lord Lloyd? He looks kinda stiff. Ren glared at Lloyd's outfit, looking extra salty. Yo, why is he still here? And hey, those are my clothes he's wearing. Mia sighed. Chill out, girl. Lord Lloyd is literally our savior. Show some respect. But Ren had her reasons for throwing shade. She wasn't buying the hero act just yet. But But this guy mass-produces weapons of war. Plus, he tracked down our secret hideout like a stalker. James got serious. Watch your tone. Listen, he couldn't care less about your war games. Crafting weapons, that's just his hobby. He does it for fun. What kind of prince makes demon swords for a hobby and casually strolls into an assassin's den? Lloyd pointed to himself. This guy right here. Anyway, the important thing is you guys have your mana under control. So, how about you give me a little demo? Ava stepped up first. Fair enough, but before we flex our powers, there's something you need to know about our history. Mia and Michael nodded in agreement. Facts. I think Lord Lloyd is the right person to hear this. He might even give us some pro tips. Agreed. Lloyd shrugged. Sure, lay it on me. Ava took a breath. It's a long story, but I'll give you the too long. Didn't read version. Lloyd sat down, ready for story time. No worries, I'm chill. Ava began to drop the lore. First, I gotta tell you about the guy who started this whole Assassin's Guild. Our original leader, Jean, the Wolf of the Night who could teleport anywhere. Lloyd's eyes lit up. Ooh, sounds spicy. Let's hear it. The flashback started, taking them back to the day their lost member returned. Jean had walked in with a big grin. Sup, fam? Long time no see. Ava had panicked. Jean, where on earth have you been all this time? Didn't he tell you? Jean scratched his head. I got warped to some sandy wasteland. Just endless desert and some creepy ruins. At the time, he was totally lost. Where am I? This place is a ghost town. The squad knew exactly what that meant. Jean couldn't stay in one spot literally and figuratively. His head was always in the clouds. But he always brought back souvenirs for the crew. Got some gifts for you. The members had mixed reactions. We don't need this junk. Jean was a double soul body, a rare condition. He had the worst case of it. The universe would just yeet him to random locations against his will. But even so, Jean never stopped smiling. His vibe was the glue that held the team together. Lloyd instantly recognized the condition. Spatial displacement constitution. Nasty stuff. In the flashback, Jean pulled something out. Check this loot. It was a simple coin. He flicked it in the air. This is the badge of our new alliance. Correction, the Assassin's Guild. Ava was skeptical. Assassin's Guild? Are you serious? Jean laid out the master plan to the group. We're going to take on the dark jobs that even the Adventurers Guild can't handle. We'll leave this coin at the scene to let them know we exist and that we're keeping the peace from the shadows. He was overflowing with hope. If we keep grinding like this, one day, instead of hiding in the dark, we'll be able to walk in the sun with our heads held high. And just like that, they started taking on impossible missions, cleaning up the messes that regular heroes couldn't touch. Then one fine day, Zen dropped some fire news on the squad. Yo, listen up. The Adventurers Guild is thinking about dropping the wanted posters on our heads. The whole crew goes wild, totally popping off. No way. We're finally free. We can live out in the open. For real. Zen just sips his drink, giving the major side-eye. Pump the brakes, everyone. They're just thinking about it. But Ava is still riding the high. I know. But that means we're so close. Come on, you gotta have a drink with us. But Zen's got this look on his face like he's about to drop a bomb. He takes a deep breath and spills the tea. Guys, listen to me. I told you I was just some nomad, but that was a lie. I'm actually the third son of the Lord of Laos. I'm a noble, and I got close to you guys to use you. Right now, Lodos is suffering under the thumb of my psycho family. They're straight-up devils in disguise, always trying to start wars. I gotta stop them, no matter what. And to do that, I needed power. I needed allies who had my back. So, I sought you guys out. I tried to use your strength for my own mission. I'm so sorry. The crew just stares at him, completely unfazed. Lloyd's like, oh, so you're a noble. Cool. Zen can't believe they're so chill, like it's no big deal, and totally loses it. Dude, I just dropped a massive, world-shattering secret on you. Ava just shrugs. We kind of figured. I mean, based on how you act. And you can use magic, bro. It was obvious. Jen chimes in, though, it looks like some of us were actually surprised. Look, we've all walked our own shitty paths to get here. I'm not about to bring up old drama, because I bet nobody's got a clean record. We're all criminals here. It doesn't matter who you were or what your plan was. Zen, you're like the sun. Man, you gave all of us a reason to hope again. You should have just kept quiet and used us, you big dummy. The other teammates start hyping him up. Yeah, for real. So, should we go clap his trash siblings for you or what? Zen immediately shuts them down. Hold up, no. This is my mess to clean up. You guys are so close to earning your freedom. If you go assassinating people as a private squad, all the trust you've busted your butts to build will go down the drain. Forget living like normal people. Your bounties will just get even higher. You'll never have a moment of peace. Ava looks worried, but still, you shouldn't go alone. Zen cuts her off. Stop, Ava. This cursed body, this cursed family, this whole cursed life. The time I spent with you guys was the only real happiness I've ever known. Countless times, I imagined just forgetting about Lodos and staying with all of you forever. Maybe this is what a real family feels like, but I can't. Sooner or later, Lodos is going to start a war, and I can't just look the other way. And more importantly, I have a dream. Everyone, I need you to promise me something. If I don't make it back, don't you dare give up on this crew or on the dream of living in the light one day. And if I do come back, I'll become the Lord of Lodos, and I'll turn it into a place where outcasts like us can finally live in peace. I want to live there with all of you. Hearing this epic speech, Rima starts bawling her little eyes out. She can't help but bleat. This Zen guy, he's such a real one. Ever give the sheep a curious look. What even eye is this thing? Lloyd, meanwhile, is totally spacing. Turns out, my boy was bummed, because the whole dramatic story had nothing to do with his teleportation abilities. Mia gently pats his head. Lloyd, thanks for listening to the story, even with that confused look on your face. Ren cuts in. I don't think that's why he's confused. Ava says, sadly, man, this is wild. It's been months, and he's still not back. There's been no news about the Lord of Lodos dying or anything. Yo fam, word on the street is the kingdom of Solemn finally caught onto Lodos' shady schemes. Now, Prince Albert is clapping back, cranking out magic swords like there is no tomorrow. But check this out, Lloyd already had the answers before anyone else. That is exactly why Albert has been ghosting everyone lately. He is busy prepping. Jennifer was shaking, clenching his fists while trying not to explode. Real talk, the one thing Jay feared most is about to go down. War. So, to finish what Jay started, it is up to us to stop this madness. Preventing this war is our new mission. But listen up. If we body anyone without the guild's direct order, we are catching a felony charge. No exceptions. Galilee looked down, all in his feels, and whispered, to live freely under the sun. That was Jennifer's dream for all of us. If you truly care about Jennifer, then stop acting like him. Thalia hesitated, but facts are facts. Lloyd is the one who saved us. Never forget that. That kid is our savior who broke the curse. He's the real deal. Lloyd is the new lighthouse guiding us through the storm now that Jay is gone. Even Jay vibed with the Benjamin, calling it fate. So let's make some noise for our new boss. A toast to Lord Lloyd. Nobody saw this bold play coming, but here we are. Jennifer was mumbling. How is nobody objecting to this? But come on, Lloyd is OP and adorable. After a second, the kid just goes, bet, I'm in. The squad started whiling out. He said yes, but some haters were like, are you guys blind or what? Open your eyes. He isn't looking at us like homies. He is looking at us like we are lab rats for his experiments. Out of nowhere, a letter swooped down like a mic drop right where the squad was hanging out. Everyone's gaze snapped to it instantly. Seeing that familiar crest, Ava grabbed it, stammering, no way. That badge, straight up Assassin Guild vibes. It's Jane's crest. The whole crew went wild, but hold up. Where exactly did this mail even spawn from? Ava tore it open while Lloyd analyzed the situation with his usual big brain energy. But the contents? It had Ava catching major feelings, eyes watering up immediately. It was a message from Jane himself. Yo guys, my bad for ghosting you this whole time. It's really me. He didn't beat around the bush at all. I'm officially the Lord of Lodos now. Had to take out my brothers to secure the throne, though. The reason I went radio silent on you, cleaning up the mess in Lodos took forever. Being a ruler is a full-time grind. But I kept my promise. Everything is ready for you guys to move in. I'm waiting at the mansion with a feast that is absolutely bussin'. Let's live together again. The handwriting was a 100% match. No doubt about it, this was Jane's work. He's alive. Jane is actually kicking. Why did he have to stress us out like that? Lloyd snatched the letter, smiling like he knew something was sus. Ava realized the vibe shift and panic screamed when he saw Lloyd's reaction. Lord Lloyd, he looked super guilty. Forgive us, but we have to go to Lodos. If Jane is still breathing, then he's our one and only leader. That's just the code we live by. We are truly sorry. But Lloyd was totally chill about it. You knuckleheads, just go already. I'm just glad that guy didn't die. Charlotte swore they'd pay back Lloyd's kindness for helping with their curses one day. Then Mia stepped up, looking a bit shy. Hey Lloyd, if you're down, want to come with us? We need you to help Jane just like you helped us. To be honest, Jane's teleportation issues are way worse than ours. It's a total disaster. If he's a lord now, he can't be glitching all over the map uncontrollably. Will you help him? Lloyd held up the letter. Ren, do you know where this spawned from? Ren shook her head, denying it. Nope, it literally just popped into existence right in front of my face. Suddenly, Lloyd caught the red flag. He got serious. Exactly. That means it was teleported to these exact coordinates. Let me keep it real with you guys. Teleportation is the most broken, complicated mechanic in Magic history. Countless mages have tried to master it, and countless mages have taken a massive L trying to control it. Pinpointing a location like this, it's like threading a single strand of thread through a needle eye from across the continent. Even I can't do that, let alone do it unconsciously. Mia started stuttering, afraid to finish the thought. Wait, Lloyd, are you saying even Michael couldn't do it? It means Lloyd is convinced Jane has full control over his powers. He's been capping to us this whole time. Someone shouted, "Stop it." I don't believe it. Why would he do that? Lloyd shrugged effortlessly. Who knows? But how else do you explain this special delivery? We've seen his glitchy powers a million times, disappearing and respawning completely at random. If that wasn't a lie, then what was it? The squad started arguing. Should we really go to Lodos like the letter says? You think it's a trap. But why would he want to set us up? Where's Crew? Like I want that to be true. Suddenly, Ren screamed his name. Jane. The other four snapped their heads around, looking at her like she was crazy. She came up with the only logical copium. Maybe in the months he was gone, he finally leveled up and learned to control it. That theory stunned the room. Nobody dared to argue. Lloyd smirked, not rejecting it yet. Well, I don't have to go with you guys. Ren looked shocked, then instantly depressed. She thought she had to respect Lloyd's decision to stay behind. Then Lloyd dropped the second half of his sentence. However, I do have some questions about this teleportation magic that I need answered. Ren's emotions went on a roller coaster ride. She asked with sparkly eyes. Really? Is it okay for Lord Lloyd to leave the castle for so long? He wasted no time. I'll just write a quick letter and leave it here. My people will figure out the path eventually. Ren was confused. Who? But Lloyd cut in. Wait. You trust Jane, don't you? Ren hesitated, blushing because she couldn't say it before. I do. Lloyd gently tapped her forehead with his finger. If things go south, I'll handle it. You just gotta trust me and follow my lead. Ava thought that was peak coolness and shouted, Lord Lloyd is the GOAT. So reliable. The others joined the hype train. If Lloyd is with us, we're invincible. No more worries. Mia shook Ren excitedly. Awesome. Even Lloyd is coming. Ren turned tomato red, clutching her pounding heart. I know. The rest of the squad exchanged looks, knowing exactly what was up with those two. Oh snap, look who it is. At the end of the hallway, Sylvia and Zero finally showed up to the party. Lord Lloyd. Sylvia is here. But looking at the empty room, she froze. He's not here? What's going on? I can smell his scent though. Did he change his outfit? Zero ignored her, rambling and pointed at something. By the time she brought the intel back to the mansion, it was dead of night. Alberto was already reading the letter Lloyd left behind. I'm going to the Lord's mansion in Lodos with the Assassin Guild, Sylvia reported. I found this in what looks like their secret base. My guy's head was pounding like a bass drum. How did things get this messy? Seriously, what is going on? Tensions with Lodos were hitting the ceiling. Diane was totally confused, asking, the Assassin Guild, why is Nathan rolling with those shady dudes? Alberto started spiraling with conspiracy theories. Did Lodos hire hitmen to kidnap Nathan as leverage? Knowing his bro had a temper hotter than spicy noodles, Diane stepped in. Chill out, Alberto. You can't just declare war based on a wild guess, fam. He knew Nathan wasn't some NPC who gets kidnapped easily. You're right, war is the last resort. I'm sticking to the pacifist route for now. Sinfa stayed quiet, not spilling the tea. Alberto had to hype himself up. Nathan is OP. There is no way they could touch him. But then, she brought out Nathan's clothes covered in sus slime. The drip was hanging right there in the hideout. The three of them stared at the outfit like it was a crime scene. Sinfa hesitated before dropping the bomb. Diane panicked, imagining the worst. Wait, does that mean Nathan is running around in his birthday suit right now? Hate to admit it, but yeah, it looks that way. And this outfit? It's covered in something sticky. Alberto snapped. Sticky. I get it now. He slammed the table in a rage. Forget peace. We ride at dawn. War's on. Meanwhile, being the topic of all that gossip, Nathan sneezed. Rima handed him a tissue. Bless you. But seriously, who told you to walk around with barely any fabric on? The rest of the squad was side-eyeing him. Lord Nathan is trustworthy, sure. But why do I feel like I'm walking next to a ticking time bomb? Same here, bestie. I've got literal goosebumps, probably just paranoia though. Nathan jumped into the convo. Actually, I've got a bad vibe too. Like, a really bad vibe. What exactly is waiting for us at Lodos? And who is this J character really? My heart is racing. Nathan was getting hyped. Let's just fly there. The whole crew looked at him like he grew a second head. They immediately protested. A carriage takes forever, sure, but flying, that's impossible for us. We don't have high-tier flight magic. But our MC had a plan. No worries, fam. Spatial magic, activate. The magic zone expanded, covering everyone. Nathan announced. I boosted the range. Hop on, the Nathan Express is leaving the station. The squad cheered in unison. Yo, this is insane. We are actually flying right now. Ava was shook. I heard flight magic is S-tier difficulty. Only a few legends can use it and he's carrying the whole squad. More importantly, is this actually faster than a carriage? Nathan nodded. Of course, but it burns through stamina like crazy. Jennifer was simping hard. He's using his divine mana just for us? Lord Nathan is the absolute goat, truly built different. Nathan gave the signal. Let's roll. They zoomed off, tearing through the sky like a literal rocket over the city. Suddenly, they stopped near the forest by the Lotus Mansion. Nathan looked at them with sad puppy eyes. You guys okay? What do you mean? We haven't even been flying for 10 minutes. The group yelled. Don't stop now. Keep going. We won't be passengers anymore. We'll be corpses. They have a point, Lord Nathan. Look at Michael. He's wrecked. Nathan shrugged. I warned you guys. I said it takes a lot of stamina. The group gasped. Wait, you meant or stamina? Nathan woke Michael up and made a call. It's cool. We're almost there anyway. We can just walk the rest. Then Nathan realized something. Actually, I'm gonna forage for some snacks in the woods. Mia stopped him. Don't. My stomach is doing flips right now. Jennifer stepped up immediately. I got this, Nathan. Let me handle it. Michael knew the tea. Jennifer just wanted to flex her skills for Lloyd because she was a jungle kid. Nathan was intrigued. In the forest? For real. Flashback time. Jennifer had a tragic past. As a kid, she accidentally poisoned her own parents. After that nightmare, she couldn't live around humans. She survived alone in the wild, until Jay found her and adopted her into the crew. Back then, Jay brought Jennifer home to meet the squad. Hey guys, check it out. We got a new member. The group was not feeling it. Did you pick up another stray? Jay nodded. Yup, this is Jennifer. She has the poison body constitution. They freaked out. Poison? That's way too dangerous. She's literally growling at us. She's just on guard. Jay hugged Jennifer tightly. It's gonna be okay. I'll teach you how to live a real life. Jennifer started tearing up, but the squad panicked. Jay, watch out. It doesn't matter how many layers you wear, the poison will soak through. Jay smiled. It's fine. Totally fine. Jennifer smells like flowers, you know? And then, Jay coughed up a fountain of blood. The squad wasn't even surprised. Called it. Fabric can't stop that level of toxicity. Let's just leave her in town. Jay was weak but stubborn as heck. I'm not done yet. You know what they say. If you decide to drink poison, you gotta finish the cup, or something like that. Whatever. If you start something, you gotta see it through. I don't care what you say. Jennifer is staying. And you guys have to help her too. The squad sighed and split up the tasks. Fine, I'll handle her education. Christopher and I will design her clothes. Then I guess I'll cook food that neutralizes poison. From that day on, it was grind mode. Jay was fighting for his life, squinting to thread a needle. Then came the fashion design phase. The whole group was beefing over the style choices. Jennifer watched them with watery eyes, totally touched. Finally, they created the ultimate outfit for her. Feast your eyes on this masterpiece. This fabric right here, it's the result of countless sleepless nights enchanted with a spell to block every single toxin. I transformed it into this sick black suit. It's easy to take off, purely practical, and honestly, it's my masterpiece of design and utility. That antitoxin enchantment is woven into a single layer, so you can strip it off instantly for assassination vibes. Now, you can finally live among normal people, girl. Jay carefully clipped a hairpin onto her messy hair and flashed a $1,000,000 smile. See that, Jennifer? You are seriously adorable. She was so moved, she started bawling right there. Jay totally panicked. Like, how do I fix this? Mia continued the story. From that day on, Jay became like a big brother to her. The whole squad, they became her real family. As the story ended, she looked deep in thought. Meanwhile, Nathan was analyzing that shirt with laser focus. He could practically see the image of Jay grinding to make it happen. Every stitch held a magical secret. Nathan made up his mind right then. I gotta meet this guy. Grima was shook. He never expected the great Nathan to be interested in some random individual like this. Nathan turned and asked, Grimo, you got a problem. But right then, bubble. The pot started boiling like crazy. The squad gathered around, chatting it up. But wait, what kind of dark magic is that? Instant local specialty hot pot. Grimo looked at the pot. Yo, that looks tasty. Fam. There is zero light reflecting off that soup. It's so black it's literally absorbing the light around it. Christopher used his ability to command the pot, be delicious. Ren stuffed her face and shouted, yummy. Ava was skeptical. Is it really though? Why don't you taste it before judging? Nathan thought to himself, man, I'm actually curious now. Did Christopher's power actually change the flavor? Michael was sweating bullets as Nathan woke up. Mia panicked. Ren, Nathan is a prince, remember? This is a bit. She felt guilty. You're right, sis. This dish is definitely not royal tier. But suddenly, Nathan started chowing down. The whole squad dropped their jaws. He's actually eating it. And then he dropped the bomb. This is legit delicious. The flavor is super rich. Grimo clapped back. Looking at that color without passing out is a miracle. But eating it? That gives me the creeps. Only Nathan knew the truth. In his past life, he was so broke he cooked and ate whatever random stuff he could find. Michael and Christopher looked at him with pure fear. We've lived with Jennifer forever and we don't dare touch her cooking. But he's eating it like a snack? Okay, I respect Nathan now. Nathan kept praising it. So good. The taste is actually amazing. Ren blushed. I've never cooked anything decent before. Usually the poison gets mixed in. Nathan held out his bowl. Another one, please. Ren beamed. Coming right up. And just like that, the squad had a strangely peaceful and warm meal. After eating, Ava carried Nathan on his back. I guarantee you, no matter how OP this guy is, when he sleeps, he's just an adorable kid. Best dinner ever, am I right? But as they moved out, Christopher had to ruin the moment. Sorry to burst your bubble, but Lord Nathan hasn't slept in days because he was forging a demon sword and other crazy stuff. Grimo added, yeah, not exactly adorable. He's got a super-level defensive barrier up even right now. Ava sighed, admitting defeat. Okay, fine. Not that cute. Ren looked thoughtful and suddenly suggested, hey guys, maybe we should head straight to the mansion so Nathan can rest properly. Ava chimed in, Ren, I'm not doubting Jay, but the chance of this being a trap isn't exactly 0%. Grimo nodded. The handwriting is Jay's, but Lordos might have forced him to write that letter. If that's the case, the real question is, why go through all this trouble to trap us? I agree we should take the burden off Nathan. Jennifer, since you asked, Grimo will stay here with Nathan. Grimo snapped back. You dummy. I told you, he's invincible even when he sleeps. And use honorifics when you say my name. I should be going with you guys. If something happens to you while he's asleep, I'm the one who's gonna get blamed. Let's go scout. The group stared at the location, totally on guard. Ava made the call. Let's move. To the target. They arrived at the Lordo's manor. Inside, everyone was hustling and bustling. The squad, disguised in black cloaks, started whispering. How's it look? You see anything? Wait, are they preparing a party? Is this for us? This is way too easy to infiltrate. Is this really the place where Jay thought war was gonna break out? Grimo guessed it immediately. Maybe becoming a lord changed him. The squad asked, what's the play here? Grimo replied, I don't sense any killer intent. If nothing happens, let's head back to Nathan and then return here. I really want to introduce Nathan to Jay. Suddenly, the realization hit them. Wait, now that I think about it, Jay did say he was interested in Nathan. What did that mean? Right, we totally forgot about that detail. The reason we even heard about the Benjamins started with Jay, but they didn't notice someone sneaking up behind them. Are you the Assassin Guild? The whole squad froze. Busted. But right then, a giant poster unrolled with a loud welcome. Why didn't you guys use the front door? Let's get this party started. The Lord's guests have arrived. Ava and the squad were sitting at the table, totally stressing out, asking, yo, what's the move now? We got exposed before we could even link up with Lord Lloyd. I can't believe they tracked us down. One of them was super paranoid, eyeing the plates like, is the food spiked or what? She tasted it. Seems legit. Poison doesn't work on me, fam, but I definitely know if it was there. Grace let out a huge sigh of relief. Looks like we were tripping for nothing. But Ava wasn't feeling the vibe. Man, this whole fancy setup just doesn't fit me. I feel heavy. Mia was salty too. These table manners are killing me. Loud Grace nodded. Bet, I'll fly over and ping Lord Lloyd real quick. But when he tried to take off, glitched out. Couldn't fly. My bad. Suddenly, Jennifer started bawling her eyes out, totally emotional. I was so scared, thinking I'd never see you again. Jay, please, just stay here a little longer. Hearing that hit the squad right in the feels. Ava stepped up for the team. Excuse me, Lord? The host nodded, understanding the assignment. That's right, the big boss is pulling up right now. Footsteps echoed through the hall. The entire Assassin Guild was shook. Jennifer, with tears still streaming, called out, guys, you made it way faster than I expected. They gasped, shouting, Jay, but seeing their friend, something fell off. The suspicion started creeping in. Jay, He flashed $1 million smile. That's right. Boom. He swapped his royal drip back to his OG outfit in a split second. More used to this fit, right? Ava's jaw dropped. Wait, you teleported just the clothes? How? Did you actually master your powers like that? Jay nodded with confidence. Yup, I've been grinding hard enough to control it like a pro now. The tension vanished instantly. Man, we were stressing over nothing. Thank God. Grace went to comfort Jennifer, who was still an emotional wreck in the corner. They stood there in the middle of the lively party, looking at each other. Jennifer threw up some hand signs, then scratched her head, laughing awkwardly like a dork. Christopher couldn't hold it back. This is wild, bro. I got a million things to tell you. Words can't even describe the vibes right now. Jay looked just as stuck. Same here. Where do I even start? He paused, searching for the right words, then realized he couldn't speak. Silence filled the room for a second. Then he finally spoke. Actually, I got nothing to say to you. The squad was lined up, totally confused. Jay's face went dark, pure villain energy. Kneel. Instantly, an invisible force slammed the entire assassin guild into the dirt. Jennifer was shook. What is happening? Ava tried to fight the gravity. What is this pressure? Mia clocked it immediately. It's the power of words. Michael was confused. How, Jay? And even Christopher had to admit, this is way stronger than my shout. We're cooked. Jay smirked. See, told you. You can catch these guys easy if you just use a little finesse. Just as our master predicted. Christopher couldn't believe his eyes. What the heck? Jay, what is this betrayal arc? Jay's voice turned cold. All right, boys, pick your prize. Which body do you want? That one has a curse. Oh, and the poison guy is up for grabs. Suddenly, a vortex of dark energy crashed into the party. Panic everywhere. Run. Don't let them catch you. Go with Lord Lloyd. He's dangerous. Like endgame boss level. That's Dita. Ren screamed for Roa, and the beast summoned instantly. But Jay kicked it aside like trash. Grace got launched, eyes rolling back, coughing up blood, smashing into the roof. The squad watched in horror as he flew. That wasn't Jay. It was Andrew. You stole his body. The fake Jay looked down coldly. Ellen. You ain't nothing but you stupid or what? The enemy scoffed. Complete moron. Meanwhile, the castle was quiet. Lloyd was snoozing. Suddenly, boom. A loud crash scared all the slime monsters away. Lloyd woke up groggy. Huh? Did I oversleep? Where'd everybody go? He was still buffering, totally clueless. Henry didn't sense any killing intent. But then, he saw Grace stumbling back, looking absolutely furious and beat up. Damn it. How? It turns out the target was those scumbags. Grace's face was a mess. That guy. It's Dita. Lloyd listened silently. Back at the mansion, Jennifer's crew was frozen in shock. What? What is actually going on here? Everyone was face down on the floor, waiting for an answer. Andrew didn't speak, but the guests started laughing. Nasty, mocking laughter. The assassins were fuming. The guests loved it, getting more arrogant by the second. Look at you fools. You still don't get it, do you? Filthy lower life forms, their shadows twisted into demonic shapes, grinning like monsters. With those tiny brains, how could you? The assassins were terrified. Ava realized what they were facing. I've heard legends about these things. They exist like a mental illness, hiding in minds or hijacking bodies after parasitizing them. Andrew nodded. A species that once pushed Salem to the brink of extinction with just one unit. Correct. These are all demon gods, brought straight from the demon realm by yours truly. The squad was sweating buckets. All of them? Over 100 of them. And each one can wipe out a kingdom solo. Jennifer's voice trembled. The demon realm? Waymer continued. Beyond the ocean, outside this continent. That's where I'm from. And I came here for one specific thing. Guess what? I wanted this body. Jay's body. And his teleportation power. Ava froze. The nightmare was real. Nice to meet you, Assassin Guild. I am Waymer, the calamity of the demon realm. And Jay? He's dead. I snatched his body for good. Ren's eyes widened in pure shock. Meanwhile, Wismer just kept yapping his nonsense. Teleportation. Now that is a god-tier ability. Totally worth the grind. It took me months to completely crush Jennifer's little mind. But oh man, those months were a blast. Especially watching his will snap like a twig. Let me spill the tea on why he ghosted you guys. Hearing his twisted game made Ren's blood boil. You monster, she screamed, demanding answers. What the hell did you do to Jennifer? But before she could finish, his magic slammed her down. Whack. A brutal strike sent her reeling. He just smirked, ice cold. I told you. I'm telling the story here. Seeing Ren get tossed like a rag doll, the squad panicked. You know, Jennifer really loved his squad. Don't touch my friends. Don't hurt my crew. Yeah, we get it. He kept yapping that garbage right until his light went out. Mia was fuming, struggling against the pressure. Damn it. Move. Why won't my body move? The villain's voice echoed in her head. Even as I was devouring his brain, he tried so hard to hide the other vessels from me. Those precious bodies. They are the perfect skins for us. Demon gods to wear. Guess what happened when I told him it was useless? That I'd hunt you all down eventually? He tried to unalive himself. Smart kid. If he dies, I die. But did I stop him? Nah, that's too boring. The team looks sick to their stomachs. It hurts. It hurts so bad. The villain mocked Jennifer's dying voice, laughing at his pain. But if I go out like this, I can save everyone. It's sad, but it's okay. My memory will live on with them. And boom, saved. I healed him right when the Reaper came knocking. That was the funniest part. All that resolve flushed down the drain. You should have seen the look on his face. After that, he tried every way to end it. Drowning, burning alive, poison, jumping off cliffs. And my favorite, trying to starve himself. He didn't get it. That endless loop of dying and coming back, it just shattered his mind faster. Jennifer couldn't fight back anymore. While he begged for the sweet release of death, his soul just faded away into nothingness. Oh, and while I was at it, I slaughtered everyone in Lord Ost and turned their corpses into hosts for my demon pals. Even Jack was happy about it. He hated those locals anyway. Now, the other demon gods are getting impatient. Yo, Lord Wizmer, hurry up and give us the good bodies. These cheap royal corpses are lame as hell. Dibs on that girl. I love it when they scream. Plus, I want that poison power for myself. Wizmer held up a hand. Hold your horses. Ren was sobbing, broken by the truth. He stepped up to her. I should probably give you a heads up first. He grabbed her by the hair and yanked her up. Fun fact, you can't deny that this little girl killed her own mommy and daddy with her poison. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't recommend using a vessel that's trashier than a dumpster fire. She can't even control her powers. She killed her own people. Is that really vessel material? The squad couldn't take the disrespect anymore. Shut your trap. But hearing Jennifer's voice coming from that monster's mouth, how dare you speak with his voice? Do you have any idea how much he suffered? Mia screamed. You absolute scumbag. Christopher was ready to murder someone right then and there. Damn it, I'm gonna kill him. Christopher tried to move, but it was useless. His body wouldn't obey. Why can't we move? He just said kneel and we're stuck. We can't even fight a simple command. Wizmer grinned like a maniac. First come, first served. 5 fresh bodies. Who wants a bite? But then something caught his eye. There was a butterfly tattoo on her arm. What the hell is this? It wasn't in Jennifer's memories. Is this some kind of spell? I'm not big on magic, but this feels like someone tagged my property. Who did this to you? What does it do? She stayed silent. Wizmer's voice dropped. Answer me. The command magic crushed down on her, but Ren grit her teeth and held on. He blinked, surprised by her grit. Oh, you can actually resist my word soul command? Impressive. You killed your own parents, yet you won't rat out your friends? Ava tried to shout to her. Don't listen to him, Ren. Block him out. The hairpin Jennifer gave her snapped in two, falling to the ground. Ren was fighting the magic with everything she had. A memory flashed Jennifer holding a cute ribbon. Do you like this better than the hairpin? You don't have to worry about the poison anymore. You can wear cute clothes that match this bow. See? Now anyone can hug you safely. I have someone I want you to meet, she thought. I won't hurt my friends anymore. Wizmer's face twisted in rage. Betray them. Who is he? Who put that mark on you? The pressure was too much. Ren broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Suddenly, the sky split open. A pillar of holy light crashed down, revealing a silhouette. The assassins gasped, and even the demon gods froze in confusion. Ren's tears flowed freely as she recognized him. Wizmer's jaw dropped. A miraculous light pierced the darkness of the castle. Immense power exploded outwards, shaking the very air. Smoke billowed from the impact zone. The hero had arrived. The Assassin's Guild was completely shook, fam. They were trembling, jaws on the floor, watching the destruction. Tears streamed down her face as she saw him. A massive pillar of smoke rose high into the sky from the castle ruins. The demon minions were totally panicking. What is happening? Ren was stuttering, too terrified to speak. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently lifted her face. Yo, open up. Let me check that mouth. Were you seriously trying to bite your tongue and end it? Don't be a dummy. Gremo told me everything. You guys need to dip, right now. They're coming for you. Leave the rest to me. She hesitated, but Ava swooped in from behind and grabbed her. The whole assassin squad started sprinting away. Lloyd-sama, I'm sorry, Ren cried out. Ava cut her off. Use your brain, girl. Think about the situation. Enemies are everywhere. Besides, there's that thing. Lloyd-sama told us to run. He's absolutely going to survive this. That guy is a literal monster with infinite power. We'd just be dead weight in Lloyd-sama's battle. Back at the crater, the demons looked down, relieved. Is he alive? Suddenly, glug, glug, the lava started bubbling like a hot tub. The demons started freaking out. No way, no shot, it's impossible. But Lord Guizame didn't let his fan club down. He rose from the depths. Lloyd stared him down with zero fear. The minions screamed Guizame's name like fanboys. Guizame looked annoyed. What are you clowns doing standing around? Why do you think we're stuck in this third-rate cave? The rats escaped. If they hide their presence, even I can't track them. If they start playing defensive, it's game over for the hunt. Chase them down, or I'll end you myself. The minions bowed instantly. As you wish, my lord. Lloyd floated above, charging up a massive energy ball. Yeah, I'm gonna have to veto that plan. Not on my watch. Boom! The castle was bombarded by mystic lasers. Lloyd stood in the center, controlling the magic circle like a DJ dropping the beat. The demons were screaming in terror. The magic tore through the mansion like artillery fire. Ava shouted back to the team, "Watch out for the debris." Ren gasped, totally mesmerized. Lloyd-sama's magic. The demons rushed Lloyd, shouting, "You little punk. Stop this nonsense." Lloyd gave them the coldest death stare imaginable. One demon swiped with razor-sharp claws, but Guizame was already casting a spell from the back. The demon lord gave a single command, "Die." A minion launched itself at Lloyd with insane speed, closing the gap in a millisecond. Right before impact, Lloyd threw up his shield. But what? The attack phased right through it. Lloyd watched the beast fly past. Everything okay? What was that? It went through the barrier without breaking it. It just phased through. Guizame said, "Die," so there was like an 80 to 90% chance that hit would have actually killed him. What do I do? Lloyd's Andrew brain was curious to touch it, but his survival instinct said nope. Grimo screamed from his hand. Obviously you have to dodge, you maniac. Lloyd swerved just as the fist came flying. The demons froze. Time to activate hacks. Analysis, magic on. The enemy's body looked like an X-ray scan before his eyes. Lloyd entered full detective mode. He realized instantly if that hit him, it would have been an instant game over for the human inside. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. I told you, Grimo yelled. If you knew that, why didn't you dodge immediately? It's like talking to a brick wall. Lloyd analyzed the data. That wasn't a spell with a chant. He literally turned his words into reality. It's just like Jade's teleportation or Bazu's attribute shift. Yeah, it's exactly like Jade's word magic. It looks different because the power gap is massive. It uses pure mana directly. My physical mana shields can't block that. Since the mana isn't given physical form through a chant, it flows like water. My shield is just a filter. The shield stops solid stuff, but the water just flows right through the mesh. If it was Bazu's level, my aura could probably cancel it out. But this guy's mana, it can reach right into my heart. Grimo went silent, terrified by the analysis. Guizame cleared his throat. Honestly, you can't get good help these days. They didn't even realize they died because their skills were trash. Lloyd stayed silent. Grimo finally spoke up. Lloyd, we demons have a ranking system. Those guys were ranked 10 or lower. Magic still works on them. Bazu was rank 8. I'm rank 3. Lloyd guessed. So this guy is rank 1? Grimo shut that down immediately. You're wrong. He's way above that. He's a noble, royalty of the demon world. To guys like him, we're just livestock. Even 100 rank 1 demons couldn't beat him. He's a walking natural disaster, no cap. Got it. So basically, he's not someone we should provoke. Cool. What are you saying? Grimo panicked. Let's run. Lloyd-sama, please, wait for him to chill out. He's too OP right now. Guizame asked coldly, who exactly are you? Lloyd kept it brief. Just the Benjamin. Guizame dug through his memories. The Benjamin. I feel like Jade mentioned you once. I forgot. But I think Jade really wanted to meet you. Lloyd replied casually. Is that so? I wanted to meet him too. But he was kinda trash. And you? This is the worst vibes ever. Wama laid down the law. Listen up, kid. Take a good look at the destruction below. My base is wrecked, my minions are scattered, and it's all because of you. He wasn't done venting. And don't think I forgot about my inventory. You better round up every single person in that guild. They're bursting with potential magic just waiting to be harvested. James was absolutely losing it, sweating buckets like he was in a sauna. Worst of all, the villain growled. You let those soul vessels escape. Do you have any idea how rare those are? They're the ultimate host bodies, irreplaceable. No matter how I slice it, you owe me big time. Lloyd, however, was still standing strong against the demon's pressure. Right. I'm not exactly vibing with this situation either. Rima tried to cut the tension. Oh, If you guys aren't too busy, can we maybe? I don't know, play nice, Master Lloyd. With all due respect. Run! The little guy screamed. This enemy is on a whole different level. But Lloyd just shrugged, cool as a cucumber. Is that so? You mean this guy isn't some low-level scrub I can one-shot like the trash mobs downstairs? James's face twisted in horror. Scrub. Are you crazy? These guys aren't easy XP. Even the demon god core are tanks. Magic barely scratches them. Think about it. Does a fish drown if you throw water at it? Lloyd decided to fact-check that. He fired a casual magic bolt towards the enemy. Just a light flick. If the force was strong enough, anything would crumble, right? Seeing Wamu take 0 damage, the reality hit him. This guy was built different. Magic impact to him was like a gentle ripple in a pond. He was a leviathan lurking in the deep, dark ocean. The opponent cracked a cold, arrogant smile. With a simple snap of his fingers, a shard of pure, concentrated mana materialized in his hand. It began to take a terrifying shape. Robert pressed down on the tail of the magic cluster, charging it up, and then boom, he launched it forward like a railgun. Lloyd instantly threw up a mana sphere to block, but the shard drilled right into it. Cracks spread across the surface. James's jaw dropped. You gotta be kidding me. That thing pierced 2 layers of Master Lloyd's steel hard shields. That torque is even crazier than my dark vortex. Lloyd remained stone-faced, pouring more power into the shield to keep it from shattering. Robert actually looked impressed. Thicker than I expected, the villain admitted. Not bad, Benjamin. Then, he unleashed a hellstorm of twisted mana missiles. Let's see how many of these you can tank. James screamed, his soul leaving his body. This is insanity. Spiraling beams of destruction shot into the sky and rained down. Lo's eyes flashed with determination. He dashed, weaving through the deadly shower of magic. The mansion's courtyard turned into a disaster zone as the spiral rain decimated everything in sight. The architecture was getting absolutely deleted. Robert calmly kept up the barrage, but Lloyd wasn't panicking either. Moving at god-tier speeds, Lloyd tried to maneuver, but Robert intercepted him personally. The demon stomped straight down onto Lloyd's shield. Lloyd was shook. Just one kick and my shield is already buckling. The villain was literally moonwalking on Lloyd's defense. He delivered a second stomp, caving the shield in. Behind him, a swarm of spiral magic was locking on. James was sobbing, tears flowing like a waterfall. Robert waved his hand, conducting his symphony of destruction. The spiral missiles fused together, morphing into a gigantic, sky-piercing drill. It roared toward Lloyd's crumbling sphere. Lloyd activated his trump card, Titanic Earth Fortress. The ground erupted, forming a small castle to intercept the drill. But it wasn't enough. The drill smashed through, splitting the fortress in half. The earth shook, thunder roared, and the assassin guild was in full panic mode. Even the demon gods watching from the high walls were flabbergasted. What kind of kaiju battle is this? They all looked toward the opposite side where Ava stood. He barked out orders immediately. Michael, open the gates. Now. On it came the reply. Rima was crying out in despair. Lo. But the MC was already moving, landing on top of the broken earth giant. The little spirit's voice trembled. Master Lo. I can't stop crying, Lo sighed. James, instead of weeping, how about you make yourself scarce? Just hide until the dust settles so you don't get wrecked. Meanwhile, Whammer had figured something out. The first time you looked surprised was when I teleported. Lo replied coldly. It wasn't because of you. The villain scoffed, arrogance oozing from him. If not me, then who? Lo exposed the truth. That body. Duyan can't control that power, but somehow you can. Humans usually need to cast spells to manage that kind of energy, right? David didn't mind spilling the tea. For beings born of mana like us, it's instinct. Just like birds know how to fly without school, we know how to dominate magic.
Those pathetic soul vessels. Born with wings, but too stupid to fly.
Duyan's wings were massive, powerful enough to echo all the way to the demon realm. Why do you care so much? They're trash, mocked by their own kind. They should have just accepted their fate and perished. A soul vessel only fulfills its purpose when it becomes our food. Watch closely, Benjamin. This is true power. So, what's the play? His voice dripped with mockery. Gonna block? Gonna dodge? Or maybe run away? Loy's face went dark as night, and for the first time, he took a step back. Yo fam, pause the video right here. That spiral magic just straight up turned our boy Loy into a donut. Guy is standing over him looking toxic, declaring it's game over with 0 continues. Forget physics class, chat. Acceleration? Force? Nah. This death magic is a straight-up ban hammer that deletes you from the server, no respawn point included. Guy drops the Black Shadow Anchor ult. Suddenly, Loy looks like a human pincushion, pierced 1,000 times over. It is looking majorly sus for our main character. Meanwhile, over in Ava's lane, the squad is squaring up against the demon god goons. Their boss is barking orders like a total Karen. Absolutely unreasonable. These creepy crawlies are trying to snatch some bodies, but Ava flexes that slime control. He's like, shout out to King Lloyd for the power-up tutorial. We crack now. Bam! He smashes the ground and unleashes a tsunami of sticky goo. The whole battlefield is getting messy. Folks, you think you can just loot our bodies? Think again. The demon starts slipping and sliding like it's a water park. Ava flips his trap card. That slime ain't just gross, it turns to solid concrete in seconds. Freeze tag, anyone? That's enough to send a few of these noobs to the spectator lobby. Christopher comes in clutch from the backline. He spams the sync command, and invisible gravity just smooshes those demons into the mud. Pancake time. Ava is hyping him up like, bro, your aim is cracked. Didn't even hit the homies. Christopher is evolving mid-battle. You love to see it. Michael is playing doorman at the back, yelling, open and shut case, baby. Ava hits him with the tie, bro. You a real one. Then he screams, time to skettle, gang. But the demons are glitching out, trying to rage quit that sticky trap. Yo, these dudes are built different. They literally rip the floor up and charge. Ava is shook, seeing them run at him with bricks stuck to their hands. He's facepalming so hard. No shot. That combo was supposed to be OP. That's the scary power of possessed bodies, y'all. Running away? Nah, that's futile against these speed demons. It's do or die time, fam. Mia steps up to the plate to tank the aggro. What a queen. She activates her eagle eyes. Focusing on one isn't enough. She widens her FOV to lock onto the whole enemy squad in 4K resolution. Boom! 100 wound link. She hits him with that AoE damage share. Now the whole enemy team is screaming in sync. Oof, critical hit. The squad is jaw-dropped while Mia smirks at her masterpiece. That's how we do it. Thanks for the buffs, low. Ava is confused like, sis, what are you doing? Mia just drops a, my bad, fam. But get out of my frame. I can't filter targets with this hack, so don't get caught in the crossfire. Go touch grass in the forest and hide. I got this. But Jennifer is stressing out big time in the comments section. Are you tripping, Mia? Your leg is busted. How are you going to clutch this 1 versus 5? Snap. The demon's ankle gets sliced out of nowhere. He's confused like, what kind of lag switch magic is this? Cheater. But wait, the demon heals instantly, and Mia's leg patches itself up too. The baddie growls, don't sleep on our regen hacks, girly. Mia doesn't blink. She drives her sword down again. The demon clutches his foot in agony. She's literally hurting herself to hurt them. Hardcore. This ability is savage. Chat. Zero hesitation. Mia grits her teeth. I'm Gucci. Just bounce. Already. I ain't letting these creeps snatch my avatar. Jennifer is crying. No shot. We ride together. We die together. We aren't leaving you. But before she can finish, Ava yoinks her by the collar from behind. Jen is flabbergasted, but look at Michael's face, pure sorrow. He knows what time it is. Clang! 8 iron gates slam shut, separating the squad. Jennifer's freaking out. Ava, why are you staying with her? I told you to clear the lane. Ava is staying behind. He's done the math, and it's not looking good. She can't solo this raid boss with a broken leg. These demons will bust that gate like it's cardboard. If they get through, it's a TPK total party kill. Mia smiles sadly. He's right. No debate. Then Ava drops the bombshell. I'm tanking for you. Use your insta-kill ult and cast it on me too. Hold up. What? Everyone's faces go pale. Even the demons are stuttering. Did he say insta-kill? The baddies are sweating buckets. Nah, she wouldn't dare. Right? Right? Oh, she dares. Mia raises her blade. The demons smell death cooking. Stop that crazy chick. Forget the loot, just kill her. But Ava blocks them with a wall of slime. Not on my watch, scrubs. Tears streaming down her face, Mia screams, class is in session, and I'm about to teach you a lesson. You think we're weak? We've lived through hell as assassins. Our resolve is built different, you monsters. From behind the gate, Jennifer is begging, stop, don't do it. But Mia is fully locked in, fueled by pure rage. Jennifer, why does our boy always try to self-destruct? We finally mastered our powers. We were so close to clearing our bounties, but the captain isn't here anymore. She's sobbing uncontrollably now. It's heartbreaking, chat. We were almost there. And with that shing, she drives the blade straight through her own thigh. The ultimate sacrifice play. Mia wasn't backing down an inch, fam. She put some respect on the Assassin Guild's name. But Jennifer screamed like it was game over. Don't do it, Mia. But the villain wasn't waiting for a monologue. He sliced Mia's hair right off, signaling the end was near. Weimer watched from the high ground. acting all high and mighty. He started yapping about the world of sunlight and how much better he was. Then he had the nerve to call them roaches. I have to watch you bugs struggle under rocks, he spat. Your dreams are straight up disgusting. He basically said, if you were interesting, maybe your sacrifice would matter. But right now, you guys are totally mid. Time to teach you bugs a lesson. You don't get to choose when you delete your accounts. But while he was busy trash talking, a loud crack hit from behind. Weimer spun around fast, realizing the sound wasn't where he thought it was. Lloyd's face started cracking like a broken statue. The whole body just crumbled into dust in seconds. Psych, that was a decoy. The real Lloyd flashed behind him before he could even react. He popped a magic circle, ready to blast. Clay clone jutsu, son. Weimer stared at the dust pile like, for real? A clay clone? He actually looked impressed. You got jokes, huh? Weimer checked Lloyd's sword and grinned. Oh, we using blades now. Was all that magic just a warm-up? Grima was shaking in his boots. We're cooked. What do we do now? But Weimer wasn't having it. Don't be soft. You still gotta entertain me, bro. Then Lloyd, with zero fear, asked, can we take this 1v1 somewhere else? That actually made the villain pause for a second. Suddenly, boom. The cavalry arrived outside. Everyone looked over as explosions rocked the mansion and horses thundered in. Prince Alberto pulled up with main character energy. Magic Sword Squad. Let's save my little bro right now. His squad was lit literally. They unleashed fire on the demons instantly. The bad guys were terrified, who turned up the heat. Mia and the gang were confused. What's popping right now? Then slash. The wooden gate behind them got sliced and diced. Debris rained down on their backs. Alberto walked in, checking the vibes. Something extremely sus is going on here, he muttered. Christopher clocked him immediately. It's the second prince, Alberto. Meanwhile, the demons were screaming as they got roasted in the flames. Alberto looked at the burning monsters. Demons, bet. Just like the intel said, Diane was impressed too. Damn, they look way different than the stories. Jennifer was sobbing tears of joy. The prince actually came through. We're saved, fam. But then things got awkward. Christopher spotted the maid, Alice. They started staring daggers at each other. Major beef alert. Alberto's squad was panic mode. Who do we jump first? They started arguing in the middle of the raid. Yo, shouldn't we focus on the demons? Nah, clear the trash first. Chaos everywhere. Diane had to ask the real question. Assassin Guild, where is Lloyd? Every minute you stall, I'm deleting ahead. Someone was praying inside their heart. We are so dead. They rushed to explain, Master Lloyd is throwing hands at the mansion. She interrogated them like a detective. Fighting who? And why? Mia and Jennifer tried to explain. We're beefing with the guy who looks like the demon boss. Michael shut them up real quick. Hold up, did you forget the promise? Flashback to Lloyd's warning before bed. Lloyd had told them, my power is top secret. Don't let the castle folks know I'm OP, okay? Gatekeep that info. Gremo knew the deal. Lloyd just wanted to sleep. He didn't want the hero spotlight. Ava remembered. Lloyd said, if I get famous, it's going to be a drag. Keep it on the low, or I'm out. I just want to study magic and chill. I'm dead serious about this. He didn't want the drama or the fans. If the prince saw Lloyd fighting the boss, his cover would be blown. They'd realize he's built different and never let him rest. Jennifer was sweating bullets. What did we say? Sophia saw them hesitating and got ready to attack. Tick-tock. One guy panicked and yelled, Lloyd is fighting an epic battle. With some random weakling. Somewhere over there. Everyone froze. That was the worst lie ever. Sophia glared. You expect me to believe that cap? Alberto intervened. Wait a minute, Sophia. The assassins looked at him like he was their only hope. The prince is smart. He's a chill guy. Surely he'll listen to reason and not destroy us. But then Arnett said coldly, killing a kid first is bad PR. Let's off the adults first. Ava, being the oldest, realized he was cooked. Wait, what's this laundry thing? It was Lloyd's stuff on a stick. Alberto was skeptical. Why would Lloyd fight a gang that hangs laundry as a warning sign? Stop yapping. Diane sighed in the back. This makes no sense. The old man tried to explain to save his own skin. No, you got it wrong. We just washed it. It got dirty from my, slime. That sounded even worse. Christopher and Alice were still glaring, totally ignoring the stupidity. Jennifer jumped in to save the day before swords started swinging. Hold on. I know we look sus right now, but we're all just worried about Lloyd. Can we just chill? Yo fam, listen up. You guys literally saved my entire bloodline, and I'm straight up grateful for that. No cap, I'll do anything to repay this debt. I'm even down to take the heat if needed. Those monsters took someone special from me. That's the real reason I'm throwing hands alongside you guys. Just trust me on this, okay? Please. The room went silent. Jen looked at them with those puppy dog eyes, desperately waiting for the verdict. But suddenly, whoosh, someone teleported in like a glitch in the Matrix. It was Eri. She parried a demon's sneak attack right before it could slice Jen into confetti. The whole squad spun around, jaws dropping at Ava. A demon? Seriously. But Eri had something to say about that. Yo, we gotta trust her. If she was sus, Riru would have turned her into a snack by now. Diane was totally shook seeing Eri pop up out of nowhere. Eri, what are you doing here? She was fuming, literally steaming. You think I'm gonna chill at home while Loy is out here fighting for his life? No shot. Alberto made the call. Fine, let them go. We'll roll with Riru's instinct for now. Squad, gear up. We're taking down that demon army. Sinfa, go back up Loy. Get him out of there. She nodded. Roger that. But then, the boss man dropped some cold facts with an icy tone. Loy is currently destroying some trash mob in an epic showdown. He absolutely doesn't need a babysitter. Now zip it, or I'll silence you myself. That demon was shaking with pure rage. But then boom, something crazy happened that made Sinfa freeze. She looked up at the chaos unfolding in the sky. A huge chunk of the mansion just collapsed. Alberto stared at the distant flames, totally confused. What the heck is going on over there? Sinfa had the intel. I don't know, but the bridge is toast. Mr. Alberto, the demons fell in the water and now they're swimming to the mainland like creepy fish. He instantly went into commander mode. Bad news. If they flank us, we're cooked. Everyone, pull back to the mainland. Move, move, move. Jennifer couldn't believe it. Lord Loy was right there. Meanwhile, Gwamer watched the bridge crumble and the squad scattering. He smirked. This actually works out better for me, don't you think? Loy didn't deny it. Exactly. But then the villain got all weird and obsessive. Even with an army of goons swarming around, I can't take my eyes off you. I bet you feel the same intense connection, don't you? While Alberto's crew sprinted away from the collapsing bridge, Loy shut that creeping down. Not really, bro. Gwamer crossed his arms and fired a spiraling blast of magic. He thought Loy was just playing hard to get, but Rima cut in. He's not wrong, master. I know you're worried about your friends down there, but do not sleep on this guy. He's dangerous. Now, about this sword. What's the plan? Lord Loy. Loy gripped his blade tight. You're right. The squad can handle their own business. It's time to lock in. Full focus on this fight. Gamer was hyped, waiting for his opponent to make a move. Back outside the mansion, Alberto screamed, open fire, light him up. The demons were crying, stop shooting. It burns. We can't regen fast enough with this constant damage. It's too hot. He realized, just as he thought, magic wasn't super effective. But hey, at least it was doing more damage than the fight with Pajuzu. But these bodies were tough. Now it was Diane's turn to shine. She swung Dilo and launched a massive, swirling fireball. The demons were engulfed in a next-level inferno. What the heck? That firepower is insane. But Diane wasn't impressed yet. Seriously, they're still twitching after taking that hit to the face. Mid-tier magic isn't gonna cut it against these freaks. What's the play? Guys, Brother Ann, our mana is gonna hit zero way before we can tire them out. These magic swords drain our energy like crazy. It was a mess. Their best melee fighters, Riru and Sinfa, couldn't even get close because the explosions were too massive. Alberto analyzed the battlefield. Facts. This is definitely not the ideal matchup for the Magic Sword Squad's debut mission. But if Riru and Sinfei could just move freely. Suddenly, they realized, wait, where's Sinfei? She was riding Ciro like a boss. Okay, Ciro, fly to your master. Let's go. The crew behind her panicked. No, no, big sis, stop. That jump is impossible. It's too far. Sinfa did the math. True, Ciro couldn't fly across with her weight on his back. Maybe if you bite this rope and glide? Ava shut that idea down fast. Not happening. But Ciro missed Lois so much. Just past this obstacle, his master was waiting. The good boy just wanted to see him. So, Ciro just launched himself forward solo. He yeeted himself into the air, leaving everyone behind totally terrified. Look at him go. He's actually flying. Wait, the rope. Ciro cleared the bridge like a pro. Sinfa made up her mind. Fine, I'll get across myself. Someone tried to stop her. Don't do it. You need to stick with Mr. Alberto's plan. Sinfa waved them off. They'll be fine over there. Besides, Riru is on that side. Her eyes locked onto a target, a demon clinging to the wall like a spider. Sinfa stuck the landing on the ground. The demon lunged from above, going for the kill. But Sinfa was too clean with it, she blocked the attack effortlessly with her blade. The enemy unleashed a flurry of strikes, fast as lightning, but couldn't even touch a single hair on her head. The spectators were shook. Huh? The demon looked at Sinfa differently now. I'm actually impressed you blocked that. The Assassin Guild members were dazed. What just happened? It was too fast to see. The demon smirked arrogantly. Hey, serving girl. You seem pretty confident in your little sword skills, huh? Let me teach you a lesson that's been around since ancient times. Those other scrubs are rank 10 demons, but I am rank 8. The elite swordsman of the demon realm's strongest school, the one-sword style. Sinfa yawned. Boring. Since when do demons have rankings? Someone in the back wondered. Rank 8? Is that high? Sinfa clapped back at the demon. Cool story, bro. Now let me teach you a lesson from ancient times. The demon god got right in her face, talking mad trash. Are you dumb? Why would I care about the opinion of a tiny bug? To him, she was quieter than a mosquito. But suddenly, thwack, something pinned right onto his head. Someone screamed, yo, there's a turd on your head. But that wasn't poop, fam. The demon's face went pale, sweat dripping like a waterfall. The other demons were already getting cooked in a sea of fire. Alberto realized the horrifying truth. The citizens of Lordos had been hijacked by these monsters. But was there any way to save them? Or was it game over? They were just puppets now. Another demon tried to sneak attack him from behind. Your life is mine, Diane screamed out in panic. Are we surrounded? But right next to Alberto, a scoff echoed. Michael stepped in, absolutely wrecking the sneaker in a clutch moment. Alberto stared, stunned at the scene unfolding. The demon collapsed. Seeing Alberto's shock, Michael scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, my bad? Should I not have done that? Alberto shook his head immediately. No, you saved me. Thanks. Michael introduced himself with a grin. Better if we team up right now. Yeah? He didn't hesitate at all. Michael kept smiling. You're a good guy, aren't you? You remind me of our leader. Well, how he used to be. Look, my family business isn't exactly something to flex about. We didn't have a choice. I won't make excuses, but just so you know, I've never unalived anyone innocent. The pin demon was twitching, trying to escape. Damn it, Michael got real with him. Lord Alberto, it's too late to save these NPCs. They're just demons wearing human skins. The people are gone. Their minds were wiped the second they died. Alberto realized this was the leader Michael mentioned. His face stayed calm, but he gave his answer. No. Thanks for the advice, though. The writhing demon started cursing. You trash. Give me your body. Don't look down on me. Human. But Alberto's voice was ice cold as he dropped the tragic lore of Lordos. Throughout history, the people of Lordos loved war. But getting looted, humiliated, that must have been terrifying for them. Sorry, we're late. Heavenly fire, the flame that deletes everything, sparked at his fingertips. He directed his magic with zero hesitation. We are here to save you now. A literal rain of holy fire poured down on the demon squad. The heavenly fire was OP, burning everything it touched. Alberto shouted orders. Don't get cocky. From now on, we wipe out every single invader. This battle is to honor the dead. He was gasping for air, stamina draining. But his voice was pure determination. Show no mercy to these body snatchers. None of them are leaving this sea of fire alive. Meanwhile, on Linda's side, the fight was heating up. Her opponent was about to drop a brand new ultimate move. 6th Heaven Demon King. First sword technique, Night Roam. A barrage of slashes flew at her. Linda stayed chill, parrying every single hit. The blades shattered into the ground. She rushed the demon, landing some clean hits. But he kept spamming that 6th Heaven technique. Linda clapped back with her twin sword technique. Two massive powers slammed into each other. It was a total stalemate. The demon pulled his ace card. Twin Dragon, God Killing. The sound of steel clashing was loud enough to burst eardrums. They were going back and forth. Linda backflipped, dodging the attack like a pro. He kept pressing the attack, so she leaned into her specialty. The demon was getting hyped, unleashing a massive aura of sword energy. Their energy took the shape of a wolf, fang, and a great tengu, clashing in midair. Ava was watching from the sidelines, totally glazing her. Insane. She's actually insane. Who is this maid? What kind of grind did she go through to move like that? I think I get it now. But with Lord Lloyd, that guy gives off a completely different type of danger vibe. Ren jumped in. Lord Lloyd exists in a different dimension, fam. We can't even comprehend his level. Snap. Linda's hair tie broke, her hair flowing in the wind. Blood trickled near her eye. Someone yelled out, Big sis. The demon on the other side went quiet, then growled. Don't think a little scratch on my face matters. It healed instantly. He smirked. We're equal in strength, but my soul pilot is better. We push these bodies past their limits. That's the power of a demon god. Someone in the crowd finally realized what they were dealing with. Damn it, if we don't one-shot them, they just regen health. The demon decided to act all generous. Don't worry, maid. I'll pilot your body perfectly. I've decided this trash vessel is done. I'm taking yours instead. If I switch to you, my sixth heaven sword technique will level up to a whole new tier. And while I'm at it, I'll use your twin sword style too. Linda's eyes went wide. Say what now? He grabbed his sword hilt and switched stances. Wait, that's the Lordo's sword technique. Linda recognized the change immediately. Things just got complicated. She frowned. The demon unleashed a whirlwind slash. Linda jumped high to dodge, flashing right behind him. The assassin guild was shook. Ava recognized it too. That's the Lordo's style. The demon started yapping. This is the technique the owner of this body used. Since these guys love war, his skills are actually pretty cracked. But then they saw his hands covered in gnarly scars. That is proof of insane grinding. The assassin's mood switched from doubt to pure respect instantly. Then the villain starts flexing. See this finger? It used to have a metal ring on it. It was annoying, so I tossed it. I've hacked this body completely. Memories, hobbies, everything belongs to me now. To me, you humans are just drip. I'll wear this suit until it's raggedy, then just swap it out for a new one. How long are you going to disrespect humanity? Why should I care about the lives of insects like you? He quit yapping real quick when Sophia vanished. She pulled a reverse card, copying his own sixth heavenly demon king technique. The demon god was shook. Before he could process the glitch in the matrix, she dropped the great Tengu strike right on his head. Bro really just got served his own signature move. That has got to hurt the ego. A tornado of aura blasted him. Sophia stuck the landing like a queen while he was over there wheezing for air. Galilee was losing his mind. That technique. How? Sophia just shrugged. Nah, I just saw him do it and hit copy-paste. The demon was flabbergasted. Say what? Sophia smirked with that main character energy. The squad started roasting him, screaming, get him, big sis. Your brain must be made of actual manure. It is leaking out. He weakly fired back. Nothing is leaking. Shut up. Sophia called Shiro, and the pup barked, literally parkouring up the castle wall. The crowd dropped their jaws. That dog made it all the way up. The demon shouted, you think bringing a pet to a death match is going to help you win? Sophia patted Shiro's soft fur, then reached straight inside the fluff. She started digging around like it was a backpack. She thought of Lloyd as she grabbed exactly what she needed. I am ending this right now. This is the power of human grinding, something a body snatcher like you could never understand. She pulled out the iron demon's sword. Watch this. Flashback time to the days of training in a yard full of straw targets. Sophia stared at the blade in her hand. It was just her and the dummies that needed to be destroyed. Behind her, piles of chopped straw were stacked like mountains. She kept slashing, but then, the middle of the target just spun in place. It twisted violently, then exploded into layers. Just a messy tangle of strings left behind. Sophia dodged the debris as the dummy's head hit the dirt. She realized the straw was compressed by magic. I can cut it if I try, but this ain't it. I swung seriously, and my sword bent like a twig. The target shouldn't look like that. I can't go 100% in a real fight with this garbage gear. Ordinary steel can't handle my heat. I always have to hold back. But this enemy, he is way tougher than straw. Just as she thought about slicing him up, she froze. Lloyd had pulled up to the scene, hugging a wrapped package. What's he doing here? Lloyd handed it over. Sophia was confused. This sword, Diane explained. Lloyd and I cooked this up. Since you helped with our magic swords, we made one for you. No fancy spells inside, though. She gripped the handle, feeling the balance. Her face went into deep thought mode. Lloyd grinned. We dumped all our stats into durability and flexibility. That bad boy can handle Sophia's full rage. It could literally slice a demon god in half. Diane asked, wait, the monsters that almost wiped us out ages ago, can humans actually clap them? Lloyd nodded with zero doubt. Absolutely. Yo fam, listen up. Magic totally messes with the hosts these demon gods possess. No cap. Real talk. Their true form is just a spirit. Without a physical vessel, they're basically useless ghosts unable to do anything. So whether they craft a body from scratch or hijack a human one, it's still flesh and blood at the end of the day. Translation? If you clap the body, the demon god inside gets deleted too, unless their soul bails out first. But don't get it twisted, these hosts are insanely buffed. Basic attacks? Useless. They heal that damage in a literal blink. So what's the play? Instead of chipping away at their HP, you gotta one-shot them instantly before they can hit that regen button. Diane chimes in, realizing that destroying the vessel almost ended Salem before. And damn, our boy Lloyd really knows everything. Classic bookworm energy. He actually got this intel straight from a demon god. Meanwhile, Sophia is curious about the specific enchantment on her new blade. Lloyd exposes her little secret. She's been holding back her true power just to keep her old swords from shattering. He made this so she can finally go full try-hard mode. She's so touched, she hugs him tight right there, romance flag secured. Guys, Diane is totally jelly, stepping in like, hello, I helped craft it too. But now, it's time for the most important part, naming the weapon. Lloyd suggests mixing their names into Dilafia, but Sophia's like, nah fam, Lafia sounds way more aesthetic. With this blade, she's done taking L's. She swears on her life she'll never let her master down again. That's pure loyalty. You want to see the demon god slaying sword technique? Fine, I'll show you. The demon god scoffed, looking down on them like they were bugs. Kill me. With that toy? Please, don't be so stupid. Stop naming your little swords after fairy tales that don't exist. Your future is already set in stone, kiddos. The entire assassin guild started shaking in their boots, totally freaked out. What's that supposed to mean? He teased, dropping the bombshell. The future of this country is a straight-up nightmare invasion. And guess what? There's no deep reason for it. We're just doing it because we can. This whole nation is going to collapse just for our entertainment. Talk about a toxic hobby, right? The plan was simple. Use Ren as bait. We waited until he saw his son's obsession with war, then lured him away from home with all that justice talk. Classic manipulation tactics. We hijacked the bodies of the locals, let the signs of war spread across the world like a virus, and then returned to claim the land. Just according to the script. The squad heard the plan and panic set in. They remembered Jennifer predicting that one day, Lodos would start a massive war. I can't just stand here and pretend I didn't hear that. Jennifer lost it, screaming at the top of her lungs. The war I hated. It's all because of you, monsters. Without thinking, she charged in like a total noob. I won't let you win. Die. Suddenly, Sympha grabbed Ren by the scruff of the neck. Chill out. You're blocking my lane. The whole guild froze, watching to see what she'd do next. Sympha casually spun the handle of the demon god's slaying sword, the blade sliding out with a menacing metallic ring. She declared with absolute confidence, everything's gonna be fine. That nightmare invasion future? Yeah, I'm canceling that subscription right now. It doesn't exist. The demon god wasn't phased. All right then. Let me school you with my ultimate move. Witness the supreme sixth heaven demon king sword skill. He laughed coldly, winding up for his big attack. But in a flash, Sympha became a blur of light. Swish. Before he could blink, the demon god was reduced to a pile of unrecognizable gore. The assassin guild was so terrified that sweat was pouring off them like rain. That was way too intense. Sympha stood there, looking like an absolute boss in the darkness. That sharp blade had just unleashed the Langris technique. She called it the one-hit tiger. Sympha looked down at the remains and got real for a second. Before that demon hijacked your body, I bet you were a legendary swordsman in your past life. An image of a gentle, innocent man popped into Sympha's mind. It was a bittersweet moment. She sighed, sounding pretty bummed out. I really hoped I could duel the Lotus school one day. Suddenly, Jennifer started sobbing uncontrollably. Sympha turned around, surprised. Wait, did you know the guy? Jennifer's answer was short, no. She wiped her eyes. I didn't know him, but I bet he was really happy. Seeing them all emotional, Sympha just rolled her eyes. You guys are way too soft to be assassins. Seriously. But suddenly, things got weird. Under the bridge, the water level spiked, and massive clouds of steam started rising up. The group panicked. Where's all this steam coming from? It's boiling hot. Look at the river. How does an entire river just evaporate like that? Mia smirked to herself. With this kind of drama, it has to be him. Rewind the clock a bit. Lloyd was in a 1v1 against Gaiam. The enemy was spamming spiral magic and launched a demon spear named Manhwa. He was super confident he could hunt our boy down. Lloyd decided to kite him, luring the enemy away from the mansion to the outside area. He needed a strategy to counter these attacks fast. Okay, this demon spear move has variants, but the core mechanics are the same. It can easily pierce one or two barriers, and if I get hit by that supersonic speed, yeah, that's an instant game over. But it shouldn't be a problem if I stack 3 or 4 buff barriers at once. When I move with the barriers, the spear tracks me. But here's problem number 2, the curse. This thing has no form, so it phases right through shields. One hit and I go into cardiac arrest. But if I slow down to block, the physical spear catches up. I have to keep the shields up while dodging. Such a pain. And the most annoying part? The Shadow Wolf mechanic. That thing forces me to speedrun. If I slow down for even 2 seconds, it calculates my path and snipes me. It's a basic stamina drain tactic, forcing me to run a marathon just to survive. This is so annoying, like, actually irritating. I need to stop running and flip the script. I have to attack within that 2-second window before the Shadow Wolf activates. Lloyd's fingers dance in the air, casting double magic instantly. It exploded into a combo of Flame Fang and Stone Fang. Gaiam stared, thinking, I'm invincible. I can't die. Even if I tank this, Getting my clothes burnt would be a total drag. As the chaotic energy smashed into him, he teleported. But Lloyd was 10 steps ahead. He dodged. Big mistake. Lloyd activated his presence scan skill. The flame fang hit the water, creating a massive steam explosion that hid his location completely. The whole mansion and the surrounding area were swallowed by thick fog. The steam rose so high it looked like a natural disaster. Lloyd grimaced. Oops, maybe I overdid it. He could use the Shadow Wolf to cut through this steam any second. Right now, I need to focus my scan to find his exact spawn point. Ugh, this steam makes it impossible to see. Plus, I don't even know if my magic attack did any damage. Where is he? Why is he camping? Remo shouted, Master Lloyd, keep moving. Lloyd dashed away, cursing in his head. So annoying. Stupid Shadow Wolf, curse that dumb wolf. Gaiam let out a creepy laugh. No more games. He started his move, and Lloyd froze in his tracks. Oh snap. Back to the action. Lloyd's confused. Why isn't the enemy attacking? And how did that creep track him down in the first place? Did he just teleport to the coordinates like a homing missile? Something's definitely fishy here. Wait, the villain admitted he's bad at chasing runners, so his tracking skills are actually trash tier. He relies entirely on eyesight, meaning this thick steam is the perfect cover. James is sweating bullets though, totally panicking. Suddenly, Lloyd freezes and signals. Quiet. He realizes the enemy actually lost visual contact. We ghosted him. Boys. Lloyd figured out the meta. The bad guy can only attack what is within his own immediate range. He wants to rush in for a crit with a new sword, but if he's spotted first, he loses the element of surprise. So what's the strat? James looks absolutely terrified, like he's staring death in the face. Guizame is just casually strolling through, literally evaporating the river with his heat. He considers flying up to scout the area, but the steam is too thick even for that. He decides to camp and wait, thinking Lloyd will have to show himself eventually. Joke's on him, or is it? Lloyd rushes from behind, but Guizame predicted it. Gotcha, little rat. You can't escape. But wait, Lloyd unleashes his secret jutsu. Infinite wax doll clones. It's a literal army of dancers out there. Guizame is shook. Are these candles? There are so many Lloyds, he can't spot the main account amidst the fakes. Suddenly, the villain grins like he figured out the puzzle. He unleashes a nuke of power right into the center of the mob. Lloyd looks panicked as Guizame grabs him by the throat. Found you. You thought you could hide inside this circus? You're the only one that feels distinct from these dirt puppets. The clones pile onto the villain like zombies, twisting around him. Guizame laughs. Nice try, kid. But mixing yourself in with the fodder was a rookie mistake. Magic won't scratch me, and physical attacks? Please. I'm built different. Melee is useless against me. I can regen even if you squash my brain or heart. I'm basically immortal, unlike those weak demon gods you fought before. You're comparing me to trash? My regeneration is god tier. You have 0 win conditions here, boy. Plus, I can harden my skin like diamond. You can't even cut me if you tried. I actually let you stab me just to grab the real you. At least you managed to touch me for a split second. As a reward for your effort, I'll give you a quick death. But strangely, the wax dolls are all staring at him. Curiously, Guizame pauses, confused. Wait, why aren't these clones despawning if I caught the summoner? Crack. The Lloyd in his hand shatters into pieces. Guizame's eyes bug out. This was a fake too. He baited him. The clone was holding the real sword to sell the fake. So where in the world is the real Lloyd? If I were a genius strategist, I'd be watching from the high ground. He looks up at the light above. Bingo. The real Lloyd is floating in the sky, charging up a massive spell. Even the clones are trolling the villain now. Lloyd smirks down from the heavens. Everything went exactly according to my script. You played yourself. Guizame looks wrecked but still acts tough. Oh, really? Suddenly, a mountain of clones buries him alive, layer by layer. But the villain isn't panicking. He's actually analyzing the situation with a calm, creepy grin. He realizes, as long as I can lock onto a target, I can teleport instantly. The counterattack is coming, guys. Yo, check out the stealth stats. Lloyd is literally blending in with these creepy mannequins like a total NPC. If the enemy can't tell which one is the real deal, our boy might just have a shot at counterattacking this madness. Lloyd is chilling inside the pile of dolls, thinking fast. These paper clones are basic, but he knows he's about to catch a stray hit if he doesn't move. He lowers his head, sneaking a grip on his blade. Not gonna lie, fam, this strategy is looking kinda sus and super risky, but he's gotta commit. Just a little more. The spirit grace manifests in his hand, looking absolutely terrified. Suddenly, Gozam raises his hand, cutting off Lloyd's big brain moment. I'm done playing games, he says. This dude summons the evil spears with these wicked spiral magic tips. He's like, this is the easiest way to clear the trash. Lloyd freezes, he can feel the nuke incoming. Guzam looks down like a god, floating with his arsenal of darkness. With a flick of his wrist, the spears scatter everywhere, stabbing every wax doll in sight. Lloyd tries to hold his breath and stay frozen, even as the dolls right next to him get absolutely skewered. Guzam is spamming attacks until his hands turn red. A spear flies straight for Lloyd's face. Instinct kicks in, he dodges and pops a shield. Oh snap! Lloyd didn't mean to reveal himself. He spins around in panic, but time seems to slow down for a split second. Guzam sees the movement and teleports instantly behind him. Gotcha, you little rat. He grabs the head of the shielded figure and crushes it. But wait for it. Guzam pauses. Something feels wrong. He looks at his hand and it's just crumbling wax. You got bamboozled, son. Another decoy. Weimer smirked, analyzing the battlefield with pure amusement. I see what you're doing. He created a puppet enchanted with a shield for camouflage. So, every clone with a shield is a fake. Nah, that ain't it, Chief. It can't be that simple. I didn't see a single puppet fully exposed during the entire attack. The one with the shield should be the strongest, the MVP. Weimer rubbed his chin, freezing for a second as the realization hit him. Flashback to the image of those spears skewering the wax dolls. If my theory is right, I've been totally underestimating this so-called low-tier magic used by a lower race. This thrill? Even the Demon King's army couldn't give me this kind of rush. Don't you agree? Suddenly, the Benjamin pulled a sneaky one while he was distracted. Lloyd charged at Weimer with his sword from behind. His gaze was ice-cold, locked straight ahead. Meanwhile, James in the palm of his hand was literally bawling his eyes out. Before this, Lloyd had warned him, saying we gotta use shields, or else this rain of spears is gonna delete us from existence. James was sniffing and sobbing, thinking back. We're really going that far? Like, seriously. Memories suddenly came flooding back. James floating there, holding the experimental sword. The blade, Kayuma winked playfully. That's right, a cursed sword loaded with magic. Just like the name implies, Kyuma is a skill-eater type of magic that absorbs other skills. The absorbed magic is used to refuel the user's mana pool. So, analyzing a counter to absorption, that's actually something we can pull off. James was shook. Isn't that way too OP? But Lloyd broke it down for him real quick. No, usually using it is a total nightmare. You gotta chant constantly, or you won't catch up to the enemy's magic flow. James felt convinced. Okay, that makes sense. No cap. Lloyd kept spitting facts. But we can skip the chanting process if we etch that technique directly onto the magic sword. It makes absorbing magic possible with just a single swing. He hyped it up enthusiastically. Exactly. He raised the sword with a bright smile. We can use this to research all kinds of other magic. I made something actually goated. James watched him vibing out. And that's how we got the scene where they cracked the legendary Kaguru technique. Lloyd actually pulled it off. The thing Jay spent his entire life chasing but could never do. Back in the fight, only James was screaming. Right in the middle of the chaos. This is stupid. Totally impossible. Please stop and focus on the battle. No, please, just run away. We can't catch this dub. Magic and physical attacks are both useless against him. Please, just dip while he hasn't noticed we're sneaking around and hiding. He remembered the scene of him and Lloyd playing around, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth, sweating buckets. James was helpless, tears falling like rain. We can't escape. This kid won't leave with unfinished magic. He is the Noah idiot when it comes to magic technology. I'm sure of it. Do it. Save yourself. But in Lloyd's eyes, the glazed look was already being taken over by those obsessive thoughts. Yeah, the darkness was spreading, getting thicker and heavier. Lloyd was getting covered by it, sinking deep and losing consciousness. In a screen of total darkness, only a lonely little speck of light remained in the center. Lloyd was floating there all alone. Jane, are you here? He looked around into the void. Did you really leave? Ren and the squad are here, you know. His voice echoed through the mountains with no reply. But suddenly, a light shined from the direction Lloyd was drifting toward. Ahead of him, it looked like a solar system with rows of text popping up. Lloyd stared at them in a trance. I'm floating alone in this space. And now I finally understand. Back on Weimer's side, the demon suddenly froze and whipped around. He stared in confusion as the wax dolls shattered, and Lloyd appeared right in the middle of the pack. Weimer thought to himself, amused. He just popped out of nowhere, so he used invisibility to hide this whole time. And he's bleeding? That means he didn't even put up a shield. The demon smirked, taunting him. What's good? Bored of playing with dolls already, you little brat? Seeing Lloyd trembling without a word. Lloyd lowered his head, deep in thought. Yeah, finally. I get it now. Weimer laughed, full of mockery. That took you a hot minute to figure out. That's right, you'll never beat me. He asked with genuine interest. Hey Benjamin, what was the reason you started fighting me in the first place? Don't tell me you caught feelings for those NPCs. You're different from that mob. Something inside you just collapsed, exactly like me. The people he was talking about were the innocent vibes, always happy. What is this heat? It feels like a volcano just erupted. A volcano. Weimer grinned like a villain. Come with me, Benjamin. Let's have some real fun in this world, just the two of us. Lloyd kept his head down, not saying a word, giving zero reaction. Weimer sighed, bored. It seems you don't understand what I'm saying. Don't ask why a lion uses its fangs and claws. It's just because if you don't feel oppressed. Life is boring and bland. Everything you do is the same. It looks like you were born strong, but that's all there is to it. Lloyd flashed back to the image of those friendly tribes working together, sharing their highs and lows. Humans are weak, we don't live freely. That is exactly why humans keep leveling up, no matter how it ends. Magic is just like that, Lloyd's voice echoes. Flying, shooting fire. The foundation of all magic is simply human imagination. Lloyd steps out with a savage grin, hand on his chest. That's why it's infinite. Magic never gets boring. Guzam is too triggered to listen. He doesn't get it at all. He teleports blindly in rage, arrogant as ever, only to get speed blitzed by a punch straight to the gut. Lloyd stares coldly at the villain's shocked face. He lands smoothly. That wasn't mana. Chat. He compressed the air in his lungs to the limit and blasted it out. Pure physics. Guzam grits his teeth, screaming in confusion. What is this power? No, more importantly, I need to absorb that magic. I need all the techniques. Guzam is obsessed, forcing himself to stand up. This brat is mine. Lloyd sits down and interrupts his monologue. So, are you going to show me the big secret you've been hiding? Those spears and curses seem like a mismatch for the other techniques. It's kind of weird, right? How much more do I have to beat you down before you show me? Lloyd rests his chin on his hand, totally unbothered. Hurry up, bro. Guzam clutches his stomach, breathing hard. Hurry up? Don't mock me. A lowly insect daring to rush me. For a mage of my level. He flashes a creepy, twisted smile. You're getting too cocky just because you got lucky once. That air blast hurt, sure. But I can regenerate from that easy. Lloyd interrupts him again, cool as ice. Hey, goatface. In that last moment, what did they say to you? Guzam's lip quivers in rage. Nothing much. Lloyd goes silent and slowly lowers his hand. He tilts his head, looking at Guzam with eyes full of pity. Then he smirks. That look sent Guzam over the edge. Veins pop out all over his face like a road map. He's trying to hold it in, but the rage is literally bursting out of his skin. He snaps. You filthy bug. Guzam launches himself at light speed, vanishing from sight. He rushes straight at Lloyd, only to eat a massive boot to the face. Guzam screams like a baby as his face gets rearranged. He can't even block it. Lloyd kicks him so hard he goes flying. Then Lloyd stomps the ground, launching himself into the air. He appears right above the villain instantly. It's combo time. Lloyd unleashes a flurry of kicks, bouncing Guzam back and forth like a ping-pong ball. Lloyd isn't stopping. No mercy. Guzam is getting bruised and battered. He can't defend, he can't attack, he's just a punching bag. The villain finally finds a split second to teleport. He warps away, trying to dodge Lloyd's trajectory. But it doesn't matter. He still gets clapped. Lloyd predicts the move and smashes him right in the face. Blood goes everywhere. Guzam tries to beg. Wait. Stop. Lloyd ignores him completely. He switches from punching to grabbing him by the leg. He grabs, throws, kicks. It's a total beatdown. Just a little damage? I thought you said it wasn't a problem. Lloyd is getting hyped now. He's treating Guzam like a rag doll. Guzam thinks. It hurts, but I can regen. No way. This brat hurts too much. Guzam is panicking internally. I understand now. Impossible. Lloyd goes for a hit, but the villain vanishes again. You can't run. No matter how far Guzam teleports, Lloyd chases him down like a heat-seeking missile. Lloyd charges up a supersonic kick. He unleashes the phantom image, great success. A terrifying pressure crushes Guzam, smashing him through multiple walls. Lloyd flips in the air, watching the villain lying wrecked on the ground. His blue eyes snap open, emotionless and cold. Lloyd prepares the finisher, explosive flame plus sky-breaking storm. He forms a small circle with his hands. At his command, streaks of green energy appear. It's time for fusion magic. Say goodnight. Yo fam, check this out. The energy is absolutely massive and it's locking onto one target with zero chill. It's the Fire Wind Water Spear. Gisarma's eyes are about to pop out of his skull. Beams of light are raining down from the heavens like it's Judgment Day, all converging on a single point at breakneck speed. A literal pillar of destruction slams down. It's drilling straight through the bedrock, showing absolutely no mercy to anything in its path. Suddenly, cracks start spreading like crazy. The attack smashes right through the thickest rock layers with a blinding flash that lights up the whole server. Gisarmi is totally toast. His gear is shredded and he's free-falling helplessly. But Lloyd? He's diving right after him to finish the job. Gisarmi looks up, gritting his teeth in pure panic. He glances down and yikes. Intense heat is rising up from the abyss. Is that magma? Where the heck did they even end up? He can't even process where he is, but falling into that molten soup means game over. Is there something waiting down there in the dark? Gisarmi tries to spam his teleport skills to glitch out of there, desperate to escape. But smack, he slams right into the unbreakable rock ceiling. And here comes Lloyd with the disrespect. He lands a brutal kick midair. Outside, the battlefield looks like a total wasteland after that clash. Gisarmi gets yeeted through the air, taking major damage. Lloyd isn't saying a word, he's just throwing hands, pummeling him into oblivion. Flashback time. Lloyd remembers that smug face and the villain's trash talk. Why do you even fight back, Benjamin? Back when Gisarmi interrupted him. Let me school you on something. Even as a little kid, Lloyd was totally obsessed with grinding through magic tomes. He'd spend all day buried in books, wondering about the legends who created these spells. What kind of absolute chads were they? Who was the genius behind this magic system? Was the creator a total saint, a terrifying monster, or just someone looking for a good time? Honestly, Lloyd didn't care. He was obsessed with the vibes. He'd always flash that million-dollar smile, eyes sparkling like he just found the best cheat code in the game. But deep down, Lloyd was zoning out in his own private server. Getting lost in the pages of a James was the only way he could truly vibe with himself. That conversation we had, that was a once-in-a-lifetime lore drop. Fam. Lloyd went right back to gluing his face to the book. The more he read, the more hyped he got, literally sticking his nose in the pages before looking up at the sky like a confused puppy. That was the key. That pure, unfiltered excitement radiating from his face. That's exactly why he's built different. Lloyd couldn't even remember the face of the guy he was chatting with. Wait, snap back to reality. Wismer had stopped running away like a coward. The villain paused mid-air, floating like he owned the place. Yo, what's the rush? I haven't even started having fun yet. Don't tell me that's all you got in the tank. If that's it, you're officially cooked. Wismer was getting salty that Lloyd wouldn't just roll over and die. Wismer's eyes shifted, looking straight creepy. Shut your trap and listen, noob. The big difference between a demon god and a regular demon? We control spatial magic like it's sandbox mode. Suddenly, the barrier started shrinking, closing in on the center, like the final circle in a battle royale. According to Wismer's trash talk, this thing was absorbing every ounce of magic in the area. Obstacles, debris, whatever it was, all getting deleted. Lloyd, trapped inside, looked up with wide, curious eyes like he was watching a fireworks show. High up in the sky, Wismer flexed, holding a pitch-black sphere in one hand, while his voice boomed over the speakers. Behold my ultimate weapon. This bad boy deletes all matter in creation straight into the void. I call it the Black Death Sphere. Down below, Jay muttered, "It's a wrap." The demon next to him gave him a side eye. "What's a wrap? Your life?" Jay just smirked, looking weirdly relieved. "Wismer, I'm not letting you do whatever you want." He whispered the coldest line ever. "You've already taken the L." Wismer couldn't believe his ears. Who said that? But Jay didn't answer. The villain scanned him and realized the dude had actually disconnected. He was dead. So, the demon decided to hijack the empty vessel. Jay's body twitched, and his silver hair faded into a corrupted black as the possession took hold. Wismer started overthinking. Did he sabotage his own skills before he rage quit? No. Everything seems to be running at 60 frames per second. He checked the hard drive of Jay's memories. There they were, Jay's squad, hidden deep in his mind, escaping via instant teleportation. So he tried to pull a fast one. Huh? Too bad it didn't brick the system. These guys are such a headache, I swear. Finally, the villain stood up in his new skin. Whatever. I don't need to know how the code works to spam the attack button. Suddenly, the assassin guild arrived. A demon simp kneeled before him. Master, you finally got the OP power. Wismer looked pleased. I'll give you a piece of the action. But where are they? The demon pondered while Wismer scrolled through the stolen memories. I found their hiding spot. It's way too far for a quick teleport. I can't fast travel there. But if I send something small, like an invite letter, it'll go through no problem. They'll come running to us. The minion nodded, eager to please. Say less, master. Your humble servant will set it up, as soon as possible. How about a fake party invitation? A classic trap. Sounds legit, Wismer said, not really caring as he walked away. Just make it flashy so they don't suspect a war is about to start. The minion vanished to do his job. As you wish, boss. Wismer chuckled, remembering Jay's final words. I already lost? Yeah, right. What a useless final speech. Back in the present, Wismer's hands started shaking. He was completely surrounded by Lloyd's massive fortress. He stared at Lloyd, ready to throw hands. But when Lloyd raised his palm, holding a James, Wismer realized something terrifying. His weapon was gone. Where did it go? My black death sphere. Lloyd replied with zero chill. Oh, that. I just yeeted it into the void. Wismer was lagging in confusion. You canceled it out with a similar move? That's cap. Complete nonsense. Even if you could use the sphere. Suddenly, a small ball of light appeared in Lloyd's hand. He was casting spatial void magic like it was nothing. Wismer lost his cool. Barriers? Trash. Anything you throw into that subspace gets compressed until it literally ceases to exist. Exactly as I calculated. Just a different name. Lloyd started explaining his build. I read about this skill a while ago in a patch note. I used to sneak out of the castle, just walking around and deleting random objects for practice. Then I thought, what happens if this OP magic touches something with the exact same energy signature? So I stacked them to see what would happen. Wismer was screaming internally, no, you idiot. Wait, wait, wait. I even had to pull mana from the air to stretch it out. Lloyd was reminiscing. I was so hyped to see the chemical reaction. It was a bit buggy after I finished. But as you can see, the voids just canceled each other out. Deleted. Lloyd slowly looked up, eyes dead serious. If I had to describe that feeling, it's exactly how I feel about you right now. Wismer was fully triggered now. You have got to be trolling me. A regular human copied the ultimate move of a demon god, stacked it, and blew it away. And you did it just for fun. This has to be a joke. Back to the fight, Gisarmi calls him trash with weak mana and threatens to hijack his body. Classic villain monologue, right? But mid-speech, Lloyd just sneezes. Achoo. The disrespect is real. Gisarmi gets triggered instantly and teleports to attack. He rushes in, yelling, "Did you just sneeze at me, you brat?" His hand is inches away from grabbing Lloyd, but the second he makes contact, he freezes. He sees an endless ocean of mana inside Lloyd, terrifying and massive. His face goes pale as a ghost. Gisarmi realizes he messed up big time. He thought he had Lloyd figured out, but he didn't know anything about this monster. Lloyd drops the coldest line ever. I'm bored of you now. Let's see if you can survive this next hit without dying. Meanwhile, Albert is sweating bullets. Damn it, is that fire breath? I can't see a thing through this chaos. It's blind mode out here, but Dian is actually hyped. Yo, isn't this actually the perfect chance for us to turn the tables? If we can't see, the enemies are blind too. Dian shouts out to Sophia. It's big brain time. Plus, Sophia has that sensory advantage. This is a playground for those with keen senses. Sophia is slicing through monsters but notices something strange in the air. Despite the smoke, the enemies are moving in slow motion. And there's this weird scent. Wait, she finally realizes what's up. Hold up, don't chase them. Suddenly, Ren steps out from the shadows with his black mist butterfly dance. It's Poison City, baby. I'm trying to keep the gas away from the squad, Ren says. I haven't fully mastered this skill yet, so stay back. Sophia is shook that he's controlling poison. Ren declares, it won't hurt the demons much, but I'm not letting them touch anyone else. Sophia rolls her eyes. You're just showing off, aren't you? Ren gets all pouty immediately. Emotional damage. Hey, it's for the status effects. Okay, Ren insists. But Albert is still stressing out over the situation. Even if we're flying blind, if there's even a glimmer of hope, we gotta take the shot. No retreating. Dian screams, don't breathe it in, guys. It's toxic. Albert checks his watch. The sun should be out, but the steam is blocking everything. Dian shoots him a look. Stop muttering to yourself, Aranin. Focus on the battle.
Suddenly, everyone looks up. Ava is sweating buckets. Is that steam? The vibes are getting super intense.
Is that a shadow above? G looks up, sensing something familiar. Wait, is that Lloyd's voice I hear? Her eyes light up with color. Over by the castle, Gisarmi is running for his life. The hunter has become the hunted, and he is terrified of Lloyd. Lloyd's attack nearly vaporized him. Gisarmi tries to power up, but the light is literally eating him alive like acid. Gisarmi is screaming internally. No way. Regeneration failed. Darkstone is offline. My mana is getting drained. I'm done for. He tries to eject from his host body like a coward, but suddenly snap. His tail gets clamped down by the corpse's teeth. The panic is real. It turns out, pushing the body that hard caused instant rigor mortis. He's stuck inside the vessel. Body stiffness? Now? Are you kidding me? Fate is literally trolling me right now. Lloyd just opens his hand. Face cold as ice. He snaps his fingers, Thanos style. A massive fireball blasts the demon and the corpse away. Gisarmi is losing it. Impossible. My main body is getting dragged in. Where is this kid getting all this god-tier power? He's out of options. So he pulls the dirtiest trick in the book. He screams, "Benjamin, it's me. It's G. Help!" Lloyd freezes in his tracks. Sarme keeps lying through his teeth. "My consciousness is back. That demon got wiped out by your attack." But Lloyd just raises his hand again. The demon starts hyperventilating. "Wait. Seriously. Stop. Don't shoot. I'm begging you. Listen up, fam, because things are about to get crazy." The villain started screaming names like a maniac: Ava, Mia, Michael, Zen. The demon gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, looking absolutely desperate. He shouted at the top of his lungs, begging anyone, literally anyone, to unalive this sassy little brat for him. Talk about losing your cool. But before anyone could move, our boy Nathan just snapped his fingers. Boom. Gormer vanished instantly, like he got Thanos snapped into oblivion, leaving nothing but a little dust behind. Nathan turned around with zero chill, looking completely unbothered. The darkness behind him started glitching out, and the whole dimension warped like a bad video game render. He casually looked away as a breeze messed up his hair. It felt like nature itself was saying a final goodbye to an old friend. That friend, who used to have the brightest smile, faded away until the sun started rising. Now, only Nathan was left floating there like a total boss. The light behind him got blindingly bright as he walked straight back into the shadows. Main character energy was off the charts, but even with the sun guiding the way, the rest of the squad just stood there, staring with their mouths open. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. It felt like a fever dream. The darkness was actually gone. Jennifer just stared at the scene, and before she knew it, tears were streaming down her face. She flashed back to the days in the alley, when they used to gossip about the urban legend of the Benjamin. Zen had said, "Yo, do you guys know the tea?" Ava had raised a glass of wine and laughed. "The Benjamin? Nobody even knows his name, and he definitely ain't getting the throne." Zen waved his hand and said, "Nah, fam, there are some wild rumors about him. Did you hear about the accident inside the castle? Everyone thought it was just some fireworks gone wrong or something random like that. They had no clue about the truth. That fireworks show? Yo, that wasn't just gunpowder." He grinned, dropping the lore. "That was raw magic unleashed by the Benjamin the second he was born." The whole squad was like, "Bruh, are you dumb? Stop capping. That's just a rumor. Nothing special about it." "Yeah, what even is that?" Ren slammed his fist on the table, cracking up. "But hey, imagine if that wild dream was actually real. If a kid blessed by the gods really has that kind of juice, he could blow this cursed dungeon sky high and lead us straight into the sunlight." Ava wasn't having it. He snapped back, "Zip it. Focus on the mission and quit yapping about nonsense." But Ren wasn't backing down. He grinned like a maniac. "I'm telling you, fam, it could be the real deal. If that legend turns out to be true, I'd pledge my sword to that Benjamin for the rest of my life," Ren declared, totally hyping himself up. "Sounds like a plan. Let's get it." The mood shifted as they all looked up, watching the sunrise break through the darkness. As the golden light hit them, Lloyd waved his hands, shouting, "Hey guys." Shiro heard him instantly and pounced. The whole crew, Jean, Sha, Diane, rushed over. Laughter filled the air as Shiro tackled Lloyd, bawling his eyes out in relief. But in the corner, Alberto's eyes were sharp and calculating. Meanwhile, thick smoke billowed from the massive castle ruins. Soldiers were busy securing the area, hammers banging everywhere. One guy stared at the smoke, stammering. Did a volcano just go off or what? Diane wiped the sweat off his face. Was this sand pit originally a volcano? It's steaming like crazy. Earl plonked down, eyes wide with curiosity. Is all this steam because the river started flowing again? Maybe water leaked in from a cave somewhere. Ava mumbled, totally defeated. But then, Alberto dropped a truth bomb. Think about it. The estate is wrecked, and the river didn't just return, it was completely dried up before. Calling this a natural disaster is straight up absurd. Ava laughed nervously, thinking, this kid is terrifying. He did all this without getting caught. To break the tension, Ari chimed in, well, thanks to this steam, the battle actually tipped in our favor. Must be a blessing from the heavens, Diane grinned, looking over at Ava with a knowing look. And your silk skills were clutch, bro. We only reached the Lord's castle because of you. Alberto crossed his arms coolly. Suppose so. Ava forced a smile, remembering how he panicked and accidentally built that silk bridge. Linda wasn't impressed, though. She snapped. If you had ops skills like that, you should have flexed them way earlier. He stuttered. I was just freaking out, okay? She ignored him and turned to the boss. Lord Alberto, it's a bit rough, but we finished burying the fallen from Lodos's army. Good work, he nodded. She stepped closer, voice dropping. It's bad. The damage is astronomical. He sighed heavily. We couldn't even find all the bodies. We'll have to write this off as a natural catastrophe and move on. But we have loose ends to tie up. Time to spill the tea. Why was Lloyd dragged into this mess with you guys? Cut to a wide cliff outside the city walls. Lloyd's small figure stood there with Shiro. He was carefully setting up a wooden cross as a makeshift grave. You adjusting it like that? James nitpicked. It's crooked, fam. Lloyd shot back, nah, it's perfect. Finally, the cross stood straight. James floated over. You sure about this? Why not bury him with the others? Lloyd stared at the grave. There's no body left anyway. Everything vanished into the void. This is just a symbol of respect, Lloyd added, leaving James deep in thought. Lloyd sat on the grass. Besides, this way he can touch the void freely. He paused. Actually, void magic is kinda slow, huh? That's only because you cracked the code of the Shadow Wolf technique, James argued. I created an algorithm to detect the Shadow Wolf's spawn point, connected myself to the void, and set it to auto-dodge and pursue. Activate Shadow Wolf. Link before movement. Lock on target. Dodge initiated. Evasion successful. Chase mode on. James was shook. He couldn't stop praising the kid. Sasuga, Lord Lloyd. Decoding such a complex spell while soloing Gomer, insane. But Lloyd shook his head. Don't joke. He thought back to the battle with Gomer. That guy was a monster. Straight up terrifying. Decoding mid-battle was a gamble. If I hadn't cracked the Shadow Wolf, I would have been combo it into oblivion. Plus, if I didn't master that technique, my pride as a mage would have never recovered. James tried to comfort him. But you did it, Master. You neutralized him. Lloyd mused, only because the code was so clean. The Shadow Wolf formula. It was organized, readable, and honestly, it was beautiful. James was stunned. Wait, so? Lloyd cut him off. Exactly. The memory faded to an image of Ren sitting by a window, a mysterious black void swirling beside him. Nathan's voice cut through the memory, explaining his own theory. The pieces were finally coming together. In those final moments, Jennifer had actually cracked the code of the Shadow Wolf technique. He trusted Nathan with the secret to breaking the curse. He knew this would be a massive headache for anyone dealing with it later. Nathan admitted to himself, I'm not the real winner here. But what Nathan didn't know was that someone was lurking behind a tree nearby, listening to everything. And yep, it was Jennifer. The moment Nathan mentioned Jay, she panicked and covered her mouth to stop from screaming, her eyes welling up with tears. Grace heard him and thought, nah, that ain't right. I saw it too. Remembering the Shadow Wolf technique, Grace realized it was so complex that nobody could have decoded it. It was on another level. Suddenly, Grace pictured Wismer's face. That dude definitely felt the terrifying power hidden inside this kid. Nathan is built different. Realizing the truth, Grace rushed to say, nobody can beat you, kid, except for you. But before Grace could finish, he stopped, feeling helpless. Under the blue sky, a simple wooden cross grave stood out. Nathan, Ciro, and Grace stared at it blankly. Then, Nathan stood up and said, it's actually tilted, isn't it? Grace immediately roasted him. I told you it was crook, bro. Meanwhile, Jennifer was hiding behind the tree, hyping herself up to go say thank you to Nathan properly. But then, yikes. Alberto suddenly walked past, scaring the living daylights out of her. Over at the grave, Nathan and Grace were trying to fix the cross when they noticed Alberto pulling up. Nathan looked at him and said, oh, big brother Alberto. Alberto looked surprised. Is that a grave? Nathan started stuttering, trying to explain, but Alberto cut him off with his own theory. The former leader of the assassins and the old Lord of Lordos. This is Jennifer's grave, right? He had already heard the story from the Assassin Guild. Apparently, they found out about Jennifer's rebellion and asked Nathan, the magic genius, for help. Since Jennifer was a magic master, it made sense. But when they arrived, a demon was wearing Jennifer's skin like a suit. Talk about a horror movie plot. Nathan panicked for a second but quickly put on his best innocent face. Really? Yeah, sure, totally. Grace, hiding behind the grave, thought, wow, the cover story is perfect. They really saved our bacon. Just then, Diane and the others arrived riding Ciro. They didn't even notice Jennifer hiding nearby. As soon as they pulled up, they heard Alberto talking. How did they survive? What kind of dream kept them going this long? I've heard it all. This place is nice though, full of sunlight. Alberto was proud that Nathan fought for them and took down a demon solo. He said, I'm super proud of my kind and strong little brother. But then, the vibe switched instantly. His voice and eyes got razor sharp. However, I can't let this slide. Suddenly, Ava, Mia, and Michael appeared, all tied up. Alberto dropped the bomb. They've all been arrested. Then he announced, if we find the poison butterfly, Jennifer, she's getting locked up too. Nathan and Jennifer were shook to their core. Ignoring Nathan's shocked face, Alberto kept going. They are illegal residents who unalive people for money. On top of that, they kidnap royalty and drag you into a war. These are serious crimes, fam. Grace, still hiding, couldn't believe it. No way. They swore to fight together. Wait, if he's saying that, he knows everything. He was talking to Nathan not as a brother, but as a royal. Nathan looked Alberto dead in the eye, and Alberto stared right back. Tension level, 1000. Alberto paused and then dropped the tea. They swore to repay their debt by serving you for the rest of their lives. If they fail, they'll accept any punishment. Their resolve was so rock solid. I didn't even think we needed to tie them up. So now, Nathan, what are you gonna do? This ain't like adopting a stray cat, you know. Make sure to smash that like button if you want to see what Nathan chooses. Yo, Cyril wasn't having it. He thought Lloyd was getting bullied and let out his savage growl to warn them off. But Prince Albert just ignored the beast. He kept it 100% real, dropping the hard truth. If you take in an assassin and they mess up, that big fat L is entirely on you. Cyril absolutely lost his mind at the disrespect and started screaming. Albert wasn't done roasting them, though. He calmly explained that a mistake like that wouldn't just be bad. It would be a total stain on their father's royal legacy. Hearing the stakes get raised like that, Sophia and Diane were starting to stress out big time. Grim hung her head, feeling super guilty that she was the cause of all this drama. But then, Albert switched up the vibe. All right then, show me what you got, Lloyd. Let's see that resolve. Lloyd was shook. Next thing you know, Albert draws his sword and points it right at him. Cyril was ready to throw hands, while Sophia, Diane, and Eris were totally freaking out. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. Grim was cowering behind a tree, shaking like a leaf. Only Albert stayed ice cold, demanding to know Lloyd's next move. Lloyd just coolly signaled Cyril to chill out. Then he stood tall, looking straight at danger without even blinking, ready to drop some knowledge. Just like Albert expected, Lloyd looked him in the eye. I'm telling the crew exactly how we're moving forward. Hiding in the back, Grim was tearing up, hearing her boss step up like a legend. That meant if the squad messed up, Lloyd was ready to take all the heat himself. That is true leadership. Fam. The tension finally broke. Albert's gaze softened, and he let out a sigh. I trust you, brother. I know you're not lying. And Lloyd didn't hesitate for a second. Absolutely. The sheer confidence in his voice left Albert and Rima stunned. The boy wasn't playing around. Sophia, Diane, and Eris were completely floored by his manly determination. Even Grim, hiding in the corner, had her jaw on the floor. A smirk tugged at the corner of Albert's lips. He let his sword clatter to the ground in front of Lloyd and said, Listen up, kiddo. Don't think you can just escape all this mess simply because you are the Benjamin. Lloyd felt the weight of those words hit home. Royal honor, family reputation, none of that mattered to his big brother right now. Suddenly, the mighty prince dropped to one knee, lowering his voice to a gentle whisper. And don't you dare think nobody cares about you just because of that title. Stop trying to carry the weight of the world on your own shoulders. When things get tough, you can lean on us. That's what we're here for. Before you were ever a prince, you were always my precious little brother. Albert's large hand ruffled Lloyd's hair, and the warmth made Lloyd beam with happiness. Then, total mood whiplash. Albert dropped the serious act and tackled Lloyd into a suffocating bear hug, whining, No, my baby bro is growing up too fast. Big brother is going to be so sod. Even Sophia looked totally done with his drama. After everything, Annie just wants Lloyd to rely on her. She sighed. But while they were distracted, a chaotic storm was sprinting their way. It was Tao. She came charging in, lugging a massive bag and screaming at the top of her lungs, Lloyd, my dude. You okay? She skidded to a halt, wiping sweat from her brow. I literally sprinted here to check on the tea party setup, but then I heard Lloyd was in danger, so I went full Sonic mode. I have arrived, she announced heroically. But the response was dead silence. Everyone just stared at her blankly. Awkward. Tao's brain went into overdrive, processing the vibe. A tombstone, tears, the metallic smell of blood, and Sophia, looking like she was about to stab someone. Oh snap, this screamed bad ending written in neon lights. Being the socially awkward genius she is, Tao instantly calculated the best survival strategy. Pretend to be considerate and get the heck out of there before things got weird. She gave a solemn sniffle. I understand completely. And then zoom. She bolted in the opposite direction. Sorry for interrupting your trauma. Bye. Albert snapped out of it. Wait. Tao. Hold up. He took off after her, shouting back, Sophia. Intercept her. Don't let her escape. I still need to thank her for saving us last time, he yelled. Sophia just sighed, answering with zero enthusiasm. Roger that. Now, it was just Grimo and Lloyd left in the quiet. The spirit chuckled. That brother of yours is a real piece of work, huh, Lloyd? Lloyd watched Albert chasing Tao with a hand on his hip. Don't say stupid stuff. Zen and the guys are probably laughing their heads off right now at this new magic. A faint, ghostly shimmer of zen appeared behind Lloyd, smiling just like he used to. Lloyd smiled back. Magic isn't something you can kill. It sticks around. The wooden cross stood silent against the wind, but it felt like Zen was right there, listening to every word. Grimo heard him and his eyes softened. Meanwhile, Diane was hiding behind a tree, totally ignoring Sophia, dragging Tao back to the group. She clenched her fist, eyes burning with determination. But oops, Sophia and Tao caught her red-handed. Sophia let out a long, suffering sigh, while Tao looked totally lost. Suddenly, the mood shifted as Ava stepped up, his smile shining brighter than the sun. The whole squad was there, Talia, Michael, and Christopher. Ava rubbed his wrist, grinning. I get it now, Lord Lloyd. The four knights looked up at the azure sky in unison, shouting, We'll give you our answer. We're gonna give it everything we've got. The sunlight broke through the clouds, bathing the space in gold. It was a moment straight out of a legend, right? But the moment was ruined by Tao mumbling awkwardly. Guys, are we seriously doing a tea party? In this sad vibe? And yet, there they were. The tea party was set right on the cliff edge next to the tombstone. Lloyd and the fourth princess were lazily sprawled out on Shiro's giant fluffy fur. The sixth prince was chilling on the grass next to the second prince. Meanwhile, Sophia was hauling in snacks like a pro waiter. Albert, sitting casually on a barrel, looked at Tao. What's wrong? This is also a thank you party for holding back that magic beast. Relax. Tao knelt down, sweating bullets. I guess. But this vibe is way different than I expected. The guests seem a little crazy. I feel like I'm gonna get cursed. Albert just laughed. Don't worry about it. Today is an unstructured party. Just vibe with it and enjoy yourself. In the background, Ava watched the madness and thought, you know what? After thinking about it, these people are actually awesome. Hearing that, Tao flipped the switch instantly. For real? Then don't mind if I do. Hey, stupid maid. Fill my cup, chop chop. Smack. Sophia instantly backhanded her into the air. Who are you calling stupid, you little gremlin? Then Sophia hugged the tray, batting her eyelashes innocently. Oh no, I messed up. I must be such a clumsy airhead. Albert completely missed the violence and smiled like a saint. Yes, I think this happiness is exactly what everyone wanted. Ava wiped a tear, totally moved by Albert's density. Thank you for your kindness, Sir Albert. He then turned his gaze to the lonely grave. Our former captain. He hated gloomy stuff. So if we're doing this, it has to be loud. It has to be fun. That's what he would have wanted. Albert blinked, surprised. Then a grin spread across his face. Is that so? Then let's do it your way. Let's make this the wildest, happiest party ever. Diane looked skeptical. Are you sure about this? Ava grinned. A rowdy commoner's party it is. 1 hour later, Ava was standing on a crate, screaming, Bring more Tia. And by Tia, I mean the good stuff. Michael and Talia were partying hard. Meanwhile, Tao and Diane were literally hugging the tombstone, wailing like banshees. Diane was pouring wine over her own head, sobbing, Zan, why did you die? We're gonna miss you so much. Tao joined in the waterworks. I can hear him. Why did such a handsome guy have to croak? I'll never forget you. Michael watched them, sweat dropping. Is this a side effect of the spell? But Albert? He looked at the chaos and shouted, Now this is a party. With the drama over, the party vibes kicked in. This is awesome, Albert said. We need to bring this commoner tea party style to the royal palace next time. Diane was already wasted, chugging wine and begging for mercy. Make it stop. But Mia, she slid right up to Prince Albert, batting her eyelashes. Aren't you gonna drink with me, Your Highness? The atmosphere got all romantic and pink, and the peanut gallery definitely had some thoughts on this scene. Tao wasn't having it. He rolled his eyes and shouted, Yo, quit trying to thirst trap the prince. What do you think you're doing, girl? Albert hit her with a smooth wink but shut her down. Sorry, Mia, I'm technically on the clock right now. Catch me later, though. Rejection with style. Mia's smile twitched. She definitely didn't expect that curveball. Diane laughed, saying, Girl, you clearly don't know who you're dealing with. My man Albert is a superstar. Tao was looking at Albert with pure admiration. But Mia, her competitive spirit just woke up. She wasn't going to take that loss lying down. Suddenly, she accidentally fell right into Albert's lap. But she was sneaky. She activated her damage transfer skill to link her physical state with his. Albert froze. Then, out of nowhere, his face turned bright red like he just downed 10 shots in a row. Mia smirked like a villain. How do you like that? I transferred my intoxication to you. Being wasted counts as a physical ailment, right? Babe yelled out, You dummy. What did you do? Even Diane was shocked that the system actually allowed that kind of loophole. Tao was stressing, but low-key, he wanted to see where this train wreck was going. Suddenly, drunk Albert stood up and wobbled over to Ava. When Ava turned around, he saw the prince with a demonic aura and eyes full of murder. Ava, explain to me why my little brother Lloyd was covered in slime earlier. Diane and Tao were terrified, stuttering, "Oh no, he's a mean drunk." The party turned into total chaos. People were screaming for their lives. "Sophia, get over here and stop him before he kills someone." But where was the maid knight when you needed her? Well, let's cut away from the chaos to a nice, peaceful lake beside the castle. Hidden in the mist, they found a secret cave. And there was Sophia, looking absolutely stunning in the water, totally clueless about the disaster outside. Eris was tying up her hair and soaking up the vibes. "Isn't this place just the best?" she sighed. Grim was submerged up to her nose like a little ninja, staring at the two beauties. Sophia waded deeper into the water, feeling the heat. "This temperature is heavenly," Sophia moaned, feeling reborn. Eris, who was chilling with some cute forest critters, giggled. "The animals told me about this secret spot. It was a natural hot spring river right under everyone's noses." Sophia's business brain activated instantly. "This is amazing. When we rebuild, this will be a massive tourist attraction." Eris nodded in agreement. Poor Grim was stuck between these two goddesses, trying to keep her cool in the mysterious cave. Suddenly, Sophia got serious. She turned to the shy assassin. "So, Grim, you followed us all this way. Is there something on your mind?" Grim froze up, stammering and mumbling. Sophia wasn't having the mumbling, though. "Come on, spit it out, speak clearly." Grim was so nervous, she dunked her head back underwater. Sophia sighed and dropped the bombshell. "Your bounty is going to be wiped clean. You're officially becoming one of Lord Lloyd's retainers." Grim popped out of the water like a torpedo. Her eyes were sparkling like anime stars. "My bounty, gone," she gasped, shaking with excitement. "Does that mean we don't have to run anymore?" Sophia looked at her like, "Duh." "Obviously," Sophia explained. "We can't have Lord Lloyd's personal staff running around on wanted posters, can we?" Eris chimed in. "Prince Albert can make a little issue like a bounty disappear with a snap of his fingers." Grim was stunned. That's the power of the second prince. Sophia puffed out her chest, looking super proud of their connections. Then she gave Grim the rookie talk. "We don't know your assignment yet, but whatever it is, you better grind hard. Do not embarrass Lord Lloyd." "Got it." Jennifer was down bad, clinging to hope like a lifeline. She literally begged, "Sophia, please let me join the squad. I need to serve Lord Lloyd just like you do. Seriously, please." Sophia stood there like an ice queen, totally unmoved by the drama. She kept it professional. "So, you want to repay Lord Lloyd's kindness by clinging to him? I just hope you don't fumble the bag and disappoint us." Then, like a switch flipped, Sophia stretched and changed her tone. "Actually, I dunno. That's above my pay grade. You gotta take that up with the boss man himself. Ask Lloyd directly. And speak of the devil." Lloyd suddenly popped up to answer Sophia. "Sounds good to me." But fam, he was standing there in his full birthday suit. "Yo, Sophia, am I free to go yet?" Sophia didn't even blink, replying cold as ever, not even close. Everyone else, their brains just 404'd. Jennifer finally processed the visual and panicked. "Wait, what? Why is he naked right here?" Sophia replied with zero chill. "Obviously, because I dragged him here." He was covered in dirt, sweat, and slime from the dungeon. Sophia kept dragging the escape artist Lloyd back while lecturing Jennifer. "And honestly, you're being kinda rude. You're keeping your distance even though Lloyd gave you the green light. I thought you said you were close to him." Jennifer finally caught her breath and calmed down. She turned to the MC. "Lloyd, is this really okay?" She watched Sophia scrubbing Lloyd down and felt the guilt hitting her. "I hurt so many people." In that massive, steamy bathhouse, Jennifer's voice sounded so small and lonely, allowing a toxic, cursed girl like me. She stuttered, bowing her head in shame. "To stay by your side." Seeing her spiral, Lloyd hit her with a savage fake-out. "Jennifer, you're failing the vibe check. You're too oblivious." That comment sent Jennifer into full panic mode. But his next words hit her like a truck, totally stunning her while she was busy pitying herself as some cursed wretch. He paused for a beat, then dropped some truth bombs. "You guys still don't get the insane perks you were born with. Take Jennifer, for example. If you actually understood the molecular structure of your poison, you could flip the script and become a legendary healer." Jennifer's mind was blown. Poison saving lives. He sat there, totally chill, pointing out the razor-thin line between a deadly toxin and a life-saving cure. "Right now, you're clueless about your true potential, but you gotta grind for it. Decode the puzzle behind your ability. Treat it like a magic formula. This isn't just a wish, fam. It's a direct order." Nathan didn't sugarcoat it, keeping it 100. "I don't know if it'll take years or decades. It's gonna be a brutal grind." Jennifer bowed her head, fighting back the dark, malicious shadows creeping into her mind. Those inner demons swarmed her, threatening to drag her down into the abyss. But then, Nathan's voice pierced through the darkness. There's no reason you can't do it. That so-called cursed power, she remembered thinking she never wanted to understand this curse, that it was just some freak accident of nature. But seeing Nathan's confidence changed everything. His eyes sparkled with pure excitement, like he saw a treasure where she saw trash. He called it a waste to seal it away. Back in the present, Nathan was giving practical advice about shielding. Something clicked in her soul, straight facts. He stood up, towel on his shoulder, and casually dropped a "good luck." That's when it hit her. Nathan never saw them as monsters. He walked off, leaving Sinfa blushing like a high school crush. Ren kept hyping herself up. I got this. Watching Ares splashing happily in the water, she finally got it. That's why it has to be me. Jennifer started nodding frantically. Yes, yes. She shouted from her heart, I'm gonna give it my all. But the touching moment was instantly ruined when Sinfa checked her tone. Jennifer panicked. My bad. I'm sorry. Fast forward to the next morning, sunlight flooding Jennifer's room. She fixed her hair clip, adjusted the blue bow on her chest, and finally donned the iconic maid headband. She looked in the mirror, all hyped up. Let's do this. Standing before the door, her hands were sweating. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she knocked on Nathan's door. Silence. She peeked inside. Yo, master, rise and shine. But the room was empty. Just Ciro and Green Mario chilling on the floor. Where's the boss? She greeted the pets, but even Ciro looked confused at the empty bed. Seriously, where'd he go? She couldn't figure it out, so she started petting Ciro to calm down. Suddenly, Nathan's voice boomed from right behind her. She screamed and dove into Ciro's fur for safety, looking around wildly. He chirped happily, Nathan is here. His goofy eyes stared right at her. She hadn't sensed a thing. Slowly, his figure materialized out of thin air. So, I guess it was a success? Jennifer was too shook to process what was happening. Fully visible now, he grinned. Man isolation. I picked it up from you, Jennifer. Managed to erase most of my presence. She waved her hands frantically. Most? No way. That was literal perfection. You were standing right there and I had no clue. But Nathan wasn't satisfied. Nah, I'm still leaking way too much mana. If I can completely seal the mana pores all over my body, then true stealth is possible. But that's easier said than done. Jennifer cried out, bro, that's already God tier. It took me a whole year to learn that. Nathan looked at her, realizing she slipped up. She turned beet red and quickly fixed her speech. I mean, master, simply wonderful. Nathan sighed, totally helpless. Geez, still not used to the formal talk? You've been living the palace life for days now. Ren pouted. It's only been a few days. Give me a break. Sinfa taught me stuff, but she's so strict. You're too cool. Etiquette is a nightmare. But the food is bussin' and the bed is so soft. Nathan played along, comforting her. Sounds like a rough life, huh? Jennifer clenched her fist, determination firing up. But I'm gonna grind hard to be a maid that doesn't make Master Nathan look bad. Just watch. Nathan just shrugged. Honestly, when it's just the two of us, you can drop the act. Jennifer's eyes watered, totally touched. Nathan. Suddenly, Sinfa spawned out of nowhere, scaring the soul out of Ren. That is absolutely forbidden. Nathan played the innocent card. Oh, morning Sinfa. She glared at Jennifer, icy cold. How many times do I have to drill this into your thick skull? A maid speaking casually to her master. If the other nobles see this, Master Nathan is the one who loses face. Nathan watched the roast session, feeling bad for Jennifer. Man, that's rough. Ren sighed in defeat. Suddenly, Sinfa turned, fixed Nathan's collar with gentle hands, and whispered, the one truly suffering is you, Master Nathan. Good luck with her. Hearing that, plus seeing Sophia's intense expression, Lloyd sensed a disturbance in the force. Meanwhile, outside the castle, everything was suspiciously quiet. But inside, Charlie was sitting on the throne, stroking his beard like a disappointed dad. Lloyd, you're at it again. Always doing the wildest, most unimaginable stuff. Lloyd and Alberto were kneeling on the floor. Lloyd's inner monologue was screaming, I am so cooked. Dad found out. Okay, maybe I did go a little too hard on the reckless behavior this time, huh? Charlie started explaining his 4D chess moves. I was always watching that bloodthirsty maniac's territory. That's why I had Ambel prepping the recruitment drive. Lloyd tried to force a smile as Charlie continued. But no, you just ignored the plan and speed ran your way to Lordos to crush the rebellion yourself. And rumor has it, you picked up some seriously overpowered allies during that chaotic battle. Lloyd chuckled nervously, thinking, yep, he's definitely about to rage. But then, the last sentence hit him differently. Lloyd suddenly realized something. Charlie burst into laughter, looking hype as ever. Good job, Lloyd. That's my son. You really are a chip off the old block. Lloyd looked at his dad like he grew a second head, then glanced at Alberto in confusion. His brother just hit him with a smooth wink. Lloyd's face lit up instantly. Internally, he was like, yo, big ups to Alberto. My brother really came in clutch with the explanation. Suddenly, Charlie announced, this epic victory deserves some epic loot, right? With both brothers looking at him with puppy eyes, he shouted happily, all right then. The massive castle was under repair, smoke rising like signs of progress. Ava and the gang were totally blindsided. Lord Lloyd, what? The whole crew stood there, frozen like statues. Then Ava screamed in pure terror. Me, the lord of this territory. Lloyd was grinning ear to ear. Bro, it's obvious. You were the MVP. You're the one who held the guild together after Zay dipped. Ava rubbed his bald head, struggling to process the logic. Don't say such crazy stuff. Managing a small guild versus a city of thousands, that's a whole different ball game. Look, if it's your order, Lloyd-sama, I'll do anything. But back then, I let Z walk away alone. I was the one who stopped everyone else from chasing him. If we had backed him up, maybe the future would have been different. How can a failure like me rule a land that's basically Z's legacy? Before he could finish his pity party, Lloyd shrugged and kept it 100. Nah, impossible. Even if you guys backed him up, nothing would have changed. That guy was a monster, literally built different. Hearing that, Ava screamed internally, he's so blunt. But he's right. Lloyd continued, actually, it's lucky you stopped them. If everyone went, y'all would have just been body snatched and it would be game over. Ava tried to protest, shouting, then I should have been the one to stop him. Even Jennifer looked sad, but Lloyd cut him off with zero hesitation. That dude came all the way from the demon realm just to find Jennifer's vessel. Even if he had to turn this castle into a crater, he was going to find her. Did Z look like the type of guy who was going to let anyone stop him? Ava flashed back to the sheer determination in Z's eyes. It wasn't that he let him go. Z was unstoppable. Lloyd tossed something to him. Ava, Lloyd commanded, voice dropping an octave. Don't forget how helpless you felt. If you're salty about it, then get strong. Level up. Keep evolving and connect with Z's will. Then Lloyd switched back to his cheerful vibe. Obviously, I'm planning to turn this place into a sanctuary for people just like you guys. A place where we can research all the cool, weird stuff. Sounds like a sweet takeover plan, right? Hearing that, Ava clenched his fist, determination burning in his eyes. He remembered Z's dream. I want to build a place where cursed people can live and laugh. Ava, trembling, held the badge tight and whispered, that's right, you said that too, didn't you? A single tear dropped onto the Assassin Guild's badge. With a heart full of resolve, Ava knelt before his new king, Lloyd-sama. My homie's dream is still alive, thanks to you. I owe you big time for this chance. As the new Lord of Lordost, I, Ava, accept this mission. Watch me turn this place into a legendary paradise that'll make you and Jay proud. Lloyd grinned, loving the energy. Now that is what I call passion. Rima nodded, totally vibing with the plan. Michael was hyping him up too. Congrats on the level up, man. Even Christopher joined the celebration. The whole squad was ready to support Ava. Ava was blushing but feeling the love. You guys are the absolute best. Then Mia hit him with a look. Don't forget to sort out Zen's housing situation. Okay? Lloyd gave a thumbs up. Leave it to Sinfo, he's got it handled. They grabbed some barrels for makeshift seats. Mia sipped her drink, but her mood dipped. Honestly, it still stings. We barely put a scratch on those demons. The mood got heavy. Ava took a bite of bread, his eyes burning with resolve. As the new lord, I swear, I won't let that tragedy play out ever again. If only we had a solid counter-strat against those monsters, Mia sighed, feeling defeated. We should have just tortured a demon for their weakness. Michael joked, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. Easy win, right? James kept eating, looking dead serious. To beat guys like me, you need holy magic, fam. The squad froze, their jaws hitting the floor. Wait, James. You're a demon. He looked at them like they were hopeless. Yeah? What did you think I was? A cosplayer. Ignoring their panic, James dropped more lore. My demon eye ability is super rare, by the way. Mia was still rebooting from the shock. The flying goat floated midair, looking absolutely majestic as he dropped some serious lore bombs. Behold, the power of divine magic. Suddenly, the background behind James shifted into a holy cathedral aesthetic, radiating rainbow vibes. This is a top-tier skill tree only accessible to those who've been baptized. It's not just effective against demons, it's a hard counter to undead and spirits too. It channels the literal power of the gods to purify evil with holy light. Trust me, fam, the DPS on this thing is absolutely broken. Hearing this, Tharia and Christopher threw so much shade. Gods, really? Detecting their skepticism, James snapped back with major attitude. Yo, what's with the cringe faces? Michael shrugged, feeling helpless. Well, our squad doesn't exactly vibe with religion or deities. Galley rubbed his chin, deep in thought. We've lived our whole lives ghosting the church. You really think we're gonna convert now? That's kinda sus. Tharia scoffed. I'd rather spit at the sky than pray. Michael clacked back. You know, if you spit at the sky, gravity brings it right back to your face, right? James sighed, realizing this party was hopeless. Look, just join the server for the perks, okay? Maybe just Lloyd should try. But Lloyd's expression was looking super guilty. His hesitation made James sweat. Uh-oh. The church. Yeah. The entire squad paused, realizing the main character was acting weird. James glared at him, half serious, half disbelieving. He knew that look. Lloyd, spill the tea. You did something illegal, didn't you? Lloyd started stuttering like a laggy connection. No. Why would you assume I? Then he gave up and confessed. Okay, fine. I messed up. 2 years ago, I wanted that sweet divine magic skill, so I joined the church. But things happened. He dropped the bombshell. I got perma-banned. Galley screamed like he just saw a ghost. You were an 8-year-old prince. How does a literal child get blacklisted by the Holy Church? Tharia, on the other hand, burst out laughing. You already have a criminal record there. Classic Lloyd. Christopher flashed a peace sign, impressed. Good job, kid. Respect. Michael was speechless, face-bombing hard. James, annoyed, asked the million-dollar question. So, did you at least unlock any skills back then? Lloyd shut that down immediately. 0. Those NPCs are way too strict with the rules. I went all out, but nothing worked. Hearing his tragic backstory, James felt a headache coming on. Whatever. That was 2 years ago. Maybe the admins have reset your aggro by now. Lloyd rubbed his chin. True. Maybe they wiped the server logs. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with greed for new magic. Galley shoved his teammate out of the way. Michael, go. Lloyd's got that chaotic look in his eyes again. Time to grind for divine magic. Let's go. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Church, a priceless vase shattered on the floor. The high priest looked at the broken pieces, trembling. Oh gods, what have I done? This is a terrible omen. A death flag has been raised. A nun named Isha ran over. Father, are you okay? Seeing he wasn't hurt, she giggled. You're clumsy today. You can't tease little Lloyd anymore if you're breaking things too. The moment that name dropped, the priest's PTSD kicked in. He screamed, eyes wide with terror. Do not compare me to that devil brat. Isha tried to speak, but the priest cut her off. But Lloyd is. Silence. Back at the entrance, Michael let out a surprised gasp. The squad stood before the massive cathedral. So, it's been 2 years since you raided this dungeon. Huh? Ren stood with her hands on her hips, looking totally unamused. Instead of this boring place, I'd rather study magic in your room. Master Lloyd, she whispered, leaning down to his ear with zero chill. Also, I have serious beef with this whole god concept. Just saying. Lloyd sympathized but sighed. Then just stay home? Ren started panicking. No, I'm your main maid. Where you go, I go. Sister Sylpha isn't here to tank for you, so I have to be your support. Ignoring the simp moment, Michael turned to Lloyd. So, rumor has it you have to serve the church to unlock the skill tree. What kind of quests are we talking about? Lloyd listed the dailies. Donations, cleaning, reading scripture, singing hymns, praying. Basic NPC behavior. Apparently, if you grind these dailies long enough, an angel descends and grants you a miracle class change. Michael nodded. I see. Sounds like a total grind fest. Too much effort. Suddenly, Michael's face turned villainous. He whispered to Lloyd, how about I use stealth, infiltrate the archives, and loot their skill books? Or, I could just destroy the church, create some chaos. If we threaten them, maybe the believers will cast divine magic on us in self-defense, and we can copy it. Lloyd looked at him deadpan. Nice idea, bro, but there are no physical skill books here. And trust me, your level of destruction isn't enough to force them to use a continuous cast like that. Michael didn't give up. We won't know until we try to raid it, right? Lloyd pushed the door open, sweating nervously. Trust me. I know. Michael paused, the realization hitting him. Wait, don't tell me you already tried that. As Lloyd led the crew into the majestic hall, the answer was obvious. Cut to the church scene, a priest just smashed a vase but switched to holy mode the second he saw guests. Talk about two-faced. Lloyd walked up with a bright smile. Sup, father. The priest beamed back. Welcome, child. He patted Lloyd's head. Come to pray? Such a good kid, he whispered. But then, the vibe shifted from heaven to hell in a split second. The priest screamed like he saw a ghost. Everyone jumped. He backed away, pointing a trembling finger at Lloyd, rage exploding from his eyes. You! What are you doing here, you little menace? I haven't forgotten the chaos you caused 2 years ago. Lloyd turned pale as the priest tried to banish him. Get out. Be gone. You little demon brat. James and Michael were confused. Yo, what did our main character do to traumatize this guy? Zen was ready to throw hands. Let's dip. But then Zen stopped, glaring at the screaming priest. Hey, this guy's really testing my patience right now. Calling Lloyd a demon brat? Oh, he's done for. Lloyd had to physically hold her back. Zen, chill. Let's not start a war. Suddenly, a cheerful voice popped up behind Lloyd. Still holding a grudge, father? That's not very holy of you. Lloyd recognized her instantly. It was Sister Aya. She smiled. Long time no see, Lloyd. Zen was like, who's this girl? Lloyd explained, she's the MVP who saved me 2 years ago. But the priest was still in the background, complaining loudly. You're spoiling him again. Aya just laughed it off. Father always says that, doesn't he? The other nuns backed her up with angelic smiles. Everyone makes mistakes, Father. If they repent, God forgives. So you shouldn't be angry anymore, right? They trapped him with his own logic. The priest wasn't having it. I am still mad. You girls are getting played. This kid doesn't know the meaning of repentance. He's a literal devil. Lloyd realized words wouldn't work. Time to summon his ultimate weapon. The priest scoffed. Don't try anything. I cannot be bribed. You hear me? Lloyd pulled out Shiro, the fluffy white creature. He hit the priest with a double puppy dog eyes attack. Critical hit. The priest stopped mid-rant. His brain short-circuited. It was like fireworks going off in his soul. His face turned beet red. I am warning you. I still don't accept you completely. Okay. But then, he buried his face in Shiro's fur, voice melting. However, giving you a second chance might be okay. What? What is this little guy's name? Shiro, Lloyd replied. The priest was hooked. He's a dog person. Michael realized the strategy immediately. So the dog was the key to the dungeon all along. The nuns looked confused. Wait, is that actually a dog? Moments later, the nuns handed out brooms. Clean with all your heart to wash away your sins. Lloyd was totally down for the grind. Zen looked disgusted. Cleaning a church. Zero interest. Now, if it was Lloyd's room, I'd lick the floor clean. Lloyd laughed nervously. Don't say that. If we split the work among the three of us, it's efficient. Michael was lost. Lloyd whispered his master plan. Listen, I don't need the priest to like me. I just need one of us to get blessed so we can copy the magic. It's a gacha game, bro. We just need one lucky pull. Ah, so we're farming for blessings. Zen got it instantly. Michael, however, felt a wave of bad karma approaching. Zen stood in the center of the church, striking a pose. I hate gods, but for Lloyd, I will scrub this place until it sparkles. Aya clapped her hands. All right, everyone. Let's serve the church with sincerity. Time kept ticking, but 7 minutes later, Lloyd looked totally dead inside, wiping that ceramic vase with zero enthusiasm. The more he scrubbed, the more it wobbled. And crash. Obviously, the thing smashed into a million pieces right after. James couldn't help but sigh at the disaster. Done deal. Lloyd stared at the empty spot with bored, lifeless eyes. Isa came sprinting over, panic written all over her face as she looked between the shards and our boy walking away. Hold up, Lloyd. Where do you think you're going? He spun around, shaking like a leaf. My bad. It just slipped. She looked defeated. Just a slip of the hand, huh? Guess it can't be helped. You aren't hurt anywhere, are you, kiddo? Lloyd stiffened up and muttered, Nope. Isa exhaled sweetly. Oh, for real. Thank goodness. The high priest really cherished that thing. But hey, it's just a colored glass vase, no biggie. I'll take the heat and apologize for you. Lloyd actually felt a pang of guilt. I'll clean it up. I should go say sorry myself. Essa just praised him immediately. Little Lloyd is such a good boy. Meanwhile, Michael was freaking out in the background. Master Lloyd is actually losing his mind right now. Jennifer was sweeping, looking super sus at the scene. What's the deal? Lloyd acting weird? Issa jumped in to defend him. No way, fam. Little Lloyd has always been a total angel since day one. Hearing that, Jennifer got curious and asked, So, what was Lord Lloyd like back in the day? Like, as a kid? Michael leaned in, nosy as heck too. Essa answered both of them without skipping a beat. Zero changes, honestly. He's always been obsessed with magic. Zero interest in anything else. Then she totally exposed their squad's true mission. You guys joined the church just because you're interested in holy magic, right? The two of them jumped, panic mode engaged. Nah, no way. Not that. He didn't even wait for a reply. Just kept yapping. Man, some things never change. You were always the kid smashing vases left and right. Rewind the clock 2 years. Ia came sprinting over, shouting, Yo, little Nathan. Did you have another clumsy moment? Seeing 8-year-old Nathan standing over a pile of jagged shards, she didn't even care about the mess. "You aren't hurt, are you?" Nathan looked super bummed out. "No." But hearing he was okay, Ia totally lit up. "Awesome. That is a relief." Nathan was totally confused by her chill reaction. He stared at the floor, muttering, "Nah, you should totally be yelling at me right now." That is when it finally clicked for her. "Oh, I get it." But Nathan shook his head frantically. "No, not that. I mean, aren't you going to blast me with some holy magic?" Ia shut that down instantly. "No way." She patted his head gently. "Listen, holy magic is only for, like, super evil villains, okay? And you, little Nathan, you are definitely not a villain." Even though the kid was practically begging for a punishment, then she had a bright idea. "I know. Let's sing a song together. If we belt out a hymn for the big guy upstairs, it will be great." But Nathan just turned his back and walked off like a depressed puppy. Ia called out awkwardly, Nathan, where are you going?" Inside his head, the gears were turning. If that was not enough, I gotta do something way more evil. Ia had zero clue what he was plotting. Suddenly, boom. Walls started crumbling and people started screaming. A literal monster just spawned out of nowhere. It looked like a straight-up demon was tearing the church apart. Talk about a chaotic scene. Someone in the crowd yelled, "That thing is only smashing the furniture. But the roof is going to collapse. Everybody get out now." Amidst the chaos, the priest was literally weeping over his stuff. "Oh no, not my vintage vases, my precious collection." Ia was running with the crowd when she realized something was wrong. "Wait a sec, Nathan. Where is Nathan?" The kid was hiding behind a pillar, peeking out. He thought, "I made this auto magic look exactly like a demon. Why are they not nuking it with holy power yet? I do not want to hurt anyone, but do I seriously have to level the whole building to get a reaction?" Suddenly, the monster turned toward Nathan. He cowered behind the pillar, realizing his autonomous magic was getting glitchy. A massive chunk of debris plummeted down, but Ia dove in like a hero, shielding Nathan with her own body just in time. Nathan was shook. He never expected this. Panicking, he cried out, "Ia, are you okay?" But she completely ignored her own safety to check on him. "Little Nathan, you good? Anything broken?" Nathan just stared at her, stunned. "No, I am fine." Blood was literally trickling down Ia's forehead, but she smiled like nothing happened. Thank goodness. Nathan broke into a cold sweat seeing her like that. "We gotta move. That monster is closing in." Later, they made it to the evacuation zone. The church looked like a war zone, but miraculously, nobody was seriously hurt. "All right, everyone, let's sing a hymn of thanks." The others looked at her crazy energy with concern. Aren't you bleeding?" But the moment she spotted Nathan, she beamed with joy. "Little Nathan, did you come to join the choir?" Nathan stammered, "No, I came to turn myself in." But Ia totally heard what she wanted to hear. "Oh, a song of repentance? That is beautiful." Nathan tried to correct her. "No, I mean a confession," but she cut him off. "Come on, get in line." Back in the present, Ia explained with a helpless look on her face. "So yeah, Nathan confessed everything and got banned for life." The group was shook. "Wait, he got kicked out just for that?" She quickly clarified. Nathan apologized sincerely. He said his magic went haywire while he was practicing, strictly accidental. It was just bad luck. But he did kind of destroy the priest's entire collection of rare items. So the priest raged out and banished him, shouting, "God might forgive you, but I sure as heck won't." Ren laughed awkwardly. "Quite the coincidence, huh?" Ia picked up a glass shard, whispering that people started calling him the Demon Kid. But thinking back on their time together, she knew that was total garbage. "I know the real him. He is nothing like a demon." Flashbacks of everyone singing in the church flooded her mind. Suddenly, Ia's expression shifted to pure shock. The other nuns and the priest froze in surprise too. They all stared at Nathan as he sang. She remembered thinking his voice was, well, snapping back to reality. She felt nostalgic. "I really want to sing with everyone again." Then, a light bulb went off in her head. She blurted out, "Let's invite Nathan to join us." Jennifer and Michael looked flabbergasted. "We're having a concert at the Holy Communion today. Salison is coming too." Michael was clueless about the event, while Jen turned to Sia with a confused look. Meanwhile, Nathan was dealing with the unglamorous job of taking out the trash, tossing shards into the bin. As he dusted off his hands, a loud shout pierced the air. Ouch. Two sketchy thugs were blocking a girl dragging a suitcase. "Hey, watch where you're going, you blind witch." Nathan watched the scene unfold, sensing trouble. "Huh? What's going on there?" The priest rushed over, shouting, "What is all this racket?" Jennifer peeked out, worried. Did he break something else already? Lloyd looked absolutely shook and called out to the girl who just showed up. "Sally, a big sis?" The high priest and Issa were completely floored. That girl was none other than the fourth prince, or rather princess of the Salam kingdom, Salia de Salam. The crowd outside the church went wild. The priest was stressing out, "Lady Salia, why did you come to the church solo without any guards?" Michael recalled Lloyd's words and asked, "Salia, your sister?" Lloyd nodded instantly. "Yup." Suddenly, some street trash squatted down in front of Salia and sneered, "Yo, you bumped into me. What's the plan? Huh. You gotta pay up for emotional damages, sweetheart." Out of nowhere, she asked the thug, What instrument is your specialty?" The guy was confused but answered honestly, None. I don't play anything." Instantly, Salia's face went blank. Total boredom. She tried to dip, but he grabbed her arm. "Hold up." Lloyd watched from the side, dropping the lore explanation. "She's the fourth princess of Salam and a total music prodigy. She can play literally every instrument in existence." He sighed, helpless. "But if it ain't about music, she has zero interest. She's kinda high maintenance, not gonna lie." The squad looked at him with serious faces like, "For real?" The thug grabbed her collar, grinning like a total creep. "Actually, I do have a special instrument." Salia's eyes lit up immediately. "Oh, play it for me then." The guy shouted something totally cursed. "Right here. When it comes to making ladies sing, nobody beats my solo performance, baby." Suddenly, someone tackle-hugged the guy, begging, "Stop it. Salia is my friend. She is not an instrument." Salia's glasses went crooked from the impact. She finally realized who it was. Issa. The priest watched the chaos unfold, absolute panic in his eyes. "Back off, Asa. Nothing good happens when you interfere." The thug eyed Asa with a nasty grin. "Ooh, another fun instrument to play with." He reached out and grabbed Essa, making her shriek. The creep loved it. "That's the exact sound I was looking for. Perfect pitch, honey." Essa was flailing around. "No, stuff like that is only for couples who truly love each other." The guy rolled his eyes. "Chill out, why so serious?" Meanwhile, Salia was analyzing the acoustics seriously. "Wow, those high notes are actually crisp. Does squeezing that spot always make that sound?" Essa screamed, "What are you even saying?" The priest was losing his mind, shouting helplessly, "If this keeps up, today's concert is ruined." Lloyd caught that keyword immediately. "Concert? What's the T?" Michael broke it down. "Word on the street is there's a show today that heals the audience, apparently pretty famous stuff. A duet concert with Salia and Essa." Lloyd clicked. Then James flew over from the side with a theory. "Master Lloyd. About the condition for holy magic. Maybe it's not a spell, but a ritual involving music?" Lloyd looked intrigued. "Healing the audience? Huh. I get it. So if this concert gets canceled, we're in big trouble." He signaled Jennifer, who was blushing at the scene earlier. But Salia's face went dark. Her voice dropped so low, the thug actually froze. "Making Essa cry ruins the score. 0 points. You really are useless trash." The thug looked confused, like, "Huh." Salia's next line made Essa want to dig a hole and die. "If it were me, I could make Essa scream with way more pleasure than that." Issa panicked, screaming, "Wait, Salia. That phrasing is super sus. People are going to misunderstand." Salia pictured her piano keys. "Only me." She was dead serious, totally missing how wild that sounded to everyone else. "The only thing that can push Issa's voice to the limit is my piano." Issa beamed. "Oh, you meant the piano? Thank goodness." The thug laughed, looking dangerous. "Is that so? Well, guess what? We're gonna make both of you cry tonight." Right now, a rainbow stream of mana spits straight out of Ren's mouth. She's chanting, focusing the energy like a pro. Those mana threads wrap around the thugs and our squad, Essa and Salia, in seconds. It's the legendary nightmare butterfly dust. One whiff of that scent and the goons glitch out, frozen. Their faces go beet red, eyes glazing over. Instant sleep mode activated. Salia gets hit with the lag too, and the priest just disconnects immediately. Boom. All 5 of them hit the floor. Lloyd is loving it. "Nice work, Ren." She's drained but hits him with a tired, "Thanks, Lloyd." Grimo floats over to check the stats. "Not bad. She totally bypassed us and only targeted the 2 creeps and the priest kid." Lloyd is hyped because the Gen squad mastered the mana isolation technique. "Check this mechanic. You isolate the mana, open a single pore on your body, and blast it all out from one point. Since it's compressed into a single pixel, the shot is super OP, and the aim is basically aimbot level accuracy. Ren taught me the basics too. It's actually a super convenient hack for combat. Maybe I should give it a try later." Grimo hears this and panics, focusing Lord Lloyd's mana into one point. That's a map-wiping disaster waiting to happen. Lloyd flashbacks to Ren grinding her research and says, "But the real MVP move here is how she changed the poison's properties. She followed my orders and cooked up a deep sleep potion. No death, Just a really, really long nap. Lloyd looks over at Ren, who is concentrating hard, and he catches feelings. She's trying so hard, isn't she? He smiles at her. Suddenly, those two scrubs jumped up, dragging unconscious Celia and Essa like ragdolls. They were screaming, "Don't you dare underestimate a real man." Ren panicked, hitting Nathan with the puppy dog eyes. "My bad, Nathan. My poison game isn't strong enough yet. I really thought that dose would drop a grown man," she stammered. Michael just shrugged, dropping a truth bomb. "Guess you need a higher dosage for brain-dead morons." That triggered the leader hard. Veins popped in his forehead. "Who you calling stupid? Huh?" Those creeps licked their lips, looking at Ren like a snack. "You the one who put us to sleep? You look tasty too." That was the last straw for Nathan. "Fine then," Nathan muttered, cracking his knuckles. "If chemistry failed, I'll put them to sleep with straight-up physics." "You hear me?" But Michael warned him. "If they wake up raging again, it's a drag. Just knock them out for good." The thugs ignored them, rushing forward, but Nathan stepped in. The thugs smirked, planning their payday. "We'll sell these girls to the neighbors." The leader got in Nathan's face. "Get lost, kid, or get wrecked. Blink and you'll miss it." In a split second, the scenery shifted from a party hall to the middle of nowhere. Those two idiots stood there, totally clueless. One second, they're bullying kids. Next second, they're stranded on a freezing mountain peak. Back at the party, Salia and Essa free fell through the air. But Nathan was ready in the center. Ren watched with teary eyes, totally moved by his speed. Michael just shivered. Nathan's power level is actually terrifying. Even Grimo nodded in approval. As they fell, Essa slowly fluttered her eyes open. Celia was waking up too. Ciro caught the girls like a pro. Meanwhile, Nathan rubbed his fingers together, looking disappointed. "Man, my control is still trash." A magic circle faded from his fingertip. "Where did I even send them? Honestly, I have zero clue." Back in the noisy banquet hall, the tension was thick. Geno stammered, sweating bullets. While we were napping, did something crazy happen?" Nathan instantly played the innocent card. "Oh, absolutely. Mr. Michael here chased the bad guys away. Total hero moment." Michael played along, smiling on the outside but dying on the inside. Yup, just following Nathan's orders. But he was thinking, this guy is a monster. I'm literally shaking right now. Michael wondered, how much higher is he going to raise the bar? My heart can't take this. Ren was hyped, thinking, I want to show off too. If only I could turn my poison into a legit combat art like Nathan. Essa side-eyed Michael, suspiciously checking him out before sneaking a peek at her sister, Salia. Salia leaned in, staring daggers at Nathan. He gulped, breaking the awkward silence. Long time no see, big sis, Salia. She didn't blink. It took her forever to process before she finally gasped his name. Nathan? Everyone dropped their jaws. Did she seriously forget her own brother? Essa jumped in to save face. No. Just the fact that she remembers him is a miracle. Serious progress. See, Salia has a one-track mind. She only remembers people if they vibe with music. Ren got curious. Wait, does Master Nathan play an instrument? Essa waved her hands. No, but Nathan, he sings. Yeah, he's singing a duet with Salia tonight. Totally planned. Salia patted Nathan's head like a puppy. Denied. This kid hasn't practiced enough. Not happening. I won't let our concert flop because of an amateur. We can do a trio after I whip him into shape properly. Essa nodded. True that. Salia pulled her hand back. Nathan, just watch and learn tonight, okay? Pay attention. As she walked away, she thought, Nathan finally came to hear us play. He's finally interested in music. She was secretly thrilled. Nathan felt a chill down his spine. Why do I feel like I just signed up for boot camp? What's this pressure? Ren asked. So, should we search the church now? Grimo popped out. Nah, enjoy the show. Holy magic usually triggers via rituals, not standard spells. We need to watch. There's a massive difference between the two. Listen up. Class is in session. Spells use formulas to shape mana and make things happen. It's like coding magic. Rituals, that's old school. High mana users sing or dance to manifest power. Like a rain dance. Michael stroked his chin, intrigued. A song that heals. So the music itself is the spell? Nathan caught on quickly. But Salia and Essa's concert? It's been built different from day one. Suddenly, Michael's eye twitched. Nathan felt the exact same weird energy. Grimo noticed the shift. Master Nathan? Ren looked at Michael, confused. They both brushed it off. Nah, probably just my imagination. But as they sat down, the usher wouldn't shut up. Seats for Lady Salia's concert are booked 3 years in advance. You better be grateful and keep your mouths shut. Do not disturb the vibes. Nathan just nodded like a good boy. Yes, sir. Understood. They gazed out at the packed church. Why is everyone so obsessed? Is it God? Is it the tunes? I don't get the hype. Grimo peeked out from Ciro's fur. Humans are weak. They always need a mental crutch to lean on. Surprisingly, very few people actually find a real anchor. Ren wondered, is that why they cling to God? Grimo replied, some just come for the bangers. Others all have different reasons for being here. If it means that much to them, maybe you're the blessed one. Ren pinched Grimo's cheek hard. Stop trying to sound deep. Saved by music? Yeah, right. But wait, no way. A slender finger slams down on a piano key with absolute conviction. A crystal-clear note rings out, filling the whole church. That sound, it hits different. It feels like time itself just paused. Salia freezes for a split second, and then boom, her hands start flying across the keys at god-tier speed. Essa stands there, ready for his main character moment. Meanwhile, Salia is shredding that piano faster and faster. Suddenly, Essa drops the vocals. He sounds like a literal angel descending. The duo performance on that stage creates a scene straight out of a masterpiece. The church patterns start glowing, adding insane visual effects to the show. Lloyd's squad is staring, jaws on the floor. This is beautiful. The rest of the NPCs actually bow their heads and start praying. Ace's voice sounds like it's coming from the edge of heaven. And Salia's piano? It's like a lullaby echoing in the night. Ren just starts crying out of nowhere. Lloyd is sweating buckets. This is going to heal everyone. The concert is so OP even the gods are vibing to it. Lloyd looks at Grimo and realizes the little guy is sobbing and shaking too. Yo, Grimo, you seeing this? They look up and realize it's happening. The passive skill is triggering. Holy magic. I knew it. Particles of light are falling like snow. Every single one is magic. Grimo hacks up a sword from his mouth, gross but clutch, and Lloyd snatches it midair. He swings the blade with serious force. The steel reflects the colorful, trippy patterns of the church. Lloyd locks eyes on the light. Staring at those geometric colors, his brain starts working overtime. What is this? This spell formula. It's a magical coding language made of geometric shapes. I've never seen or heard of this patch before. He reaches out and catches a light particle. The effect is similar to a low-tier healing system. Within a few dozen meters, these weak healing particles are raining down. He wraps the blade in cloth and turns to Grimo. Hey, does this hurt demons? Grimo is shivering, tears streaming down his face. I've got goosebumps, man. Lloyd's like, goosebumps. Probably because Issa doesn't have much mana, so the DPS isn't high enough to hurt you. Or maybe you're just so moved by the concert you got chills. Lloyd covers his mouth, trying not to laugh. I've never heard of a demon catching feelings over him before. But wow, Essa can actually use holy magic. Has he been whitelisted by God's angels or something? A spell, I don't know. Written in an unreadable language, now things are getting interesting. Grimo is confused. Interesting. We have zero clues. What's the play here, boss? Lloyd goes, then gets serious. Actually, I've felt weird for a while, like someone's watching me. Grimo asks, watching you? Lloyd explains. It's not a normal stare. It's got mana in it. It's a magical gaze. I noticed it earlier, but the second the concert started, the signal got way stronger. Grimo mutters, a gaze, a gaze. Suddenly, Grimo detects it and screams. For real? What is this? This gaze is disgusting. Where's it coming from? Lloyd looks up. Seems like it's coming from upstairs. Grimo asks, someone's on the ceiling? Lloyd says, nope, way higher than that. If it's an angel watching, this just got fun. Grimo grins, I like the sound of that. Got it. Let's accept the invite. Lloyd turns to the side. Operation Lloyd Michael. He stuffs Grimo into his hood and turns away. We'll be right back, guys. And just like that, they vanish right in front of the crowd. It takes a second for everyone to even realize they're gone. In a completely different dimension, Lloyd realizes the truth. Don't forget to subscribe to see what happens next. Then he started complaining to himself, letting out a long sigh. Man, dragging myself across this distance is a total nightmare. I'm still such a noob at reading coordinates compared to Master Guzmer. That guy had a hack for everything. But me, I'm flying blind here without a proper X or Y axis to lock onto. I tried to trace Ava's mana signature and just YOLO'd it towards Lodo's. I figured if I aim for the magic, I'd eventually crash land near the target. I synced my vision with the mana flow to jumpstart the engine. But seriously, this distance is insane. Lloyd zoomed through the dimensional gap like a human rocket. Finally, he and James burst out of the wormhole. But the second they popped back into reality, they both looked totally dazed and confused. Suddenly, Lloyd got spun around like he was in a washing machine. He hit the ground hard, sitting up while rubbing his spinning head. Ugh! What just happened? I feel like I just slammed into a brick wall. Then he realized he was actually sitting on top of something soft. Yo, Rima. You still alive down there? We made it. the little guy groaned. He was so dizzy he could barely squeak out a reply. Rima shook his head, seeing stars. You said we arrived. But arrived where, exactly? Lloyd looked around, trying to get his bearings. Both of them stared blankly at the scenery. Just an endless blue sky. Lloyd scratched his head. Seriously, where the heck are we? Meanwhile, back at base, Charlotte was losing his absolute mind. What do we do now? Lloyd just vanished into thin air. He's gone. Poof. But Michael stayed ice cold and patted his shoulder. Chill out, Charlotte. Master Lloyd didn't glitch out. He controls teleportation, remember? He didn't just disappear by accident. Didn't you hear what he said right before he warped? He said he was being watched. Michael rubbed his chin, going into detective mode. Someone was stalking us. Ah, so he really did hop to another dimension. Michael decides it's time to bounce, leaving the squad behind. My bad, fam, but I gotta dip too, he says. Jennifer looks at him, totally shook, and stammers. Wait, you're leaving me too. He looks up at the sky, sensing something majorly sus. The vibes are definitely off. Let's hope it's not a boss-level threat hiding in those fluffy clouds and that perfect blue sky. Meanwhile, cut to our boy Loe literally surfing on a cloud like a pro. Both Loe and Grimoa look around at the scenery and grin. This is straight fire. Grimoa suddenly asks, Yo, keep it real with me. Did we just get wasted and die? Loe shuts that down instantly. No cap, we're alive. I don't remember the afterlife looking this lit when I died the last time. Is Grimoa panicking? Maybe. Loe pulls his hood up because it is absolutely brick out here. Freezing. I used instant teleportation to chase that stalker, he explains. But the guy ghosted us. I honestly don't know if the spell glitched or what. But hey, this map looks pretty cool. Might as well loot the place while we're here. As he zips up his jacket, the two of them get hyped. Exploration mode. On. Walking on these clouds feels insanely satisfying, soft as marshmallows. Yo, this feels just like riding on Ciro's back. And because boys will be boys, they start shaping the clouds into giant poop emojis. And they don't stop until these turd sculptures are taller than Loy himself. They stand back to admire their masterpiece. Art, they agree. The massive cloud turds are literally taking over the sky. Okay, these clouds are solid. We should probably bounce after we check out that massive one over there. They spot a huge cloud formation and lock in. Looming ahead is a fancy little tower with insane architecture, and someone is chilling right on top of it. The stranger is holding something up, totally glued to the screen like they're watching a stream. Angel wings stretch out from behind long hair. Low grins. Looks like my teleportation wasn't a fail after all. Found our stalker, fam. The figure mumbles, lips moving fast. Then the angel starts hyperventilating like a total fangirl. Essa, my baby. Salia, my queen. Loe and Grimoa just stare, totally confused. The angel screams again, I knew it. Baby Essa's vocals are the goat. Mixed with Salia's instrumentals, this isn't music, it's a spiritual experience. I can't take it anymore. Should I descend? I gotta go to the concert. These idols have me down bad. Suddenly eat. A giant cloud turd smacks her right in the head. She rages. Stop. Who the heck dares throw filth at me while I'm standing? The duo freezes. The angel spots them, glitches out for a second, then jumps 10 feet in the air. A human. How is a dirty human in the celestial realm? Loy rubs his chin, thinking, we hit the jackpot. Grimoa chimes in, so the legends are true. The celestial realm is where angels live. These are the guys who hand out holy arts like candy. So, that dummy over there is an angel? The angel hears this and frowns, calling her a dummy. This is Amelia, a messenger of the gods. Excuse you. She tries to recover her clout, crossing her legs and flipping her hair. Kneel, peasant. I am the angel Amelia, messenger of the divine and loyal apostle to the 6 gods of paradise. Grimoa whispers, wow, she switched up her personality real quick. Loy's eyes go wide. So angels are actually real? Bet. Grimoa yawns. I mean, demon gods exist, so why not? Amelia grinds her teeth. What is with this weak reaction? Usually, mortals are bowing and scraping by now. I even have a glowing aura. And wait, where did you two knaves even spawn from? The celestial realm is in a different dimension. The dimensional wall should have blocked you like a firewall. Loe looks clueless. Dimensional wall? Is that a thing? Grimoa drops some lore. It's a barrier between the human world and heaven. If you have a physical body, you get rejected. It's a filter. Only spirits, demon gods, angels, or elementals can phase through. Loy asks, then why didn't I get blocked? Grimoa realizes the truth. Boss, did you just face tank the dimension barrier? Loy goes, oh yeah. Now that you mention it, I did feel a little bump when we crossed over. Grimoa is shook. A little bump? That wall rips physical bodies into atoms instantly. You punched a hole in the dimension. Just how dense is your mana, dude? Amelia rolls her eyes, lying back down. Stop capping. Piercing the wall is impossible. He probably just found a glitch or a wormhole and got lucky. Both Loy and Grimo look at her. Her attitude is trash again. But Amelia is over it. Whatever. Showing off my divine drip is useless if there are no cute girls to appreciate it. She waves her hand lazily. A portal rips open in front of Loy. Amelia smirks. Doors open. Jump through and you'll go back to the human world. Where exactly? Who knows? Good luck. Loy and Grimoa look at the portal. Then Loy turns to her with a grin. Actually, we were hoping you could teach us some holy magic first. The angel freezes, totally flabbergasted. Excuse me? Say what now? Back in the sky, Amelia was laughing like a maniac. Are you little runts okay? Or were you just blinded by my magnificent beauty and decided to drop by? If you want, I'll let you kiss my feet. Now on your knees. Rima snapped, screaming at the top of his lungs. Shut your trap. Are you going to teach us or not, you crazy angel? Keep talking trash, and I'll tell the whole world the messenger of God is just a creepy pervert who chases skirts all day. Amelia wasn't backing down, screaming right back. You brainless moron. Like anyone would believe the words coming out of a filthy mouth like yours. I'm warning you, don't go spreading fake news about me. James kept shouting, raising the volume. Then teach us the magic, you dimwit. Amelia squinted, taking a closer look at the loudmouth. Wait a second, aren't you a demon god? Rima smirked, ready to throw hands. That's right. What about it? You want to go a few rounds? She crossed her legs, stepping right on James, and sighed deeply. I get it now. A demon god playing dress up as a sheep. Listen, I can grant holy arts, but only to those I actually respect. There is zero chance I'm handing over divine power to some intruders who break into heaven with a demon god in tow. Not to mention, you guys trashed my sacred turf. Look at that dirty cloud you brought in. You just realized what a mess you made, didn't you? You better fix this before I lose my temper. I don't know what lies that demon fed you, kid. But if you leave right now, I might just forgive this little trespassing incident. I'm a busy woman, so I won't say it a third time. Lloyd looked up, a calm smile on his face. Hey, I'm sure we can talk this out. Suddenly, blinding swords of light spawned behind Amelia's back. Lloyd's eyes went wide as the atmosphere shifted. Amelia didn't even turn around. Didn't I just say there wouldn't be a third time? The three light swords dive-bombed the clouds below, blasting the upper layer into oblivion. The blades of light shine with a terrifying, beautiful brilliance. Amelia lay there, chilling, watching the destruction she caused. But suddenly she froze. Lloyd had thrown up a barrier, shattering her light blades into harmless sparkles. Amelia sighed, looking annoyed. She slowly sat up. I see. This sheep is tougher than he looks. I can't show you any mercy now. You little freak of nature. Lloyd looked back, totally unbothered. No problem. Bring it on. High in the sky, Lloyd and James stared down the divine messenger. Amelia rubbed her temples, looking bored. Why do idiots never know their place? Daring to challenge me? Amelia, the messenger of God? Just because you know a few magic tricks. And you have the guts to demand I teach you. The only thing you morons deserve is to be punished by the holy arts. Lloyd looked a bit nervous, humming to himself. But behind him, James was pouting and muttering curses. Then the little demon spoke up, making Amelia's face go dark. You talk too much. Just show us the goods already. Amelia closed her eyes, raising her hand to cast a spell. Fine, you shameless brat. Light arts, let me teach you a lesson, with your death. Seeing the attack coming, James spat out a sword. Lloyd snatched it out of the air in a split second. As the beam of light shot toward them, Lloyd blocked it with the blade. Sparks flew everywhere from the friction. He gripped the hilt with both hands, tanking the impact. But a confident smirk remained plastered on his face. With a mighty swing, he deflected the light sword away. But Amelia didn't give him a second to breathe. She launched another attack instantly. But thanks to that clash, Lloyd figured something out. Interesting. It looks light as a feather, but hits hard and heavy like steel. A crazy idea popped into his head. Let's see if I can absorb this energy with the Kuma sword. Lloyd flipped the blade to check the stats and paused. Wait, I don't feel anything? I get it. This light is materialized into a physical object. Absorbing it with Kuma is impossible. He tossed the sword back to James. Fighting this with Kuma isn't the smart play. Yo, imagine if his sword just snapped right now. That would be a total fail. Ro is panicking, screaming, Nathan, throw up a shield. But our boy just ignores the haters and starts weaving hand signs. Nathan stomps his foot down, striking a power pose. Aura exploding everywhere. It's time to test a theory. Ro is absolutely losing his mind in the background. Meanwhile, Jilly surrounds herself with 1,000 glistening blades. She launches the barrage. Nathan doesn't even dodge. He catches the blades with his bare hands. Savage. The attack fades, leaving Nathan's arms shredded and dripping crimson. Those light blades hit as hard as real steel. Legit. Nathan lifts his arm and licks the blood like a total edgelord. Surprisingly useful. Rima is crying tears of frustration. Stop wasting mana on this halfway sword fight. But look at that. Those light swords keep respawning like a glitch in a video game. If that's the case, I'm curious about the specs. Nathan spreads his arms, steam rising off his skin like a titan. Nathan flashes a devilish grin. The magical pressure in the room just skyrocketed. Show me your defense stats. Nathan dual wields a massive water nuke in one hand and a firebomb in the other. Giley's jaw hits the floor. Nathan yeets both catastrophe orbs straight at her face. Boom! The two orbs collided in a catastrophic explosion, sending a massive pillar of smoke straight up to the heavens. Watching the destruction, our boy couldn't help but crack a satisfied grin. As the smoke faded, it revealed blinding streaks of colorful light swirling around Amelia, forming an absolute defense against the brat's attack. Gel froze, totally shook. He couldn't believe he actually had to throw up a shield just to survive that. Lloyd stood there, grinning with pure confidence. She popped her light magic defense, but let's be real, claiming light magic is invincible? That's a bold claim, fam. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Ain't no way that trash tier magic can beat me. Lloyd didn't care. He delivered a savage kick right into Amelia's light shield, waving his hand with a mocking laugh. So, light magic is untouchable, huh? Let's put that to the test. Amelia's face went blank, realizing she might have hyped herself up a little too much. Meanwhile, James stood silent, channeling his mana to conjure 4 massive elemental spheres. Fire, earth, water, and wind. The ultimate combo. He launched the entire elemental barrage straight at Amelia. She barely managed to dodge, but the attack blasted massive holes through the clouds behind her. That power is insane. Suddenly, the very fabric of space began to fracture. Amelia's eyes popped out of her head, jaw dropping to the floor. The cracks spread until the barrier shattered completely. The dimension wall. Amelia suddenly flashed back to what Lloyd said earlier. Now that you mention it, I felt like I hit something back then. She couldn't believe her eyes. This was straight up impossible. Punching through the dimension wall? That's fever dream stuff. But then creepy vibes. Lloyd appeared right behind her, scaring the soul out of Amelia. He whispered, "Why'd you dodge, bro? Didn't you brag about being invincible?" Amelia broke out in a cold sweat and dipped. Lloyd and James stood on the tower, looking totally bummed out. So much for the durability test. Since the enemy decided to play turtle inside that shell, there was no choice. Time to continue the experiment. You can't run forever. Lloyd lifted his hand and blew out a strange mist. Amelia raged inside her bubble. "You moron, your attacks will never touch me. I'll dodge every single one easily." Lloyd pulled his hand back, and a chain of spiraling energy followed his movement like a yo-yo. With a smirk and a snap of his fingers, the spirals formed into multiple overlapping rings, instantly surrounding Amelia and leaving her clueless. Lloyd called out, "Dodge this? Bad news for you, fam. That ain't happening." Phantom strike initiated. Black spots flickered within the rings, followed by ominous crimson circles glowing from the inside. The circles expanded and flared up with blinding light. Lloyd whispered the command as Amelia's eyes rolled back in pure terror. The rings spun wildly, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire straight at Amelia. It was like a volcanic eruption. Caught in the inferno, Amelia was blasted away by the explosion. Lloyd and James watched with wide eyes. Dusting herself off, Amelia screamed in rage. What the actual heck was that? Lloyd stayed chill. He still dodged it. Guess my teleportation coordinates were a bit off. James frowned, analyzing the move. Phantom strike. It's similar to Wisem's skill that forces a foreign object inside a target using teleportation. A teleportation attack meant for offense. But compared to Wisam, Lord Lloyd's power is on a whole different dimension. By spamming these silent spells he picked from countless options, he's created the ultimate execution move. Lloyd was still crunching the numbers. Next time, I gotta teleport it a little closer. James stepped up nervously. Lord Lloyd, that was epic, but maybe a bit overkill. Did he kick the bucket? That's tragic. Lloyd burst out laughing. Chill, James. He said his light magic was invincible, remember? No way he gets wasted by some random spell, right? James just mumbled in agreement. What if he was just bluffing? Relax. I won't use that move the way you think I will. Lloyd conjured another magic circle. I'm not gonna abuse Raz's power like that. Hearing that, James finally relaxed. Lloyd raised his hand, his posture shifting to mimic someone else perfectly. It was the exact stance used by Jay. He curled his fingertips, forming a tiny ring, then flicked it into the air with a snap. It zoomed toward Amelia before she could even react, spewing out a massive torrent of flames. Thanks to her insane reflexes, Amelia barely dodged again. Down below, James hopped on a megaphone. Amelia, Lord Lloyd isn't trying to flatline you. Stop acting like a jerk, apologize, and teach him holy magic already. Hearing this, she laughed arrogantly. You morons. I wasn't exaggerating. Light magic I is invincible, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna stand there like a punching bag. It's just gross to touch that crude, illogical magic of yours. If I pay attention, dodging it is a piece of cake. You look like street scammers with those cheap parlor tricks. Unfazed, Lloyd brought 2 fingers to his mouth, ready for the next round. But wait, this technique has a bug. If he keeps spamming this, he can't test the light magic properly. It's not the range that's the issue. Nathan fires a magic circle. It's the lag between teleportation and detonation. The circle zooms right in front of Jilly. It starts blinking red, and she hops away like a scared bunny. Boom! It explodes, but she's already gone. Nathan needs to patch that delay. Even point-blank teleportation has input lag. Jilly dodges and rushes in, laughing like she actually did something. I read your moves, noob. She thinks she's got this in the bag. But hitting a moving target is a whole different skill tree. Rima is screaming, but Nathan is chilling like a villain. Master Nathan preps the next move. Teleporting then activating. Nah, that ping is too high. We need instant detonation. Prime the explosion before the teleport. Rima looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Here she comes. Julio charges with a lightsaber. Game over, you sneaky little brat. Gotcha. Nathan waits for the frame-perfect counter, triggering the explosion the millisecond she strikes. She freezes. Kaboom! The blast is instantaneous. Her fancy light weapon shatters into pixel dust. Taking that hit to the face, Jilly is salty. That damage output is totally different from before. How are you supposed to dodge hit-scan attacks? Nathan looks disappointed. It broke already? Lame. Apologize right now, Grimoa yells. Jilly grinds her teeth, does a tactical roll, and pretends she's fine. 'Tis but a scratch. She doubles down, summoning a full suit of shining light armor. Julio screams, break it all you want. My hacks are infinite. Instant respawn, baby. Nathan's eyes light up like it's Christmas. Infinite. She snaps back. Don't get cocky, idiot. Nathan is grinning from ear to ear. Infinite regeneration? Now that is a valid farming spot. Julio sees that psycho look and panics. Wait, not actually infinite. It's a limited time event. I'll let you go. I'll give you an autograph. Heck, you can even lick my toes. Nathan ignores the cringe and summons 4 nuke circles. Jiley's soul leaves her body. She screams for her life. It was a prank, bro. I swear, I have limits. Don't shoot. Too late. The 4 circles detonate, unleashing a storm of energy that obliterates her armor. Defeated, her body starts fading out. Nathan shrugs. Welp, Jewel just got deleted. Rima explains he has no physical body. He burned through his entire mana bar and crashed his own system. Nathan rubs his chin, analyzing the loot drops. Not invincible, just hard light constructs fed by mana. Basically, as long as the battery is charged, he keeps going. Infinite spawns, nice tech. But you fumbled the bag and lost your chance to learn from the master. Have fun figuring it out in the afterlife. Just as she fades, Nathan snatches her by the hair. She screams in agony. What are you doing? She shrieks. Nathan smirks. Relax, I'm just topping up your mana tank. You'll be back to full HP soon. Almost accidentally wiped him out with that last combo. Jill hesitated, shouting, but I literally planned to end you. Nathan stared her dead in the eye, ice cold, and replied, Idgaf. I just want to learn the holy arts. That level of chill sent Jill into deep thought. Finally, she puffed up with magic, sitting up like a queen, and asked, Hey kid, the name is Nathan, right? Nathan nodded, acting totally casual. Meanwhile, Grace was roasting her from the sidelines, thinking, she really let herself go. Way too much magic filler in there. Jill eyed Nathan with major suspicion. This kid had mana levels that were absolutely broken for a human, all hiding inside that innocent face. Loy leaned over to Grace, whispering some shade about how she looked like everyone's post-quarantine body. The disrespect was real. Suddenly, Jill flashed a smile and said, Fine then. That sudden switch-up caught both Nathan and Grace off guard. They whipped their heads around like, Say what? Jill dropped the bomb. I will teach you the holy arts. But on the low, she was plotting. This was her golden ticket to slide down to the human realm. Time for the lore dump. To teach you, we gotta sign a blood pact, she explained. The duo looked confused. Nathan was like, A pact? She pointed to his hand, impatient. Too long to explain, fam. Just give me your hand. Nathan reached out and said, Bet, if this gets me magic, I'm in. Jill closed her eyes, waving her hand with a holy smile. But that smile, it was starting to look super sus. Inside, Gio was cackling like a villain, thinking, how is this so easy? Gripping his hand, her inner monologue went wild. This Nathan kid is walking around with insane mana and looks totally harmless. This is the perfect chance for a goddess like me to hijack a vessel. If I can snatch Nathan's body using this contract, I'm set for life. A demon god hitching a ride on a clueless kid, that is the ultimate power move. And if things go totally sideways, poof, I'll just dump all the blame on this kid. Easy peasy. Bottom line, this vessel is S tier. I am so done with hiding out in the celestial realm like a fugitive. Once I hit the human world, it's showtime. I can finally meet Essa, Salia, and all the other idol waifus in the flesh. No more creeping on them from a distance. Fam. Soon, I'll be close enough to literally hear them breathe. And if RNG is on my side, maybe, just maybe, I'll get to hold hands. Squeal. Julie's grin was getting wider and creepier by the second. Homegirl has absolutely zero chill right now. Grimoa saw right through that wicked face. She basically had EVILPLAN tattooed on her forehead. Julie burst into maniacal laughter, glowing like a supernova. Consider this an honor, brat. I'm gonna take that body for a joyride. Then, she morphed into a streak of light, swirling around Loy's arm like a heat-seeking missile. My man's jaw hit the floor. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit him. He let out a gasp, and his eyes started to roll back. Is this the end for our MC? Julie's voice boomed in victory. Finally, the ultimate vessel is mine. My golden era starts now. But wait. Plot twist. She realized she was stuck, right on the palm of his hand. Bruh. Grimoa couldn't hold back and busted out laughing. Congrats, neighbor. You fell for the same trap I did. You really thought Lord Loy's mana density was basic. A scrub like you can't get past the skin layer. I mean, I failed too, but that's not the point. Julie screamed back, shut up, you pig. She was grinding her teeth in pure rage. Looks like this demon god tried the exact same stunt back in the day. Seriously though, what is up with this kid's mana? I can't push in even a single millimeter. It's like hitting a diamond wall. And remember, he just tossed a massive spell a minute ago. Loy looked at his hand and asked, is that it? Contract. Complete, Julie grumbled, totally defeated. Listen up. To use holy arts, an angel has to carve the method into your soul and open a connection circuit with us. Usually, we do it through stuff like singing. Loy blinked. Wait, a circuit? Does that mean I gotta drop a musical number every time I cast a spell? Nah, Julie sighed. Since I'm literally stuck here, your circuit is permanently open. You got the VIP pass. Just look deep into your own soul, and the know-how will flow naturally. Loy repeated, look into my soul. Suddenly, a holy cross pattern blazed into existence from the wall of light. It was absolutely stunning, guys. A blinding light erupted from his chest. He closed his eyes, inhaling that raw, divine energy like fresh air. When Loy opened his eyes, his pupils were swirling with multicolored light. Grimoa panicked. Lord Loy, are you okay? Do you feel sick? Does it hurt? He just smiled calmly. I'm good. It's just... Those magic words are floating around in my head. I can't read them yet, but somehow, I understand them perfectly. Grimoa realized what happened. You understood not with your brain, but with your heart. Holy arts are truly broken. Grimoa glanced at Julie with a new thought. That idiot angel doesn't get how huge this is. Lord Lloyd just gained the power to dominate both heaven and hell. He could claim the Demon King's throne. Meanwhile, Julie on the hand was still cackling, calling him a supreme dummy. Grimoa hesitated, but Lloyd suddenly spoke up, his voice soft. Man, this sucks. It was way too easy. That triggered Julie instantly. Excuse me? What are you whining about? Easy is good, you brat. Lloyd shook his head. The grind is the best part, though. It's not just about looking at magic. It's about analyzing the structure, reading it James until your eyes burn and you drill a hole through the pages with your stare, asking, why does this work? It's like solving a cosmic mystery. And sometimes, deep in that process, I get to see the faces of the legends who wrote it. Lloyd scratched his cheek awkwardly. So, like, I don't hate it. Just feels like I used a cheat code. Julie stared at him, wide-eyed. But Lloyd was already moving on. Anyway, I'm gonna test drive this right now. That light magic you used earlier. That's part of the Holy Arts kit, right? Yeah, Julie explained. Light magic shifts shape based on the user's imagination. Give it a shot, but inside, she was totally baffled. I kept wondering what was going through his head, coming all the way to the celestial realm just to learn magic. This kid doesn't have a bad bone in his body. She remembered his words. I just want you to teach me. She turned to the demon. Hey, demon god, I think I get it now. I see why you serve this kid. Grimoa looked away, thinking, not really. I'm just waiting to steal his body one day. Yup, totally just waiting to hijack his body. Definitely. Julie ignored the demon and kept thinking, I can feel it. Deep down, this kid has a heart of pure gold. As Lloyd manifested a sword of light, its shape began to shift. Julie was mesmerized, so innocent, pure, as an actual angel. He reminds me of him. A memory flashed in her mind, a moment from the distant past where she acknowledged a legend, step by step, chasing the truth. Suddenly, Lloyd's magic exploded into a massive blob of color. He was forming something with, are those tentacles? While Julie was lost in nostalgia, things were getting weird. I am a messenger of the gods that history probably forgot about ages ago. Meanwhile, Nathan was finishing up his masterpiece. It wasn't just a summon, it was spiritual pressure. Grace and Gio stared deep into the abyss of his creation. Right in front of them, massive bone segments on tentacles started grinding together. Rumble. Rumble. The scene had Grace and Gio shaking in their boots. Those giant tentacles thrashed around, painting a picture of pure nightmare fuel. When that freak of nature stood up, it towered over Gio's little tower. It was absolutely massive. Looking up from below, it looked like a twisted human spine and ribcage. Disgusting. Grace and Gio turned pale as sheets. The thing started moving, and its tentacles literally cracked the dimension wall. Crack. It kept moving, and the dimensional rift ripped open even wider. When it fully stood up and raised its head, the wall shattered like glass. It dragged its heavy body forward with those massive tentacles, making the ground quake with every move. Boom. Boom. They were screaming for their lives. Grace yelled, Lord Nathan, stop. Press pause right now. How is this light magic? Where are the shiny swords? This is straight up horror movie material. Lord Nathan, it is too scary. Nathan turned back to look at Grace, then eyes sparkling like he just built a Lego set. He gasped at his creation. So cool. Then he asked the monster with genuine concern. Did you lose weight? Grace snapped. That is not the issue here, bro. Nathan pouted. But I am only halfway done. Gio's eyes almost popped out of her skull. Halfway? You mean this nightmare isn't even finished? Remembering that monster, Gio panicked. No way. Light magic is supposed to reflect the user's mana attributes. But even so, this thing was huge. And that shape? It was beyond cursed. Then she started coping hard. Wait, she rationalized. If you squint, it looks exactly like the four wings of an archangel. Grace screamed, Are you blind? That is an archdemon. Quit the cap, you bird brain angel. But Gio was already sold. No doubt, you have the world's favor. Lord Nathan, please let this humble Gio join your squad. Grace yelled back, Shut up, go back to quarantine. Do something about this hellspawn first. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sky was raging with thunder and lightning. Michael strolled through the garden, vibing to the music, totally unbothered. He could hear the two girls performing inside the church. That thunder is intense, he thought. But then, a scent hit him. And it didn't belong in a holy place. The smell of rotting flesh and fresh blood. Things you don't show the kids, but his rat-like senses picked it up instantly. Someone was trying to mask the stench with roses. Sneaky. He paused. What's the play here? This smells like drama waiting to happen. I hate making a scene, but this could be the clue. Lord Nathan needs to find the holy arts. He took a breath and calmed his mind. Time to go full detective mode. Lost in thought, an older guy approached him. You lost, son. Michael's guard went up immediately. Sus check passed. The man continued, Big church, right? Let me guide you. If you allow it. Michael said nothing, just gave him the side eye. The man's face went serious. This way. Outside, the black sky and lightning made the vibe super ominous. Gideon spread his arms, smiling like a creepy uncle. Come. I will take you to the concert hall. Michael curved him smooth. Nah, I'm good. I like roses. Think I will hang here and look around a bit longer. Gideon clapped back, saying, Yo fam. It is a total waste to come all this way and ghost the main event like that. Missing the show is like eating your cash out the window. But Babylon was not having it and asked, What about you, old man? The dude put on his chill face and said, I am a priest. My gig is basically acting as a GPS for lost sheep wandering off the map. Babylon raised an eyebrow. So you are God's customer service rep? Gideon just shrugged like, yeah, pretty much. Even I, who spent my whole life grinding for the big man upstairs, take a wrong turn sometimes. Babylon froze. This vibe was suspicious. He lowered his voice. So, you not wearing a cross? Is that just a skill issue? I heard every pastor has got to rock that holy drip 24/7. Even a noob like me knows the meta. Gideon started sweating bullets. My bad, he stammered, reaching out, but Babylon's hawk eyes caught the movement in 4K resolution. Gideon snatched the necklace back like a ninja. See, just my clumsy fingers acting up, kid. Babylon gave him the coldest stare known to mankind. That cross pendant just swung there, glittering in the air like a giant red flag. Gideon quickly equipped the item and made excuses. Sometimes I just forget to put it on. Honest mistake. Same goes for you. Do not break the server rules. This holy garden is a restricted zone for you, fam. Babyon hit him with a fake smile. My bad. I am new here. Meanwhile, Ryder drifted in on Zero, finally crashing the party. She called out, finally tracking him down in the crowd. Yo, Michael, what's the move, man? Why are you lurking over here? The show's about to wrap up. Suddenly, Zero's eyes went wide with pure terror. The beast growled low and backed away, leaving Jennifer completely confused. Michael ignored her and turned his icy gaze back to the old man. By the way, you must be real dedicated to the faith. You polish that thing every single day, don't you? Or maybe, you've never actually worn it around your neck. Michael turned his back, dropping the mic on the conversation. That cross is way too clean for something used for years. The old man's silence was a loud confession. Yeah, he muttered, watching Jennifer pet the growling dog. Zero instantly recognized the scent. It was that kid. The priest whispered, nice coat, his voice dripping with venom, even though Michael didn't spare him a glance. His fingers twitched in a bizarre, unnatural rhythm. Dressed sharp, acting calm, but staring at the smart pup with hunger in his eyes. Just then, Nathan materialized behind them like a ghost. It wasn't just Michael's crew who noticed. The priest's eyes sharpened like daggers instantly. Nathan casually asked, so, everyone's hanging out here? What about the performance? Michael fired back, and where have you been this whole time, Lord Lloyd? The priest and Nathan walked past each other in slow motion, the old man's face a mask of stone-cold indifference. Nathan acted totally clueless while the sky decided to throw a tantrum, thunder crashing down. He immediately grabbed Zero in a bear hug, making Jennifer pout with jealousy. Talk about unfair treatment. She hadn't even teased the dog. What gives? Is Zero feeling lonely or something? After checking the dog, Nathan grinned with satisfaction. He hopped on Zero's back and placed a poop-shaped cloud on Jennifer's head, laughing. Look, a gift from above. Only Julie sensed the glitch in the matrix. She watched the priest retreating back, her intuition screaming that something was strictly sus. No way. Inside the church, the after-party was absolutely lit, noise levels going through the roof. Essa was vibing with the fans when she spotted him. Hey, little Nathan, how was it? We put our hearts and souls into that show. Nathan flashed a $1 million smile. It was a legendary performance, start to finish. They chatted away. Too bad the thunder cut it short halfway through, though. Nathan played it cool. Yeah, stopping the show right then. That was the clutch play of the century. Suddenly, the ring made of pure aura slipped off Nathan's finger. Julie spun around, transforming the energy into a bouquet of dazzling fresh flowers. She shoved the flowers forward, shocking Essa and Salia. Julie, looking like a total heartthrob, dropped to one knee and offered the blooms to the ladies. After an eternity of waiting, the day has finally come. My goddesses, I have descended just for you. Next, Julie grabbed a rose, turned to the side, and projected her voice. Ah, and this rose is for the precious gem standing right here. She targeted a cute little tangent-skinned girl. Julie panted with excitement. Oh, the human realm is magnificent. Please, give all your love to Angel Julie. But before she could finish her cringe pickup line, Zero's spin kicked her right in the face. Nathan grinned at Essa, totally unbothered. Zero just took out a bad guy. You and Salia are super famous. After all, you've got to watch out for creeps like that. Essa nodded, stunned but agreeing, thinking, wait, that voice sounds familiar. Then Michael stepped in with a serious question. Lady Essa, sorry to be weird, but is the church backyard a sacred site or something? Essa smiled at his formal tone. Mr. Michael, please, just call me Essa. And yes, that area is used as a cemetery for the congregation's pets. Michael's eyes widened, it finally clicked. A pet cemetery. So that explains it. That explains the stench of death. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Does this church have a priest who looks like this? Essa looked at Michael's mime act and shrugged. Just looking at hand gestures, I have zero clue, honestly. Jennifer chimed in from the side. Since we had 2 idols performing today, priests from other parishes came to watch too. Michael looked blank, forcing an awkward smile. Seeing this, Nathan asked, What's up, Michael? Trouble? He mumbled a quick no. Michael rubbed his temples, sighing. Still got these old assassin habits, always trying to link events to something shady. Probably nothing. The smell, that priest. The show ended fine, and even Lord Nathan doesn't seem fazed. Still, a cold sweat lingered when he remembered that priest's dead eyes. But then, Nathan looked up and dropped a bomb. Yeah, I'm never coming back to this church again. The statement made Michael's jaw hit the floor. Seeing Nathan act normal afterwards, Michael sighed and started walking away. Whatever. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Lord Nathan probably got what he needed from wherever he teleported to. My job here is done. Whatever happens to this church ain't my problem. Suddenly, Essa called out from behind. Oh, Mr. Michael. She was beaming like sunshine. I never got to thank you for this morning. Thank you so much. Michael kept walking, cold as ice, not even looking back. Outside, the storm was still raging. The cross pendant swung in the air before the priest threw it into the mud and stomped on it viciously. He grounded his heel into it, snarling, I should have made it filthier. The old cross got lost, and this replacement is way too shiny. Not good. Especially since I have zero interest in faith or gods. Slowly, a hidden trapdoor began to creak open in the ground. He stared into the abyss with a twisted grin. Might not be necessary, but killing them won't be an issue if they dare to sniff around here again. Suddenly, a creepy black hand shot out from the shadows. Gideon looked up as the rain started pouring. We just have to wait. He pictured the church squad camping out, waiting for the plot to thicken perfectly. Cut to the massive castle. Ava, Christopher, and Mia were standing there, looking totally confused. Nathan stepped up like a boss. Meet your new holy magic sensei. Julie stood there, looking all high and mighty. Angel Julie, in the flesh. Everyone went whoa. But Julie, she turned to Nathan like, bruh, you want me to sign a contract with squinty eyes and these NPCs? Nathan stayed chill. Yup. Delegation is key to the grind. Besides, you guys want a strat to nerf Emily, right? Julie looked like she smelled something nasty. Why do I have to carry these losers? The dudes are dumb, and that girl is faker than a filter. She screamed, I am too good for this squad. Instant karma. The trio jumped her and stomped her out. Post beatdown. Julie raged. What is wrong with you people? Mia smirked, cracking her knuckles. My motto? Always throw hands at toxic people on sight. Ava was just vibing now. Christopher nodded like, facts. Nathan looked at the battered angel. Also, Julie, your form is way too flashy for stealth mode. Can you shrink down like Grace? That triggered her. Julie pointed at Grace, freaking out. You want me to look weak like that thing? Oh, heck no, Lord Nathan. Grace just rolled his eyes. Do it or quit yapping. Or can you not handle a simple transformation because you are trash? That did it. Julie screamed, who are you calling trash, Emily? She spun in the air, striking a pose. Watch and learn, peasants. This is a legendary skin you cannot even buy. Boom, she turned into a gorgeous bird. How about now, Lord Lloyd? I am adorable, right? You totally want to cuddle me. I will let you hold me as a treat. Nathan just grabbed a water from Mia, ignoring the thirst. Cool story. Now make the contracts. Just like that, light blades spawned in the trio's hands. Holy magic, recovery type. Ava stared at his weapon. Okay, this is actually handy. Christopher was hyped too. Everyone gets a custom skin. Mia could not help but stan. This is magical. I do not get the words, but the knowledge is downloading straight to my brain. Nathan smiled at Julie. From now on, let them cast their ultimate without the chanting ritual. Julie got salty. You want me to give these casuals admin privileges, Lord Nathan? He grinned. It is chill. I vouch for them. They will not abuse the power. Hearing that, the three of them started tearing up. The trust was real. Julie sighed. Look, it is not about their singing. Instant casting is legendary tier stuff. Aside from you, Lord Nathan, it is a 1 in a million bug. Grace got curious. Wait, so that stuff Essa used back there, was that holy magic too? Julie nodded. Bingo. Holy magic has two main skill trees. You know the healing buffs, but the other one is purification. Purification triggers on negative vibes, pain, evil, all that bad juju. Like when you were thinking I want violence or it hurts, versus I am happy or look at the pretty flowers. Grace scratched his head. Reacts to negative vibes? That still sounds kind of abstract, fam. Mia decided to YOLO it. She fired a holy light beam. Flashbang. Ava covered his eyes, screaming. My eyes, too bright. Mia asked, you good? Ava blinked. Yo, wait. My shoulder pain is actually gone. So yeah, as you can see, this spell glitches out if the target is not radiating negative energy. Peeping at Ava, Jill was totally vibing, thinking, wow, this dude's mind is surprisingly pure. Lloyd just stood there, tuning into her hype. She kept going, I can totally picture a purified version of him. Then she whipped around to Grace, teasing, yo, you better watch out or the boss might hit you with that purification next. Grim snapped back, eyes blazing with panic. Are you crazy? If I take a hit of that holy magic, I'll literally turn into dust. Get a clue. But she just kept yapping, ignoring him completely. Apparently, that purification spell is super effective against spirits and magical beings. It even works on zombies. Lloyd paused, thinking, wait, zombies? For real? Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock. Two dudes burst in, looking absolutely wrecked. Yo, boss, we're back. Man, we had the weirdest nightmares on the way here. But the second they saw Lloyd chilling on the sofa like a king, they froze. Their jaws dropped, and they started stuttering in pure terror. You're that brat from the church. Lloyd tilted his head, playing innocent. New phone, who dis? One guy exploded with rage, screaming, don't play dumb. Do you know the hell we went through because of you? Talk about a twist of fate. Lloyd just let out a calm. Oh, realizing, so, you guys must be the fine citizens of Lordos I've heard about. The thug turned to Ava, veins popping out of his neck. Boss, smash him. Beat this kid into the ground until he can't stand. But Ava was sweating buckets, trembling in silence. Suddenly, he bowed 90 degrees in front of Lloyd. I don't know the full story, but I apologize for my idiot's disrespect. Please, accept my apology. I'll cut off a finger right now if that pleases you, Lord Lloyd. Lloyd waved him off coolly. Whoa, chill out. Keep your fingers. Even Ava was acting polite. Talk about a total power move. Mia rubbed her temples, explaining. The previous Lord of Lordos was a total war junkie, so the locals picked up his aggressive habits. Gro sighed, muttering, I kinda dig their survival of the fittest vibe. But the two goons weren't having it. Boss, why are you scared of this shrimp? You're the Lord, the strongest. Take out Mia and Gro too. Just end them all. Ava's face turned purple. He roared, shut your traps. Can't you sense that this man is a trillion times stronger than all of us combined? Listen up. Lord Lloyd is the true ruler here, and he's the greatest savior we've ever known. Show some respect. Everyone realized Ava was about to snap, but the goons were too stupid to listen. Fine. If you won't do it, boss, we'll take him out ourselves. Get ready to die, kid. Lloyd didn't even flinch. He just raised his hands, unleashing the blinding holy light technique. Instantly, their eyes went wide and sparkly. Their attitude did a 180. We are so sorry for our sins. Ava and his crew dropped their jaws, shouting, What? Junie spoke up, shivering. That magic is glitchy as hell. It basically rewrites their brains. That's straight-up psychological horror. Normal magic doesn't do that. The scariest thing in this room is definitely Lord Lloyd. Meanwhile, the two thugs kept confessing their sins. We know we messed up, but we grew up watching everyone else act like thugs. It sounded like a heartfelt apology, but Lloyd just rubbed his chin, smiling like a predator. We promise, we'll go apologize to her personally. Jill floated over, curious. Who's her? Grim replied casually. Oh, those creeps threatened Isa and Celia at the church earlier. Even tried to put their hands on them. Jill's aura exploded with rage. They threatened Isa and Celia, and they dared to touch them. Grim looked confused. Wait, don't you stalk them 24/7? You have a sole contract with Isa, right? Jill screamed. I don't watch them every second. With the contract, we can mostly just hear each other. Grim tried to calm her down. Relax. The boss already brainwashed them as punishment. But Jill wasn't hearing it. She was out for blood. God might forgive you, trash, but I won't die. Seriously, why does Isa only use holy magic for healing? That's why she always gets into trouble. It brought back a memory of Asa patting Lloyd's head, saying softly, holy magic should only be used to protect us from evil, not to hurt. Jill sighed, defeated. Isa is too pure for this world. Suddenly, Grim asked, Hey, how come Zen and Michael didn't know those guys were locals? Mia broke it down. Michael doesn't trade with the locals, and Zen never leaves his castle. They're totally out of the loop. The thug, hearing this, eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait a minute. You mean that squinty-eyed guy and the maid are the legendary 4 heavenly kings, Michael and Jensa, and they're backing you? Mia hid her face, blushing hard. Ugh, please don't use that cringe nickname. Lloyd couldn't help but crack up laughing. The thug kept going. So Lord Lloyd is the real boss of bosses. He's not just a demon king. He's the godfather. Lloyd went silent. Ava turned to Grim. Where's Michael? Grim crossed his arms. Michael is cleaning up a mess for the boss. Ava froze, terrified of what cleaning up meant. Meanwhile, back at the church under a beautiful blue sky, Michael was holding a spatula. Yep, he was in full chef mode. A massive feast was laid out. Everyone was drooling, shouting, This is so good. Zen frowned. Where are your manners? But even he couldn't deny it. It's seriously delicious. We're so glad you stayed with us, Michael. He just smiled warmly. I knew you'd like it. Zen frowned. He had to leave soon. Michael smiled, remembering the moment he said goodbye to Lloyd. All right, you have permission to use holy magic now. He had been nervous, stammering, but Lloyd just looked at him with that confident smile. I trust you. His flashback shattered as someone shouted from the table. Don't worry, Lloyd will definitely come back. Don't give up hope, Michael. No way, I'm not getting left behind. I'll take the lead. The other maids were practically fighting for the spot. Worst case scenario, I volunteer as tribute to take care of Master Lloyd. Essa was vibrating with excitement. Oh, this is perfect. Totally epic. Essa was grinning like she just won the lottery, while Michael over here was acting all shy and tsundere. But Lloyd's personal maid, she was ready to roll out the red carpet. Welcome home, Master Lloyd. Another maid chimed in instantly. Master Lloyd, bath time is ready. Then another hit him with the combo move. Master Lloyd, let's have a sleepover. The sheer harem power was too much. Juriel literally sprayed a nosebleed fountain. What kind of elite-level pampering is this? Prince. Benjamin. Is this actual heaven? I am so glad I followed you. Lloyd, however, ignored her, simping with absolute Sigma energy. Just get me my tea. Lloyd walked over and popped the closet open. It was time to drop some lore for Juriel. Look, I'm the prince of this joint. I gotta maintain my reputation. Suddenly, a duplicate Lloyd stepped out of the closet. Juriel was shook. Two Master Lloyds. Kikatiro stared at the new arrival, completely confused. Is this a glitch in the Matrix? Who's the new guy? James explained like a proud dad. That's Master Lloyd's wooden automaton. It handles all the boring NPC quests and simple chores. Juriel's jaw hit the floor. She floated around, tapping on Kikatiro's head. Oh, I get it. You're just a doll. The lights are on, but nobody's home. Huh. James snapped, furious at the disrespect. Watch it, you feathered menace. My mission is to keep this doll in mint condition, so don't you dare mess with its paint job. Lloyd turned back, eyes burning with determination. Forget the doll. I need to unlock holy magic. I'm grinding for that skill tree. James grabbed a fork, ready to destroy some cake. Even for you, getting close to the St. Marlin to copy her skills isn't going to be easy, Lloyd smirked. I got a plan. We're going ghoul hunting. The room went silent. Ghouls? Wait, where did you even get that intel? Lloyd shrugged, cool as a cucumber. Overheard it at the tea party. Gossip network, baby. Suddenly, knock knock. Someone was at the door. Lloyd signaled everyone to act natural. A woman's voice drifted in. You called for me, master? Lloyd replied, yeah, Sophia. If you're free, want to go slay some undead with me? The maid stood there in silence, and then just walked away. Clip clop, clip clop. Everyone was stunned. Did our MC just get left on red in real life? Lloyd stood there waiting, awkward silence filling the air. Unti, bam, the door flew open. Sophia stormed in, geared up to the teeth with weapons and tools. Let's do this. She was hype. The squad moved out to the city, and Jen couldn't help but marvel at the massive structure ahead. That bridge is absolutely massive, and the crowd is insane. Sophia dropped the lore. That's Grandin Bridge, the main artery of Lordo's city. It cuts right across the river, dividing the whole city in two. Jen looked at the bustling crowd, skeptical. Are you sure monsters would spawn in a high-traffic zone like this? He scanned the rushing civilians, looking for any sign of the undead. Sophia kept moving. Looks like it. The Adventurers Guild put out a request that matches our intel. They usually bounce around. But according to Katarina's data, the ghoul sightings are peaking right here at Grandin Bridge. Before this, Katarina had shown them the charts. Look at the trend line. Ghoul incidents are spiking hard. She analyzed the map. Usually, this place is packed like a sardine can. But look now. Jen was surprised. You mean this isn't normal rush hour traffic? Sophia shook her head. Nope. Even the normies are sensing the danger. They're staying away. Lloyd spoke up. Can't Sophia or Shiro sniff them out? Sophia sighed. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Ghouls stink, yeah. But in the middle of the city, the smell of street food and trash is masking their scent. My radar is jammed. Lloyd rubbed his chin, calculating. So enemy detection is useless here. Where would these creeps hide? He made a decision. Time to do it the old-fashioned way. Let's ask the NPCs. Suddenly, a voice shouted from the distance. Hey, little Lloyd. The squad turned around. Familiar faces. Whoa, Sister Salia. You're out here without a bodyguard, living dangerously. What are you girls doing here? Turns out, their church was just across the bridge. We're on our lunch break. Lloyd nodded. Makes sense. Grandin is basically next door to the church. Then, Essa remembered something and beamed. Oh, right. You guys want to grab some pudding? My treat. Consider it thanks for helping me out before. The squad blinked. Pudding? Just like that. I actually invited Michael, but he turned me down, she said, looking a bit down. Jen jumped in to save face. Ah, Michael's just not cool enough for sweets. Please don't take it personally. Juriel, however, went full rage mode and transformed. That squinty-eyed jerk. How dare he reject an invite from Salia? He deserves divine punishment. I have to go smite him right now. Lloyd literally clamped his hand over her mouth, put a sock in it. He looked at Lloyd. No way he prioritized snacks over magic training. But plot twist. Lloyd's eyes lit up like Christmas lights at the mention of pudding. Cut to the bakery. Steam rising from fresh tea. And there it was, the legendary pudding. Wobbly, covered in sauce, practically begging to be eaten. They grabbed a corner booth, the VIP spot. The waiter slid the plates onto the table. Thanks for waiting. Guys, it was time to dig in. Jennifer was totally vibing with the menu, staring at this curvy 2-page spread like, yo, what is this masterpiece? While Rim just threw some shade from the side. Honestly, I can't imagine anything getting Lord Nathan this hype unless it involves some high-tier magic. He sighed, completely roasting his master. But Nathan just bowed his head with zero shame and dropped a truth bomb. Pudding is magic, fam. Rim and Julie looked at him like, bro, it's just cake. But Nathan was already performing surgery with his knife and fork. He described it like a poet's soft sponge cake, soaking up the essence of the gods, drowning in thick honey syrup and a layer of buttery, milky goodness. It was so soft, using a knife felt like a crime. It was ready to deliver a stream of sweet, milky perfection straight to the taste buds. Combined with that honey glaze, we're talking about a flavor explosion that literally dissolves the second it hits your tongue. If that ain't magic, I don't know what is. Seeing him geek out, the whole squad started drooling. Okay, he's got a point. I need that pudding in my life right now. Salia, sipping her tea like a queen, schooled her little brother, Nathan, listen up. If you're a rookie at this spot, you gotta start with the base game, the raw cake. That way, you appreciate the OG flavor meta first. Nathan nodded with a serious face. You right, sis. Respect the craft. Exactly. Then you level up to toppings and the full pudding experience. Everyone was like, wow, these siblings share the same brain cell for sweets. Salia took another sip, totally unbothered. Make yourselves at home. Ignore me and take a seat, Sylvia and Ray. The two victims of her bad memory shouted in unison. It's Shah. Get our names right. Thanks, bestie. Salia just ignored them and waved her hand. Yo, golden waitress. The server smiled through the pain. I'm a waiter, ma'am. Salia didn't care. She rattled off a shopping list. Get us all a small pudding each. And one for Sintaro over there. Essa, you're still grinding that special supersized giant portion with fruit toppings, right? The usual? Essa laughed nervously. What do you mean the usual? But yeah, please. Meanwhile, Jennifer took one bite and her soul ascended. Yo, what is this? It literally melts. No chewing required. She was going ham on her giant portion. Guys, eat as much as you want. We need to order, like, 50 of these. Salia flashed the credit card energy. My treat, fam. Then Nathan turned to Sophia. Hey, think we can recreate this legendary loot back at the castle? She looked happy to be included. Bet. I'll whip it up using some moja ingredients. Consider it done. Suddenly, Essa switched topics. By the way, what brings the squad here today? Jennifer hesitated for a sec before dropping the bomb. We're hunting ghouls. The two sisters gasped. Wait, for real? Little Nathan is actually being a hero? Becoming an adventurer to save the people? That is so wholesome. Nathan just shrugged. Yeah, totally. For justice and stuff. Then he got serious. Essa, you live nearby. Heard any rumors on the street? Essa's face dropped. Yeah, it's bad out here. The church is packed with refugees running from ghoul attacks. It's a mess. It's not just the bridge connecting the east and west banks. The northern Grand Mausoleum and the east alleyways. All hot zones. Reports are flooding in. The vibe at the table instantly died. Sophia frowned, trying to piece the puzzle together. So the central church is basically the only safe zone for refugees right now? Essa nodded sadly. Yeah, but all we can do is patch up the wounded. The Adventurers Guild is investigating, but even some of their players have gone MIA. It's getting dangerous. That made Nathan freeze mid-bite. Adventurers going missing? This was getting suspicious. Suddenly, Celia chimed in. Look, as long as the concert isn't cancelled, I'm good. Jennifer blinked, confused. Wait, another concert? Already. Essa smiled. Yup, and this one's gonna be massive. It's the Christmas gala. Even the king and the pope are pulling up to the show. Jennifer's jaw hit the floor. The king and the pope, those are like the top-tier VIPs of the church. Performing there would be legendary. Essa gave a thumbs up. Make sure you guys come watch. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the event calendar. Then her voice wavered. That is, if we can actually hold the concert with all these monsters running around. That sentence triggered something in Jennifer. She stood up like an anime protagonist. All right, that's it. We're going to delete these ghouls from existence. Sophia was ready to throw hands too. Love the energy. Ever since the last concert, Jennifer had become a hardcore stan of this band. Jennifer looked emotional. Listen, guys. Lady Katarina from the guild. This heavenly pudding. Everything I've seen in this country is stuff I never dreamed of. It's precious to me. I love this place. And I'm not letting anyone ruin it. Sophia smiled at her, looking like a proud mom. Just remember, Jennifer Lloyd's main quest is testing his holy magic, okay? Jennifer nodded. Of course, I'll do my best. But that chat helped narrow down our map. Sophia broke it down. First sighting was the bridge connecting east and west, then the north mausoleum, then the south alleys. Notice the pattern? All those locations are on the east bank. The squad nodded in agreement. Exactly. So the enemy spawn point has to be on the east side, right? They started connecting the dots. Church, North Graveyard, South Alley, and the Great Tame Bridge. Jennifer got hyped again. So it's the mausoleum. That's where zombies hang out. Sophia shook her head. Makes sense. But the bridge has the highest encounter rate. That's the hotspot. Jennifer rubbed her chin, confused. But a ghoul nest on a bridge? Where would they hide? It's just open space. Nathan finally spoke up. Not on the bridge. He turned around with a knowing smirk, dropping the 200 IQ play. Check under the bridge, fam. Jennifer gasped. It all made sense now. Yo, welcome back to the channel, fam. We're jumping right back into the action. The squad is posted up at this busy bridge with a crowd buzzing about what's going down. And guess what? They found the entrance to the underground sewers right on the east side of the city. This looks like the spot, but no cap. The vibes in there are way more twisted than your average dungeon. Ren takes one look at the scene and gets hit with a wave of flashbacks. She's looking nostalgic, remembering how she used to survive in a ratchet shelter just like this until recently. Lloyd cuts to the chase, though, asking the real question, how bad is the smell? The stench is absolutely foul. Sophia and Shiro are fighting for their lives, pinching their noses like, bro, it's useless. My nose is about to fall off. Something is definitely rotting down there. Lloyd just nods his head like a Chad. I mean, yeah, it is a sewer, guys. Lloyd gets serious. Look, we have zero choice but to dive in. Honestly, even I'm low-key sweating this one. Sophia catches on quick, asking, is this about those missing adventurers? You know someone involved in this mess, don't you, Master Lloyd? Lloyd hesitates before admitting, yeah, I do. He gets a flashback of a girl smiling at him. Actually, thanks to them, I found out about the ghouls. They were the ones who invited me during the tea party. That girl was all hyped, telling him, I'm finna go hunt some ghouls. You want to tag along? Lloyd was a bit worried since they took the quest before him, so he's just curious to see how they're doing. Sophia is shook, asking, ain't no way. Who has the audacity to ask a whole prince to go dumpster diving for demons? Suddenly, thump, thump, thump. Someone comes sprinting in. It's Tao. She launches herself like a missile and tackles him with a bear hug, screaming, Lloyd. Lloyd is stuttering, totally caught off guard, while she just hits him with that playful wink. Tao looks at the squad, grinning like a mischievous gremlin. I get it. I get it. Lloyd was worried about me. Lloyd tries to maintain composure. Well, you did mention at the party you were hunting ghouls. I'm just super happy we linked up here. Tao is hanging off his neck, rubbing his head like a puppy. Who knew Lloyd had this cute side to him? You wanted to see me that bad, huh? Come to mama. Suddenly, boom. Sophia shuts that down instantly. Critical hit to the feels. Sophia physically blocks Tao. Master Lloyd dragged himself out here to research holy arts on ghouls. You're just a freebie included in the package. Tao is stunned, gasping. A freebie? But suddenly, Amelia spots her and goes full fanboy mode, screaming at the top of his lungs. That's it, top tier. A beauty that words can't even describe. The perfect balance. The flexibility honed in every inch of her body. And that slender physique you only see in a growing teen. Amelia is down bad, praising her like crazy. Tao deserves the before he can finish his simp speech. James grabs him by the throat and chokes him out. Amelia was screaming so loud that Tao gets suspicious. Did I just hear a creepy voice echo? Gave me literal goosebumps. Lloyd quickly covers it up, sweating bullets. Probably just the wind from the sewer. Totally normal. Anyway, Lloyd gets back on track. Since you're here, Tao, this must be the ghoul hideout, right? Is the mission already done? Tao lets out a heavy sigh. Nope. I suspected this place, but I haven't found squat. It's dark, filthy, and smells so bad I literally got lost in the sauce. Then I sensed your aura, Lloyd, and that's the only reason I made it out. It's definitely not an environment where I can focus my ki. Tao remembers running around in circles like a headless chicken. Where am I? Is that Lloyd or Robert? Sophia is side-eyeing hard, thinking, Why is she only sensitive to Master Lloyd's presence? Sus. Lloyd analyzes the situation with a grin. She can't use her nose or special skills because of this toxic stench. It's the perfect hideout for demons, but that also makes it the ultimate testing ground for my holy arts. Suddenly, Tao turns around, voice soft. I hate to say this right after we reunited, but I gotta bounce to the surface. I lost my torch and I need a break. Lloyd is calm as ice. No worries. Snap. He summons a glowing halo of light above his head. Holy art, purification. Tao is hyped. Yo, with that bright halo, we don't even need torches. Lloyd shakes his head. Nah, this is purification magic, fam. It does way more than light up the room. In front of them, nasty black sludge is pouring out of a pipe. But the second Lloyd's holy light hits it, the water turns crystal clear instantly. Tao touches the water and gasps. All the dirt and fatigue. Gone. Even the squad is shook that sewer water is now sparkling like expensive mineral water. Sophia takes a deep breath and vibes. It's not just the water. The air smells like a breezy mountain top now. That's crazy. Rima is curious. Wait, can this purification spell scrub stains out of clothes too? Gel pouts, a little jealous. That light is too strong for me, but if you stick around it, you'll get used to it. But since it's Master Lloyd, the effect is instant. Lloyd is hyped for a totally different reason. I didn't think it would beat the dirt too. This is going to be OP for cleaning the house. Then it hits him. He turns to Sophia. Wait, it purified the smell too. That might be bad for you, right? She replies. No, actually, this is a W. The smell was so bad I couldn't use my nose anyway. Now I'm back in the game. Tao turns around, confidence fully restored. Leave it to me. With air this fresh, I can absorb infinite ki. She activates her presence scan to map out every single path in the dungeon. Next thing you know, Tao swaps into one of Ren's maid outfits, looking fresh and smiling. She turns to Ren. Thanks for the drip, bestie. Even though the fabric was squeezing the life out of her chest, Tao spun around, flashing a cheeky grin at Lloyd. Yo, check the fit. Does this look snatch enough to make you want to hire me as your personal maid or what? But Lloyd wasn't falling for the thirst trap. He completely ignored her flirting. His eyes locked onto the outfit she just swapped out of, analyzing it like a detective at a crime scene. The dirt stains had vanished like magic, but the tears in the fabric, those were permanent. For a split second, she actually thought her charm offensive might have worked. Tough crowd. The squad kept moving, heading deep into the East District sewers. Sophia broke the silence first. Finally, some room to breathe. We've reached the wider section of the tunnels. Think the demon hideout is close? Ren asked, scanning the shadows nervously. And seriously, what is up with these outfits? If we were above ground right now, where would we even be? Tao chimed in, keeping the mood tense. This whole area is mad sus, guys. I keep hearing these weird rumbling noises echoing off the walls. Definitely not normal. I've got a gut feeling one of these turns leads straight to the ghoul boss room. Suddenly, Ciro raised a paw, volunteering like a good boy. Lloyd looked down at him. You gonna sniff out the demons for us, buddy? The pup barked once, confident as ever. The whole team started hyping Ciro up as he trotted ahead into the darkness. Don't go full solo mode, Ciro. Stay in range of Lloyd's buffs. But the moment he heard that, the dog went totally limp. Talk about a drama queen. Sophia plugged her nose. The stench down here is still absolutely foul. A few minutes later, the crew decided to take a chill pill, sipping tea and eating snacks, when a strange noise killed the vibe. A massive horde of sewer rats was charging straight at them. And right behind them was poor Ciro, chasing them but looking totally helpless. Tao saw the chaos and shouted out. That dog just dragged the whole server back to us. The rats had caught the scent of fresh meat and were rushing the team like zombies in a horror movie. Fresh meat. Squeak, squeak. But the second those nasty rodents crossed the invisible barrier around the team, something bizarre started happening to their bodies. Tao's eyes bugged out of her head. As the rats rushed into Lloyd's aura, they transformed from filthy pests into fluffy, adorable hamsters. What in the anime magic is this? Ciro just stood there, totally confused. Ciro looked shook. His prey had just turned into plushies. But then, the hamsters started climbing all over him, playing around, and honestly, the dog looked like he was loving the attention. Alme, they're besties now. Ren picked one up, her voice trembling with excitement. So kawaii, Ciro was bouncing around, playing tag with his new fluffy squad. Tao watched the wholesome scene while stuffing her face with cake. Look at him go, total zoomies. Sophia, ever the professional, brought them back to reality. Well, at least we know the demons aren't hiding in that direction. Lloyd rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Looks like Ciro's nose is glitching. Guess I'll have to use my presence scan to map the area myself. But while he was lost in his big brain moment, Tao grabbed him by the neck and pulled him close. Jump scare warning. Caught in 4K, Lloyd. You're using key circulation, aren't you? I've been suspicious since the beast hunt. Spill the tea. Where did you learn a high-level move like that? Lloyd avoided eye contact, sweating bullets. I think I read it in a book somewhere. Tao heard that lame excuse and her jaw practically hit the floor. A book? If that's true, this guy isn't just a genius, he's broken. Wait, the more I look at it, the technique is identical to Robert's. There's no way. Hey, listen. Before Tao could finish her interrogation, Sophia delivered a sharp karate chop to her neck. Bonk, go to horny jail. Sophia looked at Lloyd innocently. By the way, Sophia, you didn't bring the demon spirit sword, she replied calmly. I didn't want to get it dirty. Plus, I assumed you summoned me because you wanted me to test that sword. Lloyd smirked, realizing she totally understood the assignment. Meanwhile, Tao had already recovered and was aggressively munching on snacks again. Yo, this dim sum absolutely slaps. The texture is so smooth, and look at these designs. Fancy living down in the sewers, huh? Sophia side-eyed her. That is pudding. I packed it for a souvenir. Lloyd laughed, jumping in. It tastes way better, fresh out of the oven. Trust me. Ren watched them from the side, thinking, these two are unreal. We're literally in a demon dungeon and they're acting like they're on a picnic date. Look at that posture. 0 openings. Perfect defense. Lloyd is amazing as always. I need to step up my game so I can show him I'm not useless. Ren took a deep breath, locking in her determination. Suddenly, Tao slid up next to Sophia with a mischievous glint in her eye. Hey, since we're bored, want to make this interesting? A little PvP to see who's the alpha here. Sophia rolled her eyes. Cringe. As I said, this mission is strictly for researching Master Lloyd's holy arts. I don't have time for your games. She continued, ice cold. I'm not wasting energy on some childish catfight. But Tao wasn't backing down. She dropped the bomb. Hear me out. The winner gets a private all-day date with Lloyd. Just the two of you. Sophia froze, her face darkening instantly. Ren gasped, completely shook. Lloyd looked over, totally clueless. Wait, hold up. Tao, what are you even saying right now? Tao put her hands on her hips, confident. Consider it compensation for helping with your research. Seems fair, right? Sophia's aura flared up. Are you serious right now? Do you have a death wish? What about Robert and Lord Alberto? Have you lost your mind? Sophia growled, challenging me. You must have amnesia if you think you can win. Tao smirked. I got my reasons. So, what's it gonna be? Deal or no deal? Ren scratched her head, blushing. Can I join the lobby too? You're in, Tao shouted. Before we start, smash that like button and subscribe for more epic battles. Okay, the rules are super simple. Just then, Ciro came sprinting back in, panic mode activated. A horde of twisted, grotesque demons was right on his tail. Perfect timing. Whoever frags the most demons wins. Got it? Even a noob could understand those rules. Sophia drew her weapon, eyes glowing. Fine. I'm stupid. So watch out, my sword might accidentally slip and hit your neck. Demon sweep initiated. The battle for the date has officially begun. Let's go. A short sword made of pure light materialized in Ren's hand. Tao equipped a heavy battle gauntlet, and Sophia drew a long, blue blade. The squad was fully geared up. Seeing everyone locked and loaded, Lloyd nodded with a smile. All right, team, those are the Kubu weapons. Use them however you want, just give me a review later. Let the hunt begin. Tao stared at the glowing loot, eyes popping. Yo, these holy arts are straight fire. Talk about a quality of life update. Convenience level 100. Another voice chimed in, realizing the meta. So, this is the new magic tech Lloyd wants us to beta test? Looks legit. Tao was vibrating with hype, so I just gotta smash some demon skulls with this? Say less. Lloyd nodded, looking deep in thought. Yup, only after I tweak the efficiency to god tier levels, Lloyd thought. Now I can shape the Kubu however I want. Full customization. The Kubu still has crazy hidden potential for the dev team to unlock. Suddenly, Amelia popped out like a jump scare. Hey, Master Lloyd, she panicked. Who got the Oppie buff? Whose weapon is the strongest? Lloyd shrugged. Nah, I balanced the patch. Everyone's stats are equal. Amelia screeched like a banshee. What? Are you crazy? This is the waifu war. The winner gets a date with you. The stakes are huge. If you didn't buff your favorite girl's gear, how will you know who the main heroine is supposed to be? Why pick one when I can be the harem king? Lloyd mused. Someone rubbed their chin nearby. True. Can't argue with that logic. Smart move. Though, I kinda wonder what the DPS difference would be if I mess with the mana ratios. Should have experimented with the RNG a bit. Tao stretched her limbs, grinning like a shark. All right, ladies, you know the quest conditions. Highest kill count dates, Lloyd. Sophia sighed heavily. I would never participate in such a cringe event. Grow up. But meanwhile, Ren was blushing hard, totally into the idea. A date, she whispered. Tao smirked with max confidence. Game on. She launched herself forward like a rocket. Two ghouls were chilling, then bam. Tao's kick took their heads off before they could blink. That's 2 for the leaderboard. Easy clap. Don't mind me, just grinding. The display of power had Ren and Sha shook. Their eyes were popping out of their sockets. Tao did a mid-air backflip, casually ripping a ghoul's head off. But Sophia wasn't lagging. She punted 2 heads into orbit with deadly precision. Tao was racking up points, combo after combo. But wherever she went, Sophia was there, clearing the map instantly. 2 ghouls tried to gank Tao, but Sophia jumped in, dodging effortlessly. Too slow. Tao was hyped. Add this trash mob to my score. Wait, that's 5 or 6 kills. After all that parkour, Tao landed right in Sophia's arms. Princess Carrie style. Sophia caught her smoothly without breaking a sweat. She dumped Tao on the ground immediately. Then she condescendingly patted Tao's head. 2 ghouls stared at them like, are we interrupting something? Schwing. Suddenly, the ghouls lost their upper halves. Sophia's blade sang through the air. +2 for Sophia. Catch up. Tao raged, veins popping. What kind of troll move was that? Sophia leaned in close, deadpan. You got a problem? Yeah, I got a problem. Tao was fuming silently. You try hard. They kept fighting while screaming at each other like an old married couple. Why are you camping my lane? Screw off. I won't lose to a maid. Sophia just retorted calmly. What's the issue? I'm just testing the Kubu's DPS efficiency. Dude, go farm your own lane, Tao screamed. I was here first. Get lost. Sophia frowned. More importantly, stop spamming kicks. Use the gauntlets Lloyd made. Do you even read the patch notes for this test? Those first 4 don't count. Tao clapped back, refusing to accept defeat. I wasn't serious yet. Oh? So you are counting? The maid smirked. Both of them raised their Lloyd-crafted weapons simultaneously, aura blazing, if that's how it is. Hordes of savage ghouls rushed in. Sophia danced through them, her blade slicing like butter. Tao smashed a ghoul and clicked her tongue. She's kill-stealing everything. That's 5 for her. The scoreboard was going crazy. Tao had to admit it. Sophia is cracked. Her movement is monster tier, even without ki or magic. She's pure skill. Tao engaged beast mode, frantically attacking the ghouls to close the point gap. Sophia looked at the crack on her sword. Tao isn't used to the weapon, yet she's breaking it. Her raw stats are actually insane. She's stronger than before. They glared at each other, electricity crackling between their eyes. Rivalry intensified. Score update. Sophia at 6 kills. Tao screamed at the sky in frustration. Lloyd, this Kubu is trash. It's nerfed. Craft me a legendary one right now. Sophia scoffed. Skill issue. You're just a noob. Tao yelled back. The sword is too flimsy. It broke. No, I'm just too OP for this gear. Lloyd rubbed his chin. Noted. Durability needs a buff. Ren watched the chaos from the backline. She was starstruck. They're so cool. The duo was fighting, bickering, and beta testing all at once. Multitasking queens. Ren, the silent grinder, had 4 kills because nobody was watching her. She bonked another ghoul while thinking deep thoughts. I want to be useful to Lloyd too. And I definitely want that date. Then, a light bulb went off in her head. Ren waved her hand excitedly. Lloyd, check this tech. She blew poison onto her blade, enchanting it with a deadly toxin layer. Lloyd stroked his chin. Ren applied a poison buff to the Kubu. Big brain play. Very interesting. Amelia screamed, offended. How dare she corrupt the holy arts? But she's cute, so she gets a pass this time. Ren slashed at a ghoul with confidence. With this poison build, I'll one-shot everything. Snap. The sword broke in half instantly. The ghoul looked at her like, really? Ren panicked. It broke. The durability failed completely. Lloyd smiled, his dev instincts tingling. Interesting. Back to the drawing board. Yo, Nathan realized something huge. Holy arts are like glass cannons, powerful, but super fragile. One wrong move in the structure, and the whole spell gets nerfed to 0. Meanwhile, Ren was running for her life because her weapon got wrecked by a ghoul. My bad, Nathan. I didn't think it would snap like a twig. But Nathan just smirked. No stress. You actually gave me a wicked idea. Whoosh. He crafted a fresh blade, looking just like the old one, and tossed it over. Yo, Ren, take this for a spin, Nathan shouted. Ren caught the sword, looking totally confused. Isn't this the exact same gear as before? She shrugged and launched herself at a growling ghoul anyway. Slash. She landed a clean hit right through its head. But then, something crazy happened. Pitch black corruption started spreading from the wound like a virus. It consumed the head and crept down the neck in seconds. Crack! The ghoul didn't just die. It shattered into tiny pieces like dry clay. Ren's jaw dropped. What the heck? It crumbled, like it was hit with acid. And the sword didn't even scratch. Nathan grinned like a mad scientist. I tweaked the settings, swapped the attribute to poison. He broke it down. Fire burns, ice freezes, wind cuts. But poison, it corrodes. I hacked the system by mixing magic essence with holy arts. Basically, I created a holy corrosion effect that eats them alive from the inside. Grace stroked his chin, totally impressed. I get it now. It's not actual poison. But since holy energy is already kryptonite to these monsters, making it spread like a toxin is an insta-kill hack. Even a scratch is fatal. Judel side-eyed him. Did you know about that exploit? Never mind that, Grace dodged, lost in thought. Originally, holy arts were legacy code meant for gods to nuke demons. It was already max level, so nobody ever thought to update it. Until now. But looking at Nathan, the guy was just getting started. He whipped up another weapon with a massive grin. If I add the water attribute, I can make an unbreakable sword for Linda. Let's go. Grace realized, with this kid around, the magic meta of this world is about to evolve at light speed. Ren grabbed her new toy and charged back in full hype mode. All right, I can finally catch up to the squad with this bad boy. Her kill count started skyrocketing, 15, 19, then 22. She was on a rampage. The squad was vibing, mowing down mobs left and right with their upgraded gear. But suddenly, Linda's sword started acting sus. Yo, Nathan, this thing is wobbling like jello. Linda was at 23 kills but struggling. I added the water attribute so it absorbs impact. Nathan shouted back, yeah, it doesn't break. But it's impossible to aim, she yelled. Even Tao and Ren were sweating to keep up the pace. Suddenly, Linda sensed something dangerous and whipped her head around. The trio went feral, diving into the horde like hunters spotting prey. Full adrenaline rush. Gel checked the scoreboard and face-palmed. It's a three-way tie. This is insane. He looked stressed. Whoever bags, the boss takes the win. Sim jumped in. And the prize is a date. Meanwhile, over in the shadows, Nathan spotted a dried-up mummy with a nasty slash across its eye. Gitten smirked, found this rare loot a few days ago. Then, the corpse actually started speaking. This guy was a legend. In a civil war, he soloed an army of 500 elite soldiers. He was a one-man army. He kept fighting for 13 hours even after his heart and brain were pierced. A total zombie warrior. The undying body skill is still active, Gitten noted. Even as a skeleton, he's combat ready. No lag at all. His name? Forgot it. Let's just name him after the disaster he represents. Back to the main event. The trio rushed the final boss, the last remaining ghoul. Boom! All three got swatted away like flies. They went flying backward, crashing hard. Ciro, Grace, and Jilly watched in horror. Nathan narrowed his eyes. That wasn't a normal mob. That corpse was the final boss, War. Meanwhile, the church turned pitch black. Gitten was casually choking a priest until the guy's eyes rolled back. Savage. Looks like War is busy with the intruders downstairs, Gitten mused. A creepy little spirit giggled beside him. He, understood. It whispered. We need to buff our defenses. Should I hijack this old man's body? Gitten nodded. Bet. Gitten owned the place now. But suddenly, clatter, Ida walked in, froze, and dropped her bag of chips. Snacks everywhere. She stared at the priest getting strangled, hyperventilating. She couldn't believe her eyes. What are you doing? She stuttered, terrified. Gitten just side-eyed her. Oh, look. More fresh meat just delivered itself. Back in the courtyard, War stood like an unmovable mountain, menacing aura exploding off him. Nathan watched closely while the trio gasped for air. They were cooked. This guy was on another level. He didn't even flinch. Ren cried out, "Who is that? Can someone explain what just happened? Did we all trip at the same time?" Tao was freaking out. You kidding me? Aru. Just then, Ren noticed a glint in the air. A thin thread. She touched it and gasped. No way. You've got to be kidding me. Yo fam, watch out. Jen tried to warn the squad, but he got cut off because this demon's vibe just went from 0 to nightmare fuel in a split second. Surrounded by a sea of monsters, Jen gritted his teeth and shouted, Yo, this isn't your average spooky ghost, this is something else entirely. Tao rolled her eyes, like, no dip, Sherlock. But Sinfa screamed, Guys, the mobs we just deleted, they just respawned. Round 2, fight. While they hacked and slashed, Sinfa yelled, Jen, if you've got intel on this boss, drop it in the chat right now. Who cares what it is? Tao wasn't having it. Just focus fire on the main boss, and the rest will crumble. But while the squad was distracted farming the minions, the boss was being sneaky, shooting out invisible threads like a spider. Nathan, chilling on the sidelines, caught the 4K footage. He mumbled, "Yo, bro just shot something weird." Suddenly, Tao's legs felt like they weighed a ton. She was low-key panicking, thinking, "Lag? Why can't I move my character? Not this again." Sinfa dashed in like a total MVP to block a sneak attack, saving Tao from getting wrecked. Tao was flustered. "My bad, fam. My legs are glitching." But before she could finish, Sinfa cut her off. "It's your legs? My arm's been frozen for a hot minute." That is when the squad realized they were in big trouble. Tao groaned. "We are caught in a trap we do not even understand. This is literally the worst-case scenario." Jen was losing his mind. "No way. It cannot be that ability. That is supposed to be impossible." Meanwhile, Nathan was just vibing, staring at the threads coming from the boss like it was a science project. Dude just reached out and grabbed the invisible death string. Even the boss turned around like, "Excuse me." Swish. A projectile flew right past the enemy's neck. In a blink, the trio launched a coordinated attack. Tao and Jen unleashed their ultimates together, but this guy dodged everything like he had ultra instinct. While Nathan was playing cat's cradle with a deadly thread, Tao was sweating bullets. He dodged 3 combos in a row. Is he hacking? Sinfa sighed. "This is annoying." Then Jen dropped the lore bomb. It is the eternal spinal cord multiplication technique. While the squad was fighting for their lives, Nathan was just goofing off, staring at the thread with a grin. "Look at this. Pretty cool, right?" The little fluff balls looked at him like they wanted to roast him, but were too scared. Jen started the flashback sequence. The image looked like bone, but way more detailed and creepy. It is spinal fluid threads, just like Mia's power. "I am 100% sure now. This guy is a living limb multiplier." Jennifer pulled up the wiki page. "Yup, born in a small nation. His body constantly produces these magic spinal cords. He is leaking magic threads from everywhere, and the sad part? He has zero control over it. Just like us outcasts. Anyone who touches those threads gets puppeteered into defending him automatically. Because of that, he spent his whole life social distancing in a lonely hut with 0 friends." The squad was confused. Forced self-defense? Jennifer broke it down for them. "Once those threads hook into you, he hacks your nervous system and rewrites the commands coming from your brain. Plus, he has got the eternal buff. His skin is covered in auto-dodge and multiplication spells. If you touch him, it is game over before you can even think about it." During the Civil War, they did not treat him like a person. They tossed him onto the battlefield like a living biological nuke. Jennifer was fuming, teeth clenched. They used a living person as a tool. That is so messed up. He got medals, but at what cost? He slaughtered enemies and allies alike. Even after his heart stopped, his body kept killing on pure reflex. The chat was spamming for the ending. "Don't leave us hanging. What happened to him?" Jennifer kept the storytelling smooth. Nobody could handle his corpse, so they literally nuked the coast and washed him into the ocean. He just kept multiplying amongst the waves until he vanished from history. If we met him sooner, he could have been part of our squad. I just wanted to give him a proper funeral. Back in reality, the trio realized something was super fishy. Tao spoke up. "Yo, that story is real. I just noticed these creepy thin threads stuck to us." Ren jumped in. "Wait, that is sus. Shouldn't he be floating in the ocean somewhere?" Sinfa asked, "Didn't you say he moves after death?" Ren shook his head. "That was reflex. This guy is moving with high IQ. Tao rubbed her chin. Maybe the corpse washed up and turned into a hungry ghost. But I have never heard of a zombie keeping its brain cells like this. Seeing her zone out, Sinfa screamed at the top of her lungs, "Wake up. This ain't the time to daydream, fam. He's coming right for us." Og. If we already know his trick, then 1 or 2 threads are nothing. But she froze mid-sentence. Her face went pale as a chaotic web of infinite death hovered right in front of her eyes. Tao panicked, realizing she was totally overthinking it. We're cooked. Meanwhile, Lowen just smirked like he was watching a 5-star movie in the front row. He figured it out. Once the enemy's cheat code was exposed, he'd go full try-hard mode. And just like that, the trio got absolutely wrecked. Knees buckled, faces slammed into the dirt, 0 mercy. The scene was straight up savage. Meanwhile, somewhere else, dark clouds were swarming the church like bad vibes on a Monday morning. The high priest was literally choking a monk out. Essa, shaking in terror, screamed, "Father, what the heck are you doing?" Emily, that creepy ghost floating nearby, giggled. "Hey master, since we're here, can I possess someone cute next?" But Garen the master just scoffed, like I care. He tightened his grip on the poor monk's throat and hissed, "This vessel is useless trash anyway." Essa shrieked desperately, "Stop it." "No." Emily lunged forward, making a face that was supposed to be scary to spook Essa. But the priest, he didn't even blink. Ice cold. He gave the ghost permission to go wild. "Do whatever. Just shut that woman up. Her singing voice is making me want to throw up." Emily stuck out a nasty long tongue, vibing with the chaos. Poor Essa could only cry rivers of tears, completely terrified. Back to the main showdown. Seawolf suddenly spun around, locking eyes with Lowen. But Lowen just struck a pose, checking himself out like, damn. I look good. Show's over, I guess. He was way too chill, which made Amelia absolutely lose it. She raged. What are you staring at? Huh. You loser. Come catch these hands. You won't be sleeping tight after what you did to my goddesses. Momo jumped in to referee. Chill out, Amelia. And you too, Master Lowen. Then she glared straight at Seawolf. And you. Don't you dare look down on Master Lowen's squad. Bring it on. Suddenly, 3 gorgeous warriors stepped into the spotlight, radiating pure girl power determination. Tao grinned like a fox with a plan. Genyu flexed, sounding confident. I'm starting to get the hang of this game. Seawolf turned slowly. Oh snap, the plot twist is coming. Meanwhile, back at the horror show, Gurren finally released his death grip on the monk's throat. Out of nowhere, a blade was buried deep in his wrist. He frowned, looking more annoyed than hurt. What is going on inside his head? Suddenly, Gurren yanked the knife out and bam, stabbed Emily right in the forehead. High above, a mysterious boy watched the whole mess unfold. It was Michael. Essa was a snotty, crying mess. Why, father, why? But then, Michael's voice dropped from the sky like a mic drop. Yo, Dad, did you get lost again? He twirled the knife in his hand, smirking. Need me to send you the GPS location? Gurren looked gloomy, but a creepy smile crept onto his face. He replied with a single, chilling word. Back to the fight. Seawolf waved his hand, and the invisible threads lashed out. But this time, Tao and Junu moved like water, dodging every single strike. They finally leveled up. They broke through the defense and launched a counterattack. Momo screamed in hype mode. Yes. They dodged the spinal net. Let's go. Lowen watched intently, his deep eyes revealing absolutely nothing. But in a split second, Seawolf blocked every single hit like it was child's play. Momo gasped, no way. It's pure spinal reflex. He's auto-blocking everything. Amelia gritted her teeth. That fallen soldier is cheating. He's wrapped in a spinal cord defense system. It's an ultimate auto-shield. Tao and Genyu looked totally shook. Seawolf barely moved, just blasting them away to the sides with a wave of raw power. Sinfa saw the opening. She lunged forward, thrusting her sword straight for the kill. But he caught the blade with his bare hands. Lightning fast. Sinfa smirked. Nice catch, fancy moves. But even with infinite reflexes, you've got blind spots. And I just sealed those hands of yours. Genyu grabbed Seawolf from behind in a deathlock. Poison butterfly technique. Amelia fluttered her wings in panic. Ren shouted, Poison doesn't work on ghouls, fam. You want my skills. But Genyu cut her off cold. Nope, I got this. A second later, Seawolf's brain short-circuited. He wobbled, knees giving out. Ren saw the chance and delivered a savage kick right to the back of his neck. Amelia's jaw dropped. Wait, it actually worked? Lowen explained like a professor. It's neurotoxin, obviously. His power runs on nerve connections. If you crash the main server, the brain, the whole system goes offline. Tao channeled all her rage into one massive payback kick. She cheered. Take that. No more auto-dodge for you, buddy. Genyu panted heavily. I don't know how long the lag will last. Finish him before he reboots. Tao unleashed a combo of punches right to Seawolf's face. Leave it to me? But suddenly threads shot out of his hand. Tao's eyes went wide. She hit the brakes and dodged, but a thread still sliced across her cheek. So close. She stared in horror at the spine whip. He hardened his own spinal cord into a saw blade. That is totally insane. Even just holding that thing makes it a lethal weapon. If he swings it, it's game over. He's stalling until the paralysis wears off. Sweat dripped down Tao's face, but her smile was blindingly bright. She wasn't backing down. She stepped back and unleashed the 100-flower fist. But Seawolf snapped back to reality. He countered with a circle of ruin. The clash of legends begins now. Yo, check the look on this dude's face. He looks down and realizes he played himself. Tao caught all his little threads bare-handed. She gives a savage yank, and Siwa gets dragged like a rag doll. Tao's feeling herself, smirking like, Bro, I literally predicted this play 10 moves ago. Let me help you log off, she taunts, then yeets him forward with zero chill. He's flying through the air at Mach speed, totally helpless. Right at that moment, you can see the pure terror flashing in Siwa's hollow, dark eyes. He knows he messed up. Under a sky full of stars, Sinfa steps up to bat. Her blade glows, fanning out like a massive wing of light. Time to meet your maker. Boom. A dome of light explodes outward, ripple effect style, covering the whole battlefield. Sinfa's voice is ice cold. Unlucky spawn. Drop the baggage and fade away. Siwa's face is a masterpiece of horror. He's never seen power levels like this before. Sinfa drops the gavel like a judge. Twin blade art, lions roar. She slashes down, creating a literal tornado that rips the air apart. Everything the tornado touches turns to dust. Instant deletion. Amelia and Momo are in the back screaming, "Let's go." But whoa, hold up. Tao and Ren are gasping for air, totally drained. Tao still manages a cheeky wink. How's that for 5-star service? Arjun is hyping them up. We caught the W. It's over. But Sinfa cuts the celebration short. Negative. He clutched a revive at the last second. He escaped, and my sword is wobbling like crazy. Tao looks at her, shook. Girl, you still fighting with that rusty loot? Meanwhile, not too far away, Siwa is barely hanging on with 1 HP left. He's thinking, no way. That should have been impossible. Ren starts yelling, rush him. We gotta confirm the kill. But Tao blocks him. Ren, chill. If he's a regular ghoul, he's baiting us. He'll counterattack and clap us while our cooldowns are active. We need to reset and charge up Lloyd's solar energy before we engage again. Smart play, Tao. Ren is frustrated. Does that look like a basic mob to you, Tao? She sighs, obviously not, you scrub. Aru. Ren tries to argue, but Tao interrupts with a big brain strat. Pushing a cornered rat is how you get bit, fam. Fighting him outside of Lloyd's light zone is literal suicide. He has the terrain advantage. If we chase, we need Lloyd, and he's currently away from keyboard recharging. Ren is clenching his fists, tilting hard, while the girls stay cool. Sinfa drops some lore. That thing is called a Norway. Usually, they're just mindless bots running on instinct, but this guy, he's actually controlling the avatar. Ren grits his teeth. I know this hack. It's when the original owner loses control, but the hijacker has full admin privileges. Tao jumps in the chat. Did you see his scars? They were fresh. This body swap just happened. Sinfa nods. This rabbit hole goes deep, guys. This isn't just some random encounter, but we can't ignore it. Meanwhile, Siwa is fleeing, but his ego is still massive. He's thinking, of course I survived a 3v1 against those high-level players. Master is still at the church. I'm raging right now. Maybe I should wreak some havoc on the surface before I go back. He tells himself, I'll deal with you noobs later. The Master's big event is coming soon. We'll meet again. But right while he's celebrating his escape trip, boom, something in his shoe explodes. Siwa freezes, totally paralyzed. He looks down at his raggedy shoe, which just popped. It's disintegrating pixel by pixel. Surprise, Lloyd teleported right behind him. Siwa spins around, his survival instincts screaming, run. Cut back to the squad, they're staring blankly at Zero, who's holding a sign saying Lloyd is in the bathroom. Totally capping. The guy who's supposedly in the bathroom is actually face-to-face with the villain. Siwa scuttles up high, terrified. Sweat is pouring down his face, breathing heavy. Siwa is shaking in his boots. Flashback time. We see Emily's memories in grayscale. Dark vibes. Getting jumped by 2 guys in an alley. My life was trash, he narrates. Bullied, unwanted. Then I died. That's why I became a phantom. I could possess bodies, but only the weak-minded ones. It was lame. With a weak vessel, I couldn't get my revenge. I was stuck. I needed a Chad body with a strong mind. That's when I met the Master. A creepy smile from the memory. Just passing through, he said. Emily thinks. A body from the Civil War era with infinite potential. Instead of a corpse, I slipped into it like a custom skin. Maybe we were destined to link up? The original owner must have died inside after suffering too much. He remembers the Master's smirk. Exactly as planned. He gave me this body for free. When I asked the price, Master said, on the house. Go crazy. Emily nodded and started his revenge tour. First, I deleted everyone who wronged me. After that, no plans. But the Master. He knew this chaos would happen all along. Yo, what is good, fam? Welcome back to the channel. Smash that like button right now or you'll have bad luck for 10 years. Let's get it. What a relief. That person has become my absolute everything. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Lloyd is charging up his mana just to toy with Siwa. He flashes a grin so twisted, he looks like the final boss. Seriously, who's the real villain here? Siwa is shook to his core, sweating buckets and shaking like a leaf. Siwa's inner monologue is going crazy right now. I knew it. This kid has been giving off major red flags since minute 1. He figured out my spinal structure instantly and started messing with it. It's like he's playing a video game and I'm just an NPC. It feels like he's in God mode. Just one flick of his wrist and he controls my entire existence. But the connection feels infinite. Like I'm falling into a giant, bottomless glove. It's terrifying. I'm not tripping. It feels like I'm plummeting into the abyss, paralyzed. Even though it's just a single muscle fiber, my whole life hangs in the balance. No, This isn't some nightmare I made up. He knows he sounds crazy. Siwar tries to deny the reality, thinking, this is impossible. Where is all this OP mana coming from? Let me go. I'm out. He tries to run for his life, desperate to retreat. But then the image of that creepy smile flashes in his mind. It suddenly clicks for Siwar. Ah, I get it now. This guy is a glitch in the master's plan. With a savage scream, he rips off his own arm to escape. Hearing the noise, Momo and Amelia pull up to the scene. Both of them are totally stunned by the carnage. A massive spirit maiden appears, wielding countless swords in her grip. She swings a blade straight at Siwar. He jumps back just in time to dodge the strike. The power level is off the charts. Every slash is absolutely devastating. Siwar is hopping around like a panicked rat on those blades, trying to find an exit. He tries to hype himself up. I might have lost an arm, but I'm still breathing. That's a dub in my book. I can still dodge these attacks with my spinal reflexes. 7 swords with 7 different colors. Does this mean something? Is there hidden lore here? Nope. Siwar looks over and sees Lloyd just chilling, eating a snack. Don't overthink it. Analyzing this monster is useless. I'll never understand his logic. I just need to reflect the attack with everything I've got. That thing is designed to crush demon skulls. Don't be stupid. Despite knowing the odds, Siwar rushes Lloyd for a YOLO attack, hoping for a miracle. Too bad. He smacks right into Lloyd's protective barrier. Total fail. He's panicking now. What do I do? How is this possible? Just then, a giant hand reaches out. You think it was a wholesome moment, but nope. The hand slams Siwar straight into the dirt. Face planted, he can't help but have a flashback. Ah, us. What is the meaning of our existence? A blinding light floods Siwar's vision. The goddess Lloyd summoned is cradling him in her palm. A realization flashes in his eyes. Siwar struggles to sit up while Lloyd gives some props. Nice, he finally stopped using those spinal reflexes. Momo starts complaining immediately. Wait, are you seriously taking this thing home, Lloyd? Where are you going to keep him? We can't have a monster inside the castle. Lloyd just replies calmly. That's exactly what Lodos was built for. Siwar can't believe his ears. Excuse me? You what? Lloyd ignores him and keeps chatting with Momo. Think about it. A hungry ghost that can't use past life abilities? I'm taking him back to the lab to study his curse. The air gets dead silent. Everyone thought Lloyd was interested in Siwar, but turns out he just wants a guinea pig. Suddenly, Lloyd and Momo scream in shock. Wait, you can talk. Siwar is startled. Yeah? They stare at him like he's an alien. Lloyd scolds him, bro, you should have said something sooner. I hurt you for no reason. How was I supposed to know? Do you have memories from your past life? Siwar is confused and salty. What the heck? What kind of question is that? Momo drops a theory. He might be what we call a phantom. Lloyd is surprised. You mean a ghost possessing a corpse? That's wild. Lloyd gets excited and asks Siwar, Yo, do you remember your name? Just then, Amelia flies in screaming, Lord Lloyd. Forget that. Look at these 2 massive hills. Oh my god, we need to name them. I'm calling them Benton. And then Amelia literally dives into the, Valley of the Goddess. He's simping so hard he gets a nosebleed. Siwar is just there like, what is even happening right now? Lloyd steps closer to him, acting all serious. I want to understand you better. Come with me. The light in Lloyd's eyes seems to infect Siwar. Suddenly, he's glowing too. The small hand holding his feels incredibly soft and warm. It's a warmth he's never felt before. And then, streams of blood start pouring from Siwar's eyes like a waterfall. He's confused. Am I crying? Or is this body just leaking? Momo winks at Lloyd. Aye, looks like you found yourself a loyal little brother. I thought he had 0 emotions. Amelia sighs and drops some truth. Obviously. The moment he didn't run away from Lord Lloyd, it was already game over for him. Lloyd is confused. What do you mean? Siwar doesn't even hear them. He's lost in the sauce of his own thoughts. That's right. Rather than standing up and fighting the boss, it's way easier to just accept the absurdity of this world and roll with it. The hand I never thought I'd reach. It's right here, and it's so warm. Thank you for everything. And I'm sorry. Thanks for watching. And I never thought. And I'm sorry. Thanks for watching. And I make sure and see yous. Everything went blurry for Siv. Flashback time. He saw a memory of a shiny seed, and a voice telling him that the ultimate light magic was sealed inside it. But there was a catch. If that seed ever cracked, game over. Your body and soul would be deleted instantly. The man smiled and ordered him, eat it. Siva snapped back to reality. That magic seed inside him, it was tweaking out, ready to blow. Boom. A blinding light exploded. Lloyd and Momo were totally shook. It all happened way too fast. The sound of his sword hitting the ground was heartbreaking. GL was confused and asked, Lord Lloyd, was that a Grimo? One-shotting a Grimo, he's fine. But wait, GL. Was that beam of light a holy art? GL hesitated. It looked sus, definitely similar. But he was tripping. How could a ghoul use Koku Siku? That's top-tier Aurora magic, fam. Only a few people can cast that. Lloyd just stared silently at where Siva used to be. He remembered Siva begging him earlier, looking totally wrecked, saying, "Master, please, help me." Now, there was nothing left but a pile of ash and his sword. Man, that hits hard. Lloyd stared at the spot, trying to hold on to the memory. He walked over and grabbed the sword. Pure respect. Lloyd's eyes went cold with a rare determination. He whispered, "All right, you've officially got my attention now." Meanwhile, the church was straight up spooky. Michael was playing tank, guarding a shaking Essa and the passed-out bishop. He kept it cool and said, "Essa, take the bishop and run to the Adventurers Guild. Like, right now." Essa was freaking out. But Michael, he cut her off. "Chill, I'm good. Don't even worry about calling for backup." Tears were streaming down her face. She wanted to argue, but the words got stuck in her throat. She bowed, sobbing silently, and finally decided to bail, dragging the unconscious bishop with her to find help. Once she dipped, Michael dropped the cool guy act. Pure terror in his eyes. He thought, "Yeah, don't call anyone. Nobody can beat this thing." Chat. I can't even describe how nasty this monster looked. Blade hands. Giant claws, it was a nightmare remix. Michael was sweating bullets, thinking, this is straight up a final boss vibe. I don't know what it is or what it just did, but suddenly, it froze. Thanks to that lag, Essa got away. Gaten had his head down, so his expression was a total mystery. Michael was praying, "Please, just stay glitched out until she's safe." He was about to ghost, but Gaiten spoke up, scaring the life out of him. "The woman, where did she go?" Michael joked out of habit, like I'd tell you, but inside, he was screaming. Crap, he's moving again. Gaiten just shrugged it off. Whatever, still under control. Michael didn't get it, so he just asked, "Real talk, what are you? Some kind of demon god?" Gaiten's face twitched a bit. "Well, as you can see, it's complicated." Michael shouted, "You think that explains anything? Bro, that is not an answer." Gaiten didn't chat. He turned his arm into a giant fist and swung. "It doesn't matter, you're dying here anyway." Michael jumped like a pro, dodging the smash. As rocks rained down like crazy, he had a flashback. It was a rainy day, just like this. Lloyd told him, "With this gear, even you can use holy arts, bro. Just hold down the fort at the church while I figure this out." Michael was totally lost back then. Lloyd explained, "If a prince vanishes from the church, it looks sus. If I die, handle the funeral, okay." Michael slowly nodded. "I guess that makes sense. And that bishop guy." But Lloyd cut him off. "He doesn't matter." Lloyd pointed right at him. "What matters is that you sensed something was off, Michael. I'm just the Benjamin, a magic nerd. I don't live on the edge of life and death like you guys. You guys have something I don't know for trouble." Michael wasn't sure. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's not even magic related. Lloyd looked him dead in the eye. Everything is connected to magic. Human dreams, that's magic. He pointed his small hand again. "I'm counting on you to protect the church, Michael." Flashback over. Michael spun his dagger, feeling strangely chill. "Hey, why do I feel so light right now? Fear? Nah, that emotion wasn't in the chat today." With zero hesitation, he yeeted the knife straight at the target. Michael tried to gaslight himself into finding a reason. Was the power gap so massive that his brain just lagged out and forgot how to be scared? Or maybe it's because this monster's aura is totally bugged. The guy is definitely trying to unalive him, but his logic is alien. Looks like he's got 3 whole forms left to reveal. While our MC was busy overthinking, the old man morphed. Beast mode activated. But Michael didn't flinch, staring down that nightmare fuel face covered in eyeballs. He tried to psychoanalyze the enemy. If you can't understand it, it can't scare you, right? Wrong. A massive pair of scissors snapped open, ready to turn Michael into confetti. Calm as a cucumber, he extended his blade. In a split second, that dagger evolved into a full-length staff. Clang! Michael blocked the scissor beak with both ends of his staff. The enemy let out a surprised grunt. Suddenly, a memory of Nathan trusting him flashed like a cinematic cutscene. Was it Nathan's words that woke him up? That heavy responsibility of the whole church is counting on you hit different right now. Michael. The name echoed in his head on loop. But reality check, the pressure from those giant shears crushed his train of thought. What is this insane DPS? The staff is cracking. In a life or death decision, Michael ditched the weapon. Let it get crushed. Saving his own skin is the meta play. Utilizing max agility, Michael's speed hacked his way directly behind the enemy. Time to strategize. Blocking that strength is impossible, and his trap cooldown just reset. If there's a winning move, this is the only one. Charged up, Michael focused all his mana into his palm. High-level purification, pale light. A beam of blinding holy energy blasted straight at the monster. Michael squinted, waiting for the crit. This move was meant to wipe the enemy's combat AI. The smoke cleared. And the guy was still standing there. 0 damage. Michael's brain finally clicked. Okay, bet. I get it now. One-shotting a boss's malice with his current mana pool? Impossible. He ain't Lord Loin. He can't spam ult like that. He needs a combo. But this purification has a PvP application, the flashbang effect. Your vision is gone, and your mind is glitching. Show me your weak point. Michael screamed at the monster, unleashing a move that's both offense and defense. Take this. The impossible flash dance. It's dazzling and confusing all at once. But before he could celebrate the hit, a sharp blade came out of nowhere. Stab. Michael froze in shock. The blade literally grew noses and sniffed him out. The pain hit him like a truck. It was the scent. You tracked me by smell. The enemy casually pulled the blade out and dropped some villainous wisdom. Mind and soul, hate to break it to you, kid, but those aren't my hitboxes. He yanked the blade out, and blood sprayed from Michael like a fountain. The monster walked away with max arrogance. But just then, Michael's voice rang out, confident as ever. Like I said, you don't get to tell me where to go. Boom. Michael teleported right behind the enemy's head, poised for the kill. During the fight, Michael remembered the buffs Nathan gave him. His body isn't normal, it's super elastic. That's his innate talent. Lord Nathan taught me how to control it. I can twist every muscle fiber and bone structure in my body like rubber. The perks of this skill, he can remix his internal organs without changing his outer appearance. Nobody knew I shifted my heart's position. That's right. You'll never guess the secrets hiding in these skinny arms. Michael smirked, looking absolutely goated. He poured everything into this attack. Salvation style, returning horse spear. For a second, the wind screamed as space tore apart. But the enemy just stood there, face dark, taking 0 damage. Meanwhile, Michael coughed up blood. The feedback damage was too high. The recoil. I'm the one taking the L here. This move twists muscles and bones to the breaking point, turning all that tension into explosive kinetic energy. He knew his mastery was mid, but it should have been enough to smash a boulder. But then he checked himself. No, I never expected to win with raw strength alone. The real goal was penetration. Look at Michael's arm, the muscles are popping out like twisted tree roots. They coil and tighten like snakes. Michael focused harder, tighter, more twisted. Forget human anatomy. Full power, max mana output. I'm gonna inject this purification magic straight into his soul. Michael's arm looked like it was about to explode, veins popping everywhere. He unleashed the ultimate version, salvation style, full power strike. A barrage of punches rained down. But Michael was suffering too. It felt like his insides were being put through a blender. Damn it, my mana is running dry. I can't feel my arm anymore. Stop resisting. Just give up. This is your game over screen. Whatever you are, we can understand each other. I feel it. He thought of Nathan again. It's okay. He's gonna be okay. And then S's smiling face popped into his mind. Brother Michael, I'll go buy some flan for a treat. That's why I fight. Please, just go down. But suddenly a giant hand burst from the enemy and caught Michael's attack effortlessly. The monster spat out one word, foolish. The church bell tolled right on time and the atmosphere snapped back to its creepy normal. The enemy looked at him with pity. I get it. I understand that feeling, but holy arts are useless. He turned his back and walked away, tossing a question over his shoulder at the defeated hero. That's what you're thinking, right? Michael was so cooked he couldn't even speak. The enemy didn't care and kept monologuing. Ah, but there is one thing that makes me kinda curious. Michael realized he was absolutely cooked, so he stopped caring about the enemy and focused on one last clutch play for Boss Leon. He had to leave a legacy without that creep Gite noticing. Suddenly, Michael started yapping about some holy-like technique, leaving the villain totally confused. Gite looked up, and bam, it was the Holy Excalibur sword style. The villain rubbed his chin, looking intrigued. Yo, your anatomy is actually kinda built different. If I delete you, where should I stab to make it artistic? Meanwhile, the Adventurers Guild was popping off with activity like usual. One girl was throwing a fit, shouting, Bruh, stop treating our HQ like a free bus stop just because it's raining. A local whispered to his buddy, she's capping hard. Katarina always hands out free towels to everyone. Classic tsundere behavior. Katarina sighed, looking defeated. More refugees? But then she saw Essa sprinting in, literally carrying the priest on her back like a tank. The crowd went wild. Wait, isn't that Essa from the church? The pop star idol? Katarina rushed over to check the vibe. Father, what is going on? But Essa was gasping for air, her stamina bar completely depleted. The locals immediately switched to simp mode. If our idol Essa is in trouble, we're helping. free of charge, no cap. Essa teared up at their kindness, but then a flashback of Gitae's terrifying face hit her like a truck. She hesitated. She remembered Michael's Chad back profile and his last order. Don't call for backup. She swallowed her words, keeping the tea to herself. She put on a fake smile and lied through her teeth. It's nothing, fam. Father just slipped in the rain. Can we crash here for a bit? Oh, and I got a dip for a sec. The crowd was suspicious, but nobody wanted to press the issue with their idol. Essa turned to Katerina. Please take care of him. Then she bolted. Katerina yelled, Hole up, Miss Essa. But Essa was already ghosting the guild. She ran into the storm so the rain would hide her tears. Main character depression arc activated. She roasted herself internally. I'm so stupid. I should have asked the squad for help. She remembered those friendly faces. Some looked strong, but deep down, her intuition was screaming the truth. If they went, they'd get absolutely folded. Nobody stands a chance against that monster. Michael told her. I already evacuated the sisters, which made her feel even guiltier. Even a combat noob like me knows the power gap is insane. Michael definitely knew he was walking into a death trap. Essa clenched her fists, ignoring the mud, and stood up with fire in her eyes. It's comeback season. It's on me. I'm the only one left. I have to save Michael. But then, the villain's insult echoed in her mind. That girl's singing makes me want to vomit. Her confidence meter dropped to 0 instantly. Essa cried in despair. How? Oh God, my only talent is singing. How do I fight a guy who thinks my talent is trash? She screamed into the void, please, I'll give anything. But the insults kept replaying in 4K resolution inside her head. Please, God. Did you join the church just for clout, and you call yourself a believer? Those words were like a critical hit to her heart. She collapsed in the rain again, totally defeated. But then, a core memory unlocked. Michael's voice, laughing, I don't hate it. Your song is gonna reach the heavens. Trust me. Suddenly, the rain stopped hitting her. She looked up and saw the adorable face of Leon. He was holding an umbrella over her with a grin. Found you, Essa. That was a pretty epic faceplant, not gonna lie. We got caught in the rain on our way to the guild. Hang tight for a sec. Sophia and the crew are buying gear at the shop, so we'll escort you back. Essa stared at Leon, trying to process his arrival. She threw the umbrella and grabbed his shirt, crying her eyes out. Please, you have to save Michael. Leon stopped, looking shook. Essa laughed bitterly and wiped her face. Wait, why am I asking a kid? Sorry, Leon. Forget I said anything. My bad. She stopped crying, sweating with fear, but then she noticed something strange about the vibe. Outside, the storm was raging, but a mysterious dark hand appeared. Inside the church, amidst the stained glass, Leon let out a cold snort. The entire church lit up. Holy particles started swirling around Leon like he was charging a super move. He spoke, voice deep and dangerous. They really wanted to find out today. Meanwhile, Michael was floating in his subconscious. This is fine. Before I met the boss, my life was basically garbage anyway. I did everything, the boss asked. Mission accomplished. He paused, confused. Wait, I don't hate this feeling. Her song wasn't really my style, but I bet the boss would vibe with it. So yeah, good ending. But seriously, is there no booze in the afterlife? He looked around the white void, totally confused. Suddenly, he screamed, ouch, pain. Wait, who's been messing with me this whole time? A hand with white bracelets reached out, pointing forward with absolute authority. Michael squinted as he heard a sound from the sky. Blinding light and a symphony of colors came crashing down. At long last, his eyes snapped open. A smirk played on his lips, his face glowing like he just dropped the hottest mixtape of the century amidst that dazzling melody. Babion's shoulders trembled just a bit. Guess we're popping bottles another time, huh? He spun around, spotting two familiar faces, one big, one small, grinning back at him like they just won the lottery. Babion flashed a smile, soft as a spring breeze. As he turned to walk away, distant voices started fading in like a radio, finally tuning to the right station. Suddenly, a hand adorned with a mystic bracelet shot up, blasting blinding white light into the air. Blue energy erupted, flooding the space with raw, mystical power. Next thing he knew, Babion snapped back to reality, lying in the recovery ward of the Adventurers Guild. Cue the screaming and crying. The guild went from 0 to 100 real quick. Yo, Babion is finally awake. The legend is back. He let out a wail. Ouch, ouch, major pain alert. Wait, was this a dream? Essa was sobbing beside him. Thank God. I'm so hyped you're actually alive and safe. That was good news, but bam. She collapsed right there. Babion panicked. Yo, did she just pass out? Is she asleep? The crowd was way too rowdy for a nap now. Babion felt guilty and muttered. My bad, guys. Can someone fill me in on the tea? What did I miss? Mia puffed up her chest. Check the drip Essa is wearing. I styled that. Pretty fire, right? Babylon deadpanned. Yeah, cool. But totally not the point right now. The squad started spilling the beans on the 3-day coma gap. Nathan had hauled Babylon's broken body all the way back to Lordo's for emergency healing. I held down the fort at the church. One guy flexed, told everyone we had a new recruit so I could guard the place solo. Sainu handled the PR, rushing back to the castle to update Ambelt, Jen, and Ciro on the demon elimination and the whole church drama. Grimo and Amelia secured the priests safely at Lordo's. Then, using Ciro's super sniffer, they tracked down the nuns Babylon had helped escape. To be safe, they evacuated everyone to the castle. While Ava and Essa were on nurse duty for Babylon, the good guy duo went to patch up the wrecked church. Babylon thought, so Lord Nathan finished that underground pipe mission and doubled back just to save my hide? He nodded. Okay, aside from the good guy duo, I think I got the gist. Then he asked, so that's the full story? We good? But wait, where's the boss? Where's Nathan? Did someone tick him off? What? You dying to see the boss already? What a simp. Babylon kept his cool. Hey, you'd be asking too if you were me. Another voice chimed in, you lucky bastard. Babylon, if you hadn't woke up today, Nathan, Amelia, Rima, and Ciro were about to burst in here and cause a scene. Right on cue, Nathan shouted, time for operation, Forced Awakening. Babylon freaked out. Wait, what? Forced Awakening sounds illegal. What were you gonna do? Nathan looked genuinely bummed. Oh, you're already up? Babylon narrowed his eyes. Why do you look disappointed? You psycho. You wanted to torture me. He sat up properly, dropping the jokes for a second. Sorry, guys. I really made everyone worry this time. My bad. But internally, he was sweating bullets. What the hell was he planning to do to me with that Force Awakening experiment? The crowd cheered. Nah, man, don't apologize. It's a legit miracle you're even breathing right now after that beatdown. Babylon shrugged. I just shifted my internal organs around to dodge the fatal hits. Pretty slick, right? Mia snapped. You moron. You were literally at death's door regardless. Listen up. Little Nathan brought you back and pumped you full of top-tier healing magic for 10 hours straight. He went that hard, using his best spells. And you still wouldn't wake up. That's how close it was. Babylon looked at Nathan with pure gratitude. Wow. So you really saved my bacon. Nathan waved it off. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Essa and Jane. Because you were basically in a coma. Essa sang nonstop to purify your system. She didn't take a break. We all told her, yo, Essa, chill out. You're gonna wreck your vocal cords if you keep going. And if she hadn't begged me to teleport you out, you'd be toast. Hearing this, Babylon went quiet, gazing at the sleeping girl. She was knocked out cold from sheer exhaustion after saving his life. A gentle, happy smile spread across his face. I see. She really went all out. Everyone was wiping away manly tears at the scene. Then Nathan stepped up to ruin the moment. I know you're a hero for saving the church and all, but I gotta know about this dying message you left. Nathan held up a blood-soaked shirt like a trophy. Babylon turned tomato red. Oh no, they saw my dramatic blood letter. Maximum cringe, I can't believe this. Mia squinted. Your handwriting sucks, bro. It's all smeary. You struggled to write a thank you note no one can even read. Babylon snapped back. It wasn't for you. And if I wrote it clearly, the enemy would have just erased it. Duh. It's code. Nathan smirked, enjoying this way too much. Oh, was it a goodbye note for me, or a passionate love letter for Essa? Babylon panicked. No way. Absolutely not. Nathan kept pushing, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Come on, admit it. It was for me, wasn't it? Spit it out. The intel on the enemy pushed you that far, didn't it? Julio read the trembling script aloud. Body transformation. Similar to a monster. Used wings of light. He yelled, cut the crap. There's no way a monster could use the holy magic I bestowed. That's impossible. Momo countered, actually, aren't there? Don't tell me you can't tell the difference between humans and monsters now. Jay flapped his wings angrily. Of course I can tell the difference. I'm not blind. I know my own magic. Mono dropped the mic. But didn't that underground ghoul just self-destruct using holy magic? Faced with the receipts, Jay froze, unable to argue. Honestly, I'm totally lost here too. Michael just pointed out something super sus. But neither the priest nor I caught any bad vibes from this guy at all. Dude had absolutely zero killer intent. If anything, he was straight up magnetic. He talked all chill and smooth honestly. It wasn't creepy. It was kinda a vibe. Mia wasn't buying that nonsense. No killer intent. Are you tripping? Didn't that psycho literally end you? Michael looked totally shook too. That's why I'm so confused, fam. My holy purification spell, it bounced right off him. I spammed him with over 30 light blasts. But I didn't get a single read on his alignment. Zero proof he's a good guy. Everyone's brain just short-circuited. Then Nathan dropped a bomb of a theory. Maybe this guy feels zero malice, even when he's straight up murdering people. Victims of purification usually feel terrible because it burns their evil intent. But since Michael's magic fizzled out, that means there was no hate to burn. No, it's not innocence, it's twisted resolve. Oh, does this dude have a darkness so deep that even holy light can't scrub it out? If that's true, we are dealing with a legit monster here. Is this the master that Ghoul was yapping about right before it croaked? Why was a boss-level threat chilling in the church? Where did he poof off to? And what kind of shady scheme is he cooking up next? Scene switch. Behold the majestic Salem Castle, dripping in luxury and power. The monks were hyping up the Lord for this sweet accommodation. But hold up, shouldn't they be thanking Bach and Michael for saving their skins? But wait, the church got wrecked by a villain? Is Priest Esma and Michael gonna be okay? Sinfa stepped in with some big gratitude energy. Lord Albecto, thanks for letting the squad crash at your crib. Albecto kept it classy. It was Lai's wish, so it's all good. Don't sweat it. Actually, good job. But I'm worried that Mystery Man is hunting them down. It's not Zero he's after, right? Sinfa replied. Based on what Lo said, we have zero clue what this enemy actually wants with the church. Albecto put the pieces together. So Michael got beaten half to death trying to defend the sanctuary. That's hardcore dedication. The real problem isn't that he looks like a monster. It's that this guy used holy magic. Albecto let out the biggest, most stressed out sigh ever. Albecto looked like he was in physical pain. Sinfa, how do I even report this mess without starting a panic? Right before the Christmas Grand Festival, the main church is a disaster zone. Sinfa knew any report they sent was going to cause a massive political storm. She suggested, maybe we just pretend we didn't see the holy magic part. Nah, that won't fly. The whole castle fell into an awkward silence. Diane frowned, digging through memories. Nope, never met him. I saw a priest in the nave, went to say sup, and boom, he choked me out with chains. I think he mumbled something about needing more guards. Nathan went into full detective mode. Wait, was he trying to possess the priest to beef up his own security? Does that mean he's hiding somewhere inside the church right now? Bert was totally fanboying over Nathan's logic. Dude is basically the Sherlock Holmes of this world. Diane just exhaled, glad Michael was still breathing. I heard the tea. Thanks for saving the nuns, bro. But Nathan's curiosity piqued. Hold up, exactly when did Michael smuggle the sisters out? He replied, since the start. I've been camping the nave in my free time because that's where I first ran into Creepy Guy. So, I went back to the nave to stake it out, and surprise, he showed up. He had this ghost trailing him. My danger senses started screaming, so I immediately got the nuns to safety. I was low-key panicking because I couldn't find the priest and Ren narrowed his eyes. He knows Michael gets lost easier than a tourist without a map. Nathan was deep in thought. When can we go back? We've got a massive Christmas bash to set up in the nave. That sparked a memory. Someone once said that her singing made them physically sick. Nathan, rocking his detective fit, declared his verdict. The nave is super sus. Michael face-palmed. Bro, that is literally why I was watching it. Don't mess with the boss. Nathan switched gears, waving friendly like. Yo, thanks for patching up the church, guys. Everyone lit up when they saw him. Boss Nathan checked in on the construction crew at the nave. Is the nave almost ready? They were hyped to answer. Tomorrow. Boss. Just gotta patch a few holes in the wall. Michael looked confused. Are they always this enthusiastic? They were just vibing and chatting away. 3 days till the Christmas Eve spectacle. We gotta be ready for the Pope's pilgrimage concert. Wait, why does E look so guilty? It seems only Michael caught that shady expression. Suddenly, whoosh, Tao flies in out of nowhere. Michael is safe. Thank heavens, Aru. Detective Nathan gave a thumbs up. Thanks for keeping watch for me, little buddy. Spot anything weird? Tao sighed, totally bored. Nada. Just an empty, spooky church. Super mysterious, Aru. But Katerina stopped by, Aru. The priest dragged her all the way from the guild. I filled them in on the drama, Aru. Nathan pressed on. And then what happened? Suddenly, Katerina appeared with a massive pout. Tao jumped out of his skin. Ack. Katerina, you're still here, Aru. Katerina crossed her arms, totally salty. Yeah. Well, I just got fired from the Adventurers Guild. Happy now? Tao's jaw dropped. Wait, seriously. What the heck went down? Aru and Katerina spilled the tea about the Michael incident. They brought Essa's portrait to the cathedral, but the vibe was totally off. The wind screamed like a banshee, signaling that major bad news was incoming. An old geezer looked totally shook and was like, say what now? That old dude was actually Pope Gittin himself. The monk next to him dropped the intel from the Adventurers Guild and Prince Alberto. Both reports were saying the exact same thing. Apparently, a dude matching this portrait wrecked a branch in Oise just a few days ago. They asked if anyone recognized this guy. Gideon stared at the sketch and asked the million-dollar question. Did anyone get hurt? The monk replied, one trainee got wrecked trying to stop the perp. It was a subordinate of the Benjamin, but luckily, all the nuns and priests were safe. The Pope went into deep thinker mode, but then the nun dropped a massive bombshell. She recognized the guy. She claimed the attacker used the holy magic light rain during the raid. The church squad lost their minds hearing that. You gotta be kidding me. Are you saying the culprit is one of us? Alberto and the Adventurers Guild are tripping. Where is that cursed brat anyway? Who dares spread fake news like that? The nun saw the mob getting rowdy and added, maybe it was the trainee who protected the church. He used to be a bounty hunter, you know? Now he's working for the Lord of La Crona. The more she spoke, the madder they got. A bounty hunter? From La Crona? You can't trust a word from a guy like that. La Crona is basically a hive of scum and villainy. Didn't they have a riot like 2 days ago? What are they plotting right before Christmas? I bet La Crona is up to something shady. Gitan raised a hand to cut the noise. He shut them down. Chill out. Don't go pinning crimes on people without solid proof. But someone clapped back. But your holiness. They are throwing shade at us without any proof either. The Pope replied, true that. So here is how we are going to clap back. Tell them if they want to suspect the church, bring the receipts. And that is when my boss went absolutely nuclear. Katerina threw a punch in the air to reenact her boss's rage. Everyone started crying over the poor window that got smashed. We just fixed that window. But a second later, they flipped the script. It's all good, fam. Michael was shook by their sudden chill vibes. Are they saints or what? Then he felt guilty and said, my bad. I guess I'm just too sus for them to trust me. My story did sound kinda crazy, right? Christopher was feeling super salty on Michael's behalf. Hold up, hold up. Michael risked his life to save the squad and left clues. Is he getting zero credit for that? The others started making noise too, defending their boy. Don't mess with us. The people of La Crona are straight-up legends. Michael died for nothing. Wait, what? Michael felt helpless. I appreciate the support, but why does it sound like my funeral? Yo, I am still alive. Yen stood there awkwardly and whispered, sorry about that. Katerina was sobbing like a baby. The Adventurers Guild can't move a muscle on this one. They can't even put a bounty on a sketch like this. I am so sorry. Michael totally understood the struggle. Issuing a fake warrant is a no-go. If they accuse a church member without proof, the backlash would be insane. Lloyd rubbed his chin, thinking back to when he rushed to Michael. There were traces of light rain magic everywhere. He thought they had the culprit dead to rights, but it was a dead end. The bad guy knew exactly how this would play out. Thinking this, Lloyd pointed his finger and gave the order. Talk is cheap. We need evidence. Tear this place apart until we find the root. Ava grabbed a shovel and went beast mode, digging like crazy. No! The repair crews screamed in agony. We just fixed the main hall. But then they robotically said, but it's okay though. Michael yelled, you guys are too nice. Stop it. After the chaos, the squad went back to hunting for clues. Ren was the chosen one for intel gathering. The old man screamed for an explanation. This is a holy site. Even pets are buried here. Lloyd looked disappointed. Searching without breaking stuff is such a drag. Only Ciro, the nose with the most, arrived but ignored everything. Ciro flipped a flower pot and mumbled, nothing here. Poto looked at him with pity. He is scared, guys. He definitely found something, but he is acting like he didn't. Just as they hit a wall, a loud caw echoed. A flock of black crows swooped in and circled Lloyd's crew. Christopher stepped up. I'll get my boys to search for us. Great nose and no property damage. Everyone cheered. Christopher is goated for controlling birds with magic spells.
You leveled up. Huh. Ciro was still circling that same flower pot. Poto thought he was faking it.
Ciro looked conflicted, staring right at them. Why is he being so stubborn and not helping the investigation? Hearing that, Michael had a light bulb moment. Come to think of it, Ciro panicked the first time he came here too. There is definitely something in this spot. Suddenly, footsteps approached softly. Michael and Essa looked over in shock. It was Jennifer, Sin, and Salia rolling up to the scene. Yo, is the whole squad here? Sinfa called out. Suddenly, Salia zoomed in. She rushed over to Sinfa asking, what's up? Why the gathering? Jennifer was practically vibrating with hype. Michael, thank the stars you're awake. Meanwhile, Shinfa gave the sit rep to Nathan. I played bodyguard and dragged him all here. Filled them in on the drama too. She paused, looking totally shook. Whoa. The legendary detective is on the case, Lloyd teased. Thanks, Sin. So, what's the verdict? What did Annette say? Annette said, we don't have enough hard evidence, Sinfa sighed. Plus, Christmas is coming up. But over here, things were getting awkward fast. Look at Salia. Salia just face planted right into Essa's massive assets. She mumbled, "Thank God, you're safe." Essa started tearing up, totally touched. Salia. But that sweet moment, gone in a second. Salia started getting way too hands-on, publicly groping her. Salia had zero shame. She was playing those things like bongo drums. "Just checking your health," she claimed. "Yeah, right, sus alert. That's punishment for skipping practice," she declared. Michael watched from the sidelines, actually impressed by her musical technique. Suddenly, Salia froze. Is the concert going to be okay? The question hit hard. Essa was too stunned to speak, so Michael stepped up to the plate. Well, as soon as Salia saw him, she bowed low like a proper junior. "Thanks for the save, Michael-san." Seeing her act so polite, Essa figured Salia knew the score. Michael waved it off coolly. "No sweat. I'm Michael. Like you heard, Essa was attacked by some villain. She's a target now. We gotta cancel the concert. It's too risky." As he spoke, Essa bowed her head, shaking like a leaf. Salia's sharp eyes caught the vibe shift instantly. "Is that so?" Salia replied coldly. She turned to leave but dropped a bomb before walking away. "Fine. I'll do the concert solo then." "No way. You can't." Jennifer panicked. Salia just strolled off, while Essa stood there, struggling to find her voice. Just then, the scout Christopher returned from its mission. It cawed loudly, summoning the squad to check out the intel. The crew rushed to the spot where the crows were pecking like crazy. Sinfa started feeling around the floor tiles for clues. Bingo. She found a gap and pried the brick loose. Sinfa shot a look back at the team, eyes wide with warning. She turned back to dig deeper, but when Sin pushed the barrier aside, whoosh! A massive dust cloud exploded in her face. Sin gritted her teeth and heaved the plank up. Instantly, a foul, disgusting stench poured out from the darkness. Everyone gagged, covering their noses. Everyone except Nathan, who just smirked. Dim gasped. "What the heck is this? I didn't know this basement existed." "Me neither." Arlo stepped up coolly and knocked on the wood paneling. "Plywood, designed to block air and mana," he analyzed. "No wonder our magical scans missed it." The team got hype. "Let's go. Basement investigation squad, roll out." But they wondered, what's hiding under a holy church? And that smell. Suddenly, a hand stopped Essa. Christopher warned her seriously. "You really don't want to see this." Essa gulped hard. Her imagination ran wild with nightmares. Ghouls? Monsters? What kind of horror was down there? Michael backed him up. "For sure. Stay upstairs with the priest, Essa." But before he could finish, "Wait," Essa interrupted. "Please, let me go with you. I promise I won't be a burden." Christopher stared at her silently, but Michael wasn't having it. "Absolutely not. You're the target, remember? It's too dangerous." He didn't even finish his sentence before Mia put him in a headlock. Mia dragged him away, smirking. "You're the injured one. You stay with the priest." Michael roared. "Let go of me. You idiot. That basement is dangerous," Michael yelled. But Mia cut him off mid-scream. "Shut it. I'm not losing to you. I'm a fan of that kid too." Michael was baffled. "Since when are we buddies?" "While you were sleeping, dummy." Salia, hiding behind the wall, heard every word of their fanboy argument. Meanwhile, fire ignited in Essa's heart. She made a choice. Salia. "Michael. Sorry. If I run away now, I'll never be able to sing again. I have to face my fear and return stronger." Shiro stared into the dark abyss, pacing back and forth. "Do I go? Do I stay?" The struggle. Shiro shivered. So scary. But then, he remembered Essa's determination. "Please take me with you," echoed in his mind. He squeezed his eyes shut, then snapped them open. The fear was gone. Only courage remained in his gaze. Boom! He grabbed Jilly and Grimo and dove in. The little blobs were hyped for the adventure. Let's get it. 4 legs are faster than 2, baby. The whole squad reunited in the deep underground. But when they landed, jaws dropped, eyes popped. Jilly growled through gritted teeth. "This is unholy." Grimo looked sick, so this was the source of the fear. Rows of giant tubes lined the room, filled with twisted bodies floating in green goo. And lurking in the shadows of that nightmare lab, a solitary hospital bed sat waiting. "Yo, fam, check this place out." The room is stacked with creepy vials and sketchy medical tools, all stained with colors you do not want to see. And the floor? It is literally carpeted with layers of bones. Total nightmare fuel. Look at that. A skeleton attached to a massive beating heart, just floating inside a glass tube. Yi was so freaked out she had to cover her mouth to keep from screaming. She was fighting back the urge to puke but managed to squeeze out a sorry. The head priest didn't waste time, asking straight up, "So, what is your take on this mess?" "My take?" Sophia hesitated. These are magic beasts, right? But wait, there are foreign species we have not seen on this continent for ages. And, oh god, there are humans too. It is messed up. These things have the bodies of full-grown adults, but the aura, it feels like they were literally born yesterday. Just wrong on so many levels. Suddenly, clank, clank, metal noises echoed from above, like something heavy dragging across the floor. Sophia flinched, whispering, "You hear that?" Galatea was already on it. "I hear it. I have been tracking the acoustics since we got here." The security just tightened up. This has got to be that creep's secret hideout, no doubt. But the big bad boss is nowhere to be seen. You think he is going to pull a surprise return? Sophia kept it real. Doubt it. The hopes are slim to none. We made way too much noise. Even if he is not here, he knows the jig is up. It is only a matter of time. Suddenly, Jen panicked, pointing a shaky finger at one of the tanks. "Yo, Sophia-san, look at the stitch marks. That thing looks exactly like the hungry ghost we fought in the sewers. Same vibes, same ugly mug." Sophia's eyes went wide as she analyzed the tank. "You are right. The sewer incident. Everything connects back to this hellhole. So this is where it started." She noticed a ghoul with an arm clearly stitched on from a different creature. Is this a fusion? Just then, Lloyd, who had been snooping through the files like a detective, dropped the bomb. Mass production and synthesis. That is the main research topic here. Looks like our guy has been growing corpses from living cells and playing God by stitching them together, mass-producing monsters. Monster plus monster, human plus monster, even human plus human. It is an all-you-can-eat buffet of horrors. Injecting souls into these husks is just part of the recipe. Yi was shaking like a leaf. Imagine doing this sick science experiment right under a holy church. The audacity. Sophia nodded grimly. That explains why those ghouls we fought were so naive in battle. They were just prototypes. Creatures stitched together from usable parts. In other words, a mosaic of flesh, also known as a chimera. Grace confirmed it without missing a beat. No doubt about it. That is exactly what we are looking at. The thing that scared Shiro was not the sight, but the smell. Neither human nor beast, just a rotting cocktail of death that shouldn't exist. Jen was furious, trembling with disgust. Toying with life like this? That is absolutely unforgivable. Who does this guy think he is? Lloyd, on the other hand, he was curious. Creating this many chimeras. What is the endgame? But deep down, he knew this was high-level stuff. Honestly, this is actually a huge achievement. A creepy, satisfied smile started to creep onto Lloyd's face. When he realized everyone was judging him with disgust, he panicked. Gross. So gross. I am terrible, aren't I? He thought. But damn, game recognized game. I am kinda jealous of this guy's skills. This dude is hardcore. Even I would not go this far, mostly because I would get canceled or yelled at. Everything is starting to make sense now. If he is this obsessed, he has definitely modded his own body too. He is probably the ultimate experiment by now. Sophia let out a heavy sigh. Burn it down. The whole lab. Galatea snapped her gloves tight. With pleasure. Of course. This place gives me the creeps. Hearing that, Lloyd looked like his soul just left his body. He stammered. Wait, Sophia, you are going to destroy it. Sophia didn't even look back. All of it. Naturally. Once we search every corner and get approval from the higher-ups, we nuke this facility. Destroying his lab will be a critical hit to his plans. I do not know if the villain will take a critical hit, but Lloyd? Yeah, Lloyd is definitely emotionally damaged right now. Sophia side-eyed him suspiciously. You seem to know a lot about chimeras, Lord Lloyd, caught red-handed. Have you been reading forbidden books? Lloyd started sweating bullets and made up a lame excuse. It's the lamia. Yeah, I bet a lamia is hurting the beasts. Suddenly, Christopher dashed in to shield Lloyd. Christopher's eyes flashed with a rare, cold-killing intent. Boom! Spiked spheres rained from the ceiling, smashing the ground to bits right where they were standing. Everyone stared in shock. Then, a chilling sound filled the room. Hiss, hiss, like a massive snake. A lamia slithered out of the shadows, half woman, half serpent. Sophia gasped. It really is a lamia. Galatea nodded. I guess that answers who was hurting the beasts. The lamia just stood there, letting out screeching hisses that pierced their ears. Yi could not believe her eyes. A real magic beast. But look at Lloyd. He is smirking like he just found a shiny Pokemon. He tapped Christopher on the shoulder. Christopher turned around, surprised only to hear Lloyd's order, do not kill it. Christopher just gave a chill okay sign. Capture mode. On. The lamia attacked with sharp blades of wind. Swoosh. Jen and Christopher dodged like pros, weaving through the attacks and charging forward. Lloyd analyzed it instantly. Mid-tier wind magic. Huh? Galatea, you are up. Sophia realized the plan and shouted, "Get behind me." In a split second, Galatea shot out slime from her hands, weaving a massive spider web to trap the target. Christopher shouted, "Now, Jen." It was a perfectly timed combo. Jen stared down the monster with a serious face. The Lamia's eyes went wide with shock. But she wasn't going down easy. She blasted a barrier of energy, sending Jen flying back. This boss fight is just getting started. Ren was staring at Lamia, completely shook. Like, say what now? Sina fa. Yeah, his jaw was basically on the floor too. A magic barrier popped up. Okay, I knew Lamia were smart creatures, but flexing this kind of high-tier technique, that is insane. Christopher started stressing, "Yo, that barrier eats up way too much mental energy. This battle is gonna drag on forever." But Nathan? He just smirked with pure confidence. Nope. Lamia was gasping for air, struggling just to keep that shield up. Then bam, she froze completely still, like someone just hit the pause button on her brain. Before anyone even blinked, Christopher was chilling right on top of Lamia's barrier. Nathan remained calm, like he'd already read the script for this episode. Even high-level demons get wrecked by this guy. Hate to break it to her, but Christopher's cursed speech, it phases right through shields like they aren't even there. Christopher opened his mouth and gathered his mana. He started spitting rapid-fire incantations. Instantly, those cursed words pierced the barrier and slammed straight into Lamia. A few minutes later, Lamia collapsed to the floor in agony. The whole squad was left with their mouths hanging open in total shock. Job done. Christopher sat on the magic barrier, striking a pose like a boss. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but whisper, "He is absolutely cracked." Flashback time, fam. A few days ago, while the rain poured endlessly outside, Michael lay motionless in bed. Christopher was sobbing by his side. "Michael, wake up, bro, please." He clutched the blanket, weeping like a little kid. The vibe in the room was super depressing. Suddenly, the door burst open and Issa rushed in, all frantic. She clutched her chest and begged, "Please, let me use my holy magic on Michael. I have to try." Everyone stared at her in awkward silence. Finally, Mia broke the tension. "Thanks for the offer. But seriously, Missy, go chill in another room." Mia only said that because she figured little Nathan had already done everything humanly possible. But Issa wouldn't quit. "Please," Mia snapped, "don't be so stubborn. I absolutely despise the church and everything divine. Why did Michael have to risk his life for a place like that? It makes zero sense. Hey, the guy who attacked him looked like a priest, didn't he?" Everyone was terrified she was about to say something super toxic in her rage. "Mia, stop." Ava stepped in to de-escalate. "Sorry about that, Issa-san. Please, try to wake him up. Use your singing voice." Mia walked away, throwing out a warning. "Make sure you keep an eye on that girl." Ava scolded Mia, then awkwardly turned to Issa. "Don't take it personal, okay? She's just really stressed out." Issa bowed without saying a word and quietly moved to Michael's bedside. Her crystal-clear voice rang out, notes dancing in the air. Christopher peeked at her with a tiny shred of hope, but quickly looked down, totally defeated. Snap back to reality. Everyone was surrounding Lamia. She was writhing on the floor in absolute agony. The squad was buzzing with disbelief. One shot? Seriously. Ever since he controlled that power, he's getting scarier by the day. Ren threw a salty side eye at Christopher. Chiech. Christopher's cursed speech. He's totally ripping off my style, isn't he? Christopher ghosted that question and stared ahead. Nathan spoke up. More importantly, "Look, it's just as I thought. She used to be human, even if she's half monster now." The gang was horrified. This was a seriously twisted experiment. Sina Fa was so mad his veins were popping. "Don't tell me. That scumbag actually used living people for fusion experiments." Ava glared with pure rage, playing with life like it's a game. Ren was trembling. "What now? What are we supposed to do with her?" Suddenly, Lamia's tail started thrashing. Watching this scene, everyone felt a mix of burning rage and deep pity. Christopher gritted his teeth, ready to drop a suppression spell. Right then, thud. Asa collapsed to the ground. Everyone looked at her, totally confused. Asa frantically stopped them. "Wait, hold on." Then she whispered softly to Lamia, "It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of." The team froze. Ava panicked and screamed, "It's too dangerous." Asa got closer, but before Ava could finish, a hand grabbed his collar and yanked him back. Ava looked back all confused, only to see Nathan walking away casually like absolutely nothing happened. Bam! Lamia landed a brutal punch right on Issa's face. The squad screamed, "Issa-san." But Issa was lost in her own thoughts. "You're right. I'm sorry. How could you not be scared? I'm the same way. I'm always terrified." She started sobbing. "What am I even doing here?" Just as she was spiraling into despair, the sound of an instrument hit her mind like a truck. That familiar sound. It brought back memories of the people she loved most. Essa recognized the melody immediately. It was Xian's performance. Her face lit up with hope, tears shimmering in her eyes. In that moment, Issa locked in. It was just her and the music. She began to sing, her voice shaking the hearts of everyone listening. The others quickly realized it too. This was the song for Salia-san. Essa clasped her hands together like she was praying. Lamia looked totally lost. Hearing Issa's voice again, Christopher's eyes welled up. He remembered those dark days when Michael wouldn't wake up. This was the exact same voice that refused to give up on Michael. Back then, Mia was stunned. She asked Christopher, "How long has she been singing?" He cried and answered, "Since it started. It's been over 20 hours. Mia was so moved that tears streamed down her face, but she tried to act tough. "Don't be ridiculous. Her holy magic isn't even activating. She's completely out of mana. So why is she still standing there, singing like that? Yo, look at this poor kid." Mia literally had to clamp her hand over her mouth to stop herself from bawling her eyes out. Even Crow was straight up speechless, just admiring the moment. This song, absolute banger, pure fire. Through those angelic vocals, Lamia's dark, twisted reality finally started catching some major W's and sparkling with color. Suddenly, it clicked. She knew this track. It was that same melody she had been hearing on repeat in her head forever. The sound used to drip down from the dark ceiling above. It was so powerful, even the person torturing her had to pause their game just to listen. For real, every time she felt like the monster corruption was going to take over, that voice pulled her back. It was her lifeline from the floor above. Hearing S's voice echo down right now, Salia flashed the most satisfied grin ever. Mission accomplished, fam. Michael let out a deep sigh, while Mia was over there crying a river. Lamia started sobbing too, like, "My bad, y'all. I'm actually human. So sorry for the drama." Essa was leaking tears too. She was like, "Nah, girl, that's on me. You were right here this whole time and I didn't even notice." Major L for me. Christopher was shook, thinking this was way better than any of Uncle's stories. Meanwhile, upstairs, Tao came through all hyped, shouting, "Yo, I brought Lord Albert to the party." Lord Albert pinched his nose, looking totally grossed out. He was like, "I heard the rumors, fam, but ain't no way there's a whole secret dungeon under the church. That is wild." Katerina stepped up, saying, "I'll give you the grand tour once you verify everything." Tao just looked at the basement and pouted like a brat. But here's the tea, even with a base this massive, is it enough proof to nail the bad guys? Katerina dropped the truth bomb. The research docs are down there, but it's a hot mess. Whoever dipped out of here scrubbed the fingerprints clean. Zero evidence left behind. Still, we secured a major lead. Once the vibe finally chilled out, Lamia got super awkward. "I am so sorry for causing all this trouble for the squad. How can I ever make it up to you guys? Just name it." But let's be real. Nobody was listening. All eyes were glued to Lamia's. Assets bouncing around. Ava turned red and looked away, pretending to chat with Lloyd to avoid the cringe. When I woke up, I felt totally human again. S's voice is OP. Lloyd nodded, agreeing with the facts. True that, but she doesn't remember anything from before the lab or when she was human, right? Essa rushed over and threw a cape over Lamia. "Cover up, girl." Then she confirmed, "Yeah, she doesn't even remember her own name. It's totally blank." Ava rubbed his chin, going into detective mode. "I heard some gossip about an adventurer who vanished while hunting ghouls a while back. Could be her." Katerina didn't recognize the face but said, "I'll hit up the other guild branches and check the receipts." Makes sense. She can use magic, so she's definitely a pro. Odds are high she's that missing adventurer. Lamia looked down, totally bummed out. "But even if I find my ID, look at me. I can't live a normal life with this monster body." Ava smirked with that main character energy. "Chill out. Our turf, Lord Ost, is a sanctuary for folks like you. We got you. Come join the crew." Christopher added, "Just throw in a long dress. You'll be Gucci." Lamia started tearing up again. But then Lloyd cut in. "Anyway, forget the dress. I thought we'd find some dirt on that mysterious bishop guy down here. But it looks like his identity is still a mystery." Lamia blinked. Mysterious bishop? Suddenly, a memory unlocked, and she started digging through her stuff. "Wait, I found this in the lab. Does this ring any bells?" Lloyd grabbed the item and analyzed it. An old cross necklace. Lamia spilled more tea. "Also, that bishop dude? Pretty sure he hates the church and God with a burning passion." Lloyd suddenly spoke up. "Hold up, I got something for you too. Take this." He pulled out a stack of papers. Essa and Lamia gasped, covering their mouths. "Isn't that the research data from the lab? The secret files?" Ava saw right through him, this sneaky guy. He heard they were going to destroy the place, so he swiped all the data first. Mad respect. Lamia started shaking like a leaf just seeing those papers. Essa panicked. Don't do it, Lloyd, showing her that is way too much trauma. Lloyd cut her off cold. Yo, relax. If she hates it, she can just burn it herself. No pressure. But listen, this is the only cheat code to make you human again. Your body is built on some crazy complex tech that I can't even decode. You are the only one who can read this data. Cross-reference it with your body and hit the undo button. You can take the easy L and burn it, or face your nightmares and level up. The choice is yours. Decide right now. Hearing Lloyd's real talk, Lamia made up her mind. She was trembling, but then she clenched her fist. She was ready to face the boss battle. She gritted her teeth and grabbed the data. She looked at Lloyd with eyes full of fire and gratitude. Thank you so much. I'm gonna grind until I fix this. Essa ran off for some reason, while Christopher cheered. Dang, that girl is a legend. Ava bowed his head, getting deep. What were we even thinking when we first met her? We had no clue how to help. Maybe we were just trying to ignore the ugly truth because it made us uncomfortable. Lloyd smiled like a literal saint. I really hope she turns back into a human. But hold up, don't let that face fool you. Inside his head, the scammer was scheming. Heck yes. Now she's going to decode that biosynthesis tech, and I'm going to learn it right along with her. That angelic smile was just hiding his greed for power. But hey, results are what matter, right? Ava, clueless as always, shouted out in excitement. You got that right. We're going to turn you back into a human, no matter what it takes. Christopher was totally hyped up, his energy radiating pure determination. It's settled then. Fam. First things first, she needs a name. Ava was vibing with Christopher's idea. Yeah, something absolutely gorgeous. Lord Lloyd. Lamia held her face, overcome with pure bliss. Christopher chimed in. Since she's going to be human again, let's give her a name that screams hope. Lloyd put his thinking cap on and nodded. Let's roll with that. He decided to shorten Lamia and officially named her Lami. Meanwhile, back inside the church, heavy footsteps echoed through the halls as Essa sprinted like her life depended on it. Panic raced through her mind. Did she make it back to the castle? Salia. Salia. Her desperate cries bounced off the walls. Issa froze in her tracks, totally confused. Michael, Mia, and Salia were just chilling and eating. Wait, why are you guys still crashing at the church? Salia didn't even look up. I'm vibing with Michael's pasta right now. You want a plate? Mia added. Yo, Essa, this pasta is legit fire. Between bites of cake, Salia mumbled. I'm fueling up for concert practice. Seeing her safe, a wave of relief washed over Issa, and she finally smiled. She hesitated, her voice trembling. I'm so sorry, Salia. Then she turned to the group. Michael, I'm going to perform. Singing is the one thing I was born to do. Salia grinned, satisfied. That's the spirit. Let's rock this stage together for the Holy Birth Festival. But suddenly, Alberto burst in, killing the mood with bad news. The Holy Birth Festival. It's been cancelled. Alberto looked super awkward while patting Lloyd's head. But our MC didn't give a damn, he just kept destroying that pile of pastries. Honestly, the only people bummed out were the ones actually looking forward to the event. Looking at the chaotic crowd, Ava realized the whole squad had assembled. Everyone doing their own thing actually made the place feel way more lively. Salia started throwing a fit. Big brother Alberto, you can't just cancel the show. That is absolutely not okay. Alberto was sweating bullets. Look, even if you beg. Meanwhile, Tao was happily spinning a jar like a toy. Yo, we get to have a sleepover at the church. Let's go. This is getting interesting. But Jean snapped, fully stressed out. This is a war council, not a playground. Put that jar down right now. He got serious. That mystery bishop seems to have a beef with both the church and God. He looked at the girl. Just like Lammy said, right? Lammy nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Though Michael and Mia looked totally lost hearing the name Lami. Suddenly, Katerina shouted, Guys, we have a major situation here. I put this weird collar on Shiro and it looks hilarious. Someone burst out laughing. Katerina tried to take it off, but it's stuck. Seeing her struggle, Mia and Tao lost it, roaring with laughter at the mess. Sophia cut through the noise. Listen up. The fact that he hates singing gives us a huge clue. He's plotting something dark, enough to build a whole secret lab for it. Behind her, the three troublemakers were getting roasted by Michael. Seriously, what is wrong with you guys? The trio looked guilty. We're sorry. Tao, sporting a fresh bump on his head, piped up. If it were me, I'd just blow up the whole festival venue. Mia threw in her 2 cents. I'd probably just assassinate the Pope. Hearing that, Alberto spit his drink everywhere in pure shock. Ava face palmed. Stop giving booze to the kids. Michael threw his hands up, offended. Hey, I didn't give them anything. It was definitely Mia. Meanwhile, Alberto started muttering like a madman. No, wait, it's actually possible. That's the only logical conclusion. The festival is definitely toast. But how do I even report this mess? I'm in big trouble, either way. Sophia stayed focused. This isn't just about the festival. The real issue is Lammy's cross. Where did that thing go? Someone pointed a finger. Katerina swiped it earlier. Sophia's eyes widened as she spotted the artifact hanging around Shiro's neck. She tried to yank it off. According to Michael, the bishop's cross looked brand new. He might have lost the original and replaced it, which means this one belongs to him. Issa smiled and held up her own cross to show off. Look, I've got one too. It was a silver cross plated in gold, just like the one Michael had. Michael yelled nearby, Mia, quit infecting people with your weird habits. Jean nodded at Sophia's theory. It looks basic, but that thing is actually cast from solid gold. A solid gold cross. There are only 12 people in existence allowed to own one of these. The top dogs of the church headquarters, including the Pope himself and the rosary of the 12 saints. The room went silent. A rosary that only the 12 chosen bishops possess? Does it really belong to that mystery villain? Jean dropped the bombshell. That means our suspects are the 12 bishops themselves. The mystery guy is hiding among them. Then Jean shouted in denial. That's ridiculous. No way the Pope or a bishop could be that evil. Plus, they look totally different from the sketch we have. Sophia hesitated. I get your point, but that guy's body was mutated. His form was completely different from a human's. If he can shapeshift, that police sketch is totally useless. Jean wasn't having it. Maybe it's a fake, or he stole it from a bishop. I refuse to believe one of the 12 is a murderer. While Michael was trying to listen to the serious talk, Mia slammed a pot onto his head out of nowhere. That's too far, Michael. You yelled at Essa, and now she's crying. Tao looked super awkward. This is getting messy. Michael raged. I didn't yell at anyone. But Essa was already sobbing. Michael-sama, I'll sing for you. Just please go back to being the nice guy. Yo, let me hop on the mic real quick. Finna drop a banger about a rat turning into a hamster thanks to Lloyd's purification magic. Michael was straight up triggered. Who are you calling a rat? And zip it, nobody ordered a concert right now. But hold up, Michael suddenly froze mid-roast. His eyes went wide as a massive realization hit him like a truck. He turned to the squad with serious vibes. That dude, he cast holy arts instantly without any chanting or rituals. That's a legendary transmission skill. Diane was shook to her core, unable to speak. Michael racked his brain, trying to remember if Nathan-sama had something similar. He couldn't recall, but he was 100% sure the enemy used it. It was light magic, but usually, you gotta do the whole ritual dance to cast holy arts. Like singing and dancing. Dooney suddenly piped up, totally confident. No doubt about it. The only people who can spam holy arts without a ritual are the 12 saints. Teria blurred out. Huh? I can do that too, though. Michael literally snatched her mouth shut before she could leak any more spoilers. Zip it. Don't make this messier than it already is. Grace turned to Amelia for the fact check. Is that for real, fam? Amelia grit her teeth. Yeah, no cap. But it's complicated. The only one allowed to pass on that power is Pope Gideon. The other 11 are his ride-or-die homies that he trusts completely. It's just like how Nathan-sama moves with his inner circle at Lodos. Absolute trust. I believe in Nathan-sama. If Nathan vouches for them, then I trust him too. Rima smirked, teasing him. Dang, didn't know you relied on people like that. Kinda wholesome. Nathan-sama is just built different, I guess. Julio rarely got this serious. Basically, Gitten operates on the same wavelength. Grace thought to himself, so you're betting everything on Gitten just like you do with Nathan, huh? Alberto was stressing out, pouring his heart out to the crew. I snitched to the church headquarters, but they left Michael's testimony on red. There is no way they're canceling the holy altar ceremony now. It's too late. But yo, listen. If the ops are hiding inside HQ when the ceremony starts, the Pope is basically a sitting duck. His life is on the line. Sophia nodded, vibe-checking the situation. I think Prince Alberto is spitting facts. Plus, we're running out of time. We can't waste another second. We wrecked their underground lab and kicked the demons out of the sewers. That definitely nerfed their army and stopped the raid for now. But if the traitor is actually one of those 11 elites, the Pope and the bishops are going to be separated on that day. We gotta shadow them like ultimate bodyguards, keep eyes on them 24/7. That's the only way to stop the Pope from getting clapped at the party. We have to stick to the plan. Alberto was in full commander mode. I'm pulling every string I got, but I can't trust the Adventurers Guild right now. You guys are the only real ones I can rely on. I'm assigning each of you to watch over a bishop. Listen up. If anyone acts sus, don't hesitate. Drop him instantly. I'll take the heat and full responsibility for it. Even the king is pulling up to the church for the concert. We gotta make sure this event ends with a massive W no matter what. Meanwhile, over at church headquarters, a nun was sprinting down the hall with a letter like her life depended on it. Anastasia stepped out like, "Hole up," scaring the soul out of her. The nun was shook. "High priestess." Anastasia gave her the icy stare. "Who's the mail for?" The nun stammered, "It's a DM from second Prince Alberto." "Give me that," Anastasia demanded, not asking twice. The nun hesitated. "But I was told to hand-deliver it to the Pope personally." She swallowed the rest of her sentence, too scared to speak up. He said strictly for his eyes only. Anastasia scanned the letter and smirked. She walked off, leaving the nun confused but totally fangirling. "The high priestess actually talked to me." The nun was smiling like crazy. Total simp behavior detected. Anastasia strutted down the empty hallway of the headquarters. She stopped at a specific spot and stomped her heel on a brick. Boom! A secret trapdoor popped open. Anastasia slowly descended the stairs into the darkness. The vibes down there were pure evil. She reported to Gitan immediately. The second prince sent a warning to the Pope. He wants the bishops to sweep the church before the party starts. The old man laughed. "I see. That info definitely came from that artificial lamia, didn't it? Surprising. Didn't think it still had human logic left. Recovering that research data is going to be a pain now." Anastasia replied, "Yeah. The underground lab by the bridge is toast. It doesn't exist anymore. Pretty sure the prince nuked it. But judging by the letter, they don't know the full tea yet. Gideon stayed chill. Looks that way. I already scrubbed the labs with purification magic to delete all fingerprints. Using holy arts to destroy evidence? Pretty handy, right? You can cleanse the body and the crime scene. Although, having a beast that can sniff out the truth is rare." Anastasia suddenly got curious. "By the way, how is that rat Michael still breathing?" Gitan smiled. "Yeah, that's my bad. Total fumble. But honestly, I don't get how he respawned from that damage. Part of it was because I was in a rush. Civ War just turned to dust in my hands. By the time I got there, it was too late. The direct cause of death should have been the extreme holy light I blasted him with. It blew his left arm clean off. He must have fought something way more OP than Civ to survive that. A rat that should be dead is somehow alive. And something stronger than a god is out there. Yo fam, pause the video. We definitely missed a massive red flag here." Suddenly, a mouthful of jagged teeth pops right out of his hand. It grabs Civ's remaining arm and starts chowing down. It's munching and swallowing like it's got a mind of its own, absolute nightmare fuel. Once that last bite slides down, creepy little threads shoot out from Gideon's hand like a Spider-Man web gone wrong. Civ's ability just transferred to him. He's flexing hard, claiming it doesn't matter what the second prince planned because he's unstoppable now. He's like, "You think destroying one base stops me? Nah. Even if you saw this coming, y'all are absolutely cooked." Test subject jars start shattering everywhere while Gitan laughs like a maniac. Time's up. Nobody can stop the grind now. Let the holy feast begin. Chat, drop a like if you think this is about to go horribly wrong. Meanwhile, at HQ on the holy birthday, everyone pulls up in the pouring rain to hear the Pope's intro. "Good morning, squad. To my 12 high priests, let's get this holy party started." But Sinfa immediately starts complaining about the vibes. Too bad it's raining cats and dogs. But Gitan just smiles. "Actually, I low-key vibe with the rain." Shinfa drops the bomb. The glorious parade is cancelled. Instead, we're escorting you guys to visit the branches individually. VIP style. One guy loses his cool, screaming, "Why do we gotta leave your holy presence? This is bogus." The Pope smiles like he knows everything. "Chill, fam. This is Alberto's setup to keep us safe. Since that attack on the Jiang-Get branch, solo protection is the move." Sinfa nods. Straight facts. Tao is itching to spill the tea, thinking, we can't exactly tell them the real reason. Can we? That would be awkward. Aru knows the truth. They're doing this to flush out a monster hiding among them real life. Among Us vibes. Anastasia suddenly speaks up. "Protecting y'all is our job, so don't stress." Sinfa sticks strictly to the script. Nothing changes in the big guy's plan. You'll still get your grub at the branches. Final stop is the Jian branch, where Prince Sackley will be. Hours later, Alberto sighs with relief. Finally, he thinks, so far, so good. Everything's moving fast since we canceled the parade. With Sinfa and the crew escorting the priests, security here is looking kinda thin though. If the mystery priest is one of the 12, we can stop the Pope from getting clapped right here. He runs over to hold an umbrella for the Pope, apologizing. "Been a minute. Ha. Father, sorry for acting up." Gideon goes, "Oh, Alberto, my boy, you've had a serious glow-up." Then Sackley jumps in. Gitan and Sackley greet each other like besties. Sackley, "Gitan, it's an emotional reunion for the OGs. Heard you were coming, so I cleared my schedule." But Gideon calls Cap immediately. Don't lie to me. You say it's for me, but you're really here to stay in your daughter's concert, right? You simp. Sackley grins like a proud dad. Guilty. Salia is adorable, even if she keeps butchering my name. It's cute. Gideon looks at him like he's crazy, asking, Bro, normally wouldn't you be mad about that disrespect? Sackley stops the small talk and gets mysterious. Put that aside for a sec. There are things I'm actually looking forward to today. Meanwhile, Alberto is internally screaming about the danger. Can we please go inside? Before we die? Inside the GN chapel, the vibes are super lively. Alberto scans the crowd like a hawk, sticking close to the Pope. I can't help but stress out, guys. Security is minimal, and weapons are banned, so I guess that's a plus, maybe? I already told my dad the situation. Sackley stares at the drawing of Gideon, deep in thought. Alberto awkwardly adds, that sketch might be useless though, cause the suspect can catfish us with different looks. Any thoughts? Sackley replies bluntly. Nope, spotting him is basically mission impossible right now. Good work, but we can't stop the party now. The show must go on. We'll investigate after the feast. If things go south, count on me to handle business. Seeing the two old guys happy, Alberto grits his teeth. Please, universe, don't let this turn into a tragedy. Just let this dinner be chill, and Sinfa, please come back safe. While he's praying hard, Zinfa pulls up to the church. The dudes spot her and their eyes light up like high beams. They start whispering, Yo, who is that baddie? Is she a nun? She's slaying. Must be, since she's with Anastasia. Then, a deep laugh cuts through the thirst. Anastasia teases, Damn, you're more famous than me. Why not ditch Alberto and hang here? Sinfa just smiles back like a queen. Deep down, her internal radar is going haywire, trying to figure out if this lady is actually an op or not. Priest Anastasia is mad sus right now. If this mysterious holy lady turns out to be the criminal mastermind we've been hunting, then we are in some serious trouble, fam. She flashes back to a few moments ago when Anastasia asked her to wear the church drip. Cynthia was curious, like, church uniform? Really? Anastasia turned around and dropped the ultimatum. If you want to roll with me today, you gotta look the part. Cynthia played it cool and agreed. Oh, bet. I get it now. In that case, can you hook me up with a uniform? But before she could finish, Anastasia didn't even say a word and just snatched Cynthia's skirt up. She froze for a hot second, totally shook. Anastasia stared at the sword hidden beneath the skirt and spoke with zero chill. Even if it's for self-defense, I'm not letting that slide. Let's go get you a proper convent dress, okay? Cynthia's mind was racing. Anastasia managed to lift her skirt even though she was standing right in her line of sight. That speed was glitchy. The rumors weren't capping. She really is OP. More importantly, she's the woman closest to the Pope himself. I got zero options left except to pray to whatever gods are listening that she isn't on the enemy team. While Cynthia is busy analyzing her, Anastasia is doing her own vibe check. It's insane how much menacing aura is leaking off this girl. Even though I confiscated her weapon, I'm stuck here solo with a bodyguard while the others are split up. Talk about a risky play. They even assigned the Silver Princess to watch me. That genius Albrecht really thought of everything. His intuition is actually terrifying. Because of him, making a move right now is going to be super difficult for me. Plus, that Christopher perched on the church won't leave even in this rain, and it's giving me major anxiety. But whatever, you dummies should have planned for the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, the drums start banging, boom, 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 echoing through the whole chapel. Charlie looks absolutely hyped. Oh snap! Even Gideon is grinning like he just won the lottery. It looks like the main event is about to start. Charlie guesses. I bet the church prepped a surprise, maybe some fireworks. But out of nowhere, Albrecht gets a massive bad feeling in his gut. His legs start trembling with every beat of that drum. His eyes pop wide open. Yup, something is definitely going down. Outside the church, massive explosions start ripping through the air. A gargantuan monster is literally trying to smash the chapel to pieces right now. That's when everyone finally sees the mutated beast and absolute panic sets in. Albrecht screams at the top of his lungs. What is going on? Where are the guards? Status report. Now. What is happening outside? The people praying start losing their minds. What was that? The nuns try to calm the chat down. Please, stay chill. Suddenly, Gideon speaks up with a creepy vibe. This is the sound of the gates of hell swinging wide open. Amidst the screaming and chaos, Gideon bows mysteriously. His eyes go dark and hollow, but he looks kinda excited. Charlie, I want you to enjoy this show from the VIP section. In the pouring rain, Gaetan's old memories start flooding back like a movie. Flashback time. He remembers looking curiously at a group of people in church robes standing at his door. Who's this? They politely stated their mission. Sorry to disturb you right now, fam. but we think you're the only one fit to be the next pope." He hesitated, looking at these strangers. They were practically begging, "Please, Gitangent-sama, join the inauguration ritual." During the ceremony, they were hyping him up. "From now on, you're going to be our supreme light, the big boss. But that's only if you don't lose your mind after the ritual ends. But you're a sage, so it's going to be an easy dub for you." He didn't say anything, but dark thoughts were spawning in his head. Divine light? Yeah, right. The bishops kept pumping divine light into Gitan to finish the ritual, looking super nervous, hoping he wouldn't snap. A guard hiding behind a pillar was watching Gitan, sweating buckets. Finally, Gitan looked up with eyes that seemed totally enlightened. He lowered his gaze and declared, "There is no room for darkness in my mind. I have zero regrets." The crowd went wild, cheering like crazy. They couldn't stop praising him. The glazing was real. Amazing. A true sage. He's still himself. He doesn't have a single pixel of darkness inside him. Even though he went through that intense process, deep down, he was laughing at them. Nope. That was the moment I realized the black vortex growing inside me had already swallowed God's definition of evil. It was a darkness so deep, the light couldn't even touch it. There is absolutely no darkness in my faith. Snapping back to reality, Gitan cracks a twisted smile. "It's a bit noisy outside, isn't it, Charlie?" Actually, a chimera was supposed to spawn inside the church, but Albert Kun went and destroyed it. But no worries. Very soon, my army is going to rush in like a storm and delete this entire country from the map. Outside, two villagers are staring down into a massive black pit. "Yo, what is up with this hole?" It just appeared out of nowhere, and hundreds of monsters are crawling out. They start screaming in terror. "Run. It's a monster invasion." Albrecht stares at the Pope in total shock, his mind going completely blank. He stands there frozen like a statue. It's over. Good game. It turns out the person we were supposed to protect is the final boss we needed to defeat, and the person who actually needs protecting is the Emperor. Gitten suddenly calls him out. "You too, Albrecht Kun. Listen up, fam. Anyone claiming to carry on Sackley's legacy? Nope. Anyone writing with God's will? Straight up deleted." Gitan literally steps onto the table like he owns the place and preaches. "The rules of this kingdom, built entirely on God's little DM slide. Basic stuff, right? Don't clap people, don't scam, don't swipe loot. But guess what? If I decide to catch a body or steal, totally fine. That survival of the fittest energy, that monster instinct, that is the real tea about life." Prince Alberto is losing it, trying to call security for his pops, but King Sackley, stone cold chilling. Suddenly, a furious voice crashes the party. "Giton." The Pope just smirks. "Oh snap. That voice. We haven't officially met, have we, Angel Amelia?" Amelia is grinding his teeth, staring at this dude with pure rage and disappointment. Gitan just roasts him. "Bro, you can try all you want, but your precious saint ain't showing up. I figured if I caused enough drama and went full villain mode, you'd finally spill the beans." Amelia screams, demanding answers. "What turned you into this trash? I'm judging you right now based on what you say next." Alberto's jaw hits the floor. Wait, is that actually God's messenger? Meanwhile, the guards are running in like they're lagging on dial-up internet. What's the play here? The Pope is calculating at max speed. If we team up, can we actually take down the Holy Father? No, focus. I got one enemy here. Gotta handle him before Dad and the squad get wrecked. Boom! Out of nowhere, massive, grotesque arms burst out of Gitan. He snatches up Sackley and Alberto like they're ragdolls. Gitan tells Amelia, "Actually, save your breath." The crowd goes wild. What is that thing? King Alberto is pinned down, wiggling but stuck fast. Damn it. Panic mode. Engage. Everyone's screaming, "Call the guards." The Pope just went full demon mode. He's a monster. But King Sackley? He's reminiscing. "I remember that wanted poster from when you were just a rookie back in the day. If your son had lived, he'd have that same look." That's the moment you snapped and changed, right? Gitan's voice drops to absolute zero. "Sackley, you cool with those being your final words?" And squeeze, he starts crushing the life out of the king. Alberto screams, "Father." The crowd can only watch the torture helplessly. King Sackley, barely breathing, whispers, "Hi, Angel. I'm good. Just, please save Alberto. And tell my other two kids. Sorry, I couldn't make it to their concert." Alberto cuts in, frantic. "Angel, forget me. Save my dad. Please." Gitan just laughs coldly. "Don't trip. I'm sending the whole royal fam to the afterlife. You can catch that concert in the VIP section of heaven." Then he pauses. "Wait, those two kids." Snap. A finger clicks, and reality warps. The air ripples. Poof. Everyone vanishes. A whole new dimension opens up. Gitan looks around the empty church, shocked his prey ghosted him. Amelia speaks up. I left the heavens without a hall pass. And see this kid? He's actually my boss down here. Footsteps echo clack, clack approaching through the dust. Getting switches from confused to hyped. You know what? I think this beef started the moment we locked eyes. He launches an attack. Boom. Smoke everywhere. But Gitten sees a silhouette fading in. Where did he come from? A kid appears right behind him. Complexity. Easy to miss the important stuff. But man, this mistake feels so good. Since I'm banned from heaven as a human, I figured I'd fight God by nuking the faith of this entire country. Step, step. They walk toward each other like an old Western showdown. Face to face. Freeze frame. Gittan continues. If I delete enough NPCs here, will God finally come down and judge me personally? I ain't asking for much. I'm actually grateful. Putting you in the dirt might finally fill this empty void inside me. An entity that makes a high angel bow? What else can I call you but God? Lloyd grins. Nah. Benjamin is plenty. Diane's jaw drops. Back at Salem Castle, people just start spawning out of thin air, piling up like laundry. Diane panics. Father. Brother Alberto. How did you guys glitch into existence here? Alberto is just as lost. Diane, why are you here? He spins around checking the map. Wait, this isn't the church. This is Salem Castle. Even the guests are here? What kind of sorcery is this? Diane is shaking his head. Bro, I should be asking you that. Everyone just got mass teleported and the castle is a zoo. Alberto realizes the situation and gets awkward. My bad. Diane, give me a hand. Once the chaos settles, Alberto spills the tea. Okay, so, turns out our enemy is a shape-shifting skinwalker. The Pope at the ceremony? Total fake. Sackley stammers. No, impossible. Then he snaps into king mode. Listen up. The enemy is catfishing us as the Pope. Mobilize every soldier in the castle. The enemy is hitting the main cathedral. Priority Noah. Protect the NPCs. I mean, the civilians. Nightmare fuel. Monsters start crawling out of black holes in the streets. A wagon gets yeeted into the air. Smash! It crushes the alpha monsters. Sophia points her blade, commanding the scene. Everyone, clear the area. Go! The civilians were tossing out thank yous left and right, but the newbies were just totally lost. Yo, what is even happening right now? Seinfei looked straight up stressed. Ava watched the chaos unfold. Dang, this is actually wild. Monsters were swarming the streets like it was a zombie apocalypse movie. Seinfa frowned. Is this the worst case scenario? But Ava just laughed. Nope, this is exactly what Lord Nathan predicted. The man doesn't miss. Flashback time. Before the festival started, Nathan had hit up Saria with a request. Hey sis, let me drop some bars at the opening ceremony. I want to join the party too. Everyone was shook. Saria scanned him like she was checking his stats. Alberto tried to shut it down. Bro, why are you trolling? We're having a serious meeting. But Nathan played the innocent card. I'm good, really. There won't be any riots or assassins. I just want to vibe at the festival with Dad. I'm too weak to be a guard anyway. Alberto caved immediately. I guess the VIP box is the safest spot. Since Nathan is a wizard, keeping him in the weapon-free zone was basically a backup plan. E was super hyped. Sick, we get to perform together. But Ra threw some shade. Is it just me, or does your voice sound kinda sus? Nathan dropped the bomb calmly. I think the new Pope is the one pulling all the strings. Julie screamed. What? Lord Nathan, you can't be serious. Nathan smirked. Think about it. Who has more free time than the Pope? Building a massive secret dungeon like that takes serious time and cash. Even Ava had to admit that logic was weirdly solid. Okay, you got a point. It sounded crazy, but it made sense. Michael spoke up. So that whole speech about nothing will happen was a bluff? Nathan nodded. Yep, easy read. If you've got money to burn, building a few secret labs is no big deal for a guy like him. Someone asked, then why didn't he snatch Michael earlier? Mia was curious too. True, right? Who would say no to a test subject that delivers itself to the door? Michael got salty. Excuse me, who delivered themselves? Loy agreed with Mia. Facts. I wouldn't say no to a free sample like you. Michael was done. Wow, thanks for the respect, guys. Nathan got back to business. So, two options. One, he doesn't need more labs because he's done. That means a riot is 100% happening. Two, he had to abandon everything because he ran out of hideouts. Julie started sweating. Could it really be Gittan? If it's him, well, he definitely has the resources to own a bunch of secret bases. Charlotte panicked, trying to find a loophole. But no matter how we spin it, even Lord Nathan can't prove it's him for real. Wait, Nathan, you gotta give Seinfei and the others a heads up at least. Nathan explained, I can't go near the cathedral if they know. I don't want them stressing out over me. Besides, Alberto's squad is already mentally prepared to throw hands. Seinfei and Alberto exchange worried looks. If the culprit really was the Holy Father and things went south, they were terrified to even imagine the fallout. Nathan waited for them to chill before speaking. Look, stressing won't help. Sometimes you just gotta roll with the punches. Man plans, God laughs, right? Let's just relax until the big day. Y'all should just let loose. The squad agreed. True. The best prep we can do now is not be dead weight for Lord Nathan. And just like that, Saria dragged Nathan off to practice his singing for the festival. Rip Nathan. Back to the present. Everything was going exactly according to Nathan's script. Gitten glared gloomily. Just the Benjamin? You sent the nuns away and stayed behind. You think you can stop me? Gitten thought to himself. I thought he was just a kid with a big mana pool, but something felt off. Now that we're face to face, I get it. Deep in those eyes. That's infinite mana being compressed down. To hide that massive power, he's burning through 1 billion units of mana every single second. He's creating a smokescreen like thick ash, hiding a volcano, covering up the endless lava bubbling underneath. We're the same, kid. Both experts at hiding our secrets. Grandma popped up with a report. Lord Nathan, Essa and Princess Saria are safe. Nathan gave the order. Good. Grimoa, Julie, go help the civilians evacuate. Now, there's way more chimeras than I thought, and my hands are full with this guy. Julie begged. Wait, let me handle him. I'm not done. Nathan's voice went ice cold. You can't beat him. Grimoa shivered. Is he really that strong? Nathan used telepathy. Bit late to mention this, but remember how I couldn't track that mystery priest. I felt his mana when we walked past each other. It wasn't weak. He was suppressing it on purpose. He was compressing his power to the absolute max. This guy isn't just strong. He's on the level of a demon god. Grimoa stood her ground. I refuse to leave. I bet the second we leave, you're gonna drop all your defenses and go full berserker mode on him. Nathan shot back. No way. Grimoa didn't buy it. Are you sure? She gave him a serious look. Promise me you'll stay alive. Nathan flashed a confident grin, soaking in the little guy's concern. Gray didn't hesitate for a second. Boom, straight into the air. Nathan commanded, let's roll, Julie. Julie gave a total whatever vibe. May. Sure. Gitten watched the scene, completely confused, muttering, Amelia. Excalibur? What? But Nathan, floating in his magic circle, cut him off cold. Hey, old man, don't forget I'm right here. Gitten froze, staring at Nathan in shock. Suddenly, the entire cathedral was blinded by an explosion of holy light from our MC. Gitten panicked, throwing his hands up to block the damage. But Nathan wasn't playing games. He started spamming high-tier magic attacks like a machine gun. Focus mana. Exploding fire spear. It was straight out of a blockbuster comic fight. Gitten was struggling just to survive the onslaught. Before Gitten knew what hit him, Nathan blinked right in front of him. Wham! A brutal strike to the face, followed by a ruthless combo, kicks and punches flying everywhere. Gitten got launched into the air like a rag doll. Nathan didn't give him a second to breathe. He instantly summoned the legendary 7 heavenly deities. Those giant eyes stared down at Gitten with pure judgment. Terrified, Gitten ripped open his third eye. As Julie and Grimo escaped, the whole cathedral started shaking violently. They looked back, eyes popping out of their heads. Nathan was standing up there like a total god, perched on the holy swords of the 7 deities. He spoke with ice-cold swag. I got a lot of questions for you, old man. But first, I gotta admit you're actually kinda durable. The 7 deities loomed over the church like titans. Julie and Grimo were shaking in their boots. This was next-level power. What is that thing? Gaitan collapsed in a pool of his own blood, gasping out words. There's no way. You're just a normal prince. 2 magical weapons materialized out of thin air. Gitten grabbed them, dual-wielding like a maniac, spinning and slashing in a desperate counterattack. Nathan hopped away effortlessly, dodging like it was nothing. Julie watched, eyes wide. This was a high-level duel. He actually cut Nathan's light construct. Grimo chimed in. The fact that he's still alive is the real horror story. The little guy checked on Nathan. Yup, MC is fine, and went deep into thought. Finally, Grimo made the call. Let's bounce. Julie, we need to go wreck those chimera monsters and clear the way for the boss. Julie panicked. But staying here won't help. Lord Nathan isn't normal. Heck, calling him human is a stretch at this point. He isn't controlled by emotions at all. Even in a crazy situation like this, he's ice cold. Grimo dropped some lore on Julie. To Lord Nathan, life is just magic mechanics, fuel for his power. Julie was getting anxious. I feel like his mental state is the real problem we need to fix. Grimo snapped back. That's why I'm telling you. Listen to me. Julie was totally lost, question marks floating over her head. What do you mean? Grimo ignored the slow-witted Julie. His strategy is completely different from when he fought Guzam, this enemy, in Nathan's eyes. Gitan is already dead meat. Grimo sighed, locking in. Let's just clean up the trash mobs outside. Julie was still skeptical. Is this really how we help him? Back to the main event, Nathan versus Gitan. The old man was rambling crazy nonsense about fate and karma. I am certain of it. Nathan watched Gitan break through his light defense and actually looked impressed. Flight magic? Not bad, old-timer. Gitan wheezed, barely holding on. Maybe, Sly. And Jilly. He paused, voice breaking. But what does it matter? Nothing matters anymore. You are my karma. If I kill you, this emptiness inside me will finally be filled. Nathan kept his poker face, totally unbothered. Well, good luck with that, buddy. A second later, a creepy, knowing smile crept onto Nathan's face. He grinned. All right, playtime's over. Let's dance. Meanwhile, outside, Charlotte was hustling to evacuate civilians when she froze. Something caught her attention. A Christopher circled in the sky, letting out 3 distinct cries. Caw, caw, caw. Charlotte decoded the signal immediately. Brother Christopher's emergency code. 3 caws. The Pope is the mastermind. This is bad, but Lord Nathan predicted it. That means the traitors are hiding among the bishops. She stopped running and locked eyes on Dante, who was directing people to the shelter. Charlotte immediately put him on the sus list. Actually, I've been suspicious of this guy for a while now. Bishop Dante. Dante had a nasty scar running from his forehead down to his cheek. Charlotte thought, that scar. It looks exactly like the marks on the ghouls. While she was distracted, a ghoul jumped out, jump scare alert. Charlotte panicked but suddenly flash. Someone used Purify to save her. She sighed in relief. Thanks, Bishop. The glasses-wearing Bishop appeared. But why does he look so creepy? No problem at all. Wow, aren't you just the cutest little thing? Don't worry, I'll protect you, baby girl. Ren's fist moved faster than her brain. Pow! Right in the face. Oh crap. He was so gross, my body just reacted. But Dante, he actually looked happy. It's okay. I'm never washing this cheek again. Ren screamed in disgust. Wash it. You got poison on you, you creep. While she freaked out, Dante was secretly analyzing her with a dark look. Meanwhile, inside the temple, things were getting messy. Sina and Anastasia were clashing hard. The civilians were terrified. Sina had been disarmed, so she was fighting with a literal candlestick holder. Everyone was confused. What the heck is going on? Lady Anastasia. Anastasia flashed a wicked, evil smile. My. I just wanted to secure the kill while it was chaotic. Sina shouted, and you call yourself a bishop? That was a lethal shot. Anastasia shrugged, totally shameless. You're right. I quit. From now on, I am the Moon Empress of the Pope's faction. Back on the streets, the twin priests saw the mess and sprang into action. Holy purification. A massive shockwave blasted through, wiping out all the ghouls in one shot. And watching it all from the roof. Tao, chilling in a cute frog onesie, enjoying the show like it's a movie. Looks like the Purify skill totally wrecks these chimeras, just like it did those Aru ghouls. The 2 priests were losing their minds, screaming, Get down here and help, you useless bodyguard. Don't you dare leave. I just shrugged, acting all touched. You guys are too sweet. But then, they froze dead in their tracks. A shadow dropped from the sky, landing soft as a feather right on the roof next to me. The creeper growled. You used present scan just to tick me off, didn't you, punk? You got a death wish. Identify target, Pope's faction, Grade A Chimera Sakura, the falling flower fist. I just gave him a side eye and a cold smirk. Meanwhile, across the city, the rain was pouring down on Ava and the pastor, who were completely shook. Mia broke the silence. Who was that guy? His mana signature was way different from the other trash, and his moves? Too smooth. The monster grinned, introducing himself. I am the Forbidden Tome, James. Pope's faction, Grade A. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Mia blinked. Grim who? The old priest Dian snapped. You uncultured swine. How do you not know the legends? Kids these days, I swear. That thing is the demon god who wrecked the Solemn Kingdom ages ago before getting sealed away. My parents used to scare me with bedtime stories about him. If he's standing here, that means the ancient seal is shattered. Since Ava and Mia were clueless, they started picturing some terrifying boogeymen coming for naughty kids. But then, reality hit. The demon god looked. Kinda cute. It chirped. It's me, tee-hee. Yeah, that's the real deal. They looked at the monster in front of them with pure judgment. You gotta be kidding me. But this knockoff James had no shame. He kept lying through his teeth. That's right, the seal is broken. Prepare to face my wrath. Ava and Mia were cringing hard at the audacity. Meanwhile, the clueless priests in the back, trembling in their boots, thinking it was real. Not far off, Christopher and another bishop were running for their lives, a horde of monsters snapping at their heels. The bishop screamed, "Hey, mute, we lured them away, now what?" Christopher looked totally zoned out. I'm still debating if this was a smart move or not. The bishop yelled back, "It was right. Trust me. That witch Melissa can handle holding the line on her own, but even she can't compare to the great me." He looked up, realized Christopher had already bolted, and screamed, "Hey, I was talking to you." Christopher ignored him, mind racing. The scout crows were flying weird. Something big was going down in the city center. The bishop was about to keep nagging, but then Christopher parkoured straight up the side of a building. What the? That defies physics. Bro. Panting, he scrambled up after him. I don't care if you're the second prince's guard. I don't trust you. Christopher didn't say a word. He was staring at something. The bishop followed his gaze, and his blood ran cold. Clinging to the skyscrapers was a fire-breathing nightmare. Pope's faction. Grade S Chimera. The dark hybrid dragon. Christopher's messenger bird flew on, passing over another chaotic scene. Down below, Michael was stuck with two high-ranking bishops. One of them was carrying an old lady to safety. Easy there, Grandma. Hold on tight, she cooed sweetly. The locals poked their heads out, eyes sparkling. Look, it's Lady Rosalisa. She's here to save us from the monsters. Destroy them, Your Holiness. The crowd cheered. Rosalisa waved like a celebrity, soaking up the attention. See that, Michael? She gloated. The people adore me. How can I ever retire? Michael kept his eyes closed. You have poop on your head. The other priest, Tho, snapped. Forget that. Which scumbag orchestrated this attack? Michael thought, your bosses, obviously. But revealing the Pope's betrayal now, too risky. Then, Rosalisa dropped a bomb. It's the Pope, isn't it? She asked casually. Tho and Michael whipped around, stunned. She giggled. Just testing the waters. But judging by your faces, bingo. You split us up because you suspected a mole among the bishops, didn't you? Tho was furious. How dare you? You think the Holy Father is behind this madness? Rosalisa flipped her hair. Honestly, if they're planning a coup this big and didn't invite me, that's just rude. But hey, silver lining the Pope's throne is about to be vacant. Tho ignored her, screaming at Michael for an answer. Answer me, he yelled. Rosalisa spread her arms, basking in her own glory. That senile old man is finished. Destiny calls. Bow before your future Pope. Michael kept his poker face. Seriously, poop. On your head. She was too busy fantasizing about her promotion to notice the massive projectile hurtling toward them. Michael's instincts kicked in. He grabbed Rosalisa and yanked her out of the way just in time, glancing back to see what missed them. Rosalisa shrieked, totally disoriented. What was that? Do birds drop poop bombs now? Nope. It was a pig, a talking pig. And it was saying some nasty stuff. Reborn as livestock, I'll devour humans instead. Why? Because I can. Another Pope faction heavy hitter grade S Chimera, the Glutton. Michael, Rosalisa, and Tho all made the same face. That pig was weirdly suggestive. Tho looked terrified as the crowd scattered in panic. He screamed for everyone, what in the actual hell is that thing? Yo, what is up with this dude? Bud stares at the evil dragon like he's seeing a ghost. Is he for real right now? He's walking straight up to that monster with zero hesitation. You scumbags are definitely plotting something shady. And this Guardian Act, explain yourself. Dante replies coolly. A real man doesn't speak with his mouth, he speaks with his back. But hears that and instantly gets triggered. Oh, shut up, Dante. Who grows a mouth on their back? Are you talking out of your rear end? Butt is grinding his teeth in pure rage. Your head is just for decoration, I swear. Schwing, Butt draws his weapon. Is this what you mean, Dante? His blade is covered in rivets, it's the radiant spike sword ready for action. Butt is all hype, wanting to flex. You quiet types think you're tough, but I let my fists do the talking. Watch me hit the peak of my career right here. Dante just ignores him, lighting a cigarette and taking a long, dramatic drag. Suddenly, Ren comes sprinting in, panic written all over her face. Master Dante, help us. There are too many of them. But inside, she's thinking, wait, is Bishop Dante actually an op? Is he letting us die? He doesn't exactly look like a saint right now. Suddenly, a creepy whisper comes from below. Sorry, baby girl. I'd love to help, but your love is too toxic. It's drowning me. Ren snaps back. I told you it's literal poison, you sicko. What a weirdo. Dante finally speaks up. Little miss, do you have any intel on who's pulling the strings behind this riot? What is actually going on? Caught off guard, Ren freezes. How does she explain this mess? She scratches her head, totally lost for words. Finally, she has a light bulb moment. It's Ellen. I know the mastermind is Boom. A massive clash of lightning explodes in the sky above them. The crowd below looks up in awe. Yo, even the thunder is throwing hands. Quit yapping and look at that. Run for cover. The shockwaves turn the dark sky into a blinding light show. It's the ultimate showdown between Gitan and Roy. Their power is like a hurricane ripping through the heavens. Lightning cracks from the center of the storm, and then flash. A blinding light erupts. A beam of energy shoots from the horizon, lighting up the entire world like a divine signal. The mob is absolutely floored by the power level. Guyton whispers softly, "Is that really all you got, homie?" Roy stays silent for a second, then claps back. "Right back at you. Stop holding back and use full power." Guyton smirks. "Funny. I was about to say the same thing. Luckily, I've got one advantage over you. I've got way more hands." Roy watches with excitement as his opponent transforms. Guyton's body morphs into a massive dragon-human hybrid, muscles pulsating. Guyton smiles. "Let's finish what we started." The whole city is dripping with danger. The Ava Guild is terrified. Staring at the demons, they scream, "Do we have to pay a subscription fee to summon rain now? Why are there 300 giant monsters out here?" Katarina realizes the truth instantly. This is Prince Ankto's mission. Even with every freelancer and Lordos' solo squad I could find, this is insane. This isn't a guild quest. It's a suicide run. Even an A-rank team would get wiped. She screams orders, "Defend the shelter with your lives. Don't let them pass. I'll treat you to dinner if we live." The fighters groan. "Dinner? That's the reward? You cheapskate." But Butt's crew is hyped up. "Why not? Free food is free food." The guy asks angrily, "Is your brain fried?" Katarina prays nervously, "Please work. We have to win." Everything is going according to plan. Everyone is pushing their limits. The mission. It has to succeed. In that moment, rain falls like pink bubbles. The drops float down slowly like leaves, drifting like flower petals in the wind. The enemy just granted her opponent a special gift, a cinematic flashback of their entire life. That 5 centimeters per second illusion? Nope, it's actually a supersonic faceplant into the ground. Isn't that fun? Youth fades like cherry blossoms, fam. Sakura drops a philosophy bomb. Falling blossom fist strikes, and fate crumbles. Suddenly, Tao bursts out of the ground, head first. He's struggling to get free. The twin pastors freak out. What is happening? They see Sakura throwing hands with Tao. The Andrew realizes this top-knot girl isn't just spamming buttons, she's got real skills. She blocked everything with just 6 arms. For a split second, they moved as one, but then Top-Knot got laid out flat on the pavement. The squad watches in horror. "Top-Knot, you good?" Sakura cuts them off, cold as ice. "Useless. Do you speak English? My Falling Blossom fist is a one-hit delete button. You want a taste too? I hate doing the same job twice, and you two look exactly alike. It's annoying. How about you die together so it matches?" The twin pastors brace themselves. But suddenly, Tao stands up from the rubble. Sakura is shook. She didn't expect that kind of durability. They scream, "Top-Knot," but Sakura refuses to believe it. "Impossible. I broke your stance midair." That slam should have been a fatality. Her hand instantly shatters. Sakura's eyes go wide with shock. Tao explains, "Yeah, that was a nasty hit. I almost didn't stick the landing. Lucky for me, you have all those skinny extra arms. I used them as a cushion to absorb the impact." Sakura laughs. "But you took the illusion hit." She answers calmly, "Yeah, almost got lost in the sauce. Thanks for the trip down memory lane." Falling Blossom Fist? Huh. That lost martial art? My grandpa told me about it. It died out because the founder had no disciples. That means the ghost in that chimera is you, Sakura, the founder herself. He screams in denial. Only a chimera like me can unleash the true Falling Flower Fist. With his god-tier vision and 6 arms, he thinks he can break my combo and stomp me into the dirt with a single strike. You humiliated me twice in one move? Oh, you are done for. There's no mercy left for you now. But then I hit him with a critical question. Yo, Sakura, why are you so desperate for power anyway? He freezes the moment I drop the number. 1,000,000 reps. That's how much I suffered, blood, sweat, and tears. For what? To chase hot guys? Aru. I'm dragging Sakura around by the nose like a pet. He snaps back, furious. Stop capping with that nonsense. This is a holy war. Fam, we're betting our lives here. Do you want to die that badly? What if I clap back right now? Before you got that ugly monster bod, why did you train so hard, Aru? That question hits him with his stunned status instantly. But it doesn't matter now. I won't lose to a monster who rejected his own humanity. Aru. Sakura laughs coldly, but he spots it. My mindset, my breathing, my stance. It's identical. You're doing it wrong. Or should I thank fate for this matchup? He expands his massive frame, unleashing the 100-flower fist. Sakura shouts, finally. A reunion worthy of my time. But the voices in his head scream back, Sakura, if 100 isn't enough, do 1,000,000. Stop whining. I will never surrender to someone limited by basic human logic. Shima. A timeless chimera body is the only truth. The insults from his past keep replaying in his mind like a broken record. Humans live what? A few decades. Don't you dare act superior to me. You think you can step to a god. You brain-dead rookie. In a head-on clash, I'm the boss. Try any trick you want, you die. Suddenly, my avatar starts glitching and teleporting. After a quick stretch, I launch a kick straight at Sakura. Behold the ultimate technique, mind reflection. In Sakura's eyes, the whole world goes slow-mo, like petals drifting in the wind. He sees his past self, begging on his knees. Please, someone inherit my secret art, or the falling flower fist will go extinct. But all he got was mockery in his ears. You lost to the 100-flower fist and you want disciples. Get lost, old man. Go touch grass. Sakura feels the despair crash over him. It's over. 1,000,000 reps for nothing. I lost once, and I'm a loser forever. I curse all of you. The pain. The hatred. My one-hit kill technique. That's when G10 appeared like a devil's savior. Come with me, Sakura. I have the perfect body for you. He's confused. Why? For who? And my voice echoes in his head to find hot guys. Aru. He eats that kick right to the face. Sakura's eyes are about to pop out of his skull. I put my whole soul into that strike. Anti-gravity magic crushes him down like a hydraulic press. My next punch flies in the falling flower breaker. Sakura takes the combo. It feels like fire raining from the heavens. He feels his body shattering into pixelated dust. The petals spin into a storm, draining Sakura's life force to zero. The priests are losing their minds watching this. I let out a heavy sigh. Sakura's body collapses into the rubble. The squad starts cheering. Let's go. Boss down. That was too easy. We wrecked him. But they freeze mid-celebration. Their faces turn pale with horror. Because deep down, they know the truth. That fight? It wasn't easy at all. Those attacks could have deleted me a dozen times over. If I hadn't parried perfectly, I'd be dead. Even my counters were almost blocked. It was a constant back and forth. A tug of war with the Grim Reaper himself. I barely snatched that victory from the jaws of death. But at the end of the day, Bun Hair defeated the monster. I proved that a human body can win. Sakura lies in the rubble, trembling. Did you see it? Did you see my falling flower technique? I nod, giving him the closure he needs. Yeah, I saw every bit of it. The priests are shocked. He's still alive. What's he mumbling? Purify him. Send him to hell. His severed hand suddenly grabs my ankle tight. Damn, talk about tenacity. Aru, even with a monster gripping me, I keep it chill. This match? You're the real winner, Aru. Your forms were beautiful. The squad starts tearing up, catching feels. I praise his warrior spirit. You fought with the heart of a human till the end. That was legendary. Aru, his soul finally finds peace. Is that so? Sakura smiles, satisfied. I see. All those years of torture. I just wanted someone to acknowledge me. His words leave me stunned. The other two are crying buckets over how wholesome I am. Bon Hair, you're an angel. I turn away, blushing hard. Stop simping. I'm out of here. You guys are too much for me. Suddenly, weird spotted gas rises from my head. The squad panics. She's drained. That fight wrecked her mana. Cleanse her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Grace Fake is blasting firebomb. A massive explosion pushes the team back. Mia screams in terror. Ava, my magic isn't scratching him. He confirmed it right then and there. That vessel feels absolutely zero pain, just like those freaky ghouls. This cocky knucklehead can even use mana to regenerate damage. Talk about a total drag. His mana levels are off the charts. So how do we even play this game? Bishops, keep that cathedral shielded or we are toast. Mia, hit me with those holy support buffs. The second he slips up, I'm gonna bind him tight with my slime. The fake Grimo scoffed, his voice dripping with venom. Bind me? You gotta be kidding. He taunted them straight up. Bring it on. Like you losers could ever stand against the mighty Grimoa. Mia snapped, shouting at the top of her lungs. Shut your trap, you cheap knockoff. But Ava kept his cool and held her back. Yo, Mia, ever think the Grimoa we know might be the fake one? She looked at him like he was crazy. What are you even saying? Ava isn't Grimoa either. Memories flooded back of the little guy sweetly handing them snacks. Here's your share, he'd say. In their eyes, that little dude was just too adorable. That cuteness was the real trap. So this giant creep in front of us is the real deal? The fake Grimoa laughed, realizing it now. Too little, too late, suckers. He instantly put up a slime barrier. The fake Grimoa morphed, growing massive and terrifying. Open your eyes and witness the legendary ancient power of Grimoa. But right at that moment, Gritaru dropped in. With one savage kick, he sent that bragging fake's head flying clean off. Silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone was shook. The enemy faction panicked. What the heck just happened? Even Ava's squad was completely floored. Inside the skull, Noah's soul was dying of embarrassment. He wanted to scream a curse word, but his bony mouth just couldn't form it. Gritaru pointed a finger, conjuring a colossal mass of magic. The squad's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Lightning crackled and wove together before slamming into the city block. Dust and smoke choked the air. The fake Grimoa was terrified, sweating buckets like it was raining. Seeing its true form, he gave a look of pure disgust. You gotta be kidding me. You're just a hunk of fake scrap metal, not even a demon. Ava grabbed the fake's head. Purify this trash for me, would ya? Gritaru threw out one last order. Yo, Ava, figure out how to seal those holes up. He saluted instantly. Yes, sir, loud and clear. He dropped the order and zoomed off in a flash, leaving the whole crew standing there, totally bewildered. Mia spun around to question the thing beside them. So, what in the world are you, anyway? Finally, the truth came out. I am a mage who dedicated my life to ancient arts. Straight up, I'm a Grimoa superfan. The two of them immediately started purifying Taka, that wannabe imposter. Meanwhile, Michael was still in the thick of danger. What the actual heck is going on here? The guy next to him groaned. I'm the one who should be asking that, Michael kid. The massive Emily pigs were twisting their grotesque bodies relentlessly. Staring at the horde and the giant pig king, despair washed over them. How many times do we have to kill this bacon breath before it stays down? Rosalisa was the first to charge in. She poured every ounce of strength into one strike. Her scythe slashed the pig's hide. CLAing. It sounded like hitting solid steel. Rosalisa realized instantly this monster's skin was way too tough. The other two rushed in and kicked it simultaneously, but they were bickering like kids. Don't try to outshine me. Is this really the time for that? Michael shouted a warning. Lock in, guys. It's already regenerating. Oh God, which part is healing now? Its legs started twitching and the squad screamed. The legs. Smash him before it heals up again. Suddenly, a massive limb whipped at them from behind. All three faces went pale as they glanced back at the horror. The pig's body was already piecing itself back together. Michael couldn't believe this twisted fate. It healed again? Hold up, let me assess the situation. Cut the commentary. I don't want to hear it. First off, this pig won't die, not even if you slice its throat or pierce its heart. Every single chunk of meat can regenerate. And worse, it gets stronger every time it heals. Stop talking. That's nightmare fuel. Exactly. Rosalis's attack just lopped its head clean off. We might win if we find its regeneration limit. Might. But that's a huge ask. Rosalisa's voice trembled. So what's the plan here? Michael gritted his teeth. At this rate, my back is gonna break. Suddenly, a booming sound echoed, grabbing their attention. Wait. If we keep killing it and it keeps buffing up, could it get strong enough to wipe Earth off the map in one shot? Michael's mind raced. You're asking me what to do when it's basically evolving every second. How do we handle this mess? Then it hit him like a lightning bolt. Ava. Find Ava. We'll stall this beast using his threads. I bet we can restrain this pig without killing it. It was a gamble, but containment was their only card left to play. Rosalisa drew her blade, annoyed. Damn pig. It's stealing all my spotlight. What is even happening right now? Suddenly, the pig cut in. Even I don't understand my own power, and neither does my master. Michael was confused. Even its master is clueless. Isn't this monster something Pop created? It hesitated, then raised a massive, rippling arm. The three heroes tensed up instantly. The pig unleashed a thunderous punch, sending shockwaves blasting everywhere. The whole city shook and crumbled under the force. Rosalisa could only pray for a miracle now. Michael, can Ava actually stop this thing? He thought to himself, no way, it's impossible. But then, a sigh of relief escaped him. Thank God the civilians were already evacuated. But this pig, it has the power to wipe out an entire nation, single-handedly. Michael realized they were completely cooked. Even with Ava and Christopher, they couldn't do a thing. This monster was on a level only Lo could handle. It was way above their pay grade, totally out of their league. The giant pig shifted its aggro right onto the squad, winding up a punch that made Michael sweat bullets. A deafening boom rocked the entire city, shaking skyscrapers like toys. Rosalisa screamed Michael's name until her voice cracked. His body went flying and crash-landed right onto a sofa inside a house. Then, the pig started yapping like a typical villain. I was born into this world to feel and experience it all. Michael thought, oh great, here comes the monologue. But the monster just kept preaching to nobody. Consider this my revenge for all my brethren you humans have devoured. For that sin, you are all going to the afterlife. Rosalisa was panicking, shouting for Michael. But just as the beast prepared to charge, he threw up a hand to call a timeout. Wait. Before you delete me, can you at least spill the tea on what happened? Why do you have so much beef with humanity? Put the revenge on pause for a sec. I want to hear your origin story. Michael was desperately trying to stall for cooldowns until he could think straight. The pig actually froze, completely shook. You actually want to hear my lore? Though quickly jumped on the bandwagon to help. Yes, please preach to us. After all, it is a pastor's job to guide lost souls back to the righteous path. Fam. Rosalisa grimaced in the back. I do not care about this pig's drama. But the monster agreed. Fine. I was created years ago by a wizard. It was the genius mage, Zenai Uoroboros. The moment I was spawned, he cheered like he just won the lottery. He called me infinite pork, no matter how much is eaten. Sen grabbed a massive cleaver, ready to start the mukbang of the century. Staring at the plate, he was hyping himself up. Amazing. It regenerates even after being chopped into bits. This is a massive W for science. And its body gets even bigger with every regeneration cycle. Probably because I based the build on a snail and mixed in some dragon DNA and other complex gene sequences. Honestly, I kind of forgot the crafting recipe while I was making it. Sen patted the pig's head like a proud dad. From now on, you are the food that will save the server. You can name yourself whatever, just take care of the world. The pig shared its feelings. Back then, I didn't know if I could respawn or not, but the first thing I felt was a mix of terror and pure pride. That is right, I was just happy to be useful to humanity, vibing with my purpose. If only he kept smiling. But the moment he took the first bite, Sen spewed it out like a fountain. Trash. This tastes like a culinary disaster. The pig turned pale with trauma. In less than 5 seconds, I gifted his entire lab with a free firestorm. Rage quit. After that, I let tons of people taste me, but every single one of them gave me a disgust reaction the second I hit their taste buds. When rumors of the monster pig spread, I realized the truth. I was a creation of the devil. Humans were grossed out because I wouldn't even rot or mold. Created to be eaten, yet even bacteria wouldn't touch me in their desperate times. I was totally rejected by nature. Then I met my master. Gitten welcomed me with open arms, saying, I have heard a lot about your reputation. Tell me your story. He actually cared. He listened to my rant gently, then gave his review. That is quite the fascinating tale. My master said, I want to try it too. Let me have a slice of that action. The pig explained that the first victim was a skull-faced guy, and everyone else was too scared to try. Watching everyone puke made the pig feel super cringe. Dang it, while I was feeling down, only the man named Gitten was chowing down like a beast. He swallowed a chunk, and his muscles instantly bulged. The pig was stunned into silence. Gitten gave a genuine compliment. Truly magnificent. The pig felt instant happiness. He shared his review. In this meat, I can taste the essence of countless creatures swirling together. It all combines to create an ultimate harmony. This must be the source of your insane regeneration hacks. However, I also detect a gentle flavor hidden deep within. This power should be used to clap back at those who treated you like walking meat, not to please them. It is a mix of monster genes and human ego, definitely not for eating. The monster continued slowly. I was furious when I heard that. Seriously, I was born as livestock, but everyone said I tasted like garbage. Looking at Gitten's vein-popping arm, I had to accept reality. Well, that is how I feel. Hearing the story, the squad was completely speechless, totally stunned. The pig muttered gloomily, You guys could never understand the trauma I went through. Suddenly, Michael shouted, I was furious too. I hate those who look at me like I am some kind of monster. This unexpected twist made Tho think, what is he cooking? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Even the pig didn't expect Michael to relate. Michael started sobbing dramatically. When I changed, I got caught up in huge drama. My job at G was absolute trash. His teammates were frozen in confusion. What is he yapping about? Michael kept rambling about his tragic past. I have been through those dark times too, fam. Their problems are toxic people, fake friends, gluttony, and alcoholism. Back then, Michael wanted to try everything. Is this edible? Peel it and eat it. He kept yapping. Fam, I was starving out there, wandering from the mountains all the way to the city streets. If I had spotted you sooner, I would have scooped you up in a big ol' hug. The giant pig actually flinched at that. It pointed a hoof right at his face and roared, Shut your trap. You just don't know how trash I taste yet. But Michael grabbed that massive finger, looking dead serious. Watch me. I'm gonna turn you into a pork dish so fire, nobody will leave a single crumb behind. That smooth line actually made the pig blush. Talk about unholy charisma. The other two were just standing there, lagging in real life. But Michael's face was sweating buckets as he held that hoof, while the pig looked weirdly excited. They headed to the kitchen, the pig trying to look tough but failing. The 12 bishops looked confused, and Rosalisa was seeing stars. Yo, is the server glitching? What is happening right now? I'm so overwhelmed I'm seeing the world in monochrome. Is my graphics card broken? He figured the world turned black and white because the author missed a deadline. Meta joke. Anyway, physically beating that pig was mission impossible. So the only option was for Michael K to cook up a storm and change its mind. She froze, thinking, wait, did he say delicious? You clown. That slab of meat is the only thing with color in this entire dimension. Rosalisa cried rivers of tears. How are you going to turn that cursed meat, glowing with literal darkness aura, into food? Even the narration was getting salty. Hey, author Nim, you didn't need to color code the evil meat. At this point, they could only pray to RNGesus. We gotta believe in Michael Kun. My job? To devour everything in sight. I knew it. These guys, just beta testers for the main event. The pig scoffed. Classic humans. That's their level cap right there. I caught feelings for a second, but nah. Y'all are basically just livestock with clothes on.
Yo, Michael, right? Cooking my meat is mission impossible, and the flavor, straight garbage tier.
He tapped the meat with his stick like a pro. Clang. Rosalisa screamed. Did you hear that metal sound? Is that thing frozen solid or what? Is it even fresh? They tried to chill the squad out. Stop tripping, fam. Rosalisa, you're freaking me out. The pig kept it real. Facts. Rule Noah. My meat is diamond hard. Michael, stop chasing clout. It's over. I forced the top chefs in Salem to eat this. Made him cook it first, obviously. They all rage quit because of that durability stat. Michael, keep hitting it. One dude even used his sledgehammer until the meat literally exploded. Need an assist, bro. Michael? Useless. Useless. Whatever you do, it's 0 damage. That hardness breaks teeth and the hearts of elite chefs. So what's your play? Hearing this, Michael let out a confident chuckle. He picked up the slab of meat. Chill out, chat. I figured out the cheat code to soften this bad boy. Smashing it is a noob move. Michael's hand gently touched the surface. He started, caressing it. The whole crowd stood up. Yo, what are you doing? You can't tenderize meat with a massage. Wait, look at that. The meat went limp in his hands. They were shook. It's getting soft. How is this even possible? Michael kept the caress game strong. Amazing. The more we attack, the more you evolve and harden up. So I just had to do the reverse logic. My bad for attacking without asking. Scary, right? But it's all good now. No more fear, little guy. Someone couldn't believe their eyes. No way. That demon meat. It surrendered to his kindness. That easy? Michael verified the texture. The pig was watching every move like a hawk. I can't believe this. Total cap. But I gotta give you props for passing level 1. But then, he dipped the meat in batter. The crowd gasped. He dropped it into the hot oil. Sizzle. The pig believed this was just the tutorial. Besides the gross taste, get ready for the scent of doom. He coated it in batter. Never seen that strap before. The pig recalled the trauma. That is the scent of despair right there. Some chef tried to mask the stench once. Result. The meat released so much toxic waste, the restaurant got shut down. Kinda felt bad for him. But whatever. Humans asked for it. Doesn't matter what spices or hacks you use. The 2 judges froze. The meat came out golden crispy. That's the one. Michael plated it with care. Added a splash of ketchup. The pig froze. No way. Michael introduced the dish. Tonkatsu pig cutlet. The pig flinched. Say what now? Rosalisa stared. What is this dish? Unbelievable visuals. Fried to perfection. Looks fire, honestly. I see a rainbow aura. The cut her off. Zip it. Michael gestured. Dig in, fam. Sad news, I'm vegetarian, so I can't do the taste test. The pig made a deal. If you eat that without puking, I'll reconsider destroying humanity. Rosalisa risked it all. Tho whispered from the side. Listen, Rosalisa. Don't chew. Just swallow it whole. The pig nodded. Useless struggle. You think breadcrumbs can hide the funk. Idiots. I didn't see his prep work. But that flavor bomb is going to explode in your gut right now. Puke it out. She took a bite of the crispy skin. Michael urged her on. Bite it. Rosalisa's eyes flashed with shock. She crunched down. Crunch. What is this? I can't stop chewing. This texture is god tier. We, the judges, can't stop. It's a crispy party in my mouth. It's taking me back. Back to being a dumb kid, jumping in puddles and laughing like a maniac. We can't resist. They jumped into the flavor stream together, screaming in unison. So good. The pig was stunned by the overreaction. Cap. There's no way my meat tastes good. Impossible. They objected instantly. Nah, I'm dead serious. It's bussin'. The more I chew, the more flavor juices flow. Another piece. Michael Kun, feed us. The pig was shook. What? They're actually eating me? They're devouring my flesh. The two judges gossiped. Bro, you look younger. You too, sis. They say it's delicious. The pig raged at Michael. What did you do? Michael acted mysterious. Trade secret. He lifted the meat. A layer of magic light glowed. The pig stared. The meat turned fresh pink before their eyes. The others gasped. That tenderloin looks legendary. I didn't know that was a strat. Why didn't we think of that? I suspected it. Purification magic on meat? But that spell was too pure. He literally turned sewage water into holy water. Michael is flexing his skills. He tells the creature, "You're a genius chef and a pure mage, but you ain't fully clean yet. You just need a little more light to shine." Then Michael hits him with that charisma check. "I get it now. You're the perfect dish. But deep down, you're actually a good guy, right? You tried to carry the weight of the whole world on your shoulders, fam. All that darkness inside you, that's just the toxicity of humanity you absorbed. But that rage you're feeling, that intense emotion bubbling up inside, it could wipe out humanity, but my faint light just washed it all away like it was nothing. You've got a heart of gold, bro. You're a spirit beast, not a monster. Unlike your master, you just want to live your truth as the perfect dish. But wait, that aroma is hitting different. It's spreading everywhere, and the local kids are drooling. Yo, that smells bussin'. People are hyped. Someone's cooking in there right now. Yo, come get it. We got that top-tier meat freely given to the orphans. Everyone chowing down is losing their minds. This tastes insane. Absolute fire. Michael is hyping him up. See that? The humans love you. It's delicious. The pig finally starts crying tears of joy. Michael whispers, "Doesn't matter how mad you were. When you see smiles like that, you can't hold onto the hate anymore, can you?" The customers are shouting, "Thank you for the meal." It's a total vibe shift, and the pig is catching major feels right now. But Rosalisa is calculating profits. This meat is legendary. No bugs, no rot. It's practically invincible. We just purify it with magic, and boom, infinite food glitch unlocked. We can preserve this forever. It's actually perfect. She's plotting her promotion. I'm gonna be the Pope for sure. I'll stamp my brand on this meat, solve world hunger, and my follower count will explode. She starts passing out samples like a dealer. You want some? You gotta follow me first. Don't forget to smash that like button. She even tries to slide into Michael's DMs. Hey Michael, if you're busy, I can totally take custody of this piggy for you. But the pig ignores her and looks at Michael. Hit me with that purification magic, boss. Rosalisa screams. Wait, don't ruin the perfect dish. Your regeneration comes from your rage. If he purifies you, you'll just turn into a basic bacon machine. What a waste. But the pig shuts her down. Quiet. I know what happens. I won't regen anymore. I'll be a one-time meal. But I want you to eat me, Michael. Take my best parts. I'm sorry, master. But this is what I want. Professor Michael activates the purification ritual. The pig thinks he really gets me. Even now, I'm sacrificing myself for humanity. Maybe I can't fix world hunger alone. Rosalisa is shook. The dark energy. It's fading away. The pig pours his heart out to the only one who understands him. The stomach turns into a dark mist and vanishes into the air. Boom. He transforms back into a regular, cute piglet. The crowd is silent, but the little guy is zooming around full of energy. The pig stares at the roaring fire. Michael looks solemn. You're right. I did make that promise. Suddenly, the pig yeets himself into the fire. Michael moves like lightning and grabs him. The emotions crash down, and Michael starts bawling. How am I supposed to eat my homie? Humanity wins again, fam. Perfect dish. Number 6 is now officially a squad member. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle is heating up. Linda spins her blade, looking dangerous. Her opponent has no clue what's coming. Linda dashes in. 3 burning candles launch straight at Anastasia. Anastasia slices through all 3 candles in one go. But Linda isn't done. She presses the attack. Anastasia is dodging like Neo from the Matrix. She has to admit it, though. Linda built different. Those candles weren't art. That light was unbreakable. I actually had to deflect them. That wasn't magic. That was pure skill. Linda freezes for a second. I don't think it's just technique, she denies instantly. But aren't you posing as a member of the secret priesthood? Anastasia laughs. Nope, my master is way more OP than me. Linda claps back. I've heard the rumors about the Moon Queen, Anastasia. Even as a priestess, they say you soloed an entire demon army that invaded the sanctuary with just a sword. Anastasia replies, and I've heard about you, the Silver Princess. You quit the Adventurers Guild right after hitting the top rank. Your sword skills are legit. I'm dying to know. Who is this master that a warrior of your level bows down to? The peanut gallery in the back is losing it. Oh my god, she's actually cracked at the game. We are watching Living Legends right now. Anastasia can't wrap her head around it. Why would a powerhouse like Linda become a maid? Linda goes quiet. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Anastasia waves it off. You don't gotta answer if you don't want to. But Linda drops the mic. Simple. Because I met him, my destined master. Anastasia is shook. Whoa, didn't expect that. Looks like neither of us can afford to take an L today. She pauses, deep in thought, then declares, for the sake of our masters, let's finish this. Yo fam, welcome back. Anastasia just popped her ultimate move, summoning some blinding light magic. Sinfa is absolutely shook, looking at her opponent like, is that a glitchy moon or what? Suddenly, her silhouette starts glitching out, multiplying in the misty night like a laggy server. The crowd is losing their minds. The priests and nuns see the sky turn deep blue and scream, what is that sus fog? What kind of boss battle is going down inside that smoke? The mist morphs into these creepy, blurry giants holding swords right behind. Sinfa, they've got these infinite halos glowing over their heads like they're divine beings. She clocks it immediately. It's a super rare light phenomenon that usually only happens at high altitudes. These aren't just shadows. They're rainbow giants standing in a menacing circle. No, don't get baited by the visuals. It's not dark magic. The whole mist itself is the trap. A sword slashes right through the fog. Sinfa jump scares herself but reacts instantly. She launches her body upward, barely dodging a giant's blade with 0 seconds to spare. Sinfa realizes it's straight-up light magic. Maybe that's exactly why Lord Lloyd crafted the vibrating sword for this specific matchup. She's controlling the mist attributes and spamming light blades everywhere. It's too much to handle. I can't do anything but tank the hits. My candlestick weapon is officially cooked and can't be used anymore. Should I try to speed run through this fog? But if the mist follows me, it's gonna wipe out everyone watching in the sanctuary. No cap, I can't let this drag on any longer. Anastasia isn't giving an inch. She's camping, waiting for my weapon to break. But there's always room for a misplay. This battle is about to be decided right here, right now. Before we see the winner, make sure to smash that like button. In a flash, Anastasia and her illusions jump Sinfa with light magic. She's low-key jealous because Sinfa looks like a high-tier noble compared to her own master. What a top-tier servant. She's glowing with main character energy, while I'm just ugly and dirty. Major insecurity vibes, guys. She flashes back to the day her dad took her away. She asked, Dad, where we going? He lied. Just gonna grab some good food together, he said together. But that was total cap. She realizes that moment started her dark path. Sad backstory alert. Listen up, Anastasia. I'm saying it again. From now on, you don't have to follow my orders. I won't hate you if you dip. She knew that was her last chance to exit the server, but she stayed. So stupid. It's way too late to turn back now. Watching Sinfa block those strikes, Anastasia makes up her mind. She's doing it for Lord Sama. I'll stay by your side even if you don't want the clout. She counts down the seconds. It's go time. Anastasia can literally hear the opponent's candlestick crumbling. It's losing its shape fast, turning into scrap metal. Humans are nothing without their gear. Take away the tools, and they're just basic NPCs. Anastasia rushes in. At least let my game end by your hand. But Sinfa is right there. She grabs the glass orb hanging from her neck and yanks it off. Boom. A sword spawns in her hand. Sinfa swings and blocks Anastasia's attack perfectly. She doesn't stop there. She claps back with a combo of beautiful sword strikes. The 1v1 is getting insanely intense. Sinfa is relentless. She's not giving her opponent a single frame to adapt. Anastasia is getting diffed hard. Sinfa raises her sword for the finisher. Anastasia turns pale with fear and unleashes a desperate power burst. Sinfa stays icy calm. She instantly blocks it with her special move, Moon-Swallowing Dragon's Fang. The battle between Sinfa and Anastasia is hitting the finale. She holds the sword like a boss, but it's slowly fading away. Sinfa stares her down, sweat dripping from her face. It's a tense standoff. Sinfa looks down and asks, why did you stop? I wasn't gonna delete you. That radiant dance, sword. Hits different, but doesn't feel sharp, right? Sin is stunned. I didn't know you could use holy arts. Anastasia quietly admits, I can't. This is a gift from my master. Sinfa stares blankly at the glass gem in her hand. She remembers Lloyd saying, that's no ordinary marble, fam. It's engraved with the radiant dance algorithm. She thinks, so pretty. Sinfa gently squeezes the gem. Her voice is steady as she speaks. Radiant dance. Isn't that the holy art Lord Lloyd used to clap those hungry ghosts the other day? I wondered if I could compress the spell code and seal it. I ran a test, and just as I calculated, it was easy peasy. If you grip it tight and dump some mana into it, you can definitely craft a Radiant Dance sword unique to you, Sinfa. It's not infinite ammo, but as long as the Radiant Dance isn't destroyed, you can keep spamming it. Sinfa blushed back then, saying, "It's gorgeous, but I'm embarrassed. My mana stats are kinda mid. If it was a real sword, I'd take it." Lloyd gave her a tip. "If you follow the church's meta, you might unlock the skill yourself, right? Just take it as your New Year's allowance." Sinfei gasped, "Happy New Year." Lord Lloyd waved happily from a distance. "Come sing with me, Lil Lloyd." Sinfei's face turned bright red. She smiled and whispered, "Thank you, my lord." Back in the present, she can't stop glazing her master. "My master is big brain, super cool, and adorable, even if he makes catastrophic mistakes sometimes. Don't forget to sub for the next chapter." While getting roasted, her face went sour like a lemon. Talk about a mood killer. Sinfa dropped the tea, saying that guy is a walking mystery box. Her voice was glitching out a bit. "Honestly, I'm just gonna camp here and wait for him to spill the beans himself." Sinfa hit the floor, knees buckling. She gritted her teeth. Her mana tank completely empty. Strictly speaking, with that low battery warning flashing, one sword is enough to handle business. Anastasia hesitated but confessed, "I've got tons of fears, like getting yelled at, but Master seems to crave that drama. Someone please hit the brakes on him." Her voice was dripping with raw emotion, but sadly, the brakes were cut. "My voice is on mute to him. It's like a cold, rainy abyss where no stars shine. His heart has been offline since that day. I'm just a background NPC moon." Sinfa tied her hair back, interrupting the pity party. "We don't have the admin rights to judge them." Rain pelted down on Anastasia like bullets. Sinfa kept spitting facts. "But imagine if we could connect. In this raid, maybe someone's voice can finally pierce through the noise to Master's heart." Right on cue, Ciro drifted in like a speedster. The good boy was carrying Essa and Thalia on his back. Thalia gave him props. "We're here. Good job, Ciro." The whole city was a blazing inferno. 2 humans and a dog locked in serious mode. Thalia warned, "Gear up. Squad." Bet. She gritted her teeth. A massive boom shook the server like an earthquake, and someone collapsed. Bud rushed in to tank the dark dragon walking their way. "Cut it out. Don't spam that move again. Do not trigger it a second time. That power is banned. You hear me? You silent type." The guy kept his head down like he was away from keyboard. The monster reached its evil hand toward a noob kid on the street. Bud screamed in frustration. You know the drill. The guy's hand twitched, fist clenching until the veins popped like a roadmap. His face morphed into something straight out of a horror movie. Sharp fangs dripping red, it was Christopher going full beast mode. He screamed, "Stop." Bud was crying buckets now. "You absolute moron." The dark dragon stomped, making a sound like a bomb going off. But Bud pulled a frame-perfect save, grabbing the kid just in time. He sighed. "Clutch. Save the little guy." The tight-lipped Christopher growled a curse word. "Damn it." Bud cried even harder. "Why are you? Don't you dare ghost me right now." Another boom rocked the scene. Christopher hung his head low, tears flowing like a waterfall. He collapsed right in front of the dark dragon. Bud patted the kid's head. "Yo, short stack, can you run to the safe zone solo?" "Yeah." "But what about Big Bro?" Bud gave him the serious talk. "He's got a boss battle to finish. Go find your mom, kid." The kid knew he'd just be lag for Bud, so he ran off crying, "Big brother." The monster's evil claw hovered over Christopher's head. Bud roared like a lion. "You overgrown lizard, what the hell do you think you're doing? I can't leave a homie behind." He realized Christopher was totally paralyzed, unable to move a pixel. The shark claw dropped like a guillotine. Bud panicked and screamed, "Don't troll me, you scumbag. You've gone way too far." Luck was on his side as he snatched his friend away milliseconds before impact. Bud announced to the chat, "Evacuation complete. Everyone is safe. Christopher, you carried this whole raid. Now it's just you left. Get to the church. We'll cast some high-tier healing magic on you. I'm trash at healing, so..." Christopher's body was fading fast, and Bud's face went into full panic mode. He realized this ability was totally broken doing all that just by speaking. The devs definitely put a high risk on that cheat code. Christopher was coughing up blood every time he cast a spell. With that much HP loss, anyone could see he was in the red zone. Christopher paid the ultimate price. Bud hesitated, but the guy actually looked happy. It was like he was totally fine being the sacrifice for everyone's safety. I'm sure he... Bud stood there, catching his collapsing body. The dark dragon stared them down, its body turning into spooky black smoke before letting out a savage roar. Bud jumped up, sword equipped and ready to rumble. "What are you looking at? I'll chop you into confetti, you piece of trash." He slashed in a blind rage, dust flying everywhere. "What is this thing?" The dark dragon's eye looked like a black hole, making Bud curious. It pretended to be an emotionless bot. Has it been laughing at us this whole time? Christopher's struggle, just looking at him, told me everything. Even though I just met the guy today. What the heck just happened? In the end, I didn't even get to chat with him, but it feels like we're already brothers for life. Let's do this. The dragon's eyes narrowed, and a massive claw overshadowed Bud. He got lifted into the air like a rag doll. Wait, why is this happening? I'm your opponent, Bud screamed furiously. You! He's already down. Suddenly, two shadows dashed in. It was Sinfa and Tao. One of the dragon's claws got sliced clean off by Sinfa's blade. Both girls looked exhausted, but they were still grinding. Bud was shook by their arrival. Tao shouted, he's still kicking. Christopher is alive, just barely hanging on. I can feel his energy signature. The twin healers will patch him up. The twin priests rushed in, shouting, Tao Tan. She's fast. Both of them are Christopher's party members. Bud felt bad looking at Tao. Sorry to drag you into this when your stamina is drained. Sylvia finally spoke up. I ain't tired yet. Let's delete this thing together. Tao matched her energy. No cap. I'm good too. Let's run it. We're gonna be fine. I don't sense any civilians in the splash zone. And Gro, that dude is absolutely the MVP. He protected the whole lobby while soloing that monster. He's literally built different. That enemy is an op only he can hold back. So, what's the play? They started strategizing. I'll hit it with a sneak attack from behind. Sylvia, can you draw aggro from the front? You take the front. I got your 6. Actually, nah, that thing's face is straight nightmare fuel. I'm swiping left on that. The wicked dragon's maw cracked open, revealing a massive energy sac swelling inside. Both girls froze inside that mouth. A sphere of pure electricity was locking onto them. The static was so intense their hair stood up. But they didn't flinch, they unleashed their ults at the exact same time, a blinding light exploding forward. Sylvia dropped the legendary Langris sword art, and Tao flexed with her 100 blossom fist. Their attacks fused into the twin dragon wheel, smashing into the wicked dragon. But the beast wasn't playing games, it fired a beam that pierced straight through the city sky. They landed hard, gasping for air, absolutely shook. What the heck? Why is a boss-level monster like the wicked dragon even here? Yo, I think my life just flashed before my eyes. I've seen way too much today. Sylvia looked down at her burns, anxiety creeping in. Tao, your hand. Sylvia cried out. Tao tried to play it cool. I'm Gucci. Seriously. Just a little heat on the back of my hand. Don't lose focus now. If we rage quit here, everyone's hard work goes down the drain. She stared down the beast, locking in. That wicked dragon. That move it just used. I've never seen that in the meta before. The priest stepped up, trembling. My bad, guys, but it knows. This young man, the dragon, realized it could wipe the whole map with a single shot. His eyes went wide with pure terror. Say what? The two girls realized the grim reality. We can't stop this thing. It's game over. The lore runs deep. The moment this black dragon spawned, it knew the truth. It didn't even have the right to cry at its own birth. Born on the jagged edge of the demon realm, 2 seconds into existence, it knew it was just an NPC programmed to be a slave. Its power was totally broken, capable of altering reality with just words, so obviously, there were risks. It flew endlessly just to keep its master happy, serving with zero hesitation. After a marathon journey across the demon realm, the day finally came. Its master unlocked the most broken ability in the world. The demon god looked surprised. Oh, Gaiam, you unlocked fast travel already? That's wild. A magnificent, terrifying, yet proud power. The dragon beamed with pride for its master. Now I don't need to fly around anymore. True. Hurting the troops is too much work anyway. The master looked at the dragon with a cold stare. I don't need this ride anymore, do I? During the experiments that followed, the wicked dragon struggled in agony. I'm cooked. I'm not dead yet. I gotta die fast before Lord Wyam gets annoyed. A voice echoed in its ear. It stopped fighting. It realized it was just a dog that knew how to fly. Suddenly, footsteps crunched on the grass. The dragon looked up. Our main character was there, laughing. Getting lost is kind of fun, huh? Since when did Lodos become a demon castle? Man, I need a map. Anastasia started freaking out. The squad was whispering, Yo, that's a monster. That thing occupying the castle. Run. We're gonna get clapped. That's gotta be a demon noble. What do we do? Elemental matchup says we win, but still. Hypothetically speaking, the MC asked, if that thing tanked my Aurora art, what happens to its mental state? Excuse me? Listen, human. We are right in YM's territory. Even if it is a demon, this is sketchy. It won't be a one-shot kill, but it'll do heavy damage, right? What about its heart? Will its heart get a redemption arc? Are you not scared? Nope. The answer is no. It can't be purified because it was never dirty to begin with. A monster's heart is pure, fam. No malice. Even when it kills, destroys, or abandons the squad, it's just following code. The MC turned to the beast. Hey, Black Dragon. The guy in that castle. That was your old boss, right? Getting lost actually paid off. I found something rare. Listen, dying in the mid-game is a waste of potential. Because you're gonna be my next main summon. Back then, the MC told it. Feel free to use this chimera body however you want. The wicked dragon remembered it vividly. Use this body to find out who you really are. Even if half my body is modded, I'm still weak inside. I don't know what freedom or self means, so I'll just follow your lead. If you don't know how to find it, just tag along. We're heading to a massive festival. Just don't expect me to carry you. Actually, I'm looking for something too. For the longest time, the dragon thought finding a purpose would be chill. Then it froze epiphany moment. Ah, I get it now. It's the ego. Tao swooped in for a gank the second the dragon started transforming. Sylvia was barely holding on. A giant's arm was grafted onto it. This dragon is a straight-up chimera. You can't think of it like a normal mob. She shouted to the squad, Tao. She waited for the signal, then drifted to the side, clearing the lane for Sylvia. Hit him with the classic combo. Langrous sword style. Twin tiger fangs. She thrust her blade right into the dragon's palm. Sylvia pushed past her limits, her sword clashing against the massive bicep of the beast. Yo fam, check the drip on the ground, but it ain't the cool kind. It's slime mixed with blood. Turns out, Shinfa's legendary sword art just sliced the evil dragon's underbelly wide open. She's screaming, fighting through the pain just to stay standing. The dragon slams the ground, totally unbothered, watching Shinfa flip in the air like, aw, cute try. Tao loses it, rage blazing in his eyes, screaming, Shinfa. Damn it. Over by the healers, Bud is losing his absolute mind. He's begging the priest, do something. Fix him up, right now. The priest is sweating bullets. The healer snaps back, Bud, let me see your wounds first. You're the one in critical condition. But Bud ain't having it. He yells, forget about me, save the hero. That face. He's the one who saved all our lives. The emotion in his voice is heartbreaking, fam. His screams taught me everything. Suddenly, the sky lights up with a creepy, radioactive blue glow, reflecting the pure terror on everyone's faces. The evil dragon's massive maw opens wide, it's charging up a nuke straight for the church. The energy is blinding. The squad watches in horror, realizing the target is the sanctuary. Both heroes go full berserk mode, rushing in to stop it. Don't joke with me. I'm strong and I'm savage. They attack from both sides, desperate to draw aggro. Shinfa is trying to force her body to move. Come on, move, you stupid limbs. Body, listen to me. The winds inside are raging. She's pushing past her limits, begging for just one more move. But then boom, an invisible gravity pressure drops like a ton of bricks. They can't even stand up. Someone's cussing. Mother, anyone, help us. That kid Christopher saved is watching that blue doom light descend, and you just know he thinks it's game over. Seeing Christopher passed out cold with his eyes shut, Bud is praying to literally any demon or god listening. Take your revenge, just save him. The dragon is vibing on the destruction. The kid inside the church screams at the blinding light outside. Bud yells in pure despair. Someone stop this freaking dragon. The beam fires. But wait, hold up. Bud's prayers just got answered. Enter the goat, Gritaru. The crushing pressure finally lifts. The evil dragon is actually clutching its vital spots it didn't expect to get absolutely cooked in this fight. It never thought it would get beaten this bad. Inside the church, the kid hugs his neighbor, sobbing his eyes out in relief. The dragon crashes to the ground. Rumble. The whole city shakes. Everyone's jaws are on the floor, totally shook by this turn of events. Amelia touches down like an angel, announcing, you guys did great. My apostles and I will take it from here. I'm focusing everything on healing this guy. Got it? The squad goes, bet, you absolutely have to save him. Gritaru finishes casting his spell and drops the lore bomb. Christopher is my homie. He looks at the enemy with a chilling, savage smile. Evil dragon, watch your tone. Everyone is confused by this sudden OP arrival. Tao asks, who is that guy? He introduces himself with max confidence. That's right. I'm just a passing adventurer. Don't worry about it. Tao is thinking, Gritaru looks kind of fly with that aura, but Shinfa is just staring at his head like, what is up with those horns, though? Let's try to figure out this mystery man's identity. Is that Grace? No, wait, isn't it Grimo? Nah, can't be Grace. Maybe it's some kind of cosplay accessory? Gritaru is internally screaming. Bro, seriously. Damn it. This is exactly why I didn't want to use human form. A Grim Reaper turning into a human just looks weird. He remembers the warning. You're definitely going to get mistaken for a demon if you go out looking like that. Yeah, Amelia told him to transform, but he's kind of trash at it. So embarrassing. Drop a comment if you think he needs a makeover. But while he's having this internal crisis, Gritaru casually catches the dragon's punch with a kick. Multitasking king. Tao's squad is stunned. Gritaru confirms, we're allies, fam. Focus on the wounded. Christopher is going to be fine. That blonde queen, Amelia, is working her magic on him. The priest is stunned. Who is she? They realize her purification magic is on a god-tier level. Amelia. Just who are you? She promises with zero doubt. I will absolutely save him. I'll slice my own stomach open if I let anyone die today. That statement hits Bud hard. Tao is stuttering. Huh? Why go that hard? Amelia checks the area. There are no civilians left nearby, right? She looks desperate. She needs the battlefield clear. Meanwhile, the dragon tries to jump Gritaru, but the squad is watching the show with open mouths. Gritaru tosses a magic circle like a frisbee. All right, I'm going all out. Magic explodes everywhere. The dragon is terrified as the power slams it into the dirt. KO. It hits the floor hard. Gritaru takes the chance to stomp it out. A massive blow straight to the head, burying the dragon into the ground. He taunts the beast. Don't just roll around in the dirt like a scrub. Get up. Its head is buried deep, body flailing upside down, and you can see the pure hate in the dragon's eyes. Gritaru steps on him like a rug and declares, I heard you laughing earlier. Why so quiet now? Bark for me. All you hear is the dragon's teeth chattering in fear. He drops the truth. No way a demon world dragon gets lost in the human realm by accident. Only explanation. You're a tamed pet that got abandoned. He smirks. You poor pathetic loser. Thought I wouldn't notice. Think I'm gonna comfort you. Survival of the fittest is the law back home, but you brought that mess to my turf, so now you pay. Yo fam, listen to this disrespect. Ritaru looks the dragon dead in the eye and says, zero pride, zero riz. You're just a stray puppy crying for its owner. Who gave you permission to laugh? Scrub, that hit a nerve. The evil dragon T-Long twitches, completely shook. But our boy isn't done roasting him. You're actual trash tier. I wouldn't even dirty my hands, deleting you from the server. Go scurry back to the demon world with your tail tucked between your legs. Get lost. Suddenly, T-Long launches into the air. He spreads those massive wings and the whole squad in the back drops their jaws. Wait, he can fly. The pressure is so heavy, everyone starts sweating buckets. The dragon opens its maw, charging up a massive fireball. But Ritaru, he stands there, stone cold as the blinding light rushes toward him. He just shields his eyes casually. But don't get it twisted, he is absolutely furious. A terrifying dark aura starts boiling up behind him like a boss battle cutscene. But T-Long, he actually feels grateful for those harsh words. He stares at Ritaru and realizes something deep. Even though he's a villain like me, he's showing me the path of a true warrior. He's even giving me an exit strategy to run away. Thanks for the invite, bro, but I ain't running. I won't turn my back on this boiling excitement in my blood. I'm gonna live and die as a real dragon. Not screaming in fear or happiness, but roaring with pure honor. The primal roar of a dragon echoes across the timeline. Ritaru stays locked in, controlling his magic. He's multitasking like a pro Andrew, preparing a double cast spell. The strain twists Ritaru's face, but he pushes through. A massive surge of power erupts from his palm. It's like a hurricane of darkness tearing through the night sky. The wind condenses into a giant shadow claw, ready to shred everything. The squad is stunned, caught up in their own drama. But T-Long has one final question for his soul. Did this battle help you guys drop your baggage? I hope so. He flashes back to the antagonist, Gittin, handing him a suicide bomb. Here, swallow this holy orb. It'll cleanse your soul and turn you to dust. When should you use it? Oh, maybe when you're tortured or just want to go to heaven. Let's see. Use it when you've got nothing left to lose. Going to heaven? Ha. Don't get it twisted. I'm just using you as a tool. T-Long realizes how lucky he is right now. That guy never saw us as teammates. But thanks to meeting you, Ritaru, I can finally die like a dragon. I'm tossing that holy orb in the trash. Gittin, I'll see you in hell. With those final words, his body crumbles into stardust. Ritaru inhales all that dust and magic straight into his mouth. He swallows it whole with a dramatic gulp. He checks the mana in his palm. Yo, ever since the seal broke, I've been farming so much XP. I'm definitely leveling up. Keep this up, and I might just hit first-class demon rank. Meanwhile, the background characters are arguing about the light show. Where'd the dragon go? Where's the blonde guy? Where's Junie? Forget that. Look, Gro is back on his feet. Ritaru starts overthinking about his rival. Did he see that move? Would that demon guy be impressed? Nah, that's crazy talk. He shakes his head. No way. I'm still mid compared to him. Richaru feels a bit let down. Guess I've still got a long grind before I'm on his level. Huh. I wonder if Master was watching. That move could definitely crack one of his barriers. No cap. He sends a mental message. One step closer. Master, don't go to hell just yet. Hey Black Dragon, watch me from the afterlife. We're hitting the climax. Juniel slides into the scene. My bad, I'm late. Don't roast me. It's chill. How is everyone? How's Grow? She's stable, out of the danger zone. Ritaru lets out a breath of relief. But Julie whispers, I'm running on 1% battery here. Moving is a struggle. They both shift into their beast forms to save energy. She asks, we just gotta stall for the reinforcements, right? Our only job is to interrupt them and be annoying. They look up at the dark sky. Let's bounce, we're taking this fight to the roof. It's time for the final showdown. The season finale is here. Cut to Nathan. He's the MVP right now, blocking every attack with his shield. His power forms a circle, trapping the enemy's orb. Nathan looks icy as ever. The enemy's spear smashes into his shield crack. It shatters. But Nathan isn't surprised. Just as I calculated, Pope Gittin's light magic is built different. Another beam of light shoots out. Nathan dodges it with a smooth backflip. He's analyzing the game mechanics. This light is physical, but it has a cleanse attribute. The cheat code is how he defines cleanse. It's not about good versus evil. Whatever opposes him is evil and gets deleted by the system. Normally, you can't cleanse a fireball. But if Gittin defines it as a target, it vanishes. Gittin blocks Nathan's fire attack with his own shield. The symbol on Nathan's shield starts to fade away. Nathan watches his fire get erased by the light. If he tags it as evil, it's game over for that spell. All his symbols work like that. What happens if I touch his symbol? I'm curious. Besides, I've downloaded his attack pattern. He just lost a holy symbol. Okay, chat, here's the breakdown. First, he needs lag time to create those symbols. Why didn't he block my fire wave instantly? Simple, he couldn't. The cooldown was too long. Second, he can't create magic symbols out of thin air. Basically, if he was truly OP, he would have done it already instead of spamming fire symbols. I've got him figured out. Yo, check this. All the holy symbols just got swapped for straight fire magic. Is there a 3-stack cap on these buffs or what? For real though, his chimera body is already glitching out from the stress. This dude is literally rewriting the dictionary definition of God right now. He's flipping the divine system upside down, no cap. But how far has he gone? Suddenly, Nathan lets out a massive sneeze. The villain just stares at him like, bruh, really? Our boy wipes his face with snot running down and goes, is it that gross? The old man's just like, you got a runny nose, kid. Nathan pouts like a baby. It's a nosebleed, okay. But right then, boom, something massive erupts from the ground behind him with a savage roar. That thing shoots across the sky like a meteor. The bad guy is ice cold, and Nathan, well, he's still standing there with a runny nose like it's no big deal. The squad down below is absolutely shook, but the boss man stays silent. Nathan finally speaks up. You checking out the view downstairs or what? The old man replies, just a peek. Nathan tries to negotiate. Is this name calling enough? I lowered my guard, right? Like he'd accept that. Suddenly, the villain's arm swells up with these gross, fleshy tires. That heavy weight dragging him down, it's the legendary 10 Commandments. Nathan's eyes go wide as the enemy spins around, dropping weird lumps onto the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Ava laughs. Told ya? Our chess moves aren't equal. He rushes over to watch the chaos unfold. Something's coming. The whole crew peeks down, and Katarina starts freaking out, crying her eyes out in total panic. What now? Please stop, she begs. But the villain drops the bomb. I just deployed 10 clones, scattered them everywhere on the map. Those falling eggs start cracking open. Sharp beaks pierce through the shells. It's like a horror movie down there. Giant monsters burst out. The villain introduces them like his prized pets. These are all rank A to S-class chimeras, baby. I could wipe this whole country off the map solo. But Nathan? He hears this threat and doesn't even flinch. Nathan starts counting on his fingers, calculating the mana to block them with his shadow wolves. But the villain's light clone cuts him off. Not happening, kid. That teleport trick of yours? Great for attacking. But you gotta focus to pull it off, right? It's way harder to aim at moving targets. I ain't letting you interfere. My clones won't stop until this kingdom is turned to dust. Seeing the squad get jumped by chimeras, Mia screams in terror, trying to snap the old man out of it. Ava! Ava! The chimera's claws lift up a gross slime net, revealing a dark, gaping pit underneath. Ew! Demons start crawling out of the hole. The crew is panicking. What is that? It's the pit Ava just unsealed. Real talk time, they finally realize this chimera is built different from the trash mobs they fought before. Inside the room, people are going crazy trying to escape, but soldiers block the way. Open up. Let us out right now. Katarina yells, wait, don't go out there. It's crawling with chimeras. But some dude gets in her face. You idiot. You want us to stay here and get eaten. Suddenly, a chimera busts in, wrapping its tentacles around the group. She cries out to everyone. The squad is fighting for their lives. Katarina, we gotta ditch the church. Run. We'll hold off the beast. She's trembling. No way. How can we? Everyone is already at their breaking point. Screams everywhere. The church isn't safe? Are you kidding me? Where is God? Where's the Pope when we need him? Where are the gods? The villain says coldly. At least I lived, believing they were real for years. Nathan seizes the moment and fires a shot. The old man dodges and says, they exist. But whether they deserve to be called gods is a whole other story. So who are you? Are you the existence we call God? Just look at the results. Meanwhile, Nathan's homies are fighting a losing battle against the Chimera onslaught. The priest is terrified. A monster of this scale. The villain mocks him for not being able to protect a single soul. Over with Joe, she senses something weird. Something with insane mana is moving underground. Say what? Rima is shook. Down below, the Chimera is stomping the city flat. The villain declares the kingdom's end is here. It's the 10 Commandments, the worst of the worst. Anastasia feels her master's accumulated mana manifesting. He really could do it alone. She puts a dagger to her neck. I was useless to you, master. Sorry. Nobody could stop him. The villain speaks with pride. Listen up. My goal was never to just slaughter civilians. I want to smash this country and its twisted beliefs into pieces. But to show them the truth that there is no God protecting them, sacrifices must be made. Beams of light start raining down on the castle. Blinding light floods every corner. Everyone looks up, completely dazed by the golden glow raining down on them. They recognize it. Seamless heavenly raiment. It's a legendary light art only E can use. 0 damage, pure support vibes. Wait, it doesn't hurt? Nope. It literally just turns the volume up to max. But with the famous singer's voice, it wipes away the fear. It gives them courage. Even the heartless Chimera freezes, totally lost in the beautiful melody. Yo fam, even the big bad Gi-Ten froze up like a statue. The fear in his eyes was real, because in Nathan's intense gaze, he was the only target locked in. The Shadow Wolf didn't waste a second. It blitzed the Chimeras, slicing and dicing them into confetti before they even knew they were dead. G-Ten's face went dark as he looked at his wrecked monster pets. He snapped his fingers, snap, and a creepy, silent aura started leaking out. I don't know what kind of drama you went through, kid, or what beef you got with me. Honestly, I don't care. That backstory is boring. All I want is that sweet, sweet magic of yours. Name your price. I'll pay anything to bag you alive and study that power. Nathan just beckoned him closer with a smirk. Total swag. Don't stress your little human brain. A low tier like you couldn't measure the depth of my magic if you tried. Come get some. Final round starts now. Meanwhile, the squad back home was shook. Wait, we're changing the map coordinates? Aren't we hitting the wind branch? Dante dropped a cryptic line that confused everyone. The plot just twisted. Fam. This song, it changed the game. Song? What song? The crew behind him was totally lost. What are you even talking about, Dante-san? Before he could even explain, boom. A Chimera's head went flying instantly. Talk about perfect timing. Call it divine intervention. My messy family caused this drama, so I gotta delete every single Chimera or I won't sleep at night. Jennifer shivered, thinking, this guy is terrifyingly cool. The priest and Dante stood under the monster's shadow with 0 fear. Jennifer screamed, Dante-san, watch out above you, it's huge. But the Chimera was already history. It exploded into dust and feathers, raining down on Jennifer like snow. She looked up at Dante, totally awestruck. Giant bones crashed down around them. Was Dante surprised? No way. Turns out, the monster was still twitching? Nope. Dante's blade behind his back was already dripping blood. That holy light magic is absolutely broken. With the monster deleted, Dante got serious. I've got business with the owner of this melody. You stay here and chill, little lady. Jennifer wasn't having it. No way, I'm rolling with you. That song is definitely Essa-san. Inside, she was thinking, Dante is an absolute beast. Ever since we outed the Pope as the villain, Dante has been tearing through these monsters like a literal demon god on our way to the HQ. It makes me feel kinda useless though. Dante-san is straight up carrying the whole team on his back. Dante caught the vibe and comforted her. Hey, you saved the city folk, right? You're way more useful than that dead weight on your back. Feel free to dump him in a ditch. You've got the heart of a true healer. Jennifer blushed hard at the praise. It's not like that. But then Dante dropped a truth bomb that left her shook. I dig people who feel like they owe the world. Humility is a vibe. He got real deep with it. A little darkness in the heart, that's what actually makes us human. Fam, don't follow me. I'm handling my family business solo. His walking away looked exactly like Jay back then. Jennifer felt that heartbreak hit different. Dante grit his teeth as he walked. If I knew back then what I know now. Brother Giten, I'm gonna stop you myself. Switch up. Giten started spilling the tea on his childhood to Nathan. Believe it or not, I used to be happy back in the day. We were broke as a joke, but we had family. My dad loved to sing, even though he was totally tone deaf. The fam accepted me without complaining. Little Giten loved it. Papa, your singing rocks, I used to say. Everyone at church loved us. My dad was lost, literally and musically. But that happiness, that was the treasure I wanted to protect. So to pay back that love, I hit up the church every single day, spamming holy magic to heal the squad. People mocked my singing voice, calling me deaf, but whatever. Then someone called out my name from behind. Dante recognized that voice instantly. It was Judel, the angel. But she didn't bring good news. Yo, listening to you sing every day is actual torture. You're tone-deaf, kid. Giten apologized, looking sad. But she sighed, I get it though. A lot of people need you right now. The big boss upstairs said so. You don't need to sing anymore. Zip it. From now on, just go crazy with the holy magic. It's a massive honor. Never happened before. Consider yourself lucky. He was weeping tears of joy. Thank you so much. Now I can carry everyone to safety. But Judel just kept her sassy attitude. Dummy, use the extra time to actually rest. She sighed. This kid is hopeless, I swear. Fast forward, he became a pastor, and the drama started. Haters and troublemakers started lining up to mess with him. Some thug walked in like, Yo, Pastor Sama, hit me with that purification cheat code. I'm the definition of evil, baby. It probably won't fix anything, but why not? Instead of wrecking a dojo, they were wrecking his church. Giten was just tired of it. These guys really bug me. Usually, I'd just smack them with some light magic fists and call it a day. The thug pressed him. Why won't you purify me, huh? Giten glared. Because you're just looking for the easy way out. You want a free pass to escape the guilt without doing the work. You're trying to ghost the darkness in your own heart. You don't need magic. If it's you, you can beat your own demons. Suddenly, young Dante popped up in the memory, flexing a new cut. Look, I got the same haircut as you, Brother Giten. He sighed deep. Please stop calling me that, kid. Dante wasn't just a friend. He was his day one homie, his sworn brother for life. This guy had absolutely zero chill, constantly beefing with the royals and swearing that if he wore the crown, poverty would get deleted from the server instantly. Bet. Then hurry up and take the throne, bro. The border villages are still down bad and suffering. Honestly, these royals are lagging so hard. They pushed a morning meeting all the way to the afternoon like it's nothing. Yo, that's only because you got lost again. Dante cracked up, throwing shade. Maybe you should be the leader since you're so obsessed with fairness. Back then, Gaten hyped himself up, thinking there was nothing in this world he couldn't handle. He truly believed his heart was in the right place, telling himself, for real, Charlie, for a kingdom that doesn't suck, let's grind to the top together. But then came the moment that changed the game. Gaten found his starving, skeletal girl outside his crib and realized she was from the slums. Being the nice guy, he invited her inside and fed her some of his wife's home cooking. He thought his son would be stoked to have a new friend. But the girl, Anastasia, dropped a major red flag. Daddy said to watch from outside. Suddenly, it turned into a horror movie. Next to the bodies of his wife and kid, a man was devouring their food, and them like a starving ghoul. Gaten's world was painted in blood, a rage darker than the abyss and heavy as lead exploded in his chest. Gaten screamed, his soul ripping apart. What is this trash? Why didn't God clap this guy? What did I even simp for you for? As his anger turned into words, despair hit him like a truck. Had he grinded for God his whole life just to get ghosted when it mattered most? Gaten wondered how this monster would apologize, and if he even had the strength to forgive such a nightmare. Holding on to that toxic mix of fear and fury, he decided to use holy purification on the guy. But the fear instantly vanished. No excuses, no defense, zero reaction. The dude just kept eating and eating like an NPC with a glitch. Gaten spammed the purification light like a maniac, but now, he was more terrified than angry. The guy died without changing a bit. Cause of death? Starvation. Meaning, he was never evil to begin with. He was pure. He was just purely hungry, so he ate. That's why he massacred the family. A twisted voice started roaring inside Gaten's head. Are you kidding me right now? So if you're pure, you get a pass. Is that the hot take God is trying to sell me? So purity and integrity, the stuff closest to sainthood, are actually monstrous, and a guy stealing out of greed is the real monster. Make it make sense. He answered his own question in the most twisted way possible, but eventually, that sick feeling faded into the night. After that, everyone started simping for Gaten, calling him a living saint. The Pope's people even pulled up on him. Sorry to disturb you during these tough times, fam. But we all agree, you're the main character now. You gotta be the next Pope. Time to level up to Pope status. But Gaten knew the truth. The darkness in his heart wasn't cleansed, it was just getting started. Nope, because from the start, that feeling wasn't darkness or corruption. It was just him unlocking the shackles, freeing his heart to embrace total destruction. Lloyd listened to this monologue and scratched his face, looking bored out of his mind. Gaten started humming a melody, and they both vibed in the sound for a second before Gaten got all philosophical again. He continued, "So then I went to find the monsters." But Lloyd cut him off. "Bro, this is dragging. Your face looks like soggy bread right now. I'm literally making the face you deserve. You're telling me a whole novel. It's dark, it's long, and honestly, it's all just gray noise to me. I'm just the Benjamin, my guy. Why are you dumping this trauma on me?" Gaten lowered his head and replied, "I get it." His voice faltered for a sec. Guess that story hit a nerve? Huh. But Lloyd, or rather, the master had officially run out of patience. Gaten reached out a hand. "But that's exactly why you need to listen. No skipping the dialogue. Whatever. Then you capture me? This isn't a story where you get to drop comments after. You have a responsibility to listen and reply." Lloyd clapped back, "I'll reply with magic. If you get it, then catch these hands." Gaten sighed, realizing the vibe. So, God doesn't know how to use words, figures. And then, Lloyd's sword came crashing down. Lloyd raged, "You're the last person who should be saying that." Suddenly, a beautiful song echoed, leaving everyone shook. The voice was S-tier, literally painting rainbows in the sky. It was Issa. The idol Essa had unlocked a miracle. "Let's go, everyone." With Essa singing the buff track, Michael was running wild while Rosalisa chased him, yelling, "Wait, Michael, where are you going? Yo, what is this track? It's stealing all my spotlight." The power of this song was insane, wiping out the crowd's panic in one shot and confusing the Chimera monsters. This had to be God's reply. Well, the Chimeras losing their heads was probably the boss's doing. Michael thought to himself, but then he heard that sound again. A voice warned him, "Don't do anything sus. Right now, this song is the only thing keeping everyone's sanity intact. If this track stops, the crowd is going to go full anarchy mode." Everyone knew the stakes were high. Peeping the horde of creeps crawling toward Issa, he thought to himself, "I get the vibe now, so I absolutely cannot hit the brakes." Ciro stepped up like a boss and smashed those monsters, blocking them from Essa before the beat dropped. Essa's voice was smoother than butter, trusting the rainbow would shine through the rain. Then Nathan's sword connected. The enemy's face twisted in agony, his muscles snapping tight like guitar strings. Our boy was literally vibing in midair on the music notes. He grinned, thinking, "Sis is definitely gonna be mad if I mess this up, right?" Nathan teased his opponent. "I actually want you to hear this track the most, old man." The dude was clueless, completely zoned out. Suddenly, slice. Nathan's blade took his hand clean off. The enemy stood there with question marks all over his face, wondering what just went down. Meanwhile, Nathan did a backflip in the air and casually snapped his fingers. "I am shooting on the beat drop. Listen up." Boom. Firepower launched like a rocket, looking to drown the guy in a literal sea of flames. The nameless one gritted his teeth, barely holding it together, thinking, "What on earth is happening right now? Is this a new remix of teleportation magic? If it is not that, it has to be some invisible sorcery. Hidden magic, speed buffs, invisible physics-defying attacks? Nah, it is actually super simple." But then Nathan twirled his finger, creating a vortex that turned into blazing fire. He admitted, "Okay, that is actually a little tricky, not gonna lie." Nathan tested out a water ball impact plus hidden fireball combo. He watched with hype as the water ball moved so fast it froze instantly. That is sick. The old man realized something huge. Is this assassination magic that reacts before it even hits? Is this his counter to my forbidden symbols? Nice try, but useless. I am borrowing this power. Thin threads shot out from his palm, floating in the air like a spider web. The enemy barely escaped the explosive finale below, relying purely on spinal reflexes to dodge. Even he was shook. I actually dodged that? Wait, if I reacted, that means Nathan is not just spamming attacks, he is using high-tier earth magic. Nathan was surprised too. You can use your spine like that? That is wild. Seeing new tricks is always hype, right? The old man told himself, that was way too close. He has too many moves. I need to lock in and focus. Focus on the spinal cords. Do not let him breathe. Nathan dropped the beat with seven-headed Bensight and magic. A giant monster clawed through the defense, and the enemy panicked. What is this? It is just one thing after another. Black light feathers. He saw the feathers lose their light because the mana was too dense. He didn't even notice his spinal cords got cut. Nathan roasted him. As if you could measure the depth of my magic. You are calling this unknown? You are basically denying your own decades of experience, boomer. Nathan explained, this demon-looking thing? Speaking of which, didn't you say something like those things will never be my weakness? Let us test that theory. Nathan moved his hand, and the enemy flinched again, totally freaking out. A pale light carried a beam of pure destruction, shooting straight for the opponent. Golden light pierced the gloomy clouds in the sky. Nathan sat crisscross applesauce, floating in the air. But his magic got broken. Looking at the swirling clouds, Nathan gasped. Whoa, you defended and blocked it? Did you sense the vibes? The enemy was confused. Why did I block that? Was I scared of it? Nathan was calculating the situation too. If that is the case, maybe I can beat him into being a good person. These forbidden symbols are such a pain though. The seven-headed cleansing. He will probably be on guard and use symbols to block holy magic so he does not get purified, right? Holy magic is too fragile to hide inside other magic. He can probably only stack 3 symbols at once. Suddenly, Grace and Amelia pulled up. They were making noise. Sorry to keep you waiting, Nathan-sama. How long are you going to fight this guy? You were planning to catch him alive, right? Nathan-sama, you should not spare trash like him. Seeing his squad show up made him emotional. Nathan looked at them with soft eyes, said you guys, and gave them the legendary head pats. Grace turned beet red. What is this? So random. Greeting over. Nathan absorbed them into his space. You know what? Those glitches in the song are because I gave simple orders to the chimeras through the spinal cords. While I was telling you my backstory, the chimeras already went to stop the music. You good? No one is coming to help. Nathan splashed cold facts on him. You think I did not know? Bruh. The enemy's face went completely blank. Meanwhile, monsters were swarming all over Zero. He tried to stand up, but it looked like game over with that many monsters piling on him. Nathan sent a mental message. I am counting on you guys. Don't force it though. Zero was tearing up. Saria shouted out, scream or yell. It does not matter. It won't ruin the track. Your voice is fire, kid. We will mix everything in for you, Zero. Hearing that, Zero went full beast mode. He jumped up and started screaming like a metal vocalist. Saria played the backing track for Zero's vocals. Essa cried happy tears and kept singing her heart out. Grace and Amelia chilled in Nathan's palm. Nathan asked the enemy, to you, is this just noise? If that is what you think, then you are the one who knows nothing. Perfect timing, I have some magic I want to test run. Golden energy flared up, reflecting the pure terror on the nameless one's face. Remember when this dude called Nathan just a prince? Yeah, big mistake, fam. Gaten is absolutely losing it right now. Don't play dumb with me, let's see you try it then. But look at that aura, Nathan is flexing a mix of high-tier magic and blinding light. We are talking a triple threat combo of earth, wind, and water all at once. Gaten is shook to his core, guys. If that isn't god-tier status, then what is? Nathan's skills are just built different, leaving the old man trembling. I can only handle 3 symbols max. So he tries to copy Nathan's flow, forming a sphere of elemental energy, but you can tell he is struggling. Deep down, Gaten knows he is cooked. He can't block that holy purification magic. And there is no way he is letting himself get caught and turn into a good guy. That would be a total fail in his book. He would rather take the L and die than be captured alive. Nathan is standing dead center of the vortex, sucking in clouds like a vacuum. He is the literal eye of the storm right now. While Nathan looks untouchable, Gaten is frantically charging up his own triple element light spell, forming a massive crest. Gaten fires 3 beams of destruction straight at his opponent. The sound is deafening. Boom. Even Nathan gets knocked back inside that chaos. But wait, watching the beam pierce the night sky, Nathan just goes, yo, that's actually kind of pretty. The disrespect is real. The enemy's light magic morphs into 3 massive swords trying to break Nathan's defense. Nathan keeps it real though, offering some advice. You gotta chill. Gaten. Ice shards explode everywhere as the old man fights back, his hands shaking from the strain. Blasts are flying everywhere. Nathan blocks the magic and has the nerve to say, nice defense, bro. Good block, huh? Gaten snaps, screaming. This is too much, Lord Nathan. You are actually crossing the line. You are insane. Coming from the guy who made chimeras and tried to wreck a kingdom that is rich, folks. Magic waves ripple out like a tsunami, turning the sky into a swirling hurricane of doom. It is getting apocalyptic up in here. The crowd below is terrified this magic could literally delete the server. Then, out of nowhere, it starts snowing. In the middle of this madness, the rain turns to a blizzard instantly. A kid cries out to his mom, look at the sky. People are screaming. It is the god's wrath. Little do they know, Our main character can do way crazier stuff than this. Up in the sky, Nathan claps back. Oh, so now I am just a prince? I thought I was God a second ago. Gatton yells, ain't no god as twisted as you, and pours every last drop of mana into his attack. Suddenly, Gatton freezes. A beautiful melody cuts through the noise, slicing through the monster horde like butter. The squad has arrived. It is Anastasia and Dante. One swing from her blade and monster heads are rolling. Jennifer rushes to Ciro, checking his wounds while Saria drops the beat on her harp. Jennifer is bawling her eyes out. Sorry I am late, fam, Ciro whispers. No hard feelings here, just pure vibes. Dante turns to the newcomer. Yo, what is the plan? Aren't you Team Gatton? Dante asks Anastasia. She throws it right back. Why are you here, old man? Who is Gatton fighting? Oh, probably Lord Nathan. Dante sighs, realizing they are up against the goat. My family messed with God himself. If the sky falls, I guess I deserve it, Dante says. Anastasia just shrugs. That is rough, buddy. Her voice is breaking a bit there. Meanwhile, Essa is singing her heart out. She is crying, snot flowing, getting super into it. The lyrics are total nonsense, chaos everywhere, but hey, it is healing everyone. Is she? Singing her inner thoughts out loud. Yup, she is literally belting out a ballad about wanting pancakes and everyone staying safe. The crowd is confused but healed. She is still going. Even the mob characters are confused. I have never heard a prayer remix like this before. Ampto hypes the crowd, safety first. Guys, we are almost there. Keep pushing. Essa is still screaming her lungs out with passion. Anastasia is strangely moved by the pancake song, while Dante just face palms. Gatton, however, is not having it. So if I am pure, I get forgiven? Hey God, look at me. I broke every rule, became a monster. Flashbacks hit him, betraying the homies, using people. He remembers little Anastasia apologizing for her dad. I don't feel guilty, Gatton admits to himself. She felt bad, but I dragged that innocent girl into my mess anyway. I pulled Anastasia into this hell. Like a demon fueled by pure despair, that is how I got this far. How do you like that? Huh. He is grinding his teeth, totally losing his mind with resentment. Why haven't you smited me yet, God? How long are you gonna let this slide? He looks at Nathan, sitting pretty on top of the world. Look at him, innocent face while destroying the planet. Is that okay? Is that fine too? Nathan just pours more power down. Gatton realizes that innocence without awareness is just as dangerous as evil. I can't forgive something like that. Nothing is worth saving. Gatton's light magic shatters into pixel dust. Suddenly, the world goes white. He is in the void. And then, a soft voice calls out, Dad. Gatton freezes. No way. The boy watched his mom vibing on the instrument and immediately shouted for his pops to come home. His wife asked gently, Did you manage not to get lost today, honey? The son jumped in with the puppy eyes. Mom's singing. Come vibe with us, Papa. She nodded, and just like that, the whole fam started singing together. Kisarmi couldn't hold back the waterworks anymore, tears streaming down his face. He screamed internally, Yo God, this is seriously unfair, man. The days he spent denying that purity, denying his own happiness, that realization hit him like a truck. In the vision, his son asked, Is it tough over there, Dad? Are you lonely? Seeing no reply, the kid kept yapping. Weird, huh? Doesn't matter if you're tone deaf, Papa. His mom smiled. Your dad looks super tired. Sweetie. Suddenly, boom. A tiny figure launched a sneak attack, shattering the illusion. Lloyd appeared from thin air, catching his opponent completely off guard. Grimo gathered mana in his palm, syncing up with Lloyd to launch a massive magic circle. Gwisarmi laughed coldly. A surprise attack? You really trying to square up head-on? Are you seriously planning to stick with me until the bitter end, kid? The magic circle in his hand lit up like a disco ball. Gwisarmi gritted his teeth and roared the name of the Benjamin. A massive blast of holy light, packed with pure energy, fired straight at him. Lloyd zoomed out of the palm just in time, hovering there like he was waiting for the kill confirmation. Cracks started spreading across Gwisarmi's face like broken porcelain. Lloyd grinned, hyped up, and extended his hand to fire one last shot. The grand holy light illuminated the whole map. It was like a tidal wave of power washing over the entire city. A brilliant glow shone down on every single street and alleyway. The NPCs, the citizens saw it and started cheering. A literal double rainbow appeared, cutting through the darkness. A warm, golden light rained down. The squad felt the heat, saying, Yo, this light feels cozy, kinda like snow but warm. One girl gasped in joy. This is insane. The snowflakes touch you and bam, instant healing. Gwisarmi froze, watching the scene unfold. The natural disaster was reversed. This level of purification is absolutely broken. Meanwhile, over by Dante, The two of them were just chilling, soaking in the warm, fuzzy vibes. Heavy raindrops started falling. Anastasia stood there, drenching herself, thinking, rain again? Guess that's my fault since I'm the one who summoned it. She hung her head low, spiraling into depression. Is the sky crying or something? Nah, how could it be? He probably thinks I'm spitting in his face right now. She thought, as long as I'm alive, he's never gonna smile at me. Suddenly, she started bawling her eyes out. My bad. I'm sorry. She started confessing her sins. I always ran away and blamed God. I spoiled Gizarme-sama. Even without me, I could have stopped him. If only I wasn't the one calling the rain. Dante cut her off with his icy cool voice. You hear that? That regret. It sucks. That's why I hate purification magic. It makes everyone spill their guts and get all emotional. The old man faced her, begging her to chill out. Dante stuck to his guns. Miss, you honestly have the perfect stats to be a priest. He patted her head, trying to comfort her. I'm just gonna go clean up the trash mobs in the forest while they're still stunned by this light. Slap. Dante's hand accidentally on purpose smacked the back of Anastasia's head with a crisp sound. He casually dropped a, sorry I didn't notice sooner, and added, I'm leaving that guy Guisarme to you. Jennifer and Salo hugged each other, watching Dante's epic exit. Back at the main boss fight, it looked like Guisarme was on his last HP bar. Right, Lloyd? Even the villagers down below started confessing their little secrets. Mom, my bad for leaving leftovers. Sorry for drawing on the wall. Mom, I also broke Dad's vase. Actually, never mind, that one's fine. Roger that. The aura shone down on the cathedral where Guisarme lay defeated on the ground. But honestly, the dude looked satisfied. Lloyd sat next to him, asking, You done haunting people? Guisarme stayed silent. Lloyd was curious, did the purification actually work on a boss-level enemy? Maybe that was his true nature from the start. Converting the 12 apostles to his side must have been easy-peasy for him. But why didn't he do that earlier? Because he thought that if God actually showed up at this festival, his crew would betray him for the big guy upstairs. I pick my team carefully, you know. Who is the Pope? How do they lead the people? I won't be ashamed. They are all magnificent messengers of justice, straight up. For them, winning or losing is the whole point of this war. And honestly, that goes for Anastasia too. Funny enough, the ones who stopped me weren't God or the two bishops, but the Benjamin and that nun. He was talking about Alias. Guisarme guessed. There must be a god living in her voice or something. Lloyd cut in. Yo, hold up. Do you know why Alias wanted to be a nun? The boss looked interested. Why though? Lloyd recounted the backstory simply. She said it's just because singing is a total vibe. Back in the day, during a break from concert practice, Michael was serving tea and snacks like a waiter. He asked suspiciously, Isn't a church just a place where a bunch of people gather to listen to songs? Alias blushed and denied it. No way. Obviously. I respect the gods and all that. They're cool, but I can't really do anything except sing, so. Michael was confused. You chose the church for a reason like that? Sophia cut in. I told her the same thing back then. Alias hurriedly explained, but this holy festival is different from the usual grind. She was determined to get revenge, to show that nasty priest who's boss. If he shows up at the festival again, there's no way I'm running away this time. Alias looked at him hesitantly. So, Michael, just roll with it. He replied, yeah. Just do whatever makes you happy. Yo, I'm a total lost cause, but your voice? It's the GPS that'll guide that old boomer home. Feel free to roast him if you want. Heck, just barf on him. I know it's not your style, bestie, but hitting him right in the feels would be the ultimate flex. Hearing this wild story, Guyton was left completely speechless, literally 0 words left in the chat. Nathan laughed it off. Funny, right? It ain't about gods or morals, fam. Sometimes you just gotta do it for the lulz. Yeah? I'm just living my best life now. But Guyton wasn't vibing with that carefree attitude. Is that how you live? Only you could pull that off, the old man realized. Only Nathan, a guy who's already respawned from death once, could have that mindset. Exactly. Guyton spoke up. If you really wanted me dead, I'd be deleted already. Bam. A sword slammed into the floor, inches from his face. Nathan turned his back, dropping a casual, "You're a monster," like it was nothing. Guyton smiled at the blade next to him. Curious. What did he say to you before he logged off for good? Nathan shrugged, ghosted that memory. Bro. The old man's eyes closed for the last time. You gotta go. Nathan later told the squad. And that's when I tactically retreated. Yikes. Big news dropped in Salem. A massive terrorist attack brought bad vibes to the whole city, orchestrated by some mystery villains. Breaking news, fam, Pope Guyton has been assassinated. Can we get an F in the chat? They found his body in a secret underground lab, claiming some imposter caused the chaos at the holy festival. The drama is real. The motive. Straight up rebelling against the gods. Sounds pretty sketchy, right? But get this, 0 civilian casualties. They're calling it a miracle thanks to the Pope's prayers. Sus or nah? Comment below. The mastermind is Mia. Meanwhile, the Sarli army is locking down the Chimera lab. Faking a body is easy peasy. This cleanup job screams government conspiracy, he thought. Rosalisa read the paper and literally gagged. Miracle? Please. That is absolute cap. What prayers? The main villain was Pope Gaitan himself. Tor had to hold her back. Chill, Rosalisa. The normies can't handle the truth right now. The priests were bawling their eyes out. Oh, Gaitan-sama, Anastasia-sama. Why did you leave us? Total meltdown. Dante hissed at them. Keep it down. The church's clout is on the line here. You idiots. Rosalisa wasn't having it. Because of that fraud, we were blind. Ignoring his crimes makes you simps for evil. We need to find the real culprit, spill the tea to the public, and apologize to the whole kingdom. Dante sighed. I know it sucks, but listen. If people start doubting the gods, national security is toast. She snapped back. So we just let a murderer walk free? Are you serious right now? If the Pope led a rebellion, win or lose, his influence is too OP. Does that just erase his sins? It's like he wrote the script, Dante added, and we're just actors in his twisted play. I'll take the L for our blind faith in his schemes, Dante declared. But Rosalisa saw through him immediately. You just don't want your precious Pope to look like a baddie, huh? Dante shrugged. Maybe I don't. For true justice, I'd resurrect a villain or a king. But this time, he really was the god figure to them. She realized he was being too real. Hold up, I just realized. I can't let you carry that burden alone. People are freaking out. Even the church is shaking. We can't let a naive idealist take the fall for this mess. Fine, guess I, Rosalisa, have to step up and be the next pope. Someone's got to carry the team. Suddenly, a voice from the back objected. No way. We've got a way better candidate. Rosalisa blinked. Excuse me, who's better than me? You, old man? Dante shook his head. Definitely not us. We don't know how to vibe with the common folk. Rosalisa was stressed. Not one of the 12 saints? Then who? Don't tell me. Exactly, Dante smirked. The people need an icon. Someone lovable and totally adored by the masses. Time to welcome the new boss. Essia stepped out in a priest robe, looking super innocent with a soft Yes, the priest bowed. Please, try the Pope Ascension ritual. Essia gasped. Who? Me? She was totally lost. But, why though? The priest shouted. Because I stand you as the next pope, that's why. Suddenly, everyone started chanting Isia. Isia. The hype filled every corner of the cathedral. The whole city gathered to stream this legendary moment of Lady Essia becoming the pope. Essia, Sama, do it for the church. Do it for the fans. Please take the promotion. Essia was shaking. No, no, no way. I've never done this before. But arguing was useless. Technically, nobody else has done it like this either. But you did what we couldn't. You gave the people courage and led the way like a true queen. There was absolutely no way to deny it now. The high priest was literally sobbing tears of joy, thinking this was a divine miracle. But honestly, it was unbelievable that our church would choose her to be the next pope. When she realized what was happening, she completely freaked out. Her? The pope. No shot. The only logical plan she could come up with was to book it and run for her life. I can't do this, fam, she screamed internally. The crowd behind her was in total chaos, scattering everywhere. She couldn't believe it. Of all people, the Holy See chose her. Me, seriously. Her screams echoed through the entire mansion like a banshee. Save me, Lloyd, Celia, Michael, help a girl out. But honestly, Michael was totally chilling. I mean, I think it's fine, he shrugged, looking for snacks. Lloyd just replied, whatever works, I guess. Mia, however, was already annoyed. What do you mean whatever? This is a disaster. And don't get me started on welcoming Gatine to Lordo's. The pig sitting on Lloyd's head let out a squeal, which just made Mia even more irritated. And what is up with this weird pig anyway? Michael, however, had a hot take. If the boss is okay with it, then I'm cool too. Actually, I kind of think that old geezer is surprisingly decent, you know? The pig looked visibly touched by those words. Mia, losing her patience, grabbed the pig's cheeks and stretched them out. Excuse me, you almost got deleted because of that old man. Lloyd frowned, stepping in to defend the mascot. Hey, quit bullying the pig. Besides, Lamia's current body, that guy is the one who modified it and saved her. The pig, still getting its face squished by Mia, finally spoke up. I only almost died, okay? Think about it. If that old man really wanted to kill me, I wouldn't be sitting here breathing right now. The whole squad froze and looked at the creature in shock. Did that bacon just talk? It started wiggling, trying to escape Mia's iron grip. Seeing her still trying to hold on, the pig shouted, "Let go of me." It even screamed in protest. Mia's face went completely pale, realizing this wasn't just a normal animal. The pig stood up on its hind legs and started lecturing them. Then they realized, wait, hold up, did it just get bigger? What on earth is this creature actually? Michael quickly whispered a warning. Yo, don't let Lloyd know about this, okay? Lamia murmured, I think I remember something. Faintly. Could it be the legendary pig sand from the research lab? Hearing that, the pig looked like it was about to cry tears of joy. Whether the name was cool or not didn't matter. Having a name and being recognized for its human side was a massive win. It began to spill the tea on its backstory. Listen up, guys. This brings back some trauma, but you need to hear the story of my past. Flashback time. When Lamia was first brought to the underground lab, Anastasia walked in and saw her lying on the hospital bed. What's the deal with this woman? She asked cold-heartedly. Lamia was barely breathing, hanging on by a thread. Sakura replied casually, who knows? The boss just dragged her in from the tunnel. Probably some random adventurer who got wrecked. Anastasia lifted the blanket and grimaced. Then, slap. She hit the pig and said, This is beyond my pay grade. If you're an adventurer, you should have been prepared to punch your ticket to the afterlife. Actually, the pig interrupted the memory. It was all because of that chaotic Christmas incident. You were wreaking havoc back then, and nothing has changed. For a monster, you're way too soft-hearted, the voice echoed in the memory. Guillotine had analyzed the situation. In my opinion, that Christmas celebration is what truly defies God's will. Naturally, I intend to eliminate anyone who stands in my way. But Anastasia looked worried as she called out to her master. Lamia's face was deathly pale, sweat pouring down like rain. The old man smirked, a dark plan forming in his mind, and dropped a bombshell announcement. This looks like the perfect opportunity to test live human fusion, doesn't it? Anastasia, you're going to assist me. The pig looked at Lamia with pure anxiety. Even the pig felt helpless, watching Lamia about to be put on the chopping block. That memory of Guillotine flashed vividly through Lamia's mind in the present. I remember now, Lamia gasped. Right before I was turned into a chimera, the look on that man's face, it wasn't evil. Mia cut in, realizing the truth. Wait, so you're saying, if he hadn't turned Lamia into a chimera, she wouldn't have survived? Even I can see that. Her injuries were fatal. There was no other way. The pig lowered its head, looking super depressed. I know, right? But the master will never admit he saved Lamia. He's absolutely stubborn about it. He'll never take credit. He'll probably just say, it was merely an experiment on a human subject and brush it off. He has always been deadly serious about this plan, hasn't he? If he wasn't serious, he wouldn't be able to pierce through his own twisted version of justice, because absolutely no one wants to deny their own path. I don't know if he's a hero or a villain, but the man has nowhere to run and nowhere to return to. He's just carrying all our rage and moving forward for us. The pig stayed by his side, even when the old man said, I am only using you all as tools. Talk about a complicated relationship. The pig stated firmly, everyone actually respects him. It reached out a hoof, inviting them. Let's go find him too, Mia. Mia sighed internally. Oh no, she whispered, realizing she totally understood that feeling. Those days when hope is lost and you just want to punch a god in the face, big mood. But in that darkness, a hand reached out like a lighthouse, guiding them home. That was their bond with Guillotine. Lamia agreed with the whole vibe. She shouted, I know I'm the new girl and maybe I shouldn't speak, but is it possible for me to go back? I want to leave this research lab and go with Guillotine. Mia heard this and got fired up. Seriously, you guys are such good kids, and Guillotine just abandoned you and ghosted? Oh, heck no. Come on, fam. We are going to find him right now. The whole squad went wild. But first, we gotta eat. Lloyd, cook something fast. Meanwhile, at Julie's grave, someone was feeling extra gloomy. In the end, it's all my fault, isn't it? Grace looked annoyed. Oh great, are you in your emo phase again? Right in front of the grave too. You're more like an angel of depression than a divine messenger. You're a monitor for the gods, fix your face. Julie ignored the roast, stuck on a question. Why did Lloyd let Guillotine live? I know Guillotine has insane magical potential, but to put his friends in danger just for that? Suddenly, a presence appeared behind them. Guillotine's voice dropped, deep and menacing. Do you want to know the answer? Julie realized things were about to go south. She instantly transformed. Taking her human form, she blocked the surprise attack. The squad screamed in shock. Wait, is that him? Yo, check this out. Just as he spoke, that holy light symbol vanished into thin air. Julio's gaze turned ice cold as he asked, so, those forbidden curse marks. They're still sticking around, huh? Gittin kept it real and confirmed, sad but true. The wind howled across the hilltop as Amelia stood face to face with him, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. She had to accept the L. "I get it," she whispered. But then, bam. Her aura exploded. She screamed at the top of her lungs. "Then come on, beat the sense into me. Unleash all your rage right now." But before she could even finish, smack. Rima slapped the soul out of her. "You big dummy." Then Rima turned to Gitten with a question. "You still want to off this idiot or what?" Gitten shut that down instantly. "Nope." But Amelia? She wasn't buying that pacifist act for a second. "Stop playing games. I'm the villain here. I stole your fam. I left you in the dust. I never gave a damn about your feelings. So tell me, why?" Rima looked at it like, "Bro, it's not that deep, just circumstances." But Gitten dropped the mic with a smooth reply. "It's simple. Because back then, you trusted me." Amelia was speechless. She stuttered. "Well, maybe a little. Just blind faith." Boom, that was it. Gitten was done listening to her self-pity party. "Listen up, Amelia. I leave no one behind, that's Nathan's catchphrase, his ninja way. But let's be real, I ain't got OP stats like him. I just want to be on his level." Amelia thought that kind of mindset was reserved for dreamers or literal gods, not regular folks. Only Grace saw the truth. Don't get it twisted, Amelia. Nathan isn't a god. He's just got insane power levels, which means his burden is way heavier than ours. We can't keep riding his coattails forever, guys. Don't trip. I got this. We gotta grind harder. We need to get strong enough so he can lean on us for a change. We gotta earn that trust. Flashback time. Amelia remembered her days with Nathan. Rim kept preaching, so quit sitting there roasting yourself. Get up. You too. Level up already. Even our enemies respect his strength. Gitten stood there, stunned. Finally, I heard what I needed to hear. But Rim wasn't done. "But yo, that rebellion mark is still on you." Gitten nodded solemnly. "Yeah, facts. Maybe my heart isn't fully clear yet. Or maybe it's a permanent reminder, so I never forget my sins." He smiled, finally at peace with it. Anyway, back when Gitten was staring at that portrait in Michael, he had to ask, "So, that dude, is he the legendary Lord Lodos?" Anastasia gasped. "You know him." Gitten admitted it straight up. "Yup. And that black dragon I caught the other day? Straight up demon spawn." Gitten dropped some intel. "I heard Lodos is chill now. Did the demons just give up on that place, or what?" He scoffed. "Give up? Don't make me laugh. Why would they ignore such a perfect farming spot? Nah, the adventurers clapped them. Even if all the top-tier players teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance. So how? There's only one player capable of that feat. He figured it out immediately. It was Michael, the god of bravery. He's always been my wingman, matching me step for step. That guy never tapped out, not even once. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. Answer me this. Why do you grind so hard? What's driving you?" Just then, Mia's squad pulled up. Grow waved like a hype man, while Gitten kept his cool face on. Grace shouted out, "Yo, squad's all here." Mia wasn't having it. "You're late, old man." Gitten looked hilarious trying to play dumb. "My bad. I, got lost on the map." Then he started acting all confused. "Where am I? Who am I?" He looked around like a confused NPC. Mia gave him a cold smile, seeing right through his Oscar-worthy performance. "Lost, huh?" She eyed the colorful cloths tied to his sword, fluttering in the wind. "And I had to, loot some items." He made up his mind. "All right, time to get serious." Gitten gazed at the wooden cross on the grave. "Let's leave this tribute right here." Mia sighed, done with the roasting session. She let him off the hook. I bet Jay is up there smiling, ready to welcome some new friends. Michael walked up behind them carrying a lunch basket, smiling like a total angel. He thought to himself, positive vibes only from now on. Ava and Michael actually bought it. Their jaws dropped. "Wait, you seriously got lost?" "No way. A high-level player like you." He looked genuinely happy and shouted, "It's just great to be here." And just like that, Gitten officially joined the party. Meanwhile, back at Solum Castle, Celia was in the zone, lost in her piano melody. Flashbacks of the squad washed over her mind. She closed her eyes, soaking in the rare peace and quiet. But then movement. She peeked open one eye to check the disturbance. There was Nathan, chilling in the middle of the room, using Ciro as a giant fluffy pillow while reading. Celia frowned, whispering, "Is that a cat?" They looked like a chaotic dog and cat duo. Ciro caught her staring and let out a howl. "Oh woo." Nathan paused his reading immediately. He looked sheepish. "My bad. You were so focused on the piano, I just let myself in without asking." She shot him a glance and asked coolly, "You need something? Or are you just lurking?" Nathan scratched his head, buffering. Yeah, actually. Wait, I totally forgot why I came here. Salia was used to this glitchy behavior. He'd wander in and out all the time. She was also used to the maids popping in like, "Excuse me, is Lord Nathan hiding in here again?" And just like clockwork, the maid would show up. Salia usually kept quiet, but as predicted, Nathan stood up. "All right, I'm gonna bounce." "Hold up." Salia stopped him. "You still haven't explained what went down at the church." Back then, Gittin had warned her. "Salia, you gotta evacuate now. This place is about to turn into a war zone. If you stay, your music is gonna mess with the battlefield vibes." Recalling the memory, Nathan clarified. "Actually, keep playing. When the battle starts, drop the beat. Play your heart out." She was curious. "Why tell only me?" Nathan froze for a second before dropping a logical bomb. "Because who else is crazy enough to play a concert in the middle of a death match?" Salia kept it cool, replying with zero hesitation. "Is that right? So, how do you feel about it?" We all knew that performance was basically a death trap, only happening because she's a total fangirl for the teacher. "It was absolutely legendary," Salia praised, vibing with the moment. "You killed it out there too, kid." It was like magic syrup dripping onto the piano keys as Nathan responded. "Same to you." She kept the duet going, and honestly, the magical aura filling that room was straight up hypnotic. Salia looked super satisfied, but Nathan, he was totally shook. He suddenly realized she could mimic his voice perfectly from the area incident, meaning she knew exactly what went down. Realizing he slipped up, Nathan tried to slap a hand over his mouth, but it was way too late, fam. He tried so hard to keep it a secret, but the cat was out of the bag. Nathan looked down, feeling completely defeated, when suddenly Salia called his name. "Do you like the song Holiday?" That's all she needed to know. She didn't need any more explanations, even if it was her. Nathan blinked in surprise, then pulled out a book to read, trying to play it cool. Salia made up her mind right then, as long as she doesn't get in my way, I won't stop her. "I'm loving this peaceful vibe too much." Just then, Essa burst in, panicking. "Nathan Kun, what is taking you so long?" "I told you, I was just vibing with Salia for a sec," he stuttered, blushing hard. "My bad, I totally lost track of time." Meanwhile, over at Salem Castle, Dante stood next to Rosalisa, breaking the awkward silence. The church really messed up big time, and the tea was scorching hot. Albecto just smirked. "What's the big deal?" "It was those terrorists, right?" Hearing from Sophia that the Pope was the mastermind, Albecto was internally celebrating. The church was about to owe him a massive favor. The other two exchanged looks. They knew the secret was definitely out. Dante looked guilty, apologizing profusely. "Sorry, you have to clean up mess after mess. But is Essa-san coming?" He kept his voice polite, trying to keep the peace. "It's nothing, really. If this is about the Pope incident, I think she needs some time to process everything." Albecto thought to himself, plotting his next move. "She's probably chilling at Salia's place right now." The group was shocked. Wait, that's what that priest said? He still didn't quite get what the deal was with that priest. Suddenly, footsteps clicked against the floor. The whole squad gasped when they saw who walked in. "Anastasia, why are you here?" She let out a sigh of relief. "Luckily, looks like I beat the charges and got acquitted." Dante thought. "No way, I thought you were done for." Rosalisa gave a cold laugh. "Wow, you hide fast. We know you're allied with those terrorists." Anastasia snapped back, clearly annoyed. "Listen, even now I worship Gittin-sama and absolutely despise the gods, okay? Obviously, God hasn't saved me once since I was born, because that man dared to stand up against God. He reached for his dreams like he was trying to grab the clouds in the sky. I'm staying by his side, and it's not just out of guilt." Rosalisa asked, curious now. "Then why did you become one of the 12 saints?" She puffed out her chest, proud as ever. "Because Master was recognized by Sama. He's just that amazing of a person. Cheering for her with my entire soul is my way of repenting to the people. That's what I believe." Back then, Gittin had told her, "Let's help each other, Anastasia." She thought to herself, "You were right, Gittin-sama." Rosalisa started screaming again, "Then hurry up and find Essa. Bring her back here." Anastasia frowned, shouting back, "Are you guys stupid or what?" She didn't hold back, roasting them instantly. "Forcing her to be Pope just to save your own reputation? What do you think her life is? A joke?" Rosalisa was fuming, steam practically coming out of her ears. "Actually, I don't want that little brat to be Pope either. Who do you think got the church into this mess? I didn't come back to be a saint for this dump. I came back for Essa-sama." Dante stood there awkwardly, not knowing where to look. "It really is just one disaster after another. We owe you big time." Albecto shrugged. "No worries." That's when Sophia dropped some intel on him. The real Anastasia was locked in the research dungeon. The one I fought was a chimera clone of her. Albecto was confused. "Can we really spin it like that? Why go this far for her?"
if our positions were swapped. Actually, no. If she becomes a wanted criminal, Nathan Sama is going to be super depressed.
Albecto sighed, defeated. That's a low blow, Sophia. I can't argue with that logic. I'm sure Issa-san will be fine. She's got my amazing little brother by her side, after all. Cut to Essa on the run, finally meeting up with Nathan and the squad. Sophia stayed to protect Essa, while Albecto went to stall the priests. Essa kept asking him in a panic, Nathan, what should I do now? He finally gave in. Let me call Big Sis, Salia, for you. It felt like history repeating itself as they hid out at Lordo's. Steam was rising everywhere. Jill clutched a bath basin, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Where's the ladies' bath?" But Grace and the assassin squad had already caught up, bonking her on the head. Grace grilled her. How much lower can you fall? Seriously. Listen, right now, the ladies' bath is hosting a critical summit concerning Essa-san's entire future. Gallia yelled out, this is Lordo's hot new spot. It has the power to wash away every kind of stress and bad vibe. In this mixed hot spring, only Nathan Sama has the privilege to bathe with the girls. Michael thought, not that he even asked for that. She objected so hard, she literally drew her sword. Are you for real right now? Shut up, you idiots. Jill is already a lost cause. Anyone who blocks me gets deleted. The whole group finally started soaking in the hot water. You could hear them chatting. Never thought a paradise like this was waiting for us. Pretty sweet, huh? Gittin, you were spitting facts. Why argue when you can ascend to heaven right here? Stop poking your nose in everything. Michael just sighed at the chaos. Yo, check this out. Half the squad, including Grace, is going all out to put the brakes on Julio. It's total chaos. No way am I seeing this right. I can't even stop her. And look at Christopher, dude is literally clinging to his leg for dear life. Talk about dedication. Then Gideon starts dropping some serious wisdom bombs, talking about demons, angels, and humans all vibing together like one big happy family. Sounds like paradise, right? I have zero clue what their master plan is, but I gotta admit, this place is actually pretty lit. Michael is playing the silent type, keeping his mouth shut tight, but then he finally speaks up, asking the big questions. What's your take, old man? The tension is real. The old man claps back. Terrorist talk ain't gonna fix anything. And get this, she doesn't even know Gideon is the one pulling the strings. Then he turns the heat on the MC. That's the girl you'd die for, right? He starts chuckling like a total creep. Major villain vibes. Whoa, hold up. That's way above my pay grade. But honestly, I think she's just clueless right now. Once she wakes up to reality, the answer's gonna hit her like a truck. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, or should I say, the bathhouse, everyone is stressing because she became the Pope. Talk about a heavy burden. Shaw is scrubbing away, chiming in like, yeah, that's a massive responsibility. But you gotta admit, Issa getting picked as the Pope, that's legendary status. Then Tao jumps in to stir the pot. You act all happy, but if you take the job, you can't exactly date your dream guy, can you? Oof, emotional damage. Mia gets curious and asks about Michael. It gets awkward real fast. Why you bring him up, sis? It's just hearsay. Chill out. The squad in the back is just living their best life. This spot is famous in Lord. I come here all the time. Why is she so chill while sitting there? Mia starts plotting her next hustle. If it's Michael, maybe I can start a delivery service in Lodos? Ace's face lights up instantly. For real, will I get to see you every day then? Nah, not really. Essa admits she'd be straight up lonely without seeing Nathan. The feels are hitting hard. Tao leans back, loving the drama. Man, love is bittersweet, ain't it? Sinfa and Jen are both down bad for Nathan too. Ren claps back immediately. Don't act innocent, Tao. You fought in that tournament just to score a date with Nathan too. Caught in 4K. She tries to play it off cool. I was just trolling you guys. I'm into bad boys like Roberto anyway. But right then, Nathan calls out to Sha. He's standing right behind the girls. Can I bounce now? Sinfa shuts him down. Nope. Jen and Essa scream their lungs out. Why is Nathan even here? Sinfa is having a crisis. She definitely saw something she shouldn't have. Issa continues her meltdown. Essa is spiraling. Nathan Kun. If this keeps up, I'm actually going to be the Pope. What do I do? Nathan just sighs, looking at her like she's a weird bug. She tackles him with a hug. If you keep being cold, I'll nominate you as the Pope. Everyone's jaw drops to the floor. She is unhinged. She's still rambling. How did it end up like this? Rumor has it, she handled this whole incident from the shadows. Boss moves. Ambeto is looking at Dan like a proud dad. Dan is deep in thought too. But Nathan is just grumpy, secretly judging his big brother. Sinfei rushes in to drag him away. No way. Nathan-sama is going to live a peaceful life with me at the castle. I won't let him become a museum exhibit. Issa is shook. Exhibit. Meanwhile, Nathan is getting crushed in the middle. Issa freezes. Exhibit number 7, Salia jumps into the chat. If it's Essa, you could pull it off, right? Being Exhibit 7? Essa looks at her, totally confused. What is she cooking? Salia brings up the past. Remember that rock? Not that one. The day I came to the branch for the concert, you followed me every day to practice. Essa remembers. Of course. Salia's choir was fire. I wanted to sing with you, no matter what. She hesitates, then spills the tea. I came to the church because I wanted people to hear my voice. Salia's concerts always have a huge crowd. Honestly, besides singing, I have zero talent. But I love it so much. If I can use my voice to make people smile, that's all I want. Salia just laughs. She knew it all along. She asks straight up, so, you want to use the church as a stepping stone to launch your singing career? Issa panics. No, stepping stone sounds bad, but the girls hype her up. Not just a crowd, your voice could reach the entire world. With the title of Pope, you're global, baby. Issa's heart is pounding out of her chest. Salia is spitting facts. It's not just about being Essa anymore. The church is the perfect stage for the world to hear her song, and so, she begins to sing. The melody is so powerful it stops Jilly from rampaging. Rima is stunned. It stopped. She realizes she was stressing for nothing. Even Ava has to admit Issa's vocals are insane. The next day, news of the new leader spreads across the kingdom of Salem like wildfire. Every single citizen is mesmerized by Issa's angelic voice. She has them in a trance. Drip check. She steps out in the new outfit as the newly appointed pope. Nathan is just standing there, looking bored. Everyone is obsessed with the new pope now. Why is it always me? He looks at his dad and brother. They're the only ones not acting crazy, but listen close. Amidst the holy hymns, the rusty gears of fate have stopped turning. The Benjamin hisses in the silence. It's getting dark, fam. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. It's the knight captains of Salem and Marcos Langris. Thanks for everything, kid. Gideon. We found something pretty interesting. And just like that, the saga of the Benjamin kicks off. John drops a hint, see you later. Stats reveal. Sinfa, Magic D, Power B, Agility A, Stamina B, Durability C. Overall, rank B. Not bad, but she needs to grind more. Don't forget to like and subscribe for the next episode. Yo fam, the results are finally in. Katarina came through with the good news, telling our girl she is officially a licensed adventurer. Check out this guild card. It's got a floral design that all the girlies are absolutely obsessed with. But wait, hold up. Sinfa looked at that card like, excuse me, rank C, is this a joke? Katarina started sweating bullets, trying to explain why our overpowered main character got placed in the rookie league. It does seem kinda sus, right? Even though Sandra put in a good word and Katarina pushed for a higher rank, the old heads in charge were tripping and wouldn't give her the respect she deserves. Apparently, Sandra's street cred wasn't high enough for the upper management to trust her judgment. Talk about a toxic workplace. They flash back to when Sinfa went full beast mode on those bandits. Boom, pow, lights out. She's totally cracked at the game, but the guild masters just frown at her reckless vibe. Sandra kept it 100 though. She told Sinfa, honestly, it fits. Rank C is plenty generous for a rookie who goes berserk like you do. Then she hit her with the ultimate challenge. You got a problem with that? Catch these hands and prove me wrong. Typical Sandra behavior, always ready to throw down. But Sinfa ain't about that drama. She kept it cool, saying, nah, we good. You let me join the guild despite my crazy demands, so big ups to you. I can't thank you enough. Then she turned to Katarina and gave her a shout out too, and thanks for the card. The flower design is a total vibe. Katarina turned tomato red from the compliment, squealing like a fangirl. Meanwhile, Sinfo was thinking, rank schmenk, who cares as long as I get paid? She was just hyped to be an adventurer like her mom and dad. But suddenly, Sandra realized her partner had ghosted the conversation. Wait, where did he go? And boom, Jared zoomed in out of nowhere, faster than a lagging server. Yo, Sinfa. Congrats on the license, superstar. He introduced himself as Sandra's teammate and immediately spilled the tea. Actually, Sandra wrote in her report that you deserve way higher than rank C. She was hyping you up. Expose. Sandra started screaming, shut up, you idiot, trying to stop him from ruining her tough girl image. But Jarrett just kept yapping. She only roasted you cause she's worried. Being an adventurer is super dangerous for a youngin' like you, so she's acting like a protective big sister. Sandra looked away, totally embarrassed. Sinfa didn't say much, but you could tell she felt a little spark of appreciation for the tsundere act. Then Jarrett turned on the charm. But you're built different. You've got that fearless look in your eyes, pure main character energy. And here comes the sales pitch. He explained that to clear the spicy, high-level dungeons, you need at least a rank B partner to enter. Stick with us, and you'll level up fast. The other adventurers in the guild hall gasped. This dude was trying to recruit the new prodigy before anyone else could. That's just greedy. Jarrett reached out his hand, ready to seal the deal. Want to party up? But Sinfa. She just stared blankly and said, no thanks. I'm good. And she just walked away. Cold-blooded. Jarrett stood there frozen. Wait, did I just get rejected? Was that a hallucination? Someone tell me I'm dreaming. Sandra laughed. Nope, that was 4K, ultra-high-definition reality, buddy. The crowd went wild, cheering that the pretty boy took a massive L. Everyone was shouting. My turn to ask her out. While Jarrett faded into the background like a side character who just got written out of the script. Sandra got serious for a sec, though. What's your read on her? Jarrett dropped the clown act immediately. She's the real deal. She beat you without a scratch, no doubt about it. She's definitely got that legendary Langris bloodline flowing through her veins. She's a walking cheat code. Everyone watched Sinfa leave, completely mesmerized. Sandra teased him. So, giving up? But Jarrett, nah, the man is persistent. Not a chance. Sandra could only sigh at his simp behavior. Cut to a montage. Before we continue, make sure to smash that like button if you're enjoying the story. Sinfa was out there grinding quests, gathering, delivery, monster hunting. And right behind her, Jarrett, desperate for attention. He kept hollering, party up with me, and she kept hitting him with the no. Thank you, sir. The dedication is real, but the rejection is brutal. He even brought a massive bouquet of flowers before he could even open his mouth. No need. Emotional damage. The man was down bad. Jarrett was exhausted but kept the riz going. Looking stunning today, Sinfa. Being a solo player is cool and all, but think about the synergy. Congrats on hitting rank B though. She sipped her tea like a queen and gave him a polite thanks. Katarina was standing there beaming with pride. Of course she ranked up. My girl is iconic. So yeah, Sinfa got a temporary bump to rank B because she was essentially speedrunning the game. Why? Because clients were writing rave reviews, while the other rank C scrubs were crying that she stole all the good quests. The higher-ups finally woke up and realized she's too OP. Katarina remembered the complaints. That silver-haired girl cleared every single mission on the board. We're starving out here. Leave some XP for the rest of us. Sandra jumped in. And don't forget all the high rankers getting rejected left and right. Just like you, Jarrett. The salt levels in the guild were astronomical. Jarrett cried, zip it, Sandra. Stop exposing me. Katarina awkwardly apologized, saying the official promotion is delayed because the grading crystal ball is still busted. Sorry, bestie. The tech is down, so we can only give you a temporary pass for now. Sinfa grabbed a quest sheet like it was nothing. No biggie. As long as I can take rank B jobs, I'm chillin'. Let's try this one. The whole squad leaned in to see what kind of insane mission she picked for her debut. Let's see what we got. Gotta be something exciting. But as soon as they read the title, their faces dropped. The Ancient Castle? That is a raid mission for veteran rank B adventurers. Here's the lore drop. It used to be the crib of Count Grenheim, a big-shot noble who had major beef with the royal family of Salem. He tried to start a revolution but got shut down in like 2 days. Huge flop. But he wasn't going to go out quietly. The guy was a magic nerd. Before he croaked, he used a maze jewel to turn his whole mansion into a dungeon crawling with undead zombies. Spooky stuff. Katarina panicked. Hold up, bestie. This says rank B, but that's for a full squad. If you go in solo, the difficulty spikes to rank A. You can't accept this. Sinfa blinked, realizing she might have bitten off more than she could chew. Oh, is that how it works? Oops. She was eyeing that quest scroll with zero vibes, looking totally unamused. But before she could even complain, someone snatched the paper right out of her hands. Jarrett saw his opening and slid right in. He was all like, yo, let your senpais carry you for a bit, yeah? We got this. Linda didn't even have a chance to say no. Next thing you know, they're at the creepy edge of the forest under a full moon. Jarrett, looking totally wrecked with scratches everywhere, turned to Linda. It's about time you put some faith in the squad, fam. The trio finally took a breather deep in the woods, ready to camp. The whole way to the ancient city, Jarrett was flexing hard to win Linda over, literally solo leveling every monster they crossed to prove a point. While grilling up some BBQ, she clapped back. Duh. We're a party for now. But I had to check if your combat skills were actually legit or just trash talk. Well, guess I passed the vibe check. Jarrett slumped over, groaning. Wow. I'm so honored by your praise, your highness. Sandra facepalmed hard. Like, who's the actual senpai here? Then Linda dropped the bomb. Real talk, though. Why are you two stalking me? She was being extra stubborn, but Jarrett kept it 100. Why? Because you're gonna get clapped. That's why. Linda's eyes went wide, shook. He broke it down for her. Rookie adventurers usually end up deleted because they think they're the main character but lack the skills to back it up. To stop them from becoming monster snacks, the guild has OGs like him keep an eye on the noobs. If being a stubborn nag saves even one life, Jarrett's gonna do it with zero hesitation. That's just how he rolls. Hearing that hit different. Linda looked down, feeling kinda guilty. Later, with the moon high in the sky, Jarrett was already knocked out cold. Time for some fan service. The girls ditched their gear. The cool stream was glowing in the moonlight as Linda stepped in, getting soaked in the crystal clear water. She glanced over at Sandra, who was shivering like crazy. Yikes, it's freezing. Sandra sat on the bank, not ready to commit to the ice bath. How are you bathing in this ice water? Should we wake Jarrett up and make him cast a fireball to heat it up? Linda shook her head like a good girl. Nah, leave him. He's been carrying the team all day. He's got to be exhausted. Sandra sighed, impressed. So you do have a heart after all. Then she got serious, spilling the tea about a rookie adventurer they used to know same age as Linda. We were tight with her, but she was a total lone wolf, just like you. Sandra's voice cracked, hesitating for a second. We had a huge fight. Jarrett still hasn't gotten over it. He blames himself every day for letting her walk away alone. Linda closed her eyes, letting it sink in. I'll say sorry to Jarrett tomorrow. I low-key thought he was just chasing me for some creepy reason. Sandra waved it off. He probably does have other motives, so save the apology. As long as you get it now, we're cool. Suddenly, Linda sat next to her and dropped a rare smile. Thanks, big sis Sandra. Sandra turned beet red and panicked, splashing into the water to hide her face. Baka, ignore that, Sandra stuttered. Anyway, what's the obsession with that ancient city? Linda replied softly. It's nothing major, honestly. Sandra wasn't buying it. Then why become an adventurer? With your skills, you could easily score a job with a royal family. You could help your dad. Inside, Sandra was thinking, damn, this girl's visuals are insane. Even if she was a dude, she'd be a heartbreaker. Then she pitched an idea. You make a killer maid. Then you could snag a rich noble and get married. That's the dream, right? Linda kept it real though. To be honest, I'd rather join the Imperial Knights. Then she dropped some lore. I actually met a few princes back when I traveled with my father. Sandra's ears perked up instantly. Tea time. No way. Did any of them catch your eye? I'm totally Team Albeck. The second prince is young, but he's got next emperor energy written all over him. He's like, super perfect, but the guy has absolutely zero chill. No sense of humor at all. Linda nodded. Facts. She flashed back to their meeting. You're Linda, correct? Marco speaks of you often. I am Albeck. Linda innocently noted. If a guy with that much eloquence takes the throne, the kingdom is probably in safe hands. He's kind of like Jarrett, actually. Sandra almost choked. You dummy. They are nothing alike. Linda hesitated. But, instead of him, I. Sandra leaned in, grinning. Ooh, is there another prince you're crushing on? Linda had to come clean. Nope. Actually, I became an adventurer just to find that person. Sandra blinked. Who? That person. But then Linda just trailed off, being all mysterious and vague, making Sandra scream, Ha! Don't leave me hanging like that, girl. As she got dressed, she pondered. So you became an adventurer to learn how to be someone's sword, like a protector? Or are you just looking for a reason to fight? Both were true. Linda went quiet. Does that person even exist, though? Like father said. Will I ever find the one who is worthy of my blade? Sandra looked at her, confused. Suddenly, black vines shot out of nowhere. Linda's eyes snapped open, sensing the killing intent instantly. She shoved Sandra out of the kill zone and took the hit herself. Gross black slime chains wrapped around her entire body. The nasty goo tightened its grip. Sandra screamed, Linda. Then, a creepy voice echoed, For real. You actually managed to react to that. Up on the cliff, two uninvited guests looked down. Hardly anyone dodges my calculated slime trap. Whatever. I just gotta waste the other one and it's game over. Sandra gasped in terror, while Linda gritted her teeth, staring daggers at the ambushers. Drop a like if you want to see them beat these guys. Who are these clowns? Yo fam, talk about being caught lacking. I didn't sense a single thing until it was way too late. We left our weapons with Jarrett, so we are totally exposed right now. The dude controlling the slime steps up with a creepy vibe. Relax, he says. You guys won't get hurt, as long as you don't get in our way. Yeah, right. They're here for business, and it looks bad. Sandra is freaking out because that slime on Sinfa is starting to harden. She screams out her name in panic. If they aren't targeting us, that means they're going after the rest of the squad. Jarrett. Sandra realizes. Go to Jarrett. Hurry, she yells, worried sick. What about you, Sinfa? She asks. Our girl plays it cool. I'm good. Just a little stiff, that's all. Hearing that, Sandra bolts to save the others. Don't push yourself. I'll grab the gear and Jarrett and be right back. The enemy looks confused. A little stiff. Is she joking? How is she even moving? My black slime sucks out moisture and turns harder than steel. You should be a statue by now. He tells Sinfa, just stay there while I chase your friend. But suddenly, boom. An earthquake rips through the area, shaking the ground violently. It's the Langer's art. A massive stream of water energy twists like a dragon and crashes straight toward the two creeps. Sinfa isn't trapped, she's innovating. She molds the slime into dual blades. Floating in the air like a battle goddess, she unleashes the rising dragon. The cloaked dudes jump back in pure terror. Yo, is this girl for real right now? She actually cut through my slime chain. The guy is screaming in disbelief. Sinfa lands perfectly on the ridge. You aren't taking one step past me. She remembers Marcos's words, master the way of the night. Sinfa goes silent, focusing her aura. The enemies realize this won't be easy. Man, I really didn't want to do this. They toss their cloaks aside. Fighting women and kids isn't our style. Sinfa stays quiet, eyes locked on the target. Ava and Christopher reveal their faces. Gotta respect it though. Ava admits, risking your life to buy time for your team. That's heroic. A confident smirk spreads across Sinfa's face. Don't worry about me. Instantly, the enemies vanish from the rock, moving at high speed. Sinfa is impressed. Their instincts are wild, she thinks. It's like they merge with the darkness itself. She smiles, feeling the thrill of the hunt. This is getting interesting. Wham! She swings at Ava as he flashes by, leaving him stunned. You're fast, she taunts. But if you can't hide your scent, you only get a failing grade. Ava grins back. Oh, I missed? Let's fix that score then. He launches another wave of sticky goo straight at her face. Eat this, he roars. Once this slime dries, it's game over. But with a single casual swing, she sends both Ava and his nastiness flying. A miss is a miss, Sinfa laughs. Minus points for being annoying. Ava is sweating bullets. She cut the slime before it could even solidify. What is she? Her attack speed is god tier. Suddenly, a dark voice cuts in. Enough playing around. Christopher appears on the rocks behind her. Christopher. Don't go easy just because she's a girl. Ava warns. The mage frowns, charging up his magic. Things are about to get explosive. Ava summons more slime from the front. Christopher slams down a gravity curse from the back. The ground shatters into dust under the pressure. Ava cackles like a maniac. Take that. Christopher's word magic plus my slime? You're done for. Little girl. Try moving now. But as the dust settles, their smiles drop. Sinfa is still standing there, totally unbothered. She hums. I admit, whenever I see a new technique, I just have to let it hit me to see how it works. That demonic smile returns. The villains gulp in fear. This girl isn't prey. She's the predator. Ava realizes her blade is too dangerous. This chick is bad news. Christopher, we need to dip. Now, he yells, sensing death in the air. Too late. She kicks Ava in the chest, then uses her Langrous art to launch him straight up into the sky. Christopher freezes in shock. Sinfa uses the momentum to jump and knee Christopher right in the gut. The mage falls backward in midair. Desperate, he tries to shout his spell, explosive weight. But the words never come out. Something blocks him instantly. Sinfa locks his head between her legs. Talk about a silencer. If he can't speak, he can't cast. Christopher turns beet red, totally flustered by the situation. She twists her body and flips him over. Silver tiger fish style slash. Christopher's eyes roll back, completely out of it. Sinfa lands and charges her aura for the finisher. Ava is panicking hard. Wait, stop, hold on. You win. We surrender. Christopher is done. Mercy. But Sinfa's blade doesn't stop moving. Suddenly, a new figure appears under the moonlight. Sinfa senses it immediately. Friend or foe? A new player has entered the chat. I couldn't sense his presence at all, she thinks. She analyzes his stance. He's going for a kick. Ava's jaw hits the floor. No way. Why would he use a physical attack on her? If he's here to save his squad, usually they'd use magic or poison. Sinfa grins. Interesting. She decides to challenge him. I won't dodge. Come at me. Big mistake. The impact is devastating. He kicks her so hard she smashes into the cliff wall. The shockwave rattles her bones. She realizes instantly. That was no ordinary kick. That was pure, overwhelming power. Ava is trembling. Boss, how did you get here? The mystery man looks down at Christopher. Is he alive? Ava grits his teeth. Sorry. I underestimated the enemy. Damn it. I made you do my work for me. The boss ignores the apology. That slime on her, is that yours? Yo fam. In the distance, Sinfa's silhouette emerged from the mist. Ava nodded, thinking his trap worked. He really thought his sticky slime would dry up and turn her into a heavy statue. But Sinfa, she was standing tall on that cliff, like absolutely nothing happened. Total boss energy. She licked the fresh blood off her lips, looking way too excited for a fight. That wolf crest on her chest shined bright as she signaled her squad. Back off. This prey is mine. Jay frowned, locking in with pure determination. But wait, let's rewind a sec. The squad had been wondering why Jay's legs were so OP. Jay casually dropped the lore. You ask what my power is. Honestly, leg day is just easier to explain than magic. He broke it down for them. My teleportation skills are trash. I always warp to the middle of nowhere. So, to get home, I gotta run. A lot. Ava shivered. So you got super strength from getting lost? It actually made sense. Jay's teleport is like a one-way ticket to the boonies. Then Ava, trying to be macho, said, kick me. I need to test your stats. Jay panicked. You sure, bro? Even Michael warned him from the back. Don't be an idiot. But Ava was stubborn. We need to know our limits to coordinate. Just kick me. I'm not made of glass. Famous last words. Bam. Jay's skinny leg delivered a soul-crushing blow right to his gut. Talk about playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes. One wrong move, infinite pain. Jay looked at Ava rolling on the floor and quickly apologized. Michael pulled out the med kit, screaming, I told you so. Then she roasted Jay. And you? Hold back a little, would ya? Jay was practically crying. He told me to do it. But inside, Ava was terrified. That kick was straight-up nightmare fuel. Back to reality. Ava couldn't believe his eyes. How is that girl still standing? She face-tanked a kick that could level a building. Sinfa glared daggers at them. Jay tried to de-escalate. Chill. Please just listen to me. But she snapped back. You think I listen to scum who attack from the shadows? Jay realized he looked bad, so he swallowed his pride. I'll make it quick. Listen up. Our target was Jarrett, yeah. But we pulled out. The mission is cancelled. Ava's jaw dropped. Wait, what? Say that again? Ava asked. Jay spilled the tea. I did a background check. Jarrett isn't a villain, he's just a decent traveler. Jay remembered the request from Marcos. He said Jarrett was evil, but only wanted him hurt, not killed. Ava grabbed his head, realizing they got played. So all that I want to help you talk from the old man, it was all fake networking. Jay sighed, heavily. I don't know for sure, but it's looking like a scam. He shrugged. So fighting now is pointless, right? Jay smiled, turning back to convince Sinfa. We don't do shady jobs, and we aren't hunting Jarrett anymore. So whoosh. Sinfa vanished from the cliff before he could finish. In a heartbeat, streaks of light flashed as she closed the distance. Jay reacted instantly. He blocked her dual blades with his feet. He pleaded, please, just listen. But Sinfa hit him with a cold nope. Seeing no other choice, Jay grit his teeth and used her blades as a springboard to jump back. Sinfa watched him calmly, then spun to dodge a surprise attack. Jay was stunned she moved like water. Sinfa's battle IQ was spiking. That kick earlier. If it landed clean, I'd be dead. He's a one-hit kill type. His range is huge, like a spearman. I need to get in his face. She swung her arm, but suddenly a vortex of wind erupted next to Jay. Magic time. Jay snapped his fingers. Wind magic, raging storm sphere. The tornado expanded, ripping up boulders and turning them into floating missiles. Sinfa got blown back, annoyed. Legs of steel and magic, what kind of broken build is this guy running? But Jay was already winding up for the next move. Sinfa saw the opening and charged in with hype. Jay channeled everything into a single stone, firing it like a bullet, the wolf sword style. The stone tore through the air like a railgun. It smashed through every obstacle and obliterated the cliff Sinfa was just standing on. But she, not a scratch. That missed shot. It made Sinfa suspicious. Jay shouted again, please believe me. Watching from the sidelines, Ava gulped. I knew his legs were strong, Ava muttered. But this is just glitching reality. You call yourself a normal wanderer? Cap. I'm 100% sure now. That dude has demon god blood in his veins. Sinfa was thinking too. He missed on purpose. But backing down now? Not my style. She launched herself forward instantly. Jay frowned, focused his aura, and dashed to meet her. They were about to clash. Sinfa's blade was inches from his face. Jay twisted his body in midair to dodge. He bolted immediately, but Sinfa was glued to him. She flashed the most savage, terrifying grin possible. They skidded to a halt, facing off. Sinfa recalled the old teachings from Marcos. Against a mage, hug them tight. Don't let them breathe. because breathing is the first step of chanting a spell. Jay wasn't waiting around. Wood magic activated. Tree surge. Massive roots erupted from the ground like angry serpents. But Marcos's words echoed in Sinfa's mind. Leave no gaps. If she pressured him now, the mage would be sealed. Sinfa goes full phantom mode, glitching in and out of reality with her willow's sword dance to slice up Jay's wooden clones. Suddenly, her body gets yeeted by the momentum. But she looks totally unbothered, landing a clean, critical hit on Jay's shoulder midair. Sinfa sticks the superhero landing and gets serious. The vibe instantly shifts, both of them are locked in. One is slashing, the other is kicking. It's a high-speed dance of death, dodging and trading blows like a fighting game championship. Watching the dust cloud rise, Ava is shook. He admits these two have god-tier skills, but he notices Jay is holding back and avoiding vital spots. But seriously, what kind of monster is that girl? Ava looks at Sinfa and is at a total loss for words. That sticky slime attack should have nerfed her speed and weighed her down. Instead, she turned that dried goop into a literal sword. A weapon made of that stuff shouldn't have any durability or weight. It's physically impossible, yet she's making it work. Jay is looking totally bewildered facing Sinfa, but in her hands, that blade starts glowing, creating a stunning visual effect all around them. Ava watches in awe as Sinfa unleashes her combo, the attacks blooming like a seven-colored flower garden dancing with the sword's melody. The blade carries the scent of flowers, and Jay's eyes go wide before he freezes in the face of this beautiful destruction. Sinfa stops too. With her blade inches from his face, she drops the question, "Can you stop trolling and fight me for real?" Jay lets out a heavy sigh and replies, "Fam, in this situation, I don't think I have the durability to tank a serious hit." But Sinfa cuts him off. Jay continues, "Even so, I have one rule I never break, no matter what." She remembers his words from earlier. He claimed his crew doesn't do shady quests and that they're fighting to make their dreams come true. "Violence is our last resort," he says. Sinfa listens with a cold expression until Jay flips the script and asks, "What about you? Why do you swing that sword? For your homies, or just for the dopamine hit of violence?" Ava watches, sweating bullets. Jay keeps pressing her buttons. "If I was fighting a bloodthirsty demon, I wouldn't just use talk no jutsu." He thinks to himself, her eyes are different. She's not a war junkie like my Loto's brothers. Sinfa gets a flashback to her past, hearing the words, "You're just a simp for the sword." Jay keeps talking. "I still can't fight you seriously." She warns him with a stone-cold glare. "Then you're gonna catch a game over." But Jay stands his ground. "Better to die than kill my own beliefs." Sinfa pauses, deep in thought. She sighs, "Wow, massive main character energy. Can't believe a scumbag like you has morals." Jay yells, "Yo, why are we still scumbags to you?" He smiles and adds, "Anyway, thanks for sheathing your sword." But suddenly, Sinfa pulls a reverse card. "I just dissolved the blade. I don't have a sheath for this thing." "But wait, how do you know my name?" Jay instantly panics. "Wait, if the guild finds out about us, our rep is ruined." He tries to strike a deal. "Don't snitch, okay? As an apology, I'll drop some lore on that old castle you're trying to raid." Sinfa's suspicion meter hits 100 immediately. How do these guys know about their mission? Why would they research it beforehand? What's the play here? Jay reads her mind like an open book. "You're wondering why we didn't just camp the castle, right?" He explains. "Yeah, an ambush there would be meta. That was the plan, but after checking the map, we realized the castle is a total death trap. It's way too dangerous for a simple ambush. There's a legit nightmare monster living inside it." Sinfa keeps listening, trying to figure him out. "I felt its mana from miles away and realized I was helpless." Jay admits he was totally outclassed. Is it the castle owner? Jay thinks about the rumors of the immortal Grand Haim. "I'm not sure. Other explorers only gave us crumbs. Some witnesses say it looks like a little kid, but honestly, nobody knows. It's just bad news. Trust me, you really shouldn't go there." But Sinfa's face shows zero fear. That's when Jay panics and yells, "Hey, listen to me, Sinfa. Forget the fight. That castle is toxic. You need to turn back." She replies calmly, "I don't believe you. Also, if that story is true." Sinfa's voice turns icy. "You could have just let us go there and die without getting your hands dirty." Jay screams, "That's exactly why I staged this attack." Sinfa is just like, "Huh." He yells in frustration, "Because the client specifically put a condition, no killing you guys. The client didn't want the two girls to get hurt, so we had to stop you before you reached the castle." A bandit with a heart of gold? The onlookers are thinking, do nice robbers actually exist? Apparently yes. Sinfa sighs and drops the truth bomb. "Look, we're going to the castle anyway." Jay hesitates. "Got it." Then he slams his hand on Ava and shouts, "Then we are coming with you." "I know I might be too weak to carry you," he says, But when Sinfa politely declines, Jay's squad instantly vanish like ninjas. That totally threw her for a loop. But somewhere else, Ren was bawling his eyes out after that sudden teleportation. Yo, why do I keep getting warped against my will? Why does the auto-teleport always trigger right at the climax? It's so unfair. He screamed his lungs out. We gotta get back to the squad. Stat. Ava stammered, totally confused. Go back where exactly? The whole crew was looking at each other like clueless NPCs. What the heck is this place? This quest is seriously glitching my brain. Ren got serious. Nah, I'm starting to piece it together. That Jared guy. He's definitely a scumbag player baiting innocent girls into his trap. I swear. I'm gonna deck him in the face. Ava thought, could that really be true? While Ren kept analyzing the situation. As long as they don't get wiped out, it's fine. But I'm low-key curious about that mysterious teenage boy inside the dungeon. Speaking of teenagers, there was another sketchy commission on the board. Obviously, I'd never accept a suicide mission like that. Ava's ears perked up. Wait, what commission? He spilled the tea. An alchemy prodigy just popped up in Bram. And get this, there's an assassination contract out on the kid's head. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, a spooky castle loomed in the dark forest. Swarms of bats fluttered around Granum's lair like a scene from a horror movie. Jarrett let out a tired sigh. Man, I can't believe this mess went down while I was napping. Sandra immediately started roasting him. Excuse me, I tried waking you up, but you were dead to the world. Sophia literally carried the whole team. Who did you beef with to get us teleported here? Jarrett clacked back. Hey, I don't recall starting any drama. Inside Granum's castle, first floor, the trio strolled through the creepy hallway. Jarrett suddenly smirked. Wait, is Sandra actually worried about me? Or are you just curious about my mysterious past? He whispered to her. I bet the other adventurers are just salty. They're totally jealous of my harem party setup. And honestly, he probably wasn't wrong. Is Sophia that famous? Actually, Sandra, you're pretty iconic yourself, you know. She burst out laughing. What are you talking about? A tomboy like me getting famous? Yeah, right. He grinned, teasing her. You really are oblivious, huh? Sandra blushed, stammering. Huh. Suddenly, Sophia cut in. Voice serious. Focus. You too. What's your read on the energy inside this castle? Jarrett and Sandra synced up. Oh, right. She flashed back to the intel. Is the magic power here really as insane as that guy claimed? We're here, but the mana I'm sensing isn't that overwhelming. And the rumor about the monster looking like a teenage boy? I've never heard of a dungeon boss like that. Sophia thought. The intel must be bogus. I'll have to file a complaint with the guild when we get back. Sandra looked around nervously. Yo, is it cool for us to just bust into Granum's crib in the middle of the night? Jarrett shrugged. It's no biggie. Granum is a mid-tier boss, sure, but he doesn't have an ultimate wipe-down skill. Worst case scenario, we just bail. Besides, Granum is strictly a nocturnal spawn. Wow, what a coward. Sophia was shook. You sure know a lot about this place. She glanced at him, remembering how guilt-ridden Jarrett always was about the past. She muttered, could his dead teammate be? But before she could finish, Granum materialized right above them. The boss laughed maniacally. Sorry to keep you waiting. Listen up, you sword-wielding dung beetles from Salem. The night is my kingdom. His jump scare made Sandra and Jarrett grip their weapons tight. They shouted in unison. Granum. Granum flashed a creepy, ghostly grin and floated toward them. But suddenly, flash. In a split second, Granum's body was sliced clean in half. The boss looked down, totally confused. Sandra and Jarrett's jaws dropped. That was Sophia's signature move, the Langris style, flying swallow. But instead of dying, Granum's body dissolved into tiny particles right before Sophia's eyes. Sandra yelled, Wait, it can't be game over that fast, right? Jarrett gritted his teeth. You're right, then screamed. Sophia, watch out. In a glitchy blur, Granum respawned instantly, launching a counterattack at Sophia. She backflipped to dodge, slashing her blade at him in midair. But he phased through it and landed softly on the ground like a feather. The master of the ancient castle, Magic Bone Granum, mocked them. You solemn humans never learn, do you? You have less IQ than a chimpanzee. Sandra screamed in horror. His body. It's literally made of bones. So this is the cheat code that kept Boss Granum undefeated all these years without a special ult. He has absolute physical immunity. Why didn't anyone tell us? Wait, does that mean even Sophia can't scratch this guy? She was about to charge in, but Jarrett grabbed her arm. Hold up. Don't engage. I know it sucks for Sophia, but we gotta wait a sec. We have to bluff him into thinking we're fighting blind with zero strategy. Sandra freaked out. What? Jarrett, are you crazy? But then she felt it. Jarrett's hand on her shoulder was trembling uncontrollably. He was having a flashback to that day. A voice echoed in his memory. "You're too cautious. I'm taking Granum down solo. Stay out of this." He snapped back to reality, whispering, "Yeah, I am cautious. That's exactly why I'll never lose another teammate. I only fight battles I know I can win." Jarrett sneered, reading the enemy's mind. "He thinks we're just stupid adventurers charging in to decorate his castle with our corpses. Yo, remember when the legendary swordsman Marcos talked about the biggest L of his career? For real. He said the Lord of Grand Castle was the only monster he couldn't slice and dice. Total nightmare fuel." Jarrett hyped up the squad. "One shot, one kill. Set me up, fam." Sandra grinned, ready to throw down. "You owe me a 5-star dinner after this." But Granum, he just smirked like a demon. "You think you can cut smoke with a sword, idiot?" Sinfa tipped her hat, cool as ice. "Watch me." She unleashed a fury of slashes, but it was like cutting air. Granum took 0 damage. The mist monster laughed in her face. Useless. But Sinfa didn't stop. She kept swinging, totally ignoring his taunts. But every slash just stirred up the darkness. Thousands of black particles started swarming her like angry hornets. The shadows morphed into a cage. Sinfa sensed the danger and snapped into high gear, striking the mist cloud. Boom! A giant hand materialized right in her face. She dodged backward just as the black dust rushed back to its master. Granum smirked. "Nice try, genius. But no sword can cut my mist form, or the mage casting behind me." He locked eyes on Jarrett, who was vibing in a circle of hydro energy, preparing a massive spell. Water magic against fog, cute. Suddenly, Sinfa blitzed in, aiming for his head. He didn't even flinch. Sinfa was fuming. Then, Granum's eyes narrowed. "Wait, I know this style." He split into mini clones. "You're a Langris, aren't you?" The clones swarmed Sinfa like piranhas. "Talk about a throwback. You got the same eyes as that loser Marcos." He trusted a piece of metal, swung it like a caveman, and ran away with his tail between his legs. Just another dumb ape. Sinfa got pummeled, but her glare never wavered. Suddenly, boom. Sandra crashed the party. "Forgot about me," Sandra shouted, sweeping the clones aside with a massive grin. "We're a package deal." Sinfa was shook. Sandra activated her ultimate move, Beast Armor. But the armor vanished from her hands. She panicked. Where'd it go? But Granum was already 10 steps ahead of them. He spun like a tornado and landed a devastating corkscrew punch right on Sandra's chest. Sinfa screamed. "Sandra." Sandra was reeling, barely staying on her feet. That hit was heavy. Granum chilled. "Relax. You'll be reunited in hell. You're gonna make great decorations for my castle." But Sandra just chuckled. "So the big bad boss is just a brat who smells like milk? Hilarious." Granum snapped. "Shut up. This magnificent adult form is the real me. The kid you saw? Just a misty illusion." He was gloating hard. "You little." But Sandra cut him off, a savage grin on her face. "Oh really? Is that a fact?" Click! The beast armor materialized around him. Granum was trapped. "You think this scrap metal can hold my misform? It's full of holes." Jarrett stepped up, looking cold. "Not if I plug them." He unleashed the hydrosphere. Sandra cheered, bullseye. He's soaked. Granum was just annoyed. Gross. "What's the plan here, idiots?" "I told you, magic doesn't work on mist." But then fear struck his eyes. "What? I can't shift forms. I can't move my body." "Wizard, what did you mix in that spell?" Jarrett pushed his glasses up. "Just a little coagulant specifically for magical mist." Granum screeched. Jarrett smirked. "It wasn't easy, bro. I studied slimes, vamps, every shapeshifter I could find. Countless experiments, failed attempts. I analyzed data from every raid party that lost to you. I cooked up the perfect antidote. Now, it's up to the squad. I saw Sinfa fighting alone. I swore I wouldn't let her die. This isn't luck, it's destiny. This is the ultimate team." Jarrett roared, pouring his soul into the spell. "Finish him, Sandra." She braced herself. "I'll crush him, even if I break my own gear. He's not going anywhere." Granum realized he was checkmated. He thought, so that's their play. "The armor physically binds me, while the liquid solidifies my mist form. Genius." And the sword girl was just bait to lower my guard. Jarrett yelled, "It ends now." Granum actually looked impressed. "Not bad, adventurers. Not bad at all." But suddenly Sandra froze. Her muscles locked up. "Jarrett. Abort. Something's wrong." He's moving against the seal. The armor started glowing with unstable energy. K-boom. The beast armor shattered into a million pieces. Jarrett's jaw dropped. "No way. What just happened?" Jarrett spun around, and fam, his jaw hit the floor. Granham had Sandra in his clutches, looking absolutely menacing in his new form. The beast sneered, "Yo, adventurer. You thought disabling my bones was a dub? Think again. Jarrett froze, and boom. We get hit with a flashback. Sandra's chilling, asking Jarrett about his bro's beef with some dungeon boss. Jarrett, nose deep in a book, just waved her off. Sandra, chill, let it slide. She wasn't having it. She popped up like, ignore it, nah. All that studying ain't making you a game master, bro. He cut her off, straight up cold. My business. My problem. The guilt was eating him alive. He should have stopped his brother back then. Then he dropped the bomb. I'll take him out myself. Sandra squeezed his cheeks like a grandma. Wrong answer. We shouldn't stop him. She hyped him up. We ride together. We're a squad, remember? Let's clap this enemy together. Jarrett teared up, hitting her with a genuine smile. Bet. Once I'm ready, you're the first one I call. Snap back to reality, and it's a nightmare. Sandra just got wrecked by Gran right in front of Jarrett's eyes. Crimson stained the floor. Jarrett was shook. Gran hem dash over, talking trash. You messed up my mist form, kid. But then bam! A kick to the back. Guess I'll just buff my physical stats to the max. Jarrett's eyes popped out of his skull. He didn't see that coming. One kick sent the shield flying and smashed concrete pillars like toothpicks. Jarrett was totally dazed. He couldn't process the stats. While he was calculating Gran's magic, the monster teleported behind him. This power level was off the charts. Before Jarrett could blink, Gran stomped him into the ground, shattering everything. Jarrett coughed up a fountain of blood. Critical hit. Jarrett realized this wasn't a fight he could dip from. Gran was raging. I lost my ghost mode because of you. I'm immortal. Now I'm just a musclehead monster. Disrespectful. He kept stomping Jarrett like a bug. Apologize with your life. You're nothing but a stain. Bow down to me. Jarrett was getting ragdolled. He couldn't even lift a finger to fight back. Suddenly, Sandra's voice echoed in his head. Let's kill him together. Regret hit him harder than the kicks. Sorry, Sandra. In his mind, he owned it. He took the risk, played the game, and paid the price. His brother's words looped. Real adventurers embrace the danger. Even while Gran gripped his skull, Jarrett was deep in thought. Gran's strength is way above the wiki page info. Jarrett gritted his teeth, staring death in the face. But it's still within my calculations. Boom! Gran's arm suddenly exploded. Jarrett smirked. Told you so. Gran's eyes went wide, veins popping as he glared daggers at Jarrett. Out of nowhere, backup arrived. Sinfa stepped in to save the day. Jarrett thought, finally, the squad is here. She looked a bit winded, though. Gran wasn't happy. Sorry for the cliché entrance, she quipped. I'm still recharging. Gran was confused. How'd she move that fast? Suddenly, pieces of her armor started clicking loose. Clang. Clang. The armor hit the floor and shattered the ground instantly. Gran was like, what is that made of? While the boss was confused, she was vibing. Cut to the backstory of that insane armor. It's the legendary Langris family gear, sitting in a public park. Anyone can touch it, but nobody lifts it. Why? Because it's too heavy to steal. We see a thief trying to swipe it and failing miserably. The thief was like, it's glued down. Then Marcos Langris walks up, grabs the iron stand, and crushes it like a soda can. Dude just threw it over his shoulder and strolled home. Absolute unit. Back to Sinfa. She thought, yeah, this thing is heavy. Since becoming an adventurer, she's been training with weights on. Sinfa smirked. Without your mist form, your mana drain is going to be massive to keep that body up. That was the plan all along. The last piece dropped. No miss means I can hit you. Gran grinned. Oh, this is getting interesting. We're both old school, he laughed. Sinfa fixed her shirt. She's the strongest physical fighter in the game. Gran scoffed, salty. Huh? I wanted the kill. Jarrett, barely conscious, whispered, me too, man. He struggled to speak. Every day, he lived for the moment he'd take this monster down himself. But now, those words tasted like ash. He lost someone else, even if he predicted the outcome. Jarrett looked at her, broken. How useless am I? Tears streamed down his face. Finish him, Sinfa. It's all you. Seeing her arm reach out, a satisfied grin spread across his face. He knew the game was in good hands. Sinfa flashed a thumbs up, totally accepting the tag-in from Jarrett. She snapped her fingers, tipped her hat low like a boss, and locked her sharp gaze on Granum. That glare made him freeze cold. Suddenly, Granum started bugging out his body, twisted, and veins popped everywhere like a road map of rage. A moment later, he flexed that grotesque power and instantly started trash-talking, screaming, You filthy piece of garbage. Flashing a creepy grin, he barked, Kneel before my eternal castle, you scrub. Now, it was just the two of them in the 1v1 arena. Sinfa took a deep breath. Whoa, she felt light as a feather. Was it because she ditched that heavy armor? She raised her sword, wondering. Or was it something else? Suddenly, a memory hit her. Her dad's golden rule, 1 strike, 2 hows. Baby Sinfa just looked at him back then, totally confused and blank-faced. He explained it was the ultimate, ideal sword technique, the holy grail of slashing, according to him. One strike is art. If a swordsman needs a second or third hit, it's just ugly. Hearing that, little Sinfa pouted like a total brat. But then he dropped the truth bomb. However, when you fight monsters or OP enemies, it's a different story. We're talking super armor, regeneration, dodging, and magic shields. Their defenses are endless and keep buffing up. One strike, two halves is just a dream. It barely ever works in the real world. Hearing that, her face dropped again. But he quickly added, if that's the case, just slash them so many times it combines into one. Marcos Langris grilled, and Sinfa asked, wait, then that's not really one slash, is it? Actually, no. He raised his hand, explaining the concept of a killer combo. He leaned in, hyped up. The Langris family chain attack is unblockable. 10 hits landing as one, it guarantees the enemy gets deleted. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Marcos Langris smiled. Sinfa, want to learn it? Linking the slashes is super hard, though. Then, he looked at his daughter with pure love in his eyes. Sinfa. He crouched down and patted her head. I love the sword, but there's something way more important to me than fighting. She just stared at him, blanking out. Seeing that, her dad just smiled, thinking, you'll get it someday, kiddo. Sinfa snapped back to reality, thinking, back in the day, I couldn't even link 4 hits together. I didn't understand a word he said back then. Glancing at the wreckage and her own movements, she thought, but now, I think I get it. Looking over at Jarrett, she was 100% sure. She pondered, it's not about swinging the sword for the sake of the sword. This time was different. Burning determination lit up her mind. This blade connects the will of my teammates. No doubts left. More than anything she'd ever faced, she knew one thing for sure. This strike won't miss. Granum vanished in a blink. But Sinfa already read his playbook like an open book. Since he dumped all his mana into buffing his body, was he getting cocky about his stats and regen hacks? But his first move? A straight jump and kick. Super simple, super amateur. Absolute trash tier. Instantly, she slammed a hit right between his eyes. With a look of disgust, she thought, I need to slice this guy up properly. Sinfa swung her blade, carving a line right down Granum's center. He flew back to dodge, eyes popping out in total panic. Trying to dodge threw him off balance, and he was about to faceplant. Seizing the moment, she launched a kick, straight at him. But Granum was agile. He flipped in midair and barely managed to escape her combo. Sinfa spun like a top. Her razor-sharp blade slashed his back, making him howl in agony. No breathing room allowed. Sinfa unleashed a relentless storm of attacks on Granum, pure button-mashing style. He couldn't even counter before getting flattened into the dirt. Then, she unleashed her power, launching his heavy body straight into the air. Faster than lightning, she flew up and sliced. There goes one of his arms. Before he could even block, she chopped off the other arm. Granum turned tail and ran, but she was hot on his heels. Sinfa kept turning him into hamburger meat. Terrified, Granum scrambled up to hide on the ceiling like a scared cat. Sinfa didn't hesitate. She sliced right through the support pillar. Dual-wielding like a boss, she unleashed a chain slash right at him. Her attack was fast and furious. Even the concrete ceiling caved in under the pressure of her blade aura. She hit Granum so hard he smashed right through the roof. Sinfa gifted him another slash, sending him flying back 10 meters. In a flash, she drove her sword straight into his throat. She stomped on his chest, shattering his defense completely. Victory was hers. Sinfa danced like a sword artist, landing precise, critical hits, while Granum could only scream in pain. Her legs were pumping at max power, dual swords ready as she charged like a legendary knight. She moved like an agile squirrel, weaving through the air with deadly grace. Then boom! A sky-high kick sent Granum flying like a rocket. Granum was helpless, just a chicken on the chopping block waiting to be diced. Sinfa performed a sick flip and stuck the landing perfectly. Immediately, she stomped the ground to launch her final attack. Guys, make sure to smash that subscribe button if you want to see her finish him off. She launches herself skyward, delivering a savage pierce straight through Graham's center mass. The whole world starts shaking. Fam. Sinfa ain't giving this monster a second to breathe, spamming attacks so fast she's basically glitching out of human sight. Under the moonlight, she's dancing like a lethal fairy, slicing Graham into a 2-piece combo meal and splitting his ugly mug right down the middle. The battle is raging on top of that ancient castle, and it is absolutely lit. Graham's mouth is literally cut in half right now. Bro is furious, grinding his razor-sharp teeth in pure rage. Sinfa gets right up in his grill, cold as ice, and slashes him apart again. With no arms and missing half his body, Graham is totally cooked. He just has to take the L. Even in the pitch-black darkness, Sinfa's power is glowing like a supernova, lighting up the whole sky. She smacks Graham down through multiple floors of the castle, sending debris flying everywhere. Sinfa closes her eyes, senses his location, and instantly teleports in for the critical hit. Graham's body is wrecked, split in two, and looking absolutely goofy right now. Her blade tears through the fabric of space itself, whipping up ice shards like a chaotic hurricane. Beams of light crisscross like invisible swords, suffocating the area in a storm of overwhelming pressure and killer aura. Sinfa unleashes a god-tier slash. The space in front of her rips apart, and even the air is shivering in fear of her power. After that ultimate move, she drops to her knees, her hand still. Gripping the sword hilt tight, dust clouds are rolling out in the distance, proving just how insane that damage was. That slash was like a tornado, shredding reality in the blink of an eye. Sinfa stands tall in the dust, looking like a total queen amidst the destruction, while Graham's eyeball is just floating there creepily. She looks at him coldly and drops the hardest line, "Go back to page 1, loser." His eye dissolves into ash and scatters in the wind. Meanwhile, Jared is holding onto a weak Sandra, but his eyes suddenly light up like he just saw a miracle. It's Sinfa. She actually clutched the win and came back. Jared is so shook he can't even believe his eyes. Sinfa is drenched in sweat, gasping for air like she just ran a marathon. She leans on her sword for support, but snap. The weapon breaks in half the second it touches the ground, and she collapses. She stares at the broken blade, thinking, "Man, I couldn't have lasted another round. Neither me nor you." She taps the blade gently. "Even if we only got a few serious swings in, we did good, right?" Then she bumps fists with the sword. "Thanks, partner." At the same time, Langris is watching with a proud smile on his face. He says, "I can't believe she actually soloed Graham. Guess I was worried for nothing. That sword isn't a tool, it's a partner in crime." Langris nods, satisfied. "You've leveled up, Sinfa." But suddenly, the leftover chunk of Graham pops up out of nowhere. He screams in agony. Jenna triggers her mist just in time, while Langris stands there, silent and menacing. Graham is trembling in terror, realizing 90% of his body has been sent to the Shadow Realm. Damn it. It can't end like this. "Langris, I'm gonna spill your blood one day." But Langris just interrupts, "Don't cut in line." Graham finally notices the guy standing there. He roars, "Who are you? Are you with those annoying adventurers too?" Perfect timing. "I'll eat your flesh to get my HP back." Before he can even finish yapping, Langris hits him with a vertical division spell. It happens so fast, Graham can't believe it, trying to stick his head back together like, "Wait, aren't I made of bone? I can't be cut." Langris doesn't let him talk. He gives him another slash, sending blood spraying everywhere. The captain is efficient, standing like a hero over Graham's remains. Langris replies coldly, "If I couldn't cut through bone, I wouldn't be the captain of the Sallow Knights, would I?" Graham's eyes are popping out of his head in pure shock. He stammers, "Emma." He suddenly remembers something and laughs. "That's right. I used to run away because you couldn't cut me back then. To see you cut what was uncuttable, and see your daughter grow this much." Langris decides that Jared and his crew aren't actually villains. Those kids are actually solid. I guess I can tell the guild these adventurers are legit. Back with Sinfa, she panics. "We're late, Jared." She rushes him to get Sandra to a healer. "I'll handle the monsters on the way." Jared, still holding Sandra, tells her gently, "It's chill, let's just head back slowly." She turns around, confused. Suddenly, thwack, something flies out of nowhere and pierces straight through Sinfa's shoulder before she can even react. "What?" Caught off guard, Sinfa's eyes go wide in total shock. Jared is freaking out too. He sprints over without hesitation, screaming, "Sinfa!" She clutches the wound in pain. Right then, a terrifying, heavy bloodlust fills the air, making both of them shiver uncontrollably. Who is this new enemy? Smash that like button if you want to find out. Out of nowhere, bare feet touch the cold stone floor. The mysterious figure spoke, voice dripping with anticipation. "I have been waiting for this day for an eternity. Thanks for the assist, adventurers." A flashback of Jay flashed through the mind, but eyewitness accounts describe something far more sinister, a calamity disguised in the body of a young boy. And then, stepping out from the void, a child with bare feet emerged, but the aura rolling off him was thick enough to suffocate anyone nearby. He smirked and said, "Thanks for killing that old geezer for me. What a relief. Now, this entire castle belongs to me." The two adventurers stared, eyes wide with shock and confusion. "Say what?" Jarrett gasped. "Old man, are you saying your grandson?" At the same time, he switched to a private mana channel, transmitting his voice directly into Sophia's mind. "Sophia, do you copy?" Sophia flinched, startled as Jarrett's voice echoed inside her head. This is telepathic magic. Before Jarrett could even process, the boy answered his spoken question. "He is the one who brought me into this world, sure, but I am the superior being. Only his fossilized armor was a pain to deal with." That armor was the only reason I couldn't end him myself. While the villain gloated, Jarrett urgently messaged Sophia, "This kid is a monster. I'm going to talk to him and buy us some time." On the outside, Jarrett kept his poker face and said, "I see. So you waited for a high-level adventurer to break that defense for you, huh?" Internally, he screamed at Sophia, "While I distract him, catch your breath, find an opening, and bolt. With your god-tier speed, you can make it out alive." The boy nodded arrogantly. Bingo. Finally, this fortress is rightfully mine. But inside Sophia's mind, a war was raging. How could she possibly leave her two comrades behind? Grandson flashed a wicked, cunning smile. Though, it seems this castle was originally built to welcome him. Jarrett stammered, "Him? Who is him?" Jarrett's face went pale. "What else is coming? Don't tell me something even freakier is popping out. Give me a break, universe." The boy laughed dismissively. "Just kidding. There is no him." But then, as if a memory sparked, he paused. "Wait. Actually, who is he?" "The true master of the Graham household." Suddenly, the spirit of Graham materialized in front of him. The boy didn't flinch, simply stating, "And after that, it will all be mine." Gran looked at him with pity. "I have never even met him." Grandson shot back. "You never met him, yet you treat him like your master. Are you insane?" Gran replied, "You simply do not understand." Gran smiled, a sly expression on his face as he began the tale. Years ago, he awakened. It felt as if the very atmosphere was being torn asunder. It was an explosion of magical energy so massive that no one realized what it was. "Born from the night is the only way I can describe his arrival," he continued. "I felt it in my soul. Although I couldn't pinpoint the location, he descended right here in Salon." Grandson scoffed, "How could you lose track of a mana's signature that huge? Were you sleeping?" Grand shook his head. "Because it was too vast. The magical pressure covered everything, making it impossible to find the source." Grand's voice dropped to a whisper. Immediately after, he cloaked his mana completely. "Perhaps he is hiding his fangs, waiting for the right moment," Grand declared. "A loyal pawn and a castle for a base. I prepared to offer everything to him. He is the king who will rule this world." But before Grand could finish his monologue, the boy blasted a hole straight through his head. The boy sneered, "How pathetic. To think I was born from something as stupid as you." As he faded into dust, Grand gritted out one last warning. "Once you meet him, you will understand who the real fool is."